course, thank you so much for being here. Everyone in the chat as well. And, you know, we are so grateful, very humbled as well to see this experience happening. And, of course, it all comes down to the final day of the Grand Major 2025.
And what it is going to be, we're going to have the 9 teams become 8 teams. To start the day, we're just going to eliminate someone straight away. They're going home. It is what it is. Then we have 8 teams. 8 become 4. Then, just as we head into that final 4, we're revealing all of Season 9, right? That's just a little something that's happening just right then and there.
We get Season 9 as well?
It is what it is, man. We're going crazy today. So, and then it's the final 4.
Yeah.
Then there's going to be a trophy.
Wait,
Excited on stage right now. Anyway, it's going to be a fantastic day. I'm getting a bit emotional. I think I just want to see more of the finals.
I'm ready, man. This is going to be insane.
Let's
get it started.
You know, let's kick it back over to our friends in the studio, and let's get ready for our first game of the day. Team Secret versus DRG.
Thank you so much for that, Oscar, Thixie, my goats. But I gotta say, my real goats. It's gonna be Team Secret. Now on your screen, Elix, Roma, Blackso was the sub that Team Secret thought they were gonna have to play with, but the main roster, OG, he is here. He has made it, and that means that Team Secret is playing with their roster as they have been all weekend, practicing together for the first time in nearly a month, given the fact that they have been training that sub. And given that slight deficit, I think they've been doing a pretty decent job.
Oh, without a doubt. Yesterday, OG was one of my most impressive players. He is such an aggressive, heavy player that it is just hard to counter. He had the top kills in nearly every game that he played yesterday, and you just don't see that from a heavy, and it's really exciting. And honestly, I did not have a lot of faith in Secret before yesterday, but after their performance, oh my god, I am really excited for that. Don't look at me there. I'm being honest.
Honesty is a good virtue.
Well, speaking of OG, I mean, he's taken a lot of the stardom because of his fragging capabilities. However, I think the secret support is Roma on that light class. He's been doing such an amazing job getting those off angles, being able to support OG and Elix with those amazing beams as well, but being able to heal them up with that H+ infuser as well, and getting just such consistent damage on those off angles.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, we've been talking about Carnifex on Alliance for a long time as being one of the most impressive lights, especially, not even just in EU, but all over. And I remember even back in Season 6, where Carnifex was using XP64 and Invis and just fragging out of his mind. And I think that Roma was one of the first people that actually popularized utilizing the Vanishing Bomb all the way back then in order to keep dash, but have that Invis capability. From there, developing those strats to, hey, if you are going to be pad RPG engaging, why not do that Invis? I mean, teams have done it before, but no team has done it quite like Secret, and now that is the meta here in Season 8.
Yeah, and just one other thing that I really noticed from watching all the Secret games yesterday is their positioning. We're talking about their light player, and what he would do is he would consistently find an off angle or an angle where they could set up a crossfire, and they would basically determine the entire play based off of that. So it's some really high-level gameplay that makes us so excited to see Secret in this next game.
100%.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can't talk about this matchup without talking about DRG as well. We talked a little bit about off-meta picks, and we saw Hathaway bring out the sniper in Bernal, and he's a beamer as well with the ARN sniper and weapons like that, so that's kind of the light I'm also watching out for.
Do you think we see the sniper? I don't think... it was powerful against Fnatic. I don't think they finish it. I don't think they bring it today.
Yeah, honestly, I think if we're going to be seeing a sniper, the best map that I've ever seen it being used on is Monaco. Although he did bring it on Bernal.
I think that was strong.
It did work out in a couple situations, but having that charge and slam at the same situation that you're having that sniper in a winch meta in 3v3, it just makes it very difficult.
That is one of the things. When you are balancing off-meta picks and you're balancing the opportunity to bring something that teams aren't going to really, know how to deal with, you have to have context. You have to have the context of what you're expecting the other team to bring, but also what your team is bringing. And I really like your point there. The fact that if you're going to be pairing a sniper with a heavy running charge and slam, I don't think that works as well. I mean, for example, you're going to bring a goo gun heavy with a sledge. That is going to change what your medium and light is probably going to be playing, right? You don't want to just pick something around that. If you're, maybe you're committed to the Riot Shield. I don't think two people bring melee, right? I mean, it depends on how you're going to be building your team out. I genuinely think that the sniper as a pick is good, but we don't live in a vacuum. The finals is a dynamic shooter. you have to be dynamic with it, Rio.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, being dynamic is also the sniper. You can counter it as well. If you find a way to go against it, that can be really powerful as well. So it is
Close
just
that distance.
Yeah, exactly.
Close that gap.
Yeah, and we do kind of have that
I'm
poke
just
and
like right
prod meta.
here.
Yeah, this is where we're supposed to be. But there's that poke and prod meta, and it does kind of lean to off-meta picks. And what we saw yesterday with these off-meta picks are some teams don't know how to counter them. They don't know what to do, and you have all of this practice, all of these strategies, and then it's just somebody comes in with charge and slam and a sniper. It's like, what do you do?
Yeah.
And I think that those are the strong teams that can find a way to adapt, but it just makes it that much more difficult.
Absolutely. I mean, speaking of just off-meta stuff, not only the weapons, but the gadgets, too. Granted, we have seen a small decline in barricade usage, but Alliance, they've kept it up. Do you think that maybe Team Secret would pull it out? I don't think OG, with his incredibly aggressive playstyle, will pull it out anymore, at least. But what about DRG? I mean, do you think that DRG, if they change it back, maybe they're going to be able to do something with maybe barricade? Do you think they go for the double explosives? What do you think, Sotsayo?
Honestly, I think
Buddy,
DRG's best option
tournament.
is trying to stay away from that charge and slam, but because as soon as you get that charge out, you can just be winched right out of it. It really nullifies that entire specialization. So we
Tournament,
kind of
bro.
talked about it earlier yesterday about how these APAC teams may want to try and adapt to the NA EU meta, but they haven't had as much practice on those specializations. But that's really the thing that we're going to be looking out for. However, I do want to bring up the off-meta gadget pick that we have been seeing by Team Secret, the Glitch Mine. And that is spectacular. I think it's a very underrated gadget. It brings a lot of utility, especially when forcing point, camping bodies, everything like that.
Yeah, Elix on the glitch mines yesterday. You know, it's been good, Rio.
Yeah,
Good.
no, it's a really it's a really useful gadget to have, mainly just because you can control an area and just completely stop anybody that comes into that one special spot. So it makes it just really good for area of control, and especially when you are on the defensive side of your cash out. So I love seeing it played. We don't see it a ton in competitive play, so it's really kind of fresh to see something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, between seeing all of these new picks, all of these novel gadget selections, I think that all the real special stuff is going to be coming right after this first game, because this one is going to be, I think it's going to be one of the last just basic final round formats that we get. I think everything else from here is going to be teams pulling out their strats they've been saving. Teams are going to be pulling out the stuff that they have been labbing with their own friends instead of being able to scrim some of the other pro teams because they don't want anybody to know about it. So this is like, it's the last like day one 3v3 final round format. So alrighty, final predictions for this one. Sonsoyo, how do you feel about Team Secret versus DRG?
I think I'm going to have to go for Team Secret on this one. They've just shown so much prowess, especially having an OG back.
And I gotta vote the same way. I mean, Team Secret was one of the strongest teams I saw yesterday, so it would be a big shocker if they don't.
Come on, yeah.
I tend to agree. And folks, maybe you'll agree too, but before that, we're going to go to a quick break, so don't go
what?
anywhere because we have way
They
more
started.
finals action coming to you right after this.
Alright. Fuck, 10 minutes break. Come on. Come on. Just a minute. Whoa. नहीं इतना बड़ा क्यों दे रखा है हमने हेलो why 10 minutes
मैं क्या कर रहा था? Sorry. Sorry. Let's go down.
Welcome back, everybody. We just wanted to take a moment to make sure that all of our VIA chips were up to date. We want to make sure that our Angimo reality shields were installed, and we had to clean some goo up off the walls. But ready to jump in now, hopefully, in just a moment. So, again, this is the last day one match that we're running before we get to the top 8. So both these teams are fighting that final spot in the next 2 cash-out matches. It's going to be Team Secret versus Dragon Ranger Gaming. Let's go ahead and pull up their map picks and bans right now. Okay, so, guys, we're looking at this. It's going to be the very first map that is a set. It's going to be DRG banning Seoul. This is interesting. They picked Seoul before, I believe. Team Secret, we are still banning Nozomi Citadel. They also are going to be banning Skyway Stadium. That's me. Las Vegas Stadium also is gone. DRG's first pick is Monaco. That's interesting. We could possibly see Sniper here, like you said. Team Secret picks Horizon. Everybody loves this Horizon. Then we're going to Bernal. I do like Bernal, but Rio, I'm sad that we don't get Fortune Stadium.
I know. I guess one of these days we'll get it.
One of these days. You brought the extra fortune cookies, right?
I did. Absolutely.
Yeah, awesome. And yeah, you can get yours at DreamHack. But honestly, I think that this is a good set. I think this is going to be very competitive. I love that we're seeing Monaco. I hope we get suspended sponsor structures.
Yeah, that'd be pretty amazing to see. We haven't really seen that really played competitively. A lot of people love that new map, and the change-ups have been spectacular.
Well, I would love to see duck and cover. We wanted that all those qualifiers. We never got it, and I'm still waiting. So I think it's one of the more unique modes, and especially if we have a sniper out there. Big open sightlines.
Yeah.
Okay, given the
Which
fact
guy
that
is running?
some skin in the game, I don't really want to see duck and cover, but actually, I kind of do. Like, as a viewer, I really do want to see duck and cover with a sniper. And even if it's not, with suspended sponsor structures, if we are going to be seeing sniper and full bore, this is going to be cinema.
Yeah.
It's going to be cinematic. And, well, I mean, we've talked a lot about it, but now it's time to have a few more people. We have, well, Jerry has coined back in. Let's go ahead and talk over with Jerry and Waltz. They're going to be your casters for today.
Thank you so much, Artie. Jerry, you're looking a lot better. Glad to have you back.
I did. I got better.
Yeah, could have been worse. Could have turned you into a newt, you know. But we survived. We're getting into the game. DRG versus Team Secret. Our last 2 teams from the bottom 9. One of them going to make it through to the top 8. We're going to be right into Monaco. Hathaway running the grapple, something that we saw in Monaco. Going back again for it.
Yeah, he was on Soul just to get that perch with the sniper.
Corner.
A little bit more sensible here. And we can see Team Secret just positing themselves in the center of the map. They're actually looking to guard A while DRG get the tap on the vault. Long-range shots coming out from the ARN of Hathaway. His go-to weapon, this max-level ARG that he was... ARN, sorry. I'm combining the words ARG and DRN. And there's too many letters in my brain right now. But either way, they have the vault in transit.
A lot of letters, and DRG going to be, that is the benefit of the grapple. The quickness with which you can traverse the map.
Corner.
You get these early plugs.
At least one Asian
getting into a fight. Secret,
team
actually a little bit late to this
can
point.
do something and something.
Want to go ahead and contest that, but especially in this open park area, there's not a lot of defense you need to set up. The openness of it is defensive itself.
That region is more of a...
I can imagine some sort of talking about the fact that we've got a plug from DRG without them even winning a team fight.
Huh?
But I like this, just delaying the fight as long as you possibly can. They can now effectively fight as though they won that vault fight. And now, we have Team Secret chasing them through the buildings, but this is where Monaco can get a little bit messy. Is there's so many nooks and crannies. They've honestly got no chance finding DRG this way. They surely need a little bit of a better bit of intel to go on.
I feel like we're just watching a ring around
Sorry.
right now, you know? Like, finally, they do find OG because very low. Hathaway, again, with that grapple, being able to get some nice off angles, and that ARN just keeps hitting.
Why it is lagging, bro?
OG losing a lot of health. Secret decide they want to force DRG out. Pushing here, they brought the cash out down, likely going to winch that off, going for the steal. Goo goes down. How do they decide to push this now? It doesn't look like DRG are that interested, actually, in contesting. There's a jump pad from Guga.
Oh.
Behind. Roman's able to go ahead and take out E. He's there. E by himself. Hathaway's in the crane. He's busy operating large machinery. What are you doing? It's not work time. It's playtime. What are we doing, Hathaway?
Well, he checked into work a little bit late there, and the rest of his team are dead for it. There's 20 seconds left, and Team Secret just have an easy job cleaning him up. He's hiding up in the heavens.
His team total to lock in. He
Bro.
decided to clock in. And
I think he left his hardware at home and maybe bonked himself on the head on the way, and that is just despicable from Hathaway.
this is why people don't like grapple lights, because they see a crane and they are physically attracted to the crane. You can't get off of it.
Well, a bizarre
fuck,
set
man?
of circumstances there leading to Team Secret's opening cash out, and I mean, the fact that that's the first play of the day, the Grand Major final day, and he's still
brought the crane down.
That's honestly done them a favor. Now DRG have to reconnect with each other, but Hathaway has actually died separate from the rest of his team now. Roma happy to get that pick. Secret are laughing.
Secret are high on life right now. This is not the DRG we saw yesterday. They made some good moves, but not sure what to do. They need to get their head on straight. It's early in the morning. Jet lag maybe still in place. Got to go ahead and reset. Get their head screwed on straight. But we're here from Team Secret continuing to try to find. They know where DRG is. They're just going to camp this totem for a minute. Glitch traps actually from the side of Alex want to keep them from getting anything. Roma running that invis. They found them. E goes down. Hathaway has coined in, but at this point, this is a disaster now because Guga, he's going to go down too. And Hathaway, again, the last one left alive. At this point, they've already... It's already to Hathaway. Maybe just go ahead and reset.
Plenty's already been said about Guga, DRG, and their macro strategies, but this is taking the biscuit right now. Hathaway retreating. We have 2 coins for E and Guga right now, so they're going to have to use them. And that does actually put them in a bit of a precarious position in the long term. Let's say, for instance, they do manage to win this next cash out. They're still sitting on those 1 coin each, and that does really limit what you can do, particularly if you want to have this kind of split comp that they're going for. I love the fact that we're seeing the glitch line as well coming out from Alex. It's really good when you know you're going to draw out these fights. If you're playing against a split comp, and
absolutely,
you can try and deny these reses on totems. It's so huge to just chuck one of those on there. I remember when that was the go-to strategy for medians a few seasons back, and it was infuriating.
Oh, absolutely. They do take a DRG, taking an RPG. OG drops down, has his dome shield there, but he's unable to go ahead. But he beats him in the stairs. It's a stairway fight right now. Guga going to go down very quickly. Secret just wiping them immediately, and Hathaway is going to reset this time. So there's the reset. They can't use those last coins. As you said, you're split that much. You go down to 0 coins, and at that point, you're a sitting duck. The team knows that taking you out is an easy win.
It's a slight benefit here to DRG that the vault was so far from the cash out during that fight. It's going to take a little bit of wrangling to make sure that this is moved successfully here. We've got Roma going to grab it. Of course, he'll have a reverse gateway set up just to get a quick jump back and then probably toss it over to Alex and they can get that timer started. But DRG have managed to be blessed with a fairly fortunate spawn because of those positions from Team Secret, and it does mean that they have a potential opening here. Bit of a scuffed toss there by Roma, not working on his throwing arm.
If he was playing in the the golf tournament, that wouldn't have been a good.
Yeah, the PGA Tour. Well, we have. There we go. The plug started by Team Secret, and DRG did actually take a bit of flack on their approach from the tag team of OG and Alex, holding from on high. So they've managed to position themselves now decently around the point, and Team Secret taking the high ground in the middle of the map on top of that cathedral to try and keep watch over this site.
Oh, Hathaway positioning on the high ground. He has that backstab. If he can catch Secret on the way to defend this, he tried to take out the Secret. He's finally gone, but he's been spotted there. Dome shield, a lot of damage into Alex. He catches him with the RPG. That's 1 down. Finally, they're a man up. One of the first kills onto Secret so far, but Guga, he's running, he has to survive. He's finally healed up by his medium as they have a little bit of a power play here. A moment to set in, especially with the glitch gun. Hathaway actually finds Roma on the bottom. It's OG, the last one left. Is he gonna go ahead and try to drop down? C4 does take some damage on an E, and I think that OG is just gonna sit here and try to delay. Let his team come back in, but I think Hathaway has the sense. He's following him right now. They're trying to suss him out, figure out where he's gonna go. He's just going to go ahead and sit. A few seconds left until Secret are back to full strength.
Yeah, he's done the right thing here. Unfortunately, Alex with just a bit of an overstep there. As we'll see, he just runs into the building with little care for his own life. And we're now watching him in real time as he gets into the building and finds... Well, they're trying to reconnect with each other, but OG is still on the top floor just trying to evade death. And once again, Alex finds himself in a 1 versus 1. He's got that repeater, but he manages to avoid death this time. They finally managed to group up here with about 30 seconds left. This may be the final fight if they can get a steal going, Wops.
They have to start something right now. It has to be, this is their chance to go up 1-0. Finally finds a heavy. Guga, he goes down very quickly. A few seconds left. They're heading towards the point. The steal will start any minute now. C4 goes down, but it doesn't do enough damage. Instantly healed up. He's holding on to it. Hathaway, the last one remaining. Can he prevent it? He cannot. The steal goes through in Secret. Do it in 2. They finish off the first game on day 2.
A small blip on that cash out with the steal just before it, but otherwise a very solid Monaco coming out from Team Secret here to start off their day, taking down Dragon Ranger Gaming onto map 2, Wops.
On map 2, pretty quick map. Map 1, you know, there were signs of life from DRG.
I mean, I gotta say, Team Secret being able to start off by taking DRG's map pick, it does set the tone. And I mean, it looked like Team Secret, they just had the opportunity to kind of, you know, circumvent all of DRG's strategies. I mean, DRG, they did their best to try to rotate the crane.
Yeah.
It didn't end up working.
No, it didn't. It really didn't. It's nice to get a coach interview mid-game.
Right? Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Thank you very much, Ardy.
I can't say too much yet.
No, you've got to keep some cards close to your chest, to be fair. Well, here we go. Map 2 on the way, but
Sis Horizon,
a very different map to Monaco, almost polar opposites, I would say.
Yeah, no, the sight lines are completely different. The way you move around the map is completely changed. Hathaway with those angles and the long range has been something they've relied on a lot, and I don't think he's going to be able to do quite the same thing in Sis Horizon, especially as teams like Secret, they are so aware of every single angle that they can manage. They're going to be able to force these up-close engagements, and that is where OG thrives.
He really does. And I don't think we're likely to see Hathaway move on to the sniper that was shown once yesterday for the Seoul game. No, sorry, it was a Banal game.
Yes.
He ran sniper. Because that map really does favour having that high ground. So you can't play for drop in quite as many positions. Sis Horizon has lots of long sight lines, but it also has some very tall buildings. You can drag those fights indoors if you wish. And you don't play a sniper into this kind of map because it can get hard tapped purely by cash out plays. So we see him sticking with his tried and true ARN, but there needs to be an adjustment of playstyle more than anything.
Yeah.
DRG to succeed in this.
Looked like he was considering the 93R for a moment there. Actually had it selected, and I wonder if there was an internal discussion. That does make me wonder, though, as to their mindset, because if you're switching your weapons, you know, that close before the beginning of the match, I think that speaks to some indecision, potentially.
Sometimes it's just comfort as well. Like, this is the first map of the day, and it could be DRG's last map of the day as well.
That's true.
It's a very high-stakes game to begin the day with, of course, sort of being left over from yesterday at the end of the day. Couldn't quite squeeze it in right at the end, but here we are, the first fight between the two.
OG.
Across this large room, chased each other down.
Nice.
Guga found by OG, grabs that winch, and now Hathaway and E have scarpered to separate locations. OG picks a fight that he can't win against Hathaway, has to back up with the help of Roma with that infuser. Roma goes in, and now it's an unfair battle. In fact, that's Alex taking that fight. Medium versus medium.
They're so separated. They're on completely other sides of the map right now. DRG just splitting apart completely as soon as their heavy goes down. And I know that's been their playstyle a little bit, but it doesn't mean they're completely losing control of this fight. Even with Guga just queuing in now, just being able to get back into the match, they're about to get caught out. They're doing some damage themselves, though. Roma taking a little bit as they heal up, and Hathaway trying to keep them on their toes as they get away. That's the extended mag of that AR.
Nice.
Able to do enough to get one down. OG melts in front of him. He has
No,
just
just
doing a little bit of damage to Guga as well, catching Alex in the
come on,
stairs.
nice.
He's able to go ahead and win that battle, but Roma with the second kill on the side. 1 HP left. He's a little bit left in the tank.
Come on.
He has to go ahead and try to take out E, but E
Come on,
does
E.
get the defib. Knows he's a little bit safer to push right now. Roma has an eyes on him. Can he pull off the 1v2? He's
Come on,
close
come
to
on.
doing a
Easy,
couple
man.
headshots, might do
Easy.
it. Glitch into the
Easy.
corner. He sees Gaga. He hits both with the glitch. Pushing forward. He's
Nice.
able to do it.
Nice
Gaga gets
shots.
a nice one. I know,
Fuck.
OG coined in.
Coined.
The longer the fight went on, the more power in the hands of that medium with the deep with the heal beam. You could just see Roma trying to chip away. But Team Secret, I think coining in there the right call, because it has allowed them to get a very quick approach on this and actually close that distance on A. We still do not have a plugged vault yet.
No, and you're right, this does make sure that there's no setup time for DRG, at least when they do that. Otherwise, they'd have some time. Very quick aggression. This
Nice, nice, nice.
Again. The first to die in both engagements. He's down once more. Alex and Roma looks like
Come
they're just
on,
going to go ahead and
hopefully.
back off and wait for him to coin in maybe once again. He's already down to 2. That is a scary situation to be in.
Yeah, it's a rough round for OG so far. Definitely the one that you could probably point the finger at. But Team Secret know better than to play the blame game. They are all part of this. Alex and Roma unable to join up with OG before that moment. And now we have about 30 seconds already elapsed on this point. Gas canister plonked on top of it. They're building a bit of a fortress, just making sure that they have all the angles available to them. This red barrel could open up a nice sight line to that point, depending on how Secret decide to push it. It looks like they want to go from above.
They are. They're going to try to get in there, but they have been spotted, so the jig is up. They're not going to be able to get any sort of jump onto the enemy. They do drop a couple floors down. See the setup there. Going to be clearing that gas out. But again, Hathaway just from the side, left, right, and center. They have to get away a little bit. Gateway does separate them from the fight as Hathaway actually gets found himself. Roma with a nice pick at that 93R, going to go ahead and take him out. That's going to give a big opening for Team Secret as they look to approach this point. About 40 seconds left on that cash out. Lots of time for them. Gaga and E set up underneath the point. Are they going to be able to drop this? No C4.
Come on. Come on. Come
He's going to go down.
on.
Roma and half health does regen, but it's 2 versus 2 as they look to go through this fight. Half health on both members of DRG. They're going to have to get some heals somewhere. They need to stay alive, need to have the sustain. Hathaway going to be up in just a couple of seconds, bring them to full strength, but then Gaga is going to go down. The stagger is strong. E, he needs to stay alive, but he's
Bro,
the
what
only
the
one
fuck
left
they are
alive is
doing?
Hathaway, and it's all gone wrong for
Seriously?
DRG in a matter of moments.
That glitch line is just going to make it even worse for Hathaway. Almost kicking him while he's down as he tries to take the fight against 3. Really aiming for just a quick wipe at that point, knowing that his fate was sealed and that cash out was already signed, sealed, and delivered for Team Secret. We now have vault number 2 ready to be tapped. Well, not quite. There's a timer on that, of course. Yeah. And yeah, you rarely see teams get to it before the timer.
No, right? At least on a map like Sis Horizon, it's small enough, but I feel like we're so used to these, especially, you know, seeing teams play Fortune, huge maps like that. It takes ages to rotate. Secret definitely doing a good job with this.
Well, DRG, the last hopes of APAC as an entire region. The Chinese squad have that entire set of continents on their shoulders. It's quite a weight to bear. Team Secret just one cash out away from dashing all their hopes here. Grab that vault and get moving, taking some flak. OG being a little bit more conservative this time, sticking close to his medium. Alex, probably one of the best supports you want to have by your side, and he knows it.
Hathaway uses the Vanish Bomb, but very selfishly doesn't catch his team with it at all, which is going to be going in blind, looking for that backstab. E getting very, very low. E actually takes that Roma. That's a nice pick from him. They could have an opening here as DRG push in, but again, Gaga getting caught out away from his team. Alex getting the defib and a kill, but OG going down once again. It's a 2 versus 2 in the moment.
Mediums are the lights that are left, no heavies. If either team can bring them back up, both those defibs spent. But there we go, trying to grab them, but caught in mid-rotation. And that goes the light, down goes the heavy Roma. The shining light for this team picks up a 3-piece.
Holy!
That's a mighty wipe there coming out from Team Secret.
It's the power of the 93R and the dash right there. The ability to create those angles at a moment's notice. Impeccable aim from Roma as well. Look at these shots. Look at that placement. Knowing exactly where to be and where to set up.
Yeah, and you can't blame E for going for that defib. He had no idea that Roma was in there. Wasn't keeping track of the tracers going across his body, killing that light on his team as well. It was just beautifully executed. A pincer move from the pair of Alex and Roma. Now they can set up properly on the defense. They have the glitch just in the center of the room. Why not? Control the space, zone it out. Hathaway trying to get this flank going on the far side. He does take a bit of a bite out of OG, and he gets forced by the long cross as well. But Elix finds a pick at range onto E, and that's a medium down. Devastating here for DRG. No defib in play. They close the net. Hathaway taken out as well. And now they just want to find Guga, who's going for this long res down in the corner. But Roma, he's got eyes like a hawk, and he spots Guga in the corner. That takes him out. One more chance now for Dragon Ranger Gaming. One more chance for APAC.
The hopes of China resting on the shoulders of DRG right now with precious seconds draining from this clock. It's going to be a full-throated attack that they have to get onto this point. But with the gas, the glitches, the mines, the C4, that's a scary point to be pushing into.
Yeah, that's a war crime waiting to happen right there. Team Secret. Looks like they're pushing somewhat aggressively towards DRG. And in fact, they're going underneath the cash out. They were just finding a staircase. Waiting, playing for the drop. Here we go, 20 seconds left. They forced that explosion by shooting out the C4, but down they go into the waiting arms of our Team Secret team. And they just dive up on top of that cash out. They don't need a second invitation. Hathaway falls in a heap. Roma and OG pick up the spoils, and that is Team Secret making it into top 8. Dragon Ranger Gaming eliminated.
DRG faltering at the final hurdle, but Team Secret proving that they belong in the top 8.
Wow, what a fantastic performance from Team Secret. 2-0, 2-0. Absolutely no chance from Dragon Ranger Gaming. Well, they got up early, but they can maybe even head back to bed at this point. Unfortunately, commiserations, all things said. You know, they actually did put up a fight in this series particularly. They got some great shots out, some questionable moves at times, but maybe there's just, it's an indication of where APAC is as a region, maybe just taking a little bit longer to catch up, I feel. We now have an entirely North American and European dominated top 8 waiting to fill out the rest of the day.
Oh, and we're going to be following Secret as they move into these next groups as well. The dominance, dominance, I think, was the word of that for sure. And I know that we have our analyst and our host coming in to talk through that, but I don't know how much you could break that down. That was just a bit of a shellacking, if you will.
Bro, it's
it was
just...
a mismatch to begin with. We felt Team Secret really took the long route to get into the top 8, as they quite often do, it seems, in these tournaments. And it just means that they collect a fair few scalps along the way. You do not want to be on their warpath, and that's where DRG found themselves, unfortunately. So, as we hand it back over to Ardi, how you feeling, man? Let's just get some emotion, some raw emotion from the man leading this squad.
I mean, I gotta say, I do my best on this show to stay non-biased because I try to separate my coaching life from outside when I'm on here on the desk. But hey, happy to see Team Secret in the top 8. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to our final APAC team. All of the teams from APAC have now been eliminated, as Jerry said, entirely North American and European top 8. It's going to be fantastic to see them. But yeah, for Team Secret, for them, this was an absolutely incredible moment. But before we can share that moment, let's go ahead and speak with Oscar. Again, my second favorite man, but in Stockholm. Let's go ahead and see what he's got to say on the stage.
Welcome back to DreamHack Stockholm. Give it up the crowd! Oh my days. About 5 minutes after the door opened, I saw a stampede of people run here, and someone who was already here getting ready to play is OG of Team Secret! OG. Talk about taking the long way. You guys didn't even make day 2 until we were on day 2. Were you worried at any point?
Not really. At the beginning, it was kind of messy because we can't win the casual games for some reason. But when we're going to 3v3s, it's not that hard. It's not that deep, especially against some Asian teams. Because even though they're good individually, they don't have experience against Europe and America. So it's kind of tough for them, and we know that. So we're ready.
So you had struggled getting out of the cash-out games. Anything specific? Because now we're going to go playing cash-out again. Are you changing anything for the cash-out games, or are we doing the same thing again?
Well, I cannot show my stress, but we'll try to cook something for sure.
Try to cook something for sure. All right, well, that makes me very happy to hear. So I talked to you just before the interview went on, and I asked if you were nervous. or if you're just calm. You said you're just calm. Is this just another day in the office for you?
I don't know. Like, I must be shaking, and I thought I would be shaking, but for some reason I don't care at this point. I'm feeling calm, chill, and I'm ready to play. That's it.
Well, there it is. Ready to play. Thank you so much, OG. Enjoy day 2. OG, everybody! And with that done, we are actually finally done with day 1, even though we're on day 2. Now we have our top 8, and we're getting ready for some grueling groups once more. And then later today, we have the finals. But don't go anywhere. We're going to be back after a quick little break.
क्या बेकार हो रहा है।
Being quiet during matches.
Scotty, you don't like being quiet ever.
Hey, I'm quiet when I'm sleeping, except for the snoring.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We've officially seated the top 8 teams here for the Finals Grand Major 2025. 16 teams have entered, 8 remain, 4 will stand, and 1 will win. We're down now to 2 games of cash out. They're going to determine Phase 3. We're going to start off now with Group B. Let's take a look at the teams that are going to be in here and figure out what we're looking at, what teams are in Group B. That is, of course, going to be Envy, SSG, Alliance, and TSM. They'll be on your screen shortly, right now even. Here it is. This is the whole bracket. Then, of course, Team Secret, they've just taken their spot all the way up in Group A. We will see them later doing Nightmare, KCP, Fnatic, and Team Secret. They need a little break. They did a good job against APAC. So, now that we're starting with Envy, SSG, Alliance, and TSM, Rio, let's talk about what we've seen from them.
Yeah, I mean, well, first off, Envy hasn't played any of these teams. But on the other side of things, we have TSM, who has gone against SSG and Alliance, but has been unable to take it in the 3v3s. They are currently winning 100% of their cash-out matches, but not in the 3v3s. So it's a bit interesting.
Yeah, I mean, so Sayo, you obviously have a lot of history as a comp player yourself. You have a lot of history understanding what it takes, a mentality of a player, especially knowing you're going up against teams that you've beat in cash-out potentially, but the 3v3s, all right, maybe not going so well. What do you think that means for this game of cash-out, specifically for TSM?
So for TSM, they've been doing so well. They've had a long road to get here. To be fair, the biggest thing right now is to not crash out, keep that rest going, keep that energy high as you run into that game. A lot of teams have had clashes internally, but that's the one thing to kind of keep together. I know they have experience. They looked pretty locked in yesterday, seeing them on stage. So I think that's their biggest strength, as well as they have great LAN experience, great chemistry. They've been here before. They know how to keep that mental straight, exactly how they need to do to win.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the elephant in the room, though. Cash Out and SSG. They did it yesterday.
Yeah.
It was close.
Barely.
But they did it yesterday, right? So it's day 2 now. They've had a lot of time to prep. And although I didn't get a chance to chat with them yesterday, I did a vibe check mentally with my boy Normalize. And I think they're vibing pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I'd hope so. Like we said, they had a real struggle bus on the way in close qualifiers with the cash-out matches. They seemed to improve yesterday, but again, yesterday was a long day, so they could be a little bit fatigued going into today. We just don't know. But again, they have to show us that they have actually learned how to prepare themselves for cash-out matches.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, this group is going to be the most explosive of the day. Obviously, I'm excited to see the Team Secret one, but with this, we have the #1 team in North America, Envy. We have one of the most favored teams in North America, SSG. We have the most up-and-coming team in North America, TSM. We have the best team in EU, Alliance. This is going to be the craziest cash-out in the history of the finals before we get into the Heat format.
Yeah, exactly. I can't have said it better myself. This is going to be an extremely explosive game. Envy going to be a little bit of a dark horse alongside TSM. Obviously, Envy hasn't played these guys like Rio stated earlier. However, everybody has their target on their back. You don't want to let one team get too big of a lead, Artie.
Yeah, and I mean, you know what? I want to see TSM show up and show off. You know what? I want to hear from some of my oldest colleagues in the game. I want to hear from Scotty and June. What do they want to see from TSM?
Here they are, TSM.
Yup. Their last second steal in the final round at the qualifiers was unreal.
Let's see if they've got more clutch moments waiting.
Alrighty, I mean, this is, of course, from the closed qualifiers, with TSM is playing under the name No Hours. And for those of you that don't know the lore, they went through the open qualifiers with less than 150 hours under their belt. They went through the closed qualifiers with less than 250 hours under their belt. And now they're here at the Grand Major. I don't know how many hours they have now, but it's more than no hours. But honestly, they've done a lot of work, Sensoyo.
Yeah, exactly. They kind of really positioned themselves well in the community. They got some great high-tier scrims early on. They put in the work. They put in the effort, going from no hours to having some of the best performances we've seen for an up-and-coming team.
Yeah, well, and adding on to that, it's really interesting to see a team that nobody really knew come out of nowhere and show us that aim is one of the most important things in this game, because all of the people on TSM, oh my god, their aim is insane.
Yeah, but a big part of that, especially for four heavy-hitting teams like this, it's going to be the maps. It's always going to come down to the maps. Let's see what maps they have vetoed here. First one, TSM, no Skyway Stadium. Alliance going to get rid of Seoul. Next up, Space Station Gaming gets rid of Monaco. No chance for Duck and Cover. Envy, they're not gambling here. No Las Vegas Stadium. It's going to be Bernal. This is a good one.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Bernal, we have the chance of getting suspended structures, which could put things in for a ride and a doozy going into this match. Overall, this is, I mean, we've been saying it time and time again. This is a big head glitch map, great for mediums, great for lights. Heavies have the ability to brawl indoors as well, but overall, we're going to see those maybe invis pad. That's kind of what I've seen out of these teams. That's like a very, very clinical strategy in Bernal as well.
And remember, this is now officially day 2. Teams are pulling out all the stops. We are going to see every single hidden strat, every single piece of labbed tech is going to be coming out here. I have to say it, I'm expecting invis lights. I'm expecting invis lights out here. We've been seeing it more and more in scrims over the last 2 or 3 weeks, and I may or may not have some insider information from Coach Young, but there is a chance that we're going to be getting some crazy stuff here.
Well, I really hope that we do. I mean, it'll be really an opportunity for anybody out there to learn some new strategies in the finals. This is what's so amazing about pro play, is that they can play at a whole nother level, and you can learn a ton from it.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking on what Artie just said about invis lights, because you have so many railings, so many head glitch covers, you can just kind of run free as a light, just only peeking your head while you run away, get that off angle, get exactly what you need to heal your team. But I'm going to be really excited to see how Bernal plays out, because you're playing those rooftops, you're playing those long line of sights, but I mean, cash outs can break out indoors. Those fights can kind of collapse with those long range weapons, which can kind of put fights up for grabs.
Absolutely. We're going to be looking here at all the players. Everybody looks so good, especially Lamp. Sterling. He's even named Sterling. He's so handsome. But honestly, for SSG, I think that they're going to be the team that's probably the most stable in their picks. I mean, granted, hopefully they're not listening to their newest player. He's a grapple dagger light player. Not sure if you know him. Some neon dude. He is, well, probably not influencing Grad as much as he should. But Grad, I think, is going to be a very dominant force on this map. I'm actually really curious to see what he's going to pull out. Usually Grad is stuck on that 9-3R. I mean, we all know and love it.
Yeah.
But for Bernal, there is a chance we see a different pick.
Yeah, we were discussing having long-range picks, but those light duels, especially when those lights are running invis, if that's what we're going to be seeing, it can be advantageous to have that 2-burst option in your back pocket. Take out that light early, stop that H1 infuser, and move on to the rest of the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And just seeing them switch from dash to invis is going to be really interesting in the way that they move around the map, because having dash lets you get that vault, get the heck out of there, and go wherever you want to go. But switching to something different changes everything.
Yeah, but having invis means that you're going to be able to run your glitch grenades and your vanish bomb, or without needing the vanish bomb, which means you can also run the H+ infuser. So you have your gateway, your H+, you have the glitch. Glitches are still somewhat necessary, and on a map like Bernal, I think this is going to be one of the maps where, even though it doesn't necessarily make sense in your head about how you need to go super far, I think it makes a lot of sense in terms of the overall macro of how these teams are going to be playing as normalized playing.
Well, I think a lot of people think about Dome when they're talking about protection. However, we do see Glitch offering a lot of that. When people are forcing points, you can throw a Glitch on your teammate, denying any winch or push, Dome, anything that may come out from the opposing team, as well as you can use it offensively, kind of make those openings up. So, I mean, it's also a very protective gadget out there.
Yeah, no, it's super exciting, and I'm really excited to see what the changes are going to be. Like Artie said, they've been pulling out strats that they've been working on for a while now, so it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, you know what else is going to be awesome? Right down here, it's this dude, it's Oscar. He's down here right underneath my finger. And Oscar, I actually want to see what you've got to say for, oh, now you're here, okay. What do you have for me, Oscar? Talk to me!
Artie, welcome back to Stock. What I have is an incredible crowd, and I want to do a little thing. Actually, I want to do a little shout out if I get the chance to. We have Glorp and Vorp, the aliens. They're currently signed with Holtau. I don't know about that. I'm in the Assault stand myself. They're not signed with Holtau. They tore the sign apart. Glorp and Vorp, we love you. But here's the thing. I want to show you a little check.
Not
Check
banana.
here from the crowd. So I'm going to raise my hand over this side. And if you're rooting for a team on this side, I want to get some loudness. And then we're going to do the same, okay? So I want you all to get ready, okay? Can I hear it? For the teams on this side, what do we have? Do we have loud or no? All right. Just a little bit, all right. And then on the other side...
Huh?
All right, all right. It's getting louder here. The
Nahin.
crowd are going. It sounds like a football arena in the stadium right now, but that's pretty good. I think let's
Nahin.
The crowd has absolutely lost it here in Stockholm. They're screaming at SSG. The players are standing up. I prefer if the players sat down so they fix their setup so we can get in game. Lamp, sit back down again. Thank you very much. It's been an absolutely insane day so far. The crowd is even more electric than yesterday. It's getting loud. I'm just worried where the day is going to go. But I think I want to give it one more chance because I don't know if everyone actually gave it all for the left side of the stage. So I want to try it one more time. Can I get some noise for left side of stage? That was way better. Maybe the crowd just woke up. And then on the other side, the right side. I still think right side wins that. Or it's right side for me, it's left side for those guys. I have no idea what it's like for stage. It's not my problem, really. Hey, Glorp and Vorp have now disappeared. We lost the aliens. Unlucky, they went... Oh, there they are! Bogus Binted. I don't know what that means. Nerf Holtau. All right. There it is. We'll take that. Anyways, I've yapped enough. Crowd, you're absolutely wonderful. Thank you for being here. I love you so much. Crowd, loud support for day 2! And back to you, RD. Let's see if we can get a game going.
Thanks, Oscar. Yeah, let's see if we can get a game going. And, hey, can't an alien just come down to Earth and get his bogos binted? Yeah. I mean, but yeah, it seems like the players are ready. Seems like everybody is getting all locked in. Chat, I want to see from you. I'm looking. I see you. Give me your predictions. Most of these players, you sub to them on Twitch, you get the emotes of their team. So you should already be supporting. You should already be able to throw in those team logos in the chat. Let me see them. Let me see them.
Yeah. Chat go crazy. I love the copy pastas. Saw a ton yesterday.
The copy pastas are crazy.
They're some of my favorite. And, you know, I used to read my favorite off the stream. So maybe we'll get another show of that.
Maybe.
Yeah. I kind of want to bring it back to you guys in terms of who you think is coming out of this live. At least one team you think is coming out.
You throw it to us. All right, one team coming up. It's Envy. Envy has just been such a strong player. There's a reason that everybody fears them in the arena. So I would be shocked.
I'm thinking it's Envy. I'm thinking it's Envy. And I'm thinking it's TSM. I know I'm an SSG fan. I just spent the whole time saying, yeah, I love Lamb, I love Noah, I love Grad, but it's cash out.
But we love all of the teams right now. That's the thing.
We do. I love TSM.
Yeah, exactly.
100% win rate of cash out.
Yeah. All 8 of these teams deserve to be here, and we deserve to love them.
My guess, my prediction officially is Envy and TSM.
Well, I'd have to bring it back to TSM. Obviously, we've talked about the 100% win rate in cash out. However, I think they're kind of going to maybe sneak under the radar. They're a very strong team, but with these 3 other Goliaths in the lobby, they may just fly under the radar, sneak their way into the lead, and make a grand entrance into the next game.
Yeah? You think Alliance has any shot?
I think Alliance has a shot. We've seen them sneak away, kind of being uncontested as well. Honestly, if I had to pick 2 out there...
I mean, let me at least position it this way, right? CBO1 repeater, extremely powerful. Yeah. I even had the mental coach of Pulsar Blue telling me that he thinks it might need a nerf, but I don't.
Especially on Bernal.
Especially on Bernal. I don't think it needs a nerf personally. Sorry. Well, I think that because of that, we have a good chance that Treason could pull out a very decent CBO1 repeater setup on the medium.
Well, what I would say is I have met more Alliance fans this weekend than any other team. So what I would say that they need is they need their fans in the stadium to make it loud and let them be heard.
Yeah, I mean, Palma has something to say about that. But all of these teams, storied. They have history now. You know their lore. You know what they're capable of. This is the time to show it off. I mean, I'm so excited. I've been, like, not only are we hyping this up, like, usually, I'm going to be completely real. When we're, like, waiting for the match to start, it's usually just busy work.
Yes.
We've been waiting all year for this. This is so hype, and this is actually the most exciting moment for these teams. This is the cash out where it's all gonna matter. Let's go ahead and take it over to our casters, Jerry, the Music Man, and Waltz Casts.
This is what it's all about. A stage full of stars. Everyone here has so many fans, and they need you to make some noise for them right now. Give it your best. Because here we go into the first cash out of the day, our grand finals day, Waltz.
We need to hear your voices in the arena at this point. We were talking about how Envy hasn't had a lot of games yet. They haven't played against these teams, but I tell you what, Jerry, here's what's interesting. Envy played SSG and PHL2 13 times. 13 games they played a cash out against SSG. Envy only lost against Space Station Gaming on 2 maps. One of those maps was Bernal.
Wow, it's a real humdinger of a stat there because, of course, most people will remember the PHL Championship. Most people will remember the PHL Champs, where it was Envy that were dominating pretty much,
yes.
and Space Station were the butt of that game, essentially. They kept having problems. They could never make it through to a final round, but overall, in the past few months, when you take all of the cash-out games they played, you're right, Space Station Gaming do have that slight edge, and they, of course, managed to buck that trend at the start of yesterday, booking this spot really early in a game involving TSM.
Yes.
When they took TSM through to that 3 versus 3 and won 2-1 to make it right here. And now we are back into the game. Thankfully, a very short break there. As we check in with TSM on the other side, they look like they're about to jump and engage on top of Alliance. The Alliance are nowhere to be seen. It's actually a 3 versus... There's a 3-team melee on the other corner of the map right now.
Okay, we're just playing quick cash, I see, over on Vault 2, you know. Taking a look here. No, only one player dead so far, though. STN doing that. Right on the other side, TSM's having a good time. They're just enjoying their side of the map at this point. Meanwhile, there's the fight on B. Alliance tried to go for the plug, but they're going to get caught out. Domes all over the place. The bubble, it's looking like a bubble bath outside. As one goes down, Treason and Palma really struggling at this point. Nobody left at full strength. Envy finally pointing back in as they look to try to steal this vault. Shots coming in from Grad from the outside, pinning Alliance into a corner, looking to finish off the second. The third finishes his defib. He had to win this. He takes that out again. The nice shots. It's just Treason in the corner. Eliminated. Alliance go down. And Envy have moved over to face TSM on the other side.
Yeah, they've seen a weak spot in the map. They decide to go for that fair 3 versus 3 against TSM. And they have decent history against this side. We have, in fact, virtually no history against this side. You just feel like they're the favored ones here. But Busy wins that fight. And wins a second with the Shack taking down Visions. Huge plays from the Heavy on the side of Envy, leaving only Arco. But we know what he can do in this sort of situation. 1 versus 2. Can he clutch up Waltz?
He has to pull this out right now. He needs to make this work. Envy at full strength, able to come back into the fight. But TSM, they're also coining as well. Look to Steel holding on it right now. Stu going for that flip. He does successfully do so, but his teammates a little bit isolated, losing some health as TSM start to converge once again. Back on this point, resetting. Both teams taking a short breather, but here's Alliance with a third party looking to go ahead and spoil. They've been spotted. Pad up into the air. They're looking for the enemy, but they've been completely evaded. Looking for more, but they have to have a moment here.
Envy running out of spaces, running out of hidey holes as they feel the pressure of both TSM and Alliance bearing down upon them. TSM are just biding their time. They can sense it. They know what's going on. They've become so adept at third partying. They've learnt from the chaos of cash out over time. Newcomers to the scene, but making a huge impact. Alliance look like they want to make contact with Envy a little bit sooner. Tani throwing out that glitch grenade, and down comes the dome. In comes the dome from Palmer. And there's the steal being attempted. He doesn't actually get the flip, but the timer is working in Envy's favor. TSM coming in, causing absolute chaos. And this is all going to work in Envy's favor. There's no chance for either Alliance or TSM to get this steal. And Busy just running away with STN and the money.
The third party, it was a try. TSM just completely wipes. They were in the worst end of that third party. They thought they had a chance to reconvene to get back into it, but I think maybe Arco should have been more aggressive in that fight. Try to push it. You never know when that third party is coming in, and Envy just making sure that they sat pretty on top of that money, handling that third party.
Speaking of sitting pretty, Space Station Gaming on the other side of the map are just freely getting away with the first vault for themselves, and it is in fact Alliance that come out on top in terms of the kills on the far side. That at least gives them some sort of pacing towards Vault 3. They can get started on that. But look, TSM already spawning back in and very close to that Vault.
SSG, we know they've struggled in cash outs in the past. They haven't had to deal with too many of these third parties yet, though. They've been completely left alone. Hopefully they will be able to perform when they need. Damage coming into TSM. Alliance continuing to pressure them. They're not going to leave these guys alone. Corny! What a shot! And the third! He's taken out of the air! Alliance, you demons!
Alliance taking to the skies to find their kills there. Beautiful stuff. Usually you're at a disadvantage if you're hanging in midair, but let's tune on in to the other side of the map right now. Space Station Gaming taking a heavy beating from Envy. Also now a 2 versus 2 between the two sides, but the medium up on the side of STN for Envy. Can you get the defib during this? They just go for the fight. They're getting the damage out. Lamp trying to spill out as much as he can with that shag, but STN lands the repeater shots, leaving Grad in a 1 versus 2, and this light can survive just about anything, and that might have to be his option here. But no, he finds the kill onto STN, bring it down to 1 versus 1.
Oh, we know that Grad can clutch these out. 1 versus 3, 1 versus 2. It doesn't matter. He's in clutch when he needs to be so. But at this moment, he's going to go ahead and get
a reset.
Caution the better part of Valor. Reset. It's not a fight that matters really anyways. It's a Vault's fight. You don't want to lose that tempo.
Now, speaking of tempo, Alliance far ahead of it right now with money to their name from plenty of kills. That's the only reason they've got a lot of money right now. They got a plug earlier. They have some kills. And now they are sitting ahead as it stands. If they can hold on to that box on Cathedral. We'll see C get plugged here by Envy, but all eyes going to be on the Cathedral as there is a fight ready to go down on the other side of the map between Space Station and Alliance.
Fight happening right now on this side as TSM do look to push Envy. The box has been winched far over across the point, and they're looking to separate. There go the goo lines, keeping it closed. They have C4 that is going to get exploded. Doesn't seem to do any damage, holding in that dome, trying to just keep on it, but he's going to go ahead and use off all the domes down. Utility being completely taken away. Stu looking for those angle peaks. They push in on the heavy and medium, doing a lot of damage. Repeater 1, repeater shot 2. He melts 1, looking for the light. He's going to go ahead and miss that 1. Gets his heavy healed up, keeping them alive. Arco looking to hit those shots. STN, he has to stay alive. He needs to get away. Only 2 members on Envy, none of them healthy, running for his life. The goo barely separating it. That steal's going to go in favor of TSM as Envy step back and lick their wounds.
And on the other side of the map, it's only a few seconds left for Alliance to hold on. It seems like they're doing a decent job of it as we don't see any steal being attempted. We do in fact see a steal being attempted. The Space Station Gaming are holding F with all their might, but there's the kill from Carnifex onto Lamp, taking down the heavy. And that leaves only Grad in a 1 versus 1 now. Light versus light, but the timer has elapsed, and that is Alliance's cash to pocket.
Finally back on the other side once again with TSM and Envy. This cash out only halfway through. Still lots of time as Envy look for this retech. But there is the push by the medium and heavy. They push in. The flip is there, but they're taking damage for it. Paying for their sins. SDN, he's being healed up. The infuser, can he keep him alive? It's not enough. Busy. He's on this store by himself. He needs to stay alive. Stu, the healing is gone though. There's nothing left in the tank. He gets winched in, but he takes the TSM actually go.
And Envy grabbing this second vault, setting us up for a mouth-watering final wave of cash outs here. TSM very far behind in the standings. Take a quick look up at the top left there. Last place and recovering from that team wipe. Right now, if there are any TSM fans in the audience, they need your support right here, right now, more than ever. Envy very clearly going to get away with this money. And finishing the second wave in first place is huge. They can control the game from here on out. Envy have had it so smooth so far this tournament. Alliance and Space Station, what are their moves going to be? We're watching Alliance right now. Carnifex moving from 5 towards B on this Isolt side of the map.
TSM look to be heading towards the cash out, but 3 teams maybe converging on 6. There's the plug from Alliance, going to be starting that off early. With a minute left on the clock, we have to wonder, what is Envy's plan here? Do you try to split it? Do you try to hold on to it? Splitting, very advantageous here. You don't want to give Alliance the ability to work to push you out. As SSG taking damage. Teams just posturing right now. This is the macro moment. This is where you have to make these decisions that could win you the game.
Oh, Space Station Gaming maybe spying an opening here as Alliance team absent, but we're tuning back in with the Vault fight. Visions and Arco get the kills. TSM resurgent. Only Stooge left as he tries to fight his way out, but this is not looking great for Envy. A really critical juncture with only a minute and a half left on the timer.
You can't leave.
And they've lost control of the Vault. 30 seconds here. Arco has to get to Vault 8 to cash out 8, and I think he's going to make it. TSM have hope.
But it's not enough.
It's not going to be enough.
It's not enough. They plug it. They're still below. Envy is happy if they plug it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on the other side, SSG looking to go ahead and take this away from Alliance. They know this is their only path through, and it's working for them right now. Carnifex, the last one, with a minute left on the timer. He could wait for them to respawn, but does he want to try and push that? Glitch goes in. He has eyes. He just pushes. Carney, no! Now Treason Kjorn's in!
And now Space Station Gaming possibly securing themselves first place if they can hold on to it. Now we said TSM, that cash out doesn't necessarily matter. They need more money, but look how close the tallies are. They need kills. $500 per kill. Those bar graphs are going to change constantly throughout the chaos over the next 40 seconds.
It's a 3-team kill race. With all of these teams, all they need are kills. A single wipe could cost you your entire tournament run. Years of prep, and one wipe could spell the end of it all.
Space Station are safe. No one are going for them. Everyone wants to converge onto cash out A right now. They want a piece of TSM. TSM need to hold firm, and they've already lost Arco. They're falling back. Apollo goes down. Palmer getting the kills. Alliance overtake them in the standings with that kill. And now Treason and Palmer trying to rescue Carnifex, or making sure that they just do not wipe. They stay ahead of Envy now in the kill race.
Oh,
10 seconds left for Envy to try and get kills. And they pass them. They go one up. And another! Stooge getting huge, but Treason is there with the response to Arco. Is it enough though?
The wipe!
No, it's not the wipe! And it's Envy at the top by the end, with Space Station going through to the 3 versus 3.
Envy with the team wipe on TSM gave them enough money to make it through. They're passing at the last possible moment.
Incredible scenes with a kill race to decide this game.
This is the finals. This is the Grand Major.
Holy! And look how devastated Alliance are. Look how elated Space Station are. Their job isn't over yet.
10 seconds remaining. And Envy, they were able to do it. I honestly thought Alliance was getting away with that. One singular goo from TSM prevented a kill that could have sent them over the edge, but Envy, with just no time left, Sotsoyo.
Yeah, it was one kill win, essentially. I mean, there was a moment when there was $75 separating these two teams. It was insane going down to the wire.
Yeah, I just can't express the energy that was in this in here right now when this was going on. When we started to realize that, oh my God, there's a kill race going on, $75, and it just turned so exciting at the end.
Yeah, and Alliance had such a clutch coin right in the final few seconds as well that kind of kept them in the run, because if they did wipe in that final moment, it would have brought Envy having such an easier time winning that. But overall, I mean, it really came down to the wire in that final match. We saw some crazy plays. TSM had such a great repeater gameplay and damage. It was all around amazing.
I have to say, I am eating my words. I didn't think SSG could do it.
Yeah.
Here we are. There's going to be now one final round between SSG and Envy. The winners of that cash out, the winner of this final round will progress to the final stage of the Grand Major. This feels like a regular game of the finals. They went to a cash out, now to a final round in order to go through. That's what we love to see. I mean, genuinely though, repeaters. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Just the aim today, even from TSM, like they were just on point. They didn't make it through, but some of the aim from the repeater was just so lethal. And what's really cool is that we've seen a shift from the repeater being this long-range to medium-range weapon to these people get in their face with the repeater and just destroy with it. I can't do that, and I've put a ton of hours in that repeater, so it's impressive as hell.
It's secretly the third shotgun on the medium.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very secretly. But yeah, this is going to be unprecedented. Space Station Gaming, though, they looked good. They were in a bit of a bind a little bit early on, but the very first cash out, don't ever say that the first set of cash outs don't matter. SSG got that one for free. That set them up, because even here, you see almost towards the end, if they didn't have that extra cash, they would have been right in the middle of that kill race too, so
Yeah, it would have been very difficult for them to kind of get that lead as soon as they got that steal. It would have been got down to the wire. Envy also fighting their way out of a third-party situation in that first cash box, which gave them a great lead. Then we saw them fight up against SSG on that second vault fight. Both teams wanted to get a wipe, kind of bring one down, get the lead, but unfortunately for both teams, they stayed alive. They had 1v1 situation versus Busy and Grad. Just couldn't find those picks, and they both kind of got out of dodge and played their cards right.
Yeah, well, it's not over yet for TSM and Alliance. After both Envy and SSG go at it in the best of one to get their qualification slot to the Heat system, we're going to be seeing TSM and we're going to be seeing them go into a best of three with Alliance in order to get their qualification, well, just to not get eliminated. And I want to check in with them. I want to see how they're doing. Luckily, I have Oscar on the stage with TSM, ready to check in on the team.
Right, you are Artie. Welcome back to Stockholm. I'm here with TSM Arco! So, after that game, TSM, I feel like you've been so close the entire time. How are you feeling right now?
It's never easy. It's never been easy for us, so we're just taking it one game at a time.
You're not doing it the easy way, you're doing it the hard way. That's a shout out some of them are gonna get. But you're heading into a 3v3 now. How are you feeling for that 3v3? What about the competition?
So we're feeling good. We're feeling good against any team in a 3v3. And obviously, we want our get back against Alliance, and that's what's going to happen.
It's just what's going to happen. That's what we want to hear. All right, so assuming we get out of the 3v3, there's more cash outs coming. Do we have a secret weapon for a cash out down the line? How are we going to change the cash out and actually win them?
I think these teams know how good we are at cash out, and I think we're good. We're just going to keep playing our game, and we're going to win the next cash out too.
Not worried, cool, calm, collected. Thank you, Arco. Go back and regroup. Everybody give it up for Arco! Oh, crowd is electric. There's so many signs in the crowd. I'm reading all these weird messages. I don't know what this crowd is doing. I don't know the lore and all these signs, but they are weird. All I can say is we're going to head into a 3v3, and it's going to be absolute cinema.
Thank you so much, Oscar. I'm absolutely sure it will be absolute cinema. I'm glad to hear that TSM isn't nearly as unhinged as the crowd. But let's say this. I do know that if the crowd is unhinged, if SSG is unhinged, Envy is stable. After that last one, though, it almost got away from them. But best of one to qualify for the Heat system. Let's go ahead and see it. It's Envy versus SSG. It's Jerry and Waltz to cast it all out.
Thank you, Artie. One match separates these teams from the Final Four and a chance to make finals history. We're going to be back on Bernal and Jerry. We've seen some 3v3 matches, but these teams, not a lot between these teams that we know publicly.
Yeah, bizarrely, despite these teams knowing each other so well and undoubtedly screaming and playing against each other all the time, there's a lot that just hasn't happened. Somehow they've never met in a long time. And now we have the dive coming out from Envy, a massive engagement. They want to go straight for the jugular here. The shot coming out from Busy, he deals a lot of damage, but Grad is the one who gains first blood. Stooge with a trade though. Busy, the last one alive now on Envy, as he tries to dig himself out of this. Oh, and he does! What a clutch up from Busy, a 2 versus 1 against him. And he rescues his side in that opening engagement.
Not bad.
What a
Not
turnaround
bad.
from Busy there. And that's the Busy we know and love. That's the Busy that helped lead his team to a PHL Season 0 victory. A good start for them, but it's not over yet. But with a best of 1, only 2 cash outs. Look at that transfer. Incredible heads-up play, knowing exactly where his team was, where the enemy needed to be. 2 cash outs.
I absolutely love that we're getting to see the Shack in play with Heavies. We're getting to see a side of Heavies that we haven't seen for a very long time. Long have they been shackled to the SA-12, the shotgun, and now they can get to strut their stuff along with the best of them. A nice little position here for Normalize, just finding that corner that gives him the most possible cover, and it looks like he's going to be successful with the steal, gets the flip, but Grad and the rest of Space Station are now all over Envy like flies. Normalize gets a refrag there, and the C-Fib, both Heavies back up, but look at Normalize has now locked himself in the bottom with his Heavy, and they're stuck in there. Fish in a barrel for Envy as they pick apart Space Station.
Oh, it looked so good. The secret hideaway hole ended up becoming their prison. That did not turn out the way they thought it was going to.
No, and Space Station really heavily committing to that early steal without getting any kind of advantage in the fight was surprising to me, because this is what ends up happening. You know, we see teams backed into a corner. This is probably the worst case of that I've ever seen.
Oh, what a self-inflicted wound. But they have a chance to turn it around. There's still time left. A full minute here, and Grad successfully gets his team across. Stu taking a lot of damage as well. A nice drive-by there coming from SSG. Now they have to look to get height.
They won't make the same mistake twice here, looking to find the kills first. Envy holding on high, as they were the first time. 40 seconds or so for Space Station Gaming to not only get these kills, but the flip. Some good kiting going on here by Envy, just stalling, backing away, prolonging the inevitable here. They want to delay the start of this fight as long as they can. Stooge gets some opening damage onto Lamb, and that will force them back a little bit further. Envy playing very smart.
Normalize going for that steal. Repeater shot on the way down, but Normalize gets wedged in. Busy looking to go ahead and get the better one of that. One down, two down from Envy. No, Busy survives again on a hair of health. Lamp about to go down. 1 versus 1. Stu, he's going to clutch this one up and secure the cash out. Envy going up a single cash out.
Envy is monster,
cash
man.
out to the final 4.
And 3 team fights to Envy so far. Not a single one from Space Station. Now, let's dive a little bit deeper into what we were saying, the history of these two teams. They have played each other a while back. They did not play each other at all in 3 versus 3 during the PHL season. However, if you go back to Ape Squad Title Survival in September, they did play a best-of-3 series against each other. It was Envy that came out on top, 2-0 across Horizon and Nozomi. Space Station only managed to get 1 cash out. Envy got 4.
Envy dominant in that 3v3 is something we often associate with SSG, controlling those 3v3s. But in this matchup of Titans, the tiniest mistake becomes a gaping flaw.
And this isn't a best of 3 either. We've just got this one map to settle things here and book a very early spot in that top 4, in that grand final, effectively.
Expect caution from these teams. Expect things to slow down at this point. SSG, they know they cannot make a single mistake. They have to make sure that they are measured in everything they do. One wrong move, and you could be going through an elimination round.
STN landing a couple of good repeater shots there onto his opposite number, but Normalize has plenty of cover to duck behind. They've got a little bit of a goo jungle gym behind this building to aid the traversal. Get the tap on the vault. Space Station Gaming still have to move it, and they're under heavy pressure, of course, Envy blocking that approach. So a team fight will have to be decided here before anyone gets their hands on that money.
Essentially sitting in the middle of a choke point here with Bernal. It's a large map, but you can keep those sight lines there. Some initial damage between the teams. Immediately they reset. They lick their wounds, but SSG have decided that this might be the time. They might be aggressing now. Looking with that RPG. Lamp trying to find something at all, but Envy, again, removing themselves from the fight, taking a moment.
It's such a tense dance, but here's a possibility. Grad regrouping with his team, maybe looking to gain some distance. He finds himself on the receiving end of a glitch trap. Busy being in there, that's huge, and now they will give chase.
He's out of position. They find him. They look for Destian as well. A quick kill from Grad. He's looking for Stu on the final, but he's trapped in the goo. He's chasing, being chased. Stu, can he 1v3? He cannot. SSG finally claimed their first team fight win of this match.
And they needed that, a confidence booster after what ended up being a relatively comfortable end to Bernal on the cash-out round. They need to make sure that they step up here to what Envy are pressing with. We're moving towards cash out B here. And the lovely Space Station sticker on the vault, which you can obtain if you buy their esports bundles. Every one of these teams has an esports bundle in the game right now.
They do, and some of them are phenomenal, by the way. You can see the sets that some of these guys are rocking as well. This cash out, I was surprised they didn't. That's the thing, you don't have DMAT. You can't winch the cash out as easily, especially into the arena open. They're going to have to leave it where it is, and Envy taking full advantage of the fact that this is an easier place to push. They've already pushed Busy away. Grad as well, taking some damage. He has to back down, but they found Normalize. All 3 members of Space Station Gaming just being run ragged. They're chased 1. The RPG, it misses. He gooed himself off. Normalize down. Lamb soon to follow. He's trying to survive, but they've turned it around. STN and Stu. Busy, he's the last one. He's just going to turn it around. SSG on a sliver of HP between the 3 of them.
Normalize with a massive brain play there, encasing himself in goo, becoming a sarcophagus to survive until the later point in the fight while the rest of his team did the hard work. Really, really nice stuff from Normalize there. I'm glad we caught that moment of just sheer survival instinct.
The self-entomb worked that time.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't, obviously. If it's in a pagoda in the open underneath a cash out, then maybe not as good an idea.
But the delay does so much, especially when the health bars drop so far. A heads-up play there, as you said, from Normalize, and that is what we know SSG are so good at, is their split-second decision-making in these 3v3s, the ability to back each other up at a moment's notice, especially someone like Grad, someone that is constantly in these positions, able to make these 3v3s and these 1v3 clutches work.
If it's bomb engagement there, but they do smell it out there. Envy taking a bit of damage off the back of it. SSG have the AK.
Nice shot.
Kill there from Grad. Suj goes down. SCA goes down. Grad making waves here, and they might just do it right here, right now. It's all up to Busy to try and stick this, and he gets the kill. I think he's done it. No, we still have a lamp in the round, and he's got about 10 seconds. He has to time this winch perfectly.
Heavy.
Here we go. He gets it. That should be enough, and he even wins the
Oh,
fight.
God.
Lamp with a massive clutch to keep SSG in this map.
He will not go down without a fight. This will go to a cash out 3, as it always was going to. Envy and SSG, the titans of the NA scene, are going to put themselves to the limits.
You can see what that means to SSG right there. Lamp taking a moment to celebrate in front of the crowd before even getting the reses up.
Dang, man.
That was a huge engage from SSG. The invis bomb making the difference at the start of it. Oh, a gadget that's crept its way into the meta gradually over the course of this season. Roma and Secret really the team to sort of innovate on that, and everyone's been picking it up slowly but surely.
And we saw a while back, we saw that jump pad RPG had started to fall off in favor. You find yourself exposed, as you said earlier. But with that Vanish Bomb, you can start to use it again because it's harder to pick you off. It gives you that opening damage. Space Station Gaming putting that to great use as we get into yet another vault fight, but this time the cash outs are in a little bit of a more difficult position to push. The winner of this vault fight could just be the winner of this match.
And the winner of this cash out could just be the first team in our top 4, as mentioned. Now, Lamp needing a little bit of healing before they go for this engage. Both teams a little bit bruised. Would rather stall the team fight a bit longer. Normalize on Overwatch, looking for an opening. Maybe if he can land a few shots, he can stall this a little bit longer. They do have some kind of control of this vault, so really the onus is on Envy here to make the push. And we have Normalize now, maybe isolated by himself. He's got Stooge and Busy on him. He has to duck away.
Gateway goes up from Grad there, but no one goes through it yet. They might try to glitch it out, but it's high and it's difficult to get to.
That's brilliant. They threw it into the air and then shot it in midair.
Oh, that's so smart.
To take out the glitch, or to take out the gateway with the glitch barrel. Something you can't do with a glitch grenade, so really, really nice.
Showing off that there is, like, the glitch barrels actually do have maybe more value in some of those unique cases. Such a heads-up play, as these teams are just, no one wants to make the wrong moves. Again, it slows down because these vault fights matter so incredibly much. It has been tapped, it's on the ground. The second a team wins, there's no delay. They're going to be on their way as soon as they can to those cash outs, just trading shots until somebody makes a wrong move.
Speaking of trading shots, we've had a virtual trading in places here. Envy now sitting on top of this building. We've got Lamp and Grad and Normalize looking to bubble up. We've seen this on Bernard before. Sometimes these vault fights can be devastatingly long as no one wants to make that first move. Everyone trying for information.
Looked like they were going to go for a jump there for a second. I thought they were going to get the backstab onto Envy, but no, it just slows down once again.
They need to stay hot here. Just because they're slowing down, they need to be able to explode into action at a moment's notice.
It's a coiled spring. It's the crouching tiger, ready in any moment.
Unfortunately, the hidden dragon. Unfortunately, the hidden dragon of DRG had to make their exit today, but definitely still a lot of gas in the tank for these teams. Start of the day, Grad has managed to get hold of that box, just slipping in unnoticed, and gets the gateway out of there. They can make their move towards C, but a fight could happen at any moment. They want to hold up here. This is their chosen bastion, right in the middle of the map. They know roughly where Envy could come from, but Envy have a bit of an advantage here in that they know that they could circle and entrap Space Station Gaming from any angle.
Stu, they know where he is. They spotted. There was separation. He hits one shot. Stu, you can't wipe here. We got the shot. Oh, a crucial miss from Normalize, allowing them to reset.
You've got to be careful with that mantle animation. Nothing you can do as you're locked into that jump. And very fortunate from Stooge not to be picked off by Normalize there. Speaking of Normalize, he's actually taking flak off screen. In fact, it looks like he's about to go down. 1 bar of HP. They have to re-engage. Space Station trying to scramble, but they don't get there in time. And they grab the totem. How is he do that? He's just slipped past them like ships in the night.
You absolute thief! How does he do that? He's going to be able to get the res. That's completely changed things.
Oh my god. A bit of a slip there from Envy as they don't capitalize on the 3 versus 2, but they do get the cash out started in return, so some progress made. Now, where do they set up? How do they do this? Are they opening a wall? Are they winching it out into the open? No, they're actually keeping that entire building intact. They don't want to give anything away. They don't want to spend any resources early because they know Space Station Gaming are right on their tail. There hasn't been a team wipe since the end of that last cash out.
Been a constant skirmish across the entire map. Every team trading bullets, but no one committing. The patience on display from these teams.
And people try to tell you this isn't an objective-based game. It's all about aim. No. We've had about 5 minutes pass right now. We're on 7 minutes 30 left in the lobby time, and that rarely ever happens. But now, of course, that timer doesn't matter. It's a timer on the cash out. It's only a minute 20 left for Space Station to do something about this. There will likely only be one team fight here as Lamp gets started on that steal. It's a bait.
Baiting them out. Envy not taking it. They know it's just a trap. The ceiling completely blown off the point too. They're going to be able to fire into it. He has eyes, Normalize.
Oh,
it hits shots. The gateway gets him away.
Very smart to enable that. And now they dive back in with Envy slightly out of position. But they don't find the opening. Instead, they throw Goo, maybe committing to this steal this time. Normalize has lost his perch. They all jump. They engage on Grad, finding the solo light and ending his life rapidly. Lamp has to escape, but he does get the steal. This is huge. A 2 versus 1. Now a 1 versus 3. Lamp getting the reds back up onto Grad, but the steal coming back in the other direction. I don't think he can come in and stop it. The RPG issue, but the steal is successful. The kill comes out for Lamp. It's a 2 versus 1. Only Busy left, holding in the last few seconds. He's down to a smidgen of HP, and Grad comes in with the kill. Space Station Gaming gets the flip in the last few seconds and puts themselves on in the grand final.
A best of 1 with more strategy, more thought than I have ever seen in my life. And SSG proved that they can take it to Envy when it matters. They are your first team in the Final Four.
That final cash out was on a knife edge from start to finish. And it's Space Station Gaming that hold their nerve. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Look at what it means to them. Look at what it means to them.
That has to be the most incredible moment. Knowing that you are at that point, you make it to the Final Four, you get to rest. SSG continuing to have a quick route, but a well-earned route. That fight, that game was nothing short of perfection.
A historically dominant side with doubts cast over them. Wow. And I mean, they have just swept aside the haters, the disbelievers. I was one of them. I didn't think they'd make it this far. I didn't think they'd be the first team to book their spot in the grand final, RD, but they are.
I mean, what a moment, especially at the very beginning. You could tell the nerves were getting to them. I mean, it took them till the 3rd team fight to be able to win something. But SSG, they locked in the very last moment when it looked like Busy might have just had it in him to just finish it all out, finalize every single thing they needed. This winch, the winch heard around the world, finishing off everything they needed. Even though Envy got that steal, SSG, they were able to finish off that last fight. And I mean, look at this score line. It's so close. Only 2 kills between them. Wow. And I mean, Grad showing up, showing out. We've seen him with a 9-3R on Bernal in a final round before. This is something else, though. Grad really just showing up for his team.
Yeah, I was amazed with his positioning, the way that he played, and all of his aiming with that 93R as well just really solidified how good of a light player he is.
And, I mean, so let's talk about that goo stall. The goo stall on your own body, not on somebody stealing, not on somebody that was going for a cash out, on someone trying to, get the kill, and you just encase yourself in goo and let your team come through.
Yeah, exactly.
Crazy plays.
Normalize had an amazing goose stall over in that billboard building. I mean, it really just bought himself a lot of time for his team to regroup. Busy just wasted a lot of ammo, and that's the big hindrance of that Shack 50. You can get that winch, get that kill early on, but as soon as you do, you're caught yourself reloading. And a lot of times it can put yourself at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, at the very beginning of it, though, it really did look like Envy was standing strong. I was remembering, honestly, for that very first cash out, when they were on top of the church and you had Stooge, the 9-3R, like shooting down on top of Lamp while he was stealing. It reminded me of in the closed qualifiers when Uni was up on top of the Angima building on Fortune Stadium shooting down on Sloth. But, I mean, it was SSG, though, that just came out of nowhere for that second fight and realized we need to lock in now or it's not happening at all.
Yeah, and it was so interesting to see that and then go towards after the second vault fight or the second cash out, the fact that everybody just stopped. You could feel the energy in the arena and you could tell that they both almost had a mutual respect for each other. Nobody really wanted to make the first mistake, so it was really kind of just interesting and tense.
Well, we've had our first team book their spot into the Heat systems. That's going to be Space Station Gaming. But there's two teams that need to book a spot for survival. That's right. It's time for some elimination. TSM and Alliance. We just watched them go up against each other in that cash out. They did not win that cash out. That means they're fighting for survival. We're going to be getting a best of 3 final round to see who our first team to go home in phase 3 is. Sonsoyo.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people kind of liken Alliance to SSG in that similar regard. They play very consistently well. We have seen TSM take games off of SSG. They've taken games off of Alliance. Can they do it here? Is this going to be the moment, Rio, where they kind of break out in this 3v3?
I'm not so certain. I really think that Alliance is just such a strong, well-structured team that you go against a team like TSM, they're just not as well studied. They don't even have the same amount of hours in the game. They have aim, they have a lot of strategy, but I don't think it's on the same level.
I mean, this is a really good time, though, to kind of talk about that whole NA versus EU debacle, given the fact that, well, TSM, they were able to get to that level with all of these other teams. There's a reason that they were in that same cash out with SSG, with Envy, and Alliance, they're commonly referred to as the best team in EU. I don't think that there is really anyone that doubts that. And so I'm thinking about this in a way of, if TSM really does beat Alliance right here, that might say a lot more about the state of NA versus EMEA than it does about, well, these two teams. I'm just saying. So this is Alliance's time to prove that EU is a good region. Kelly, I know that you're also with me on this. I want to see Alliance do well here. Let's take a look at the maps. Let's see where they're going to be on. Of course, we're going to be starting on Bernal because that was the map we started the cash out on. Ban first up coming out from Alliance. Seoul getting taken away. TSM says no Monaco. TSM then will remove Sister Horizon. Played too much of that. No more Las Vegas Stadium either, which means that we're going to be on Nozomi Citadel for map 2 as Alliance's pick and Fortune Stadium for TSM's pick. So we'll start with Bernal. We'll see if we could go all the way. This will be history.
Yeah, and I do think this could go all the way. We probably will be seeing Fortune Stadium. TSM has what it takes. They're the up-and-comers in this scene right now, especially in NA, as we just talked about. I mean, Arco is that standout light. We have Carnifex. We can't have this matchup without talking about the lights here, Rio.
No, without a doubt. I mean, you've got two incredibly strong lights, and even Artie was alluding to the fact that we might be seeing them switch off of things. We might not have Dash anymore. We might see Invis. So I'd love to see how this all plays out, especially if there are any changes.
I mean, hey, in the last one, we saw glitch traps come through.
Yeah.
We could see glitch traps. We could see APS. We could see TSM pulling some crazy stuff out. But if TSM is able to keep up very decent score lines up against teams like SSG, teams like Envy, then we can assume that this best of 3 final round is going to be just as explosive as the one that we just watched.
Yeah, and in that post-match interview with TSM, they sounded extremely confident going into this match. They know they have what it takes. They have the experience now. I mean, he said it himself. He's ready.
Yeah, and they had time to rest.
Yeah.
And this is a well-rested TSM this time around. So I don't know. I feel like this is going to be a slightly stronger team, although that cash out did give some sense of worry. But all that worry is about to be quelled, at least for us. We get to see what's going to happen. It's over to your casters, Jerry and Waltz, for the best of 3 to see who's going home.
A rematch of our first best of 3 yesterday in Phase 2 between TSM and Alliance. Alliance took that one 2-1, booking them a spot here. Very different stakes now. The loser will go home.
All to play for, everything you have to think about. It really is a complete mental shift from that last best of 3. Last time TSM lost this and still had a chance to qualify, and they did so. Now there are no more mistakes available.
Here we are on Bernal for the last time, for a short time. Palmer takes a little bit of a range shot there from Visions, but he's chunky, he can take those. And he'll back up. Arco running Invis here on the light. The Invis cloak, as well as the vanishing bomb. Try and find an opening from the side. Alliance need to be prepared for his sneaky shenanigans, but Carnifex already managed to get through that gateway and get the vault moving. But Palmer being caught in the back by the shots of Visions from range.
Ooh, Treason gets a nice pick onto Arco. A quick res will come out. They're not going to push this one, but it is going to go ahead and give them a little extra time. This is the hallmark of Alliance, the ability of them to use these gateways so impressively. They are going to try and catch them as they move forward at full strength, but they might not be expecting Alliance to be so far forward, but surely TSM must have heard them above.
Carnifex running that M11 is an indication that they really do want to be pushing aggressively and in these close quarters. Oh, a great RPG from Palmer, and he finishes the job. Almost hits the winch for the style point, but he doesn't need them as Carnifex picks up the kill on Apollo, and it's only Visions left, and this is the Alliance special, stalling the the reset here, as Visions being allowed to long res his teammates. No! They know they can kill him, and the heavy again. It's just farming at this point.
What the extra stagger. That is, Alliance.
Alliance are the biggest bullies in the scene, and I will not hear otherwise. Apollo needs to find a quick route to death right now.
They have clearly practiced this. The way he blows up the fire. Don't let him kill it. He's going to be able to do so.
I wouldn't have put it past Alliance to have been carrying a smoke canister to put out that fire with. But they didn't think that far ahead, thankfully for TSM. And the reason that has happened, in case you're wondering what all that's about, look at the timer. Now, instead of TSM having 1 minute and 20 to push this box, they have 40 seconds, and that's including the respawn.
That RPG, though, he was ready. The trap sprung by Palma, not only doing damage, but...
And the squats!
Completely removing the invis. Oh my god, just the...
Palmer's doing nothing to beat the allegations. He loves being the bad guy, and I absolutely adore him for it personally. Look at that. I mean, that's just...
oh my god.
Iconic.
And I mean, TSM, you said it already. They basically just have to run.
Is there time? Apollo's sticking the steal. He
has time.
Yes, they do. Carnifex closing that distance. Treason with the follow-up onto Marco, and Palmer gets his kill onto Vision. A three-piece shared between the 3 players of Alliance. Utter dominance. They're just picking up where they left off, Waltz.
Yeah, this is Alliance showing that, yes, TSM may have the aim, but we got the strategy here. You know, we know how to play this game at a fundamental level, especially on a map like Bernal, a map that Secret absolutely love to run. And as 2 of the top teams in EU, you know that Alliance has played Secret many, many times on Bernal. They've clearly picked up a thing or 2.
And you can tell from our voices, like, the way that Alliance are engaging, they've won half of these fights before they even start.
Yeah.
It's their positioning and their utility usage that is putting them in this position. They just know this game.
And that's what Alliance do. Alliance are all about movement. That from the very beginning, when they formed, they were this team that utilized these gateway movements, these rotations, just surprising teams everywhere. The last time they were on Bernal against 5 Fears, they used the gateway just to juke them out. They were doing crazy stuff all over the place.
Carnifex truly big braining the operation here with those calls, with the gateways at his disposal. But Visions has managed to maybe get a hold of the vault for a moment, but he gets the feeling that this is what they want. And look at that, Arco caught out in the open. Carnifex gobbles him up for free.
It feels like TSM are expecting, maybe they're expecting an NA style. They haven't had a ton of this international experience. Some of these older teams, even though they would play internationally on ping, they haven't always had maybe that breadth of experience. And TSM, expecting Alliance to make moves, it feels like the longer those gaps stretch out, they don't know what to do when the fight doesn't happen.
Yeah, TSM really have done a lot of hard work, as we've seen throughout this tournament, to catch up to the pack. You know, newcomers to the scene but a few months ago, basically in preparation for this event. And they carry over a lot of experience from other titles, but it has started to show the cracks in the armor, those moments. And this sort of dominance from Alliance that we've seen in that previous series, just carrying over into Bernal now, but this time with TSM's fate on the line. And I don't see a way back for them unless they start getting some kills, unless they start doing to Alliance what what they don't expect. I don't know. I feel like Alliance are just running the show here, even if TSM can land their shots.
Yeah, and even pushing so far away, they're making sure. Look at the focus on these players' faces. Carnifex, absolutely locked in. It may look easy to us. They may be doing a good job, but they are not taking it for granted. Palma picks off Visions on the cross to A. That is an opening for them. Apollo being chased. Arco taking a couple stray shots. Totems being knocked away. They're just trying to delay them with 2 down. They're continuing to toy with them. Arco, the only one left. It's falling apart.
All they need to do is guard the totems as well. Eventually, of course, the time will work against them, so they do decide to close this down. There's an opportunity for Visions to coin in about 5 seconds, so if they get the kill, they do! And that is a long respawn timer being hit. 22 seconds. I don't know if they even have a chance here, Walt.
20 seconds to spawn, run to the cash out, and steal.
I don't think
you know, I appreciate that you think I'm as handsome as Artie, you know.
I was sitting next to Artie for so much of yesterday. It's kind of a force of habit at this point, but we'll brush past that, Waltz. I'm sure you can forgive me. And yeah, well, TSM, of course, having to deal with the fact that now they've got to assault this position. It seems as though Alliance didn't need to bother with the spawn trap there. They just decided to hold the point as deeply as possible, and now they have all of the stall, the goo, the flames. Look at this. Treason's in the mix, but he doesn't even need to be. Vision's trying to stick it, but he's toast, and the round is already over before I can even finish my sentence. Waltz! Alliance, they make it look easy sometimes, don't they?
Done and dusted. That was incredible work from Alliance, and I think that was such an interesting 2-0 to think about in comparison to the one we saw earlier today between DRG and Secret, right? Because in some other ones, we saw dominance, but I think it was clear that, like, TSM are definitely... We saw TSM beat DRG.
They're a great team.
They're an incredible team, right? And so I think it just speaks to how good Alliance is. This was a win not of aim, not of like basic understanding of the game. This was a win of this deep macro knowledge. Alliance coming prepared with these detailed strats, stalling for ages for these players, finding every possible way to try and keep them from being in this game. There were basically 2 fights. There was basically 1 fight for every single cash out because they stalled them for so long it didn't matter.
There are very few teams that when you watch them, it feels as though they have the bird's eye view. And Alliance, that's what it's like. It's like we're watching them and we can't even comprehend their next move because they're so many steps ahead of us. It's just incredible. And that is, of course...
Is that goose eggs across the board?
No way.
TSM shut out! Has that happened in the major?
I don't think so. Not a single kill for TSM.
The first triple goose egg in the major.
Wow.
Talk about dominance.
TSM fans silenced. But they shouldn't be. If there are any TSM fans out there, they need to make some noise right now. But it looks like Alliance are making the noise. There's nothing stopping this team. They have the fans with them as well. If you're at home, make sure you're giving love to whoever it is in chat. But at the moment, it's EU that are shouting the loudest. TSM, they've got to make it work here on Nozomi Citadel.
The pick from Alliance as well. It's going to be an uphill battle for TSM. Alliance, we saw what they can do on Bernal. What can they do on the map that they picked and prepared for?
Just a quick sidebar as well. TSM, do you know what map they picked as map 3 in this series?
Fortune Stadium.
Fortune Stadium. Alliance's stronghold. So that spoke to the confidence that they had coming into this series. I feel it may have taken a knock, but of course here is where they want to build it back up. They can turn it on its head, flip the script, and take down the biggest EU side. And they can maybe do it. That's a great winch. Lots of damage coming out from TSM, and they have the upper hand in this fight with a pick onto Arco, but that's going to stall them slightly, as somehow TSM, despite all the damage, have lost a body.
They're playing so well in Alliance right now, staggering and balancing this damage between everyone. That speaks to the comms on this team. Making sure that your teammates know exactly where the enemy is. You can do damage and back away. You don't have to do anything else. You can make sure that they can follow up on you, and you can take the chance to regen. And now both teams, again, just posturing around this vault fight. Haven't even tapped it yet. They don't want to give up anything.
Yeah, and by tapping that vault, you give away information as well. That's the one thing. Treason. Oh, he's very alone. Does know, of course, where his teammates are. Can see through those walls, but
Quick goo. Get him out of the way.
very smart to give himself a bit of an exit. And, of course,
The gateway.
right there, the gateway. Very nicely donated by Carnifex to get themselves moving towards that vault. And now it's TSM on the offensive. They do manage to cross successfully with a smart invis and gateway, but Apollo caught on the other side. Palmer unleashes hell upon him. Visions gets the trade back onto the heavy, but it's a 2 versus 2 in favor of TSM now.
Arco
with huge frags coming out. The 2-piece from the light on the side of TSM. And finally, TSM are off to the races.
They strike back, and they strike back hard, taking the first wipe on Alliance's map pick. Going to prove that they belong to be here. They made it to top 8. Do they deserve to be further?
Look at this from his perspective as well. We get to see all of the shots landed. Maximum value from this 93R and the finishing blows on those last 2. He gifted his team the gateway across. Apollo was just a bit of a sandbag in that fight, it felt, for the other 2, for Visions and Arco, to start doing the damage. But now they've gotten that timer started. What can Alliance do on the attack? Trying to find high hit. And they do manage to regroup downstairs after taking a bit of a glitch to their faces. A guru, just to make absolutely certain they can cross that very slim road. Maybe a bit overcautious there. But they're bringing Goo up with them as well.
And Treason with the revolver, playing a different style than he did before, looking for those picks, especially on Arco, making sure to shut him down. They found TSM doing some damage, but all that damage quickly going to be healed up from both teams. Looking down upon them, dome shields from both heavies. A lot of utility being dropped in. Glitches there, but the jump from Apollo. Looking to do an RPG, but he's just going to get picked up, but Alliance is crumbling. They're going to get wiped again.
Incredible. We have to assume that RPG had massive impact there. It was a well-set defense from TSM. We definitely saw the first damage coming out from Visions on the repeater onto Carnifex. And that just stalled Alliance on their push. Arco now positioning here. This is really smart from TSM. They've done their homework. This is the kind of macro play that we were not expecting from them, you know, maybe a few months ago. But here, they have forced the spawn far away, just as Alliance were doing. And they've given themselves a lot of time to work with here. Well, in fact, no, the opposite. They've given Alliance no time to work with here. And that's the whole point. About 20 seconds left to try and steal this.
It will be a mad rush to the point for Alliance, but they're going to give it their best shot, pushing them into the corner, pushing them into this room. Treason doesn't have that DMAT. They have to get onto the roof to actually do something. Carney finds the heavy, dealing them to Apollo, but he has to actually reload. He needs those bullets. He can't take care of him, but Treason is there to follow up. But Alliance cannot get the steal. They may be winning this fight right now, but they don't get this cash out.
And Arco left alive here, may be able to do something. Dashing out of range of that winch and landing some damage, but Palmer places his SA-12-16 shots perfectly to clean up the light. But it's a cold comfort as TSM managed to grab their first cash of the series. A huge boon, especially considering this was Alliance's map pick.
This looks like a different team, Jerry.
It really does. They're actually stepping up to Alliance's level at this point. Alliance haven't managed to get that macro control going in the same way that they did on Banal. Admittedly easier map to do that sort of thing on. Zomi, very well designed with these tall buildings, cutting off all the sight lines, and always having to you know, make your way to different locations on the map with plenty of cover in the middle of those long highways as well. So
Alliance not wasting any time in tapping this gate too. No delays this time.
Yeah, and that's surprising that TSM have allowed them to do that. But, of course, they had suffered that wipe beforehand. We see some damage coming out. Palmer, huge winch onto Treason. I don't think he escapes with his life, and that is an RPG to secure it. But the back's turned. Alliance now left with only Carnifex left. And Arco will clean him up. It seems like TSM, once they get going in a team fight, they are not going to be stopped by Alliance.
Normally, Alliance so good about putting their gateways in places that you are not expecting them to be, but TSM were waiting. Treason jumping out of that gateway, following his heavy, and immediately getting winched into the middle of TSM. They have found their stride. Second cash out started for them. It could be a reverse double cash out.
It feels like we've seen a number of fair fights between TSM and Alliance. And I have to say, TSM, when they're not dealing with being ferried around the map, being puppeteered by the likes of Carnifex and his gateways, they actually come out on top in these brawls. They have the aim, they have the skills and the adaptability to make it work. But can Alliance step up to that? They need to improve that part of their game as well. We know they are capable. Treason, one of the greatest mediums out there. Carnifex and Palmer as well could easily lay claim to that title themselves for their respective classes. They need to back it up with results now, and this is the place to do it. The Treason steal being attempted and in fact being allowed by TSM to fall through. They do not have a good enough sideline, a good enough setup for this defense.
They didn't even punish anything. Normally you allow that to go. What are you doing? Apollo, he pushes too far forward. He finds himself in the middle of 3. Alliance striking back with 1, but could be quick to fall. Carnifex has to back away. Takes a moment. He does get picked off by Arco. The light taking his compatriot out, but Treason brings his light back up. He's going to be back with low health, but they have to survive. Apollo, the last member left of TSM. If he gets found, it could be it for them. They need to find a way back in. There's not a lot of time canceling this cash out.
And they're playing with their food right there. They knew in the 2 versus 1 that Apollo had no chance. They're just delaying the inevitable there. And once again, Alliance making good on their macro knowledge. They knew that that steal was available to them. Very few teams would read that situation, see 3 versus 3, we can steal this, and then hold in the post. They had the bravery, they had the knowledge to pull that off. A little bit of a misstep from TSM, some mistakes slipping in. And it feels like, again, they find themselves at a disadvantage, but this time it's by their own hand.
Yes, the steal, just they had the chance to defend it.
It was a poor setup.
It was a poor setup. You need to make sure, especially when you don't have DMAT, you have to be so precise about how you defend these points.
This debris can cost you, and that's what they're learning here. And Apollo as well, diving in early, missing that winch, and then being picked off. Everything snowballed from their Alliance will not let any sort of advantage slip. Vault 3 will be available by the time either team reaches it on, again, this side of the map. Next to Data Center, but on the Citadel side. And now we have TSM actually getting inside the building. They can get the tap if they choose, but again, that gives away valuable intel. And instead, we've got a standoff across this room.
Yet again, one of these matches starting to slow down a little bit. Last time Alliance got away with that vault very quickly. TSM not willing to let that happen once again. But they did so well in their defense the first time, forcing those spawns and then falling down. We need TSM to take a deep breath, reset as Alliance moving up this stairway. They have to know where they are. They spot the tip of it. Apollo takes a lot of health. He pushed just a little bit too far, put a nose out of line. Damage immediately rehealed, but they have a moment to reset.
Treason backing off. Carnifex already having taken damage as well. There's actually a lot of damage on the side of Alliance, but Palmer wins his 1 against Arco. That's huge. The light down, the hero player on the side of TSM who has so many moments to make a difference. And Palmer rises momentum forward. Carnifex and Treason close them out. TSM mudded, and Alliance take control of this vault.
With the potential here to close this out in 2 games, avoid even going to that 3rd. Gonna be over here to the CNS data center as they look to try and close this match out. And this is one of those points, Jerry. One of those points, much like Hospital, much like Sector 6 on Fortune Stadium. This is a tough abyss to cross.
And we know how these decisive final points can go. Everyone being so careful, barely wanting to make a move. It seems as though, in fact, TSM are bucking that trend, closing the distance quickly.
So
but
quick.
This could be their last fight. They have to make it perfect. 1 cash out loss here, and they are eliminated. They take height and force Alliance back down, but Alliance will be ready for this. Look at this jump pad.
That's the TSM jump pad.
TSM jump pad. They can re-engage, but they're not going to bank on it. They're going to allow this steal to go through, in fact, and try to engage from above.
I thought they were going to chase after that, but now they're just going to allow this to happen. They have made Visions pay for it already. TSM losing a lot of health for the price of that cash out.
Oh,
Can
that's
they
a kill.
survive? Apollo goes down. It's all on Arco and Visions. They have to put this in. A lot of damage being done, but it's only Arco remaining. Can he win this 1v1 against Carnifex with the others also there? They need to find him. He has to get away.
They're going to stall him as much as they can. No, Treason doesn't want to toy with fate. He needs to get this steal, wipes TSM, and puts it down to 1 final team fight here to knock TSM out and move further along in the bracket.
30 seconds that they're going to have to steal by the time they respawn.
Pretty much.
30 seconds to get there. That is the deciding factor between TSM going home right now.
Look at this setup. They're forcing the spawns over onto the via half of the map. And that's exactly what's happened. They've gooed off these jump pads, and CSM are about to discover that.
No.
They have prepared, though. They've got their own jump pads. The glitch already out onto the light, really delaying the gateway across, and they have to take height instead. They cross the bridge, go straight across, and now 30 seconds left. But they don't know where Alliance are. Everyone is split up. I was in the room with you. No, Treason jumped off the other map. What happened there? An absolute throw from Treason, and Palmer's going to go down as well. What is happening? Carnifex now needs to hold in a 1 versus 3. Can he clutch up? He dashes into position. He needs to get the kill. Unleashing damage onto the enemy. And the steal is successful. TSM take it, and we're going to back 3.
Oh my God, TSM, it looked impossible. Everything was against them in that last push. But a fatal error from Treason, trapping himself in the corner, as well as from Palma, and a quick hole. TSM, what a play.
Alliance, what happened? That is devastating.
Seconds left, play for the delay. He tried to be smart about it. He tried to be sneaky, and instead, he found himself trapped in a prison of his own making.
Well, they're not letting it show, but that is going to rattle them. Alliance, as a team, needs to keep it together, because that is the kind of performance and the kind of moment that can flip the script and that can topple your run. The Alliance fans in the trenches right now having numb flashbacks to the moments that this has happened in the past, when they've been so close but had fatal errors, individual errors. It wasn't just one, it was the whole team fell apart there.
TSM, whatever visions or specters they were fighting,
well, they're fighting
in their mind
right now.
that first match, they've clearly thrown it off here. They did lose a couple fights to Alliance, but this was a far closer match. The kill score way closer, but you can see in that support score as well, Vision's putting in absolute work this match.
Absolutely. TSM have stepped it up, and as we said, when they can take a fair fight, they are going to win it. They pounced on every single mistake that Alliance made that game, and unfortunately for Alliance, they made one too many. But going into map 3, TSM picking Fortune Stadium into Alliance, the Fortune Stadium team. That's bravery, that's cojones, and that's going to require the confidence that they've just acquired from that map win.
And is it earned confidence? We've seen brilliance from them. We've seen, even just in this series so far, we've seen them fall down. Alliance, show us why you are the Fortune Stadium team. Pull out these strats. Will this look like another Bernal? I certainly hope not, Jared.
For entertainment purposes, probably not, because Alliance, they make it look easy, they make it look simple. It's a very quick win often when they do ride that high, but TSM fans, of course, will want it to be a bit more gung-ho, a bit more brawly, and of course, any neutrals, they'll want a bit of a scrap, I can wager.
As often happens on Fortune Stadium, the first couple fights are just seeing each other. With Treason?
No.
Treason!
Not
Treason!
again! What is happening?
This has happened before.
Well,
he's had this happen before on a Fortune Stadium map.
Yep. The good thing is, of course, Treason can be recovered in this situation. It's not a dire situation. You're going to make a mistake in this map, that's the one to do it. Get it all out of your system.
Right at the beginning.
Right at the beginning.
No delays.
Mental reset still needed, though, it seems, for Alliance.
And crucially, the cash outs not spawning in Sector 6.
No. And that does limit Alliance's control potential across the map. They'd love to be able to guard that kind of objective, but now TSM forced back into this corner. Not many places to go, but they do have a gateway to gain ultimate height. They have plugged. The Alliance just waiting beneath, doing some scouting, checking to see if there's maybe a gateway left behind. They may well have found that on their journeys. And they decide that perhaps a tap of that cash out is the way to go. They bring the team closer down. TSM forfeiting that top floor, that top building height, that rooftop, and closing the distance. Palmer now rotating out into the open, where they can let the medium start to do some damage with these long-range weapons.
Two teams that do have a medium off in the support class, but these mediums love to do their damage. They love to work from range. Arco getting chased by Carney. He successfully escapes, but Alliance continuing to run out the timer here. Arco on the other side of the map now. They've successfully regrouped, looking for that thing. Spots Palma. They know where they are now. Again, TSM with the information advantage at this point and height.
Palmer's going here for a winch before they get the engage. No, he can't find the opening in the wall at all. So they're going to go for that skill. That timing is maybe poorly timed, unfortunately, for TSM.
Palma caught him!
Not successful with that winch, fantastic!
Palma caught them on the backside. He was ready for that. He winched him and kept them from defending the cash out. But they do have to back away, unfortunately. Alliance could have stuck to that. I think they should have held.
TSM sort of built bunker here. There's a rather odd line in the sand drawn. In fact, a complete wall separating the cash out from the corner of the map. And Palmer with his trademark barricades, tapping it once again. They don't have many more fakes. They have to stick it for real at some point. Carnifex getting into a fight. The kill from Carnifex, the the claw successful. Visions gets a trade onto Palmer, but the res is there. A 3 versus 2 in favor of Alliance. The sidelines for Visions, though. He has the vision, and he does it. Apollo, a 1 versus 1 now up against Carnifex. Can Carnifex empty that M11 mag quickly enough? No, he can't. Apollo with the shack defending the box. And TSM, for the first time in this series, are ahead and on the brink of knocking Alliance out of the major.
TSM showing up when it matters. A winch missed there from Apollo, but he backed it up and got 2 kills. He didn't let it phase him. Alliance, it was just a little too long. They didn't quite make it work. The barricades were there, but the barricades do not protect you from above. Carnifex quickly taking down Arco, but it did not matter at the end of the day.
Alliance really pussyfooting around that cash out for far too long, it seemed. Doing a little samba, as you are right now next to me. That's a good, actually good dancer.
Hey, you know, I mean, look, I wouldn't be named Waltz if I couldn't dance.
Very true. And I wouldn't be named Jerry the Music Man if I couldn't music.
That's true.
La. There you go. That's my debut.
Was that your contractually obligated singing?
Yeah, that is worked into my contract. At one point I had to do that. So I picked one of the most tense moments in the juncture to completely derail the cast. But here we are. Vault 2 tapped by Alliance here, and they take height in the corner of the map. TSM have actually rotated to the center here, to Sector 1, to try and control, to try and shepherd Alliance. But we know how Alliance play this. We know how good they are at managing the macro, and this is their territory.
TSM setting up on this high ground. As you were calling out, Alliance has control of this right now, but TSM making sure that they are available to move wherever they need to. Crucially, Jerry, Sector 6 cash out is available. Teams want to be there. If you can own that, it could just give you the win.
TSM know this. They are prioritizing guarding it, sitting on Sector 5 right now. And we can see Treason just eyeing up that gate pad to cross as quickly as possible over to A. TSM need to keep pace here.
Quickly rushing across to A. They knew they were going to be late for this, but they can't be too late. They're on the low ground. The RPG does miss from Palma. A little bit of a late release from him on that one as TSM quickly scatter away.
Bit of tunnel vision there from TSM, just closing the distance but not thinking about the position that they'll end up in. And now Alliance in a mighty spot. TSM have managed to get into the building at the very least, looking to climb these stairs. I don't think Alliance know about it. They have a rough idea. There's a few staircases on this building that they can choose to go through. And Alliance are prepping to deal with either one of them, deciding to rotate close to that box for now. There's so many options in the center of the map. You really have the entire sandbox to play with here. Positioning can be really important, but at some point the fight has to start. Apollo and Visions get engaging, diving on top. Out comes a Winston, it misses, but Palmer's is successful. They take down Visions. That's a medium out, and we know what that means. No defib, no heals, as Carnifex takes out the rest of them as well. Huge plays from Alliance, and a misstep from TSM once again punished. No team can afford to make mistakes in this matchup.
And I'm glad you called it earlier, because Carnifex running that M11, it really shows that they are going to be playing so close, this brawling meta that they want to force onto TSM. So often TSM are happy to sit far away, use the aim that they brought in from other games, but they're not allowed to do so here.
Yeah, Carney's playing close to Palmer a lot of the time, which is notable. He's playing off the winch, all three of them are. And that's why you run the M11. You want to be able to just mag dump as quickly as possible in the chaos. You know, otherwise you run the ARN, you run the 93R, as Visions is doing, or rather as Arco is doing, for instance, right now. Visions with the revolver, looking to try and open up the play with a couple of shots at the start. But I think right now the time has been managed so well by Alliance. Apollo reaches it. It's not a fantastic position, but he gets it still going.
They have to get this right now. If Alliance give this up, they are eliminated. They have to keep hold of this. One's down. This could be crucial. There's enough time left. Can they hold on to this Carnifex? He's gooed away. The timer is ticking. They're not able to do it. A Carnifex with the triple kill to keep his tournament hopes alive.
He didn't even need to do that, but holy, he was ready for any situation. Carnifex going nuclear on Fortune Stadium. And now, it's almost as if it was scripted. One cash out to decide it between these two sides. It's been a much closer series than last night, and thank God for that, because really, Alliance swept TSM aside in that last best of three. Look at this, though. Positioning by Alliance, forcing the spawn, or benefiting from a horrific spawn here for TSM over in Sector 6.
They may honestly just want to sit there until Alliance move.
They don't know. Alliance don't know where they spawned yet, I don't think.
Ooh, I think you're right.
They're scouting.
They don't know. This could be very
TSM probably don't
great for TSM.
This is smart by TSM. They're not even letting them know.
Don't show up. Don't do anything. Force Alliance to be the ones guessing this time.
Yeah, as soon as TSM let Alliance know that they have spawned here, then Alliance can lock them out of the game.
Info is key. Info is everything in this game.
They're just waiting. They're forcing Alliance to make the first move. This could be one of the most tense standoffs. This has everything about this situation paints to the picture that the next 2 minutes could be a really slow 2 minutes unless Alliance just get on with it, which is not their modus operandi, but Palmer is closing the distance on that cash out, and all it will take is one gateway. Carnifex is
because
holding
they know that if the spawn, they clearly are uncertain. If the spawn was in Sector 6 and Alliance jumped that way, they may hand TSM that vault on a silver platter.
They may have realized it now. They may have realized that the reason TSM aren't showing up is because they don't want to show up. So there we go. And that is the signal for TSM to close the distance. They just do not want to fight in that part of the map, and understandably so. They will now close over to the far more balanced, the far more dynamic map portion. And here we go. Dome goes out. Winch missed by Palmer, and this damage is not working in their favor, but Apollo does go down at the hands of who else but Carnifex. Vision's taken out. Carnifex with another onto Apollo. This light cannot be stopped.
Alliance, the patience was there. And TSM taking far too direct of a route. I think you're right, I think Alliance sussed that out. They figured out exactly where TSM were, and I would have wanted them to take maybe not the exposed route, because the second that Arco hits that jump pad, trying to get a gateway for his team, Tama drops. He says, I will take you in the room. I will take you up close. You cannot get away from me.
TSM have one more bite of the cherry here. Reminder, whoever takes this cash out progresses. Whoever doesn't is eliminated. The stakes could not be higher right now.
For one of these teams, only a minute remains in their grand major tournament.
That's it. Early jump pad to gain height. They want to get into the top floor of this building. Don't want to worry about any staircase climbing. They don't have time for that. They give away their location very easily if they do so. Alliance, 40 seconds or so to kite away from this point. They need to be careful. They cannot slip up. Moments on the Zomi Citadel flashing through their mind right now. An early C4. Winched out position now. TSM have a decent spot here. That goo is massive. The steal could go ahead. A second goo. Palmer doesn't have a sideline, but the kills come out for TSM. Alliance in the market. Treason needs to close them down, but he can't. He's being picked off at range, and the steal is inevitable. TSM, they've done it. Treason has no chance.
No health remaining. No time.
Alliance are out of it. TSM make it through. Unbelievable scenes. And once again, Alliance falling at the final hurdle.
A heartbreaker of a match. It's heartbreaking.
Wow. But a thought for TSM. Look at what it means to them. They've gone through hell to get here.
What a comeback from that first game.
Let's have some appreciation for these guys who arrived on the last possible plane and had virtually no time to prepare. Late to the party of the finals, late to the grand finals almost. And they've done it. They flipped the script here.
They flipped it. And that last cash out, TSM with the goop placement, the perfect angle denials there, stealing a cash out that I thought they would never make it to.
I cannot believe what we're witnessing. NA supremacy is coming to fruition as Alliance, they fall flat. A lot thanks to the fact that Treason fell off the map 2 times. Treason lost to gravity. That was just enough to change the most crucial team fight in the finals history. This is a historic moment.
Oh, without a doubt. I really was feeling Alliance had the energy going into that first map. They seemed to completely control it. Remind everybody that we had 3 goose eggs from TSM. They got no kills, so it seemed so promising for Alliance, and somehow, in the next 2 maps, they completely fumbled it.
I mean, let's just talk about the fact that right after that, TSM realized they needed to wake up. They did everything that they could, playing for the perfect steals, the perfect timing, and Sotsoyo, I mean, map 3, everything was going wrong for Alliance at the end. It was their cash out in hospital. They had no chance to go there because the spawn for TSM.
Yeah, TSM had an amazing spawn over on Sector 6, and they had a great macro decision to just sit tight, let Alliance suss them out, and rotate rotate to the other box because they knew if they lost one fight there, they would have been spawn camped over and over and over again. It would have been almost impossible to get that over on Sector 6. They made an amazing rotation after losing that first fight, making the long trek to the other side of the map, taking an easy rotation, don't want to take any entry damage, and they played it perfectly.
Yeah, they tried to come back. I mean, you remember that 3K from Carney on the second cash out, but I mean, Rio, this is insane. The top-rated team in EU, the first EU team to be knocked out in the final 8.
Yeah, and I am basically speechless for it because they seemed so strong. Everybody was really hoping that we would have an EU team like Alliance make it through at least into the final 4, but not so far.
Wow. Truly one of the most insane series I have ever seen in the finals.
Yeah, exactly. And TSM, like we said, looking very rough, but their team of adaptation, they've been to land before. I know Carney has as well, some of the Alliance members, but I mean, TSM has been stoic for the entire time. And honestly, this is the first time I think I've seen them pop off.
And remember, these are the newest contestants in the arena.
Yeah.
Alliance has been here for so long. TSM, with the fewest hours, just knocked them out. I need to know more. I need to know who Oscar's speaking to out of the stage here at DreamHack Stockholm in the wake of this event.
Well, I am, of course, back at DreamHack with none other than TSM Arco! Now, you were here on stage, it feels like maybe just 10 minutes ago. We had a bit of a loser's interview going. We walked off stage and I said, when we talk next time, is it a winner's interview? And you said, yes. And I feel like you kind of delivered on that.
Yeah, we won, so yeah.
We were talking about how when you got through this game, if you were to win it, you were heading to cash out. And I said, no one wants to play cash out. And you guys said, I'd like to play more cash out. How are you feeling now heading into it?
I mean, cash out's always fun. Everybody left is a great team. So when it's 4 great teams in a cash out, it's just a fun game.
It's just a fun game. And talk about the first game we saw just now. So if you eliminate other players, you get kills and it goes on the scoreboard. You didn't really do that game. What happened?
So I was like, I thought we were playing terminal attack.
Oh. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Well, get your mind straight, get ready for cash out. TSM, everybody! The day is just starting. We're like not even halfway through. It's been the most electric day so far. The games are going crazy. Don't go anywhere. We're way more to go after this break.
I think it's safe to say the viewers miss my voice.
Only your voice?
What can I say, June? It's soothing.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Finals Grand Major 2025 here at DreamHack Stockholm. My name's Artie. I'm here with Rio and Sonsoyo. We just witnessed history as the first team punched their ticket all the way down to the top 4. The first team who has to buy their plane tickets home, well, it'll be a cheaper ticket. They're here in EU. Alliance is gone. So, DSM, they're still in it, but they have not qualified yet. But we're not done with the groups just yet. We've got one more group left for today. Let's take a look at our Group A. We just saw at the very top of the day, the very last team to qualify, that of course being Team Secret as they took out DRG. We're going to be seeing Nightmare, Kansas City Pioneers, and Fnatic. It's 2 NA and 2 EU, Rio.
Oh my god. I mean, this is EU's last chance to get in there, get in the top 4, and really show us that EU can contend with NA.
Yeah, exactly. And these 4 teams are amazing. We do have that one standout team from NA, Nightmare. Everyone's been talking about them, as well as, I mean, you know how good KCP can be. When they show up, they can carry that momentum through and through, and they're great at cash out. I'm curious to see if we see a little bit more of a target on Nightmare's back.
That is possible. I mean, this is cash out, and that has happened before. But the number one thing that I want to point out here is that throughout the Grand Major, the EU teams have had a slightly tougher run of it. Of course, our elimination bracket being kind of jokingly referred to as the EMEA bracket, given the fact that that's where all the EMEA teams ended up. One thing to consider, Nightmare, they were able to come out and qualify in their group stage. KCP coming out and qualifying in their group stage. But for Team Secret and Fnatic, they had to get here the long way.
Oh, yeah, the long way. They had to survive elimination matches, and they basically had to show that they proved that they can get it into this match here today. So they have a lot to show, a lot to make, and a lot to prove.
I mean, there is a question of if these teams are going to be feeling more warm because they've played more matches, or at the same time, KCP and Nightmare, they're just feeling more confident. I know that there is a couple of people that think that, well, Nightmare is going to be remaining as confident as they are. Let's check in with my old boy, my old gal, Scotty and June, see what they have to say about the old Nightmare.
And here they come, Uni, Gremlin, and Lasagna, a deadly combo.
The kind of lineup that gives the other teams, well, nightmares.
Especially if Uni's dialed in.
I remember when June and I would just constantly make puns to each other. And then I remember when Scotty would just eat lasagna. Either way, we're looking at this now at Nightmare versus King Zero. What a fun match to watch this was. I mean, this was where we hadn't seen inklings of just that insane Nightmare success, but we were almost convinced that, like, the APAC teams had a leg to stand on, but Nightmare, they just did it so convincingly, Sonsoyo.
Yeah, Nightmare is a dominant and extremely consistent team. They've had an amazing run, not only in PHL, Ape Squad Worlds, all those amazing tournaments, but also close qualifiers. I can't say enough about their consistency.
I remember distinctly when Uni was just at the top of the Angibo building. I already said that one earlier, but there's so many clips of Uni out there. I mean, he is Mr. M11 as well. And so this is going to be just explosive, especially when we get into cash out. I mean, but at the same time, we can talk about all of these teams for all of their fantastical abilities. Let's take a look at the maps, though, because maps are important to consider. Team Secret vetoing Skyway Stadium, Fnatic vetoing Seoul, Kansas City Pioneers, no Monaco. Nightmare says no to Bernal, no Zombie Citadel. I thought we were going to get Sister Horizon for a second. I have a little bit maybe PTSD from that from yesterday. No Zombie Citadel, cash out. This is going to be fun. I love cash out on this map. It also means that our best of 1 to qualify is going to be on No Zombie Citadel, and the very opening match of the elimination best of 3 following this is going to be on that map. This is going to be chaos. All of these teams love No Zombie Citadel.
Well, and Nozomi Citadel is just one of these maps that has a lot of chaos in it. There's a lot of really cool corners, and on top of it, it can crumble in some really unique ways. So it just adds to the whole overall chaos of when you start to go in there.
Not to mention the fact that if you get into a vault fight in admin around those jump pads, if a team decides to run something other than the dash, they decide to go for that invis, they're not going to be able to use that jump pad. Talking about also what we already saw earlier today on Nozomi Citadel, where when you have to jump across that gap, on Cyber Cafe, it could just be so difficult. There's a lot on the line for these teams here, and honestly, I feel like after watching the Alliance versus TSM match, these teams have to be feeling explosive. And I don't know, so Tsoyo, I have to ask you, do you think that there's a little bit of EU pride maybe that they're feeling to try to be the last one standing in their region?
Well, I'm glad you brought up EU. I mean, they're definitely feeling the pressure, definitely feeling pretty good about today's game. We do have Fnatic as well as Team Secret being our standout teams in this lobby. I'd like to talk a little bit about Fnatic though, because I know their practice, they love tech and they have tons of documents mapping out spawns, everything, and strategy. So I've talked with Raimkey a little bit about that, and he is locked and loaded on how to set up his defenses and how to spread out.
Well, it's a good thing he's been mapping out spawns. Spawns is right there. I see him on my screen. But yeah, this is genuinely gonna be crazy.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait. I mean, I couldn't have asked for 4 more teams to go in it in one cash-out match. It's going to be explosive. I don't even know who to predict will be in the top 2.
I don't know. I'm hoping the Team Secret does well. I'm hoping Fnatic does well. Just want to see you do well. But I know for a fact in my heart, this squad right here, Nightmare, is going to be up at the top. I just know it. I think that for Fnatic, cash out has been a little bit of a sore spot for them. We have so many clips of Nigiri talking about cash out as if it is a little bit of luck. I don't believe that it is, but Nightmare, they know it's skill. And there's another couple of people with skill here in the arena. That is Jerry, that is Walt. They're gonna talk you through. It's cash out time!
Thank you, Artie. You know, Jerry, it's hard to be a biased caster when every single one of these teams is some of my favorite teams in the entire game. Players that have been around since day one. I can't think of a more perfect match for them being here at the Grand Major top 8 here on Nozomi Citadel.
As you mentioned, Brendy's the only player in the lobby with a less than 1.0 KD. Everyone here can frag out of their mind. Nigiri starts it off with a team kill using a gateway. That is not the frag we were expecting. Raimka going down, but of course he's brought back up. Now the fight we're watching, Nightmare between Nightmare and KCP, going the way of KCP as Llama brings out the sledgehammer. Uni trying to fight back, hitting Brendy, but he's under the Uni, closing him down. Uni manages to get the 2-piece. Can he make it 3?
Looking for that fight. He might get the frag on him. He found the angle, but Spawns keeping alive for the moment. Bit of a standoff between these two. He sees him. He spotted that. He ran with it. Uni might try to punish this. He spots him in the entryway, looking for the kills. All the shots are missing right now. Both lights finding the moment. That's Spawns! Takes him down.
Spawns with the shots to the head of Uni. That is what you want to see. The light stepping up. Possibly the least storied light amongst all of these, but he's really stepping up to the stage here. Here we go now, a fight between Team Secret and Fnatic on the far side. EU versus EU, it's out comes the shot from OG down in a heap at the hands of Raimkid. Comes back from that dead position inside of his own team as Gateway to rain havoc. Fnatic on top there with the wipe. Nigiri closing down the final kill, and Elix sacrificing himself to the gods.
I wondered if we were going to see NA playing against EU here, but that is NA on NA action right now. Again, KCP taking on Nightmare. The regional friends continuing to focus each other. Gremlin, the only one left alive, but he's going to be able to go ahead and get this. KCP, Llama carrying that vault. He wants to get this plug. Fnatic continue to sit on their cash out. About a third elapsed over there, and I imagine that we are going to see a quickly push by Team Secret over on the B site.
KCP moving this box out into the open. Of course, they have Llama to demolish, renovate, whatever they choose. Sticking with this sledgehammer this deep into the tournament, it's not just a niche pick here. Well, I mean, it is a niche pick here. It's not just a fad. He's the only one that's managed to make it this far with a melee weapon. Melee mains rejoice. You know who you're supporting. Team Secret looking to engage with a jump pad up to the top floor onto Fnatic. Do they expect it?
Oh, I think Fnatic have seen it. They weren't able to do anything about it, but they are aware. OG taking a little bit of damage from that C4. Both teams just playing in a circle right now, not wanting to take the first step and get out of line.
Fnatic have backed off, but we also have, up above, Nightmare have decided to join the fray. Three teams here as Nigiri finds the opening pick onto Roman. That's the light on Team Secret down for the count. Gremlin finding an opportunity to try and stick this steal, but it gets dropped to further layer. About 20 seconds left for any one of these teams to do it. Fnatic still holding on to it, but Rainker about to go down. He is eliminated. No winch in play. That's massive. A huge nerf to the defenses of Fnatic on this hold here, and the heals come in, but Team Secret come in. This is basically doing a favor to Fnatic here, but they're actually going for the steal themselves. OG, he can't hold it though. Nakos with 2 crucial kills after Team Secret getting the wipe. The money goes Fnatic's way. Rainker is back from the dead, fighting against the 2 players of Nightmare, but he's done the hard work.
Nagos against 2 teams getting those kills allows them to hold on to it. And with the timer quickly running out, I think KCP is going to get a free cash out on the other side of the map.
They look so dapper in their Stetsons.
They do.
Yeah.
Almost makes you want to put on a southern drawl.
That's quite a good one.
Oh, sometimes it works.
Mighty fine, you might say.
In case of the pioneers, you see, they get the money.
Yeah, shoot. All right. Second wave of cash outs about to start then as KCP get that one for free. Lasagna getting an early pick onto OG before any of these vaults can be initiated. Fnatic holding height here, waiting for the entry of Nightmare. They're going to close that gap. The RPG just a little bit delayed there. Hey, helps too late, but the winch is good, and it traps Gremlin. But maybe sometimes Gremlin is trapped there and you with him. I've lost my brain.
A quick Nightmare continuing to lose their health, continuing to lose their members. The same way Jerry is losing his mind. This game continues to deliver in every facet. Teams at the top of their game right now. Uni getting picked off. Nagos is on an absolute tear across this match. Winning that vault fight, they're going to be able to go ahead and get a quick plug in a moment.
Team Secret sitting on top of C now, but they've got Fnatic right on their tail. Again, this EU versus EU standoff. You know, in my heart, I hope both of them make it through somehow, some way, but the fact that they are the last teams remaining in EU after Alliance's elimination just spells that they're going to be really vying for that spot. One of those 3 remaining spots in the grand final.
With the standings as it is, they could be in a position where both EU teams are prepped to go forward. A winch in from there, Llama and Spawns dual teaming on Gremlin, able to go ahead and take him out. Goo blocks that off. KCP with power play against Nightmare right now. They've struggled in cash out so far. Nightmare have improved so much on it, but they're getting run ragged right now. Uni, the dub from Brendy. He has to hit the shots. He's missing everything. You cannot do this, Uni. He has to. Llama on the way down. He takes him with him.
Llama credited with his own kill, an icon in the kill feed that you very rarely see because he destroyed the floor beneath him.
And that was a wipe from them, so Nightmare going to get that point. But here over on the other side, OG hitting that RPG, pushing into Team Secret. A lot of deaths coming out from both sides. OG, the one down for Team Secret. Looking for that res, they're back up on top, but they're getting pushed aggressively by Fnatic, not willing to let this go with the fight.
As it stands, we're set up for a crazy final wave, but Fnatic are getting the steal going here as Secret looking to defend. That glitch is massive, denies the zone, but the steal is successful. OG gets the kill onto Nigiri, the light down. Rainker trades it out, both lights out for the count between Fnatic and Secret here. A 2 versus 2. The medium's looking to get their reses with 15 seconds or 30 seconds or so left. KCP coming in to ruin the party. OG can't stick the steal as he's forced off by Fnatic. They're holding this yet again. Their defense has been so strong. Rainker gets up. Eliminated, taken out there by Spawns. Do KCP have it in there for a last minute steal? They're holding on to it. They actually survived the drop. But no, Brendy now has a chance to try and stick it. Is there enough time? He's being healed up by Brendy. Llama, are you going to do it? No!
Oh! A matter of milliseconds had to have separated that from being a steal. KCP almost timing the third party to perfection. But Fnatic, even though they wiped, happy to be sitting on top of this lobby right now. It could have been yet another situation where we're looking at a kill race, but at this point in time, with Secret sitting in 4th place, they are up against the wall.
Everyone on Nightmare holding across in Data Center. They have control of that 5th vault. Number 6 is right underneath KCP here. They'll look to get it tapped as soon as possible. They need some say in what's going on in these final few seconds. Vault 5 already in transit by Nightmare. They're going to get that started virtually uncontested, it seems. No, Fnatic having managed to position themselves up here. Nakos holding from on high. and Fnatic guarding that cash out. They are in first. They do not want a split objective here. They want it to be doubled, or they want one of these characters to despawn. This is the one that they decided to take control of.
Gremlin trying to find his way in. They're being harried as they move across this point. Nagos again getting these picks with that F-car. Not something we see very often. He's putting it to good work.
Come on.
Gremlin is gone.
Incredible heals from Nagiri coming out. The H+ Infuser keeping Raincoat alive just long enough. On the other side, Enix hits a 3-piece, no, a 2-piece with the res, and that's a wipe onto KCP as they can get nothing started.
EU's on top.
Where's the objective?
Where's the objective?
Raincoat
Across the map, they haven't plugged. Fnatic have it. They just want to run away with it. The cash out started for Secret, and Fnatic said, we're happy with this. We know we can't lose. Just get rid of the vault. Meanwhile, Secret on the other end of the map, I don't know that anybody's going to be able to take this away from them. Secret have to hold on to this now. They could put themselves in a position where both EU teams will take this cash out.
Only 30 seconds left before that box despawn, so you can assume that this is just going to be a single cash out on this final point. Anyone could go through with the money as it stands. Fnatic are virtually secured, though. It's a three-way tussle. It's going to be a quick cash for the final minute.
Almost pulled that cash out through the wall. That would have been an incredible winch. One of the best plays I've ever seen, but they're able to do it. OG drops in. They're trying to heal him up. Nightmare. They still have all three up. They're so close to this steal. They need to get this soon. Already 2 dead from Secret. Alex is the only one left. Their hopes of progression are slipping away. Lasagna looking for the steal, but here come KCP. The sledge from Llama pushing in onto Gremlin. Lasagna is dead. It's all on Uni now. They don't have the steal. It's still in Secret's hands.
Fnatic have shown up. Well, what Fnatic doing here? They're having a say in it. They don't know. I don't know. They have plans. They want someone to go through. We don't know who. This steal is being stuck here by KCP. It's successful. Llama holds onto it. 30 seconds left. But OG back from the dead to wipe out KCP. Only spawns left. Can Secret do it? They do it. KCP wiped out. They're going to come last. What's happening, Wolves?
Secret, they have this steal. They're holding onto it right now. The barricades are down. There's the healing coming through. Secret, they get this last minute. They steal it back. They've reclaimed their prize with 9 seconds left. They punch their ticket through. EU on top.
What a game. Team Secret and Fnatic coming out on top. There will be a European side in the grand final. One of these two teams is going to book their spot in that top 4.
And Jerry, there's one person that is absolutely thrilled about those last few seconds. And I know Artie is just absolutely crying with happiness right now.
I have a lot of emotions, but the number one emotion I have right now is EU pride, which is strange to say given the passport that I hold. I need to say that seeing Fnatic and Team Secret come through here, both of these teams I have very close ties to. Rainkey formerly being part of Aimers with Team Secret, now on Fnatic, and both of them going this far all the way up. We are guaranteed one EU team in the top 4 for the Heats, and at the very end, how poetic. Where Fnatic, they were guaranteed no matter what, as long as they didn't wipe. When they showed up to that fight and they saw Team Secret stealing, they decided to not get involved. They decided to let it happen, and for KCP, that spelled defeat. KCP and Nightmare are gonna have to go at it in a best of 3 later on, but for now, we're about to witness history.
Yes, we are, and honestly, that entire matchup was insane. The energy in here was off the charts, and one thing that I really noticed was there were a ton of wipes. The cash was really close for the entirety of that match, and it was anybody's game. Team Secret was on the bottom until the very last 10 seconds, and that's what we mean when cash out is anybody's game. It was just truly a nail-biter, and I loved every second of it.
That's cash out, baby.
Yeah, and for Fnatic, we touched on a little bit about the last-second steal that Team Secret had. I do believe that Fnatic wants to fight up against someone that they have scrimmed time and time again. Would you rather face the familiar matchup, or do you want to take on Nightmare or KCP? Honestly, if I'm Fnatic, I'd take KCP or Team Secret. Those are the familiar faces. Do you want to fight one of the top teams in NA in that 3v3? I think they're going to have a good shot for both teams in this EU matchup.
Absolutely. Well, to get some more information on that, we'll ask a little bit to them. Oscar is with KCP on the stage.
Welcome back to DreamHack Stockholm. I'm live with none other than KCP Renner! Oh my days. You know, we can talk about the games, but I want to start another direction. Can we talk about the drip for a second? What are we rocking here?
We're rocking some Jordan 1s with our new KCP jersey with some baggy pants and the KCP bling, baby.
There it is. But also, I think to me personally, the star of the show, it's got to be the mustache, man. Talk me through that.
What's up?
How do you get that mustache going?
Oh, I just keep growing it, bro. Every day, just a new couple slides on it, make sure it's good to go.
You're gonna have to teach me afterwards. I haven't been growing a mustache since I turned 16. They keep saying it's gonna come in, but I'm in my 30s and I'm starting to bald, so I think it's over. Anyways, heading into a 3v3 next. How's that feeling?
A little nervous, but you know, we're gonna do what we gotta do. We're gonna come through and play hard.
Gonna come through, gonna play hard. You're heading up against Nightmare, another NA team. You know, how's that feel? You know, it's a rivalry, it's a friendship. Are we breaking hearts? What's going on?
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of it's gonna be a little cluster of not good stuff. So we'll see how that one goes.
But who's coming out on top?
Oh, KCP's coming out on top on that.
There it is. You heard it from Brendan. With that, you know, another game's coming up. Back to the studio to see what's going on.
Thank you so much. Great stuff there, Oscar. Absolutely incredible. Now, this is a best of one. Final round on Nozomi Citadel. It's going to be Team Secret versus Fnatic. This is a great moment for EU, as just moments ago, we were thinking about the fact that, well, there's a chance that we are in an EU tournament with no EU teams. But now we're guaranteed to have one at the very end. We'll see which one it is that can represent.
Yeah, I am excited to find out. And just the idea that we get one of them going in, it's awesome.
Absolutely. It's incredibly awesome. And so are Jerry and Walt for this historic final round.
Thank you, Artie. We are going to see at least one EU team in the Final Four. Secret fumbled the last time in PHL champs. They weren't able to make it to the Final Four. They have a chance here. But Fnatic, that's up and coming.
Yes,
not in the pro scene for months. They took a long break at the start of the year. Can they prove that they would have been the top dogs the whole time?
They really found something that just worked. This roster really clicks. And I love the sort of diametrically opposed mediums on these two sides. Narcos, one of the fraggiest out there. And Elix, as I mentioned yesterday, almost proudly wearing the sort of high assist count on his chest. And, you know, mostly leaving the kills up to Roma and OG. And here we are already. Data center control established by Fnatic. And this is where we can certainly see Narcos do his work. So much so that Rainker doesn't really have a job at this moment in time.
He's an absolute beast with this F-car. We do not see this weapon a lot anymore. It's Famas all day. But he's not going to give up on this. When the going gets tough, when you're down to the wire, you go back to what you're comfortable with. You go back to what you need.
Yeah. And yeah, like I said, OG's just Rainker's just sitting there emoting for the time being because he's waiting for the call from Nagos, from Nigiri. The light. They get that moving with Rainker, in fact, as they ferry him across. Secret opting to just control the center of the map as it stands. Of course, they're screening B and A. There needs to be some delicate work done here by Fnatic to forge a path towards one of these objectives.
And I'm glad that you pointed out how different these teams are. You're going to have Fnatic looking to play a bit from range. They have a lot of these Beamers on their team. That's their original team name, actually, the Beamers. And so you're going to see them looking to do that. But on the other side, OG, one of the most aggressive heavies in the entire game, willing to run into a room. You could be 6 people in that room. He doesn't care. He's going to go ahead and probably take out half of them.
He's a pretty terrifying prospect. Of course, OG question marks over whether he could even attend, and he's got a load of people behind him right now. Representing Russia, making him the only Russian at this event.
A lot
riding, a lot resting on his shoulders, you know, yeah. And now we have the closing moments. Here Reimka closes it down, and Nigiri gets the final shots there. But a trade comes out as Reimka is felled. The res is going to come through, but the trade is there again. Heavies and mediums up, both lights down. Can Elix come up with the goods on this F-car? OG comes out with the kill. Reimka with one as well. It's 1 versus 1. And Reimka is the one left standing atop piles of coins.
Reimka taking down his previous team, showing the Fnatic dominance in the first team fight of the match, but there are so much more to come. The vault not even plugged yet. The shots from Nigiri getting that initial fight, OG going down, but the recovery from Team Secret, the tenacity of this team, their ability to snap back and hold. Alex, I think one of the most improved mediums in the entire scene in this game. For so long, he was playing with his brother, who could not be here, and for ages, it felt like they could not get past that hurdle, but now Team Secret, over the months, over this past year, have shown so much desire, the drive to improve.
C4 set underneath here by Secret. Looking to immediately drop it. That debris comes down, though, maybe a bit more destruction than they were bargaining for. And that is a signal to Fnatic that they are close by. Now Coast patrolling, we need to see where these winches go. They're going to really determine this. Reimka will have a big say in what happens. Not only does he hold the winch for that engagement, but also for any sort of objective stalling. The glitch trap being brought here by Elix, shown only at this tournament, and Elix tries to stick the steal. It looks like he's going to hold it.
They're pushing in very aggressively. He actually gets that Fnatic. The destruction was in their way. They weren't able to do any punishing, and now Team Secret getting away with murder, essentially. Getting rid of that jump pad. They're already fighting in the hallways there. You can see Roma being pushed very aggressively by the light of Fnatic. They've dropped onto the other two. They know that they're separated. Punishing the movements, punishing the disappointment. Secret losing on that cash out. It's going to be turned around, most likely going in favor of Fnatic.
Yeah, only about 30 seconds left here, and a long enough time here on the spawn that we can safely say this is Fnatic's cash to kick things off. They are now one cash out away from booking their spot in the grand final. What an exceptional series of moves there by Fnatic. They really just controlled the movement so nicely. And then, honestly, in a fair fight between these two sides, when it comes down to a scrap at close range, I'm backing Fnatic.
They seem to just have that split-second decision-making. When Roma gets pushed away, Nigiri chasing him and then immediately turning away. The comm was obviously made. Roma is low. Ignore him. Focus on the two that we found, making sure that they know they're separated and they can punish in a 3v2.
I get the feeling that Secret are going to need to find every strategic advantage they can to topple Fnatic on a map like Nozomi, where it can be so brawl-centric. Roma rejoining with his team here. Of course, this vault needs to be moved.
Secret not out yet, of course. They're pulling out things that we haven't seen in a long time. The glitch trap, the vanish bomb being pioneered by Roma. Lots of creativity on this squad.
Deception and devastation, their name, but the glitch doesn't really connect. That barrel having a smaller radius, of course. And there's, of course, a dive. Can they find Nigiri at the end of this? Oh, so close. Elix can't quite land the shots, though. And in goes OG.
Very aggressive push from OG, but Reimka is there in spades, able to go ahead and take him down. Elix with an RPG to the face, losing his health. He needs to escape, but he cannot. He is down. Roma, the last one left. He is taking care of one. Can he take care of the nest? They're going for the long res. Fnatic trying to take a moment, but can he punish? Vaulting. He vaulted on the wrong wall. He has to get away now. He's being pushed by all three. Just running at him like a steamroller.
Wow. Ruthless from Fnatic as they take yet another team fight here, running over Team Secret like a steamroller, as you say. And the destination, it seems, for this box. In fact, they're moving towards the middle of the map. It seems they're undecided at this point which direction they're going. Nope. We see the gateway positioned, taking it all the way to C. And here, delaying the travel through the gateway to push the spawns further away. I like that from Reimka. Nice heads-up movement.
Secret have to figure out how to get here. Pretty much every point on this side, so difficult to push to, but Secret have found their way in relatively unscathed. Not a lot of damage done to them. They're going to be able to take this fight on even terms, but it's going to be up in close. We talked about OG. He's so good. If he's hitting, he's going to be able to take it to Fnatic. They're right on the other side of that wall. C4 does go off. A lot of damage. OG taking an RPG. They're also low. Ramkey is out for blood. He's chasing after him, but he's getting melted. Alex takes that one down, adds another Nux to the tally, but they're being on the run. They have to get away.
Nakos get so many kills here. They're all low HP, but the heals are just enough from Team Secret to keep them in it. It's a 1 versus 2 now, as down goes so many players. Nagiri, the last one standing. OG and Roma cleaning it up, and they should get the steal here.
It's not over yet. This is a best of 1. There is nowhere to run. You cannot make these mistakes. 1 cash out and you are in the final 4.
All right, building the defenses now. Team Secret looking for a position. Roma ready to, again, manipulate the spawn, push it over to that far via side of the map. And it's worked out quite nicely. 40 seconds left or so. Team Secret, they've had the distance closed very rapidly here by Fnatic. Not much resistance on the cross here. 30 seconds here for Fnatic to dive on and get the steal.
Everything on the point being destroyed. If Fnatic get this, they will make it through. It's all on Secret to hold. They're doing well so far. Damage being thrown into Ramkey. He's gone.
Chaos.
Roma, the first blood. He takes them out. Nagiri falls as well. It's all on Nagos. He does have the defib, but the entire team is there. Eats the defib, and Secret continue the match.
Team Secret forcing it to a 3rd cash out here on the Zomi Citadel. This is for that free spot in the grand final. And it's coming down to the last one. Team Secret scouting out, finding out where Vault 3 is now. Very close to A, notably. Not much distance between the two. They can probably directly gateway. So when Fnatic spawn, they're going to see this and head straight to A to make sure that doesn't happen.
Tapping the vault on Secret. And the Vanish Bomb to make sure they can get to height without issues. This will be a battle of positioning. As everybody knows, A is the goal here.
Oh, an early engagement as well. They decide to don't worry about the vault fight at all. OG taking a lot of damage here, and they try and close him down, but the heals are there. He loses his life, however. Rainker taken out as well in the mix. In fact, no, he's the last one standing. Everyone else on Fnatic has gone down to the hands of Roma and Enix, who are off by themselves, just murdering the medium and light. That was a brilliant 2 versus 2 they took.
The tides feel like they may be turning, Jerry. Fnatic starting off so strong, but Secret clapping back. We deserve the Final 4. We are the best EU team in this tournament.
There is still a chance, of course, for either team to make it after this loss, but they need this. They want this. They want that break between now and the grand final. C4 and Glitch Mine placed on top of the cash out, something we have not said in almost a year in terms of the competitive meta at this point. Elix really digging through the annals of competitive history to pull that one out here on the grand stage. Now Post closing the distance alongside the rest of Fnatic, and they can open this wall potentially and wince it inside for the steal. Nagiri has a bit of a sight line, looking to maybe get some damage out before the engagement, being really careful about it. Nice preemptive goo there, but they can't get the shots onto the C4. Rainker deciding to back up. Team Secret still just waiting for enough of a signal to pull the trigger.
Trying to get a head peek there so he can start to steal and keep himself safe. He is going to force them out though, Ramkey, but they're engaging on the other two. They're going to ignore the flip entirely. They want to get the kills. Bloodthirsty Team Secret chasing after them. Nagos very, very low, trying to keep his team healthy, but the damage is going the other way. No, but it's turned! They managed to take Fnatic out, only Nagos left.
And that's it! He's taken out by OG. That's a wipe going the way of Team Secret. Fnatic taken out, and with the time, this is very dicey. We've got about 15 seconds before Fnatic spawn back in. It is going to be a mad dash to this cash out. Team Secret may be thinking back. Could have taken a leaf out of Alliance's book there. They knew the last player was only one. And now they have to survive yet another team fight. But the odds are heavily in their favor on this defense.
It's not looking good for them, but we've seen these flips before. We saw these flips in our last series. There's still time. Anything can happen in the finals. Roma's been found. Nagiri has him. He knows that they're separated. They drop to the point. They're going for the steal. He's trying for it, but Nagas is gone. One more is gone. Nagiri is gone. Ramkey is left, but he cannot do it. Secret are in your final 4.
OG with 4 kills at the end to seal the deal. But Team Secret, coming from behind in the series, to take it and book their spot in the Final Four. They are overjoyed, Fnatic devastated, but there will be another chance.
They had the longest road to get here. Secret going so far, falling so many times, and finally, they put it together.
It had to go to the third cash out. We saw it with Envy versus SSG. We saw it here with Team Secret versus Fnatic. The two titans of EU who have made it this far. Only one is able to mark that first spot to represent, but Fnatic's not out of it yet. They still have another chance to qualify, but for Team Secret, they can rest easy knowing that they are in the top 4. They are marking the very first round for EU.
Absolutely. That was an incredible performance. They started off really slow. Team Secret seemed to be stumbling at every turn and corner, but they found their tempo, they found their momentum, and they just continued to steamroll on the second half of that map. It was impressive.
Yeah, I think the big swap was that recovery after a massive plug and spawn manipulation from Rainkey and Fnatic. But they took a massive C4 and was able to turn that fight around and swing it against Fnatic and take that second cash out. That, to me, was the pivotal moment in that game.
After the third team wipe, you could see the moment where Team Secret just takes a second to recombine their forces and figure out exactly what to do to just stop, reset the tempo, and re-pace. And that's what the game is all about, is pacing. There is so much that goes into the different concepts of final round format, 3v3, and cash out especially. But in Rio, how incredible is it that we actually are guaranteed one EU team and possibly another one? We'll find out a little bit more, though, because we have a winner's interview with Oscar on the stage.
Right, you are already. Welcome back to Stockholm. I'm standing with Team Secret, Helix! Second team to join the top 4. Let me say it for the first time this day. You've officially reached the finals. How do you feel, my friend?
I'm so stressed, bro. Like, I'm shaking. Like, the hype was insane. There is so much pressure. We were not expecting to come here. Like, top 4 for us is already insane. With everything we go through with OG, coming from Russia, like, it's insane for us.
I mean, the road has been long. A couple of months ago, you actually slept on my spare bed because your Airbnb got canceled. I didn't really think at that time we'd go from sharing a bed to sharing a stage, but I'm happy you're here now, man, and you're heading into the top 4. Any prediction? Are we winning everything?
To be honest, we came here to win. We are top 4, so we can take the win, maybe.
There it is, everybody, Helix! With that, back to the studio. There's more games to go.
Thank you so much, Oscar. That's my medium. That's my Helix right there. Love the energy out there. And yeah, so, I mean, this is it. We have some EU representation. We didn't think that would happen. Speaking of EU representation, now on this desk featuring Jerry.
Thank you, Fnatic. Thank you, Secret. You've given me really something to celebrate here. Secret especially, of course. That was a barn burner of a series. Well, a barn burner of best of 1, I suppose. Yeah. It feels almost strange that wasn't a best of 3. But yeah, it's just entertaining to watch these two sides go at it.
Yeah, it was fantastic, and especially, I mean, I already said it best, having one EU rep guaranteed in that top 4 is gonna be amazing to see, seeing how they stack up against NA rep already there.
Well, if you want to see another bit of NA on NA battle, you said, hey, that should have been a best of 3. I got some news for you. We got these two teams here, Pioneers and Nightmare. They're about to play a best of 3, but one of these teams is going home. So, let's see this out here. In order to bring that action, we've got Rio and Waltz.
Thank you so much, Artie. We are going to bring you the action, as you said, and get started on the Zomi Citadel with KCP versus Nightmare. One of them will take it on, and the other one will go home.
How do I choose between some of my favorite players in the game? Lasagna and Uni, players that I have been watching and loving for years at this point. Gremlin, somebody that came in and just absolutely fit into the squad like a glove. Llama and Brendy, two players that I have loved to talk to. Spawns, who has tried so hard. He has improved so much. And Brendy kicking it off fast with a quick kill onto Gremlin. Lasagna as well, pulling away. KCP drawing first blood.
Absolutely. Nightmare down a member. They're trying to struggle a little bit to figure out their next footing. KCP, though, have slowed things down just a little bit. They're exposing themselves in the middle just a hair, and you can tell that Lasagna figured out where they are just from that tiny little foot. But now the engagement is kicking off. A winch claw that went nowhere, did not connect with Uni. He is now dashing around. He wants to try and connect with that vault.
Oh, Uni. We know how good he is with the dash, is the ability to move around. And the question for me is, did Llama decide to go with the sledge that we all love him for? He has decided to opt for the SA-12, a choice that in 3v3s I think is probably the better choice. The versatility that he has shown, starting only this year.
Oh, yeah.
Being a sledge main and then learning a weapon mid-season.
Absolutely. It's second to none, and really amazing that he can switch back and forth with the engagement kicking off in that stairwell, forcing them to push back all of KCP incredibly low. But look, this Gremlin and Lasagna surviving on just a sliver, and Lasagna switching back to heal up his teammate, but could not do it. He's the only remaining person. KCP is pushing them back. They're charging at them, but they're stalling as well. They do not want to give him the kill. They do not want to give him the satisfaction of wiping his team, and they're just going to play with him like a cat with a dead mouse.
Oh, I tell you what, Rio, the Pioneers are on fire right now. They found Lasagna. They're going to go ahead and put him in the grave 6 feet under. Nothing like the Pioneers. They have found their stride. Spawns is absolutely dominating.
Absolutely. It's an incredible performance. Nightmare seems to be struggling at every corner. KCP has the setups. They have the time, and even look at them right now. You can tell that they are getting prepared for this next spawn to come back in and just absolutely stop them dead in their tracks.
And it is rare to see Nightmare this harried in a 3v3. One of the greatest 3v3 teams in the game right now. And it is... seeing them not even getting kills is surprising. They're in the fight right now, pushing towards this point. Precious seconds left on the clock as they look to go and get this steal. Goo being thrown down. Gremlin looking to make sure he can get this in place. He has the dome shield, but the height advantage is there. Lasagna already going down. Again, no kills on the side of Nightmare. They're unable to go ahead and get any feet underneath them. Brandy taking out Lasagna, already dead. Gremlin with only a few HP. Uni goes down. Finally, Gremlin strikes back, but the time is gone, and he falls to the RPG. Again, KCP with a wipe.
It is looking so one-sided now. Waltz, Nightmare needs to figure something out, and they need to figure it out right now. This next vault is going to be so important for them to try and intercept it, get the plug, and get something going. I think that Nightmare is an extremely strong defensive team, but the fact is that we have not been able to see them get on their defense even once. They're always on the offensive side.
Uni is normally so good at locating the enemy team, being able to provide them the #1 support in the qualifiers. Uni, a player that we normally know for his frags, able to do both, supporting his team and giving them the opportunities to shine. But right now, he's being shut down. It is a best of 3. Plenty of time for them to reset and figure this out. But right now, KCP are on fire. Grand Theft Vault right now as he nabs it off the floor and runs to the other side of the map.
This is a perfect opportunity for Nightmare to start building some momentum. This is exactly what I was just saying, that they need a minute to set up their defenses. And once they do, they can let Uni go and flank around a corner, and that's when he really shines. He can really get those picks that he needs with the engagement already kicking off. KCP taking a little bit of damage. Brindy going down almost halfway health. Now they're trying to find a new way into this fight. They go for Lasagna. Look at this. Lasagna gets a kill, followed up by Uni. One person left, and Lava just decides to explode himself to wipe his team.
The Nightmare strike back. It is not over so quickly, KCP. You have to work for this one. You need to put in the effort.
Well, I love it. We have a match on our hands. Finally, they have come alive. And I'm going to stand behind what I said. They're a defensive team. Look at this. Look at their setup right now as well. They're trying to get to the high ground. And look at Uni. He's now throwing a barrel, trying to find any opening that he can. Lasagna as well, posturing themselves up, just being ready for any place that KCP can start their movement. KCP now throwing a gateway, bringing all their teammates into this building, and they're about to start the engagement.
Pushing up, taking this from the low ground. KCP, not one to rush into things. Taking this slowly. Making sure that they're not putting a foot out of place. Blocks himself off from winching this cash out a little further into the room. I would have expected him to maybe try to throw the goo a little bit past it. block off some angles, but instead, they need to drop it down further. There's the winch this time. Hits it, goo, blocks us off. A hallmark of KCP, play around that goo, but you can't goo off the ceiling when they blow it up with C4. KCP getting dropped on by Nightmare, but they get the first blood. Uni goes down to a C4 from Llama, as Llama, Lasagna and Gremlin, melted by the side of KCP. They're gonna steal it, and that's done in 2! KCP take map 1!
There's no time left. I can't believe this. What an incredible performance by KCP. Nightmare barely had any opportunity to do anything on this entire map. If that's what we're looking forward to, this is going to be insane going into the next one because Nightmare's up against it.
The Pioneers, not one of those teams that most people would rank at the top. Consistently around the middle ground, occasionally reaching the heights in the NA region. But taking down Nightmare, something that they have struggled to do in the past. Look at that. They know the job is not done, though. That is full game mode on for these guys, and a single kill for the entire side of Nightmare. A kill apiece.
Yeah, Brindy got 3 kills himself, so he basically did all of Nightmare's kills. That is just heartbreaking. And like, I can't stress, if you're new to this game, Nightmare has been a name. They have been a staple. They are a team that people fear. They let them have their own cash out. People just don't bother them. They're that afraid of them. And KCP comes up with a performance like that, and they are just absolutely obliterating them. What is going on, Waltz?
It's just incredible. I think, for me, the difference has got to be Spawns.
Yeah.
Spawns showing up, winning not just the light battles, putting up these insane numbers, 5 kills from him. And we move directly into this next map now, Fortune Stadium.
Oh, absolutely. It really is the battle of lights. Spawns versus Uni. Who is the better one? Who has the better positions? And who can get those incredibly powerful flanks? But we will be going to Fortune Stadium, which is my favorite map. Maybe Nightmare will find some good fortune on Fortune Stadium.
Well, here's to hope for. Going out in 2 is not the end that Nightmare would have hoped for. Qualifying so quickly in the day. But they did have a long route through the close qualifiers. The team can struggle sometimes, but we know that they have the ability to pull it back. As we move into this match, the vault fight will determine so much.
Absolutely, and the vault has been spawned in the middle. Both teams are making their approach. It almost looks like Nightmare might make it there first, but I'm not sure if they're going to go for a setup and just wait for KCP to go there before going for the tap on the vault.
Team is just positioning at the moment. One up on Hotel, the other positioning closer to the actual vault itself. We may see a tap come in. There's the tap from Gremlin. Gets the map moving, no delays here. He wants to wrap this up, get this match started. And initial shots from range. Lasagna with that repeater, but he's being harried on the backside. Uni does give him some heals up. Returned in kind from Lasagna. And Llama, now the one on the back foot. He's being healed up by his team. A dome shield goes down to protect them. Is on the low ground. Nightmare struggling a bit. Lasagna goes down, separated from his team. KCP containing and remaining dominant on that high ground.
Yeah, and it's so unfortunate that they're already down a member. 20 seconds left on that coin, but all of KCP, they are playing incredibly close together. The second that they get in any danger, they try and regroup, and I think that that is amazing team play from a team like this. Now, Spawns took that vault and has gotten the plug. The time is started and is about to start ticking down.
Setting up above. KCP being smart with where they are, knowing that they have the time here. They have the comfort of space. Having a map up here gives them a little bit of leeway. But the finals is not a game where you take things lightly. It is not a game where you rest upon your laurels. Things can turn around in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, and this sector that they're in right now is so unique because there are 4 more levels that they can drop down, manipulate, pull it out in the open, and really do anything that they want. I'm a little surprised that they haven't moved this any further, but look at where they're set up right now. KCP, 1 floor below. They are ready for Nightmare to drop it down and then go for it again. This is a great play. Let's see how it plays out.
Dropping down. Gremlin looking at an RPG. He hits on many. He's looking for the kill. He hasn't finished him yet. Finally, he takes him out. Gremlin with 1. Looking for the second. Gremlin with 2, trying to find the third. He knows where he went. Can he find him? Gremlin looking for that third. They're going to stall him out. Winning the fight single-handedly. Gremlin taking out 2, and now Brendy stuck. Has looking to jump off the edge of the map. Will use the jump head, trying to winch him back. Gremlin will not let him go without just a little bit more.
Well, and I want to point out too that the stalls hurt. They hurt your confidence. They hurt your speed, your momentum, everything that you're trying to do with your team. It's a mental game on top of everything else. And little plays like this, even if that winch claw would have gone off, it would have just been insult to injury on top of everything. But we finally have Nightmare back in the arena, showing us that last map, probably just a fluke.
And Spawns. Oh, Spawns getting picked up by Lasagna at the last second. They had a death push to try to get this steal, but with the light being gone, that's a huge part of your heals gone in a moment. Nightmare showing that the first map is not how this goes. We will fight to the bitter end.
And you know what? Even in some best of threes, we do see teams that play differently in the first map. You use that to feel out your opponent. You see what they're going to do, what strategies you haven't seen, and really let it unfold from there. So, seeing that turn, maybe that's what Nightmare is doing here. They wanted to spin that first map, just feeling it out, and they're just going to take it in these next two. Next vault has been spawned. Nobody wants to go towards it just yet. They're kind of posturing on top of these rooftops. Nightmare does have a little bit of a height advantage, but again, this vault is very far off. Gateway now been set up by Brendy. They're going through it and ready to, by Spawns, and they went through it and ready to go for the next vault.
Nightmare. The cash out being on C, such a fascinating cash out to have. It's not over on the Sector 6 we so often talk about, that I'm sure people are tired of hearing about by now. Sector 6, Sector 6. Well, we're on Sector 5 now. It's okay. We're at least one number down. As they continue to push in. A very slow play. Nobody wants to go and get the vault because that exposes you. An RPG does connect on Spawns, gets away. The healing come through, but a push from Nightmare. Winches one in, looking for the kill, but the healing continuing to go back. Gremlin the first to fall, the second on Uni. Lasagna surrounded by three. He's gonna go down. Actually, he turns and gets two. Lasagna, are you kidding me? Surviving on no HP.
Yeah, and they're going for the long rest now.
Lasagna! Can he finish
No,
this
no,
off
no, no,
in
no.
a 1v4? He goes him up. No!
Oh.
The go not in time.
Just an incredible play. It really came down to it right at the end, but look at that. That is what you can tell. Spawns, a credible player, able to get his teammate back in there, and honestly, just a wonderful way to wrap this up. KCP are here to fight. This is a matchup of all matchups. This is what makes the Grand Major so grand.
We see Lasagna here turning with no HP. He turns and finishes off two, and just so close to getting that team wipe. Inches away. But they have a chance. A quick cross from them. This is not one of those positions that is difficult to, that is easy to prevent people from getting to. They have the ability to get close. Jump pad for the side. They might go for the approach, but that has been sussed out. It's been aware of by KCP. They know it's coming. They can't use that now.
Yeah, they have to find some other way to get in there. KCP set up on the high ground. They're ready to dive on it at a moment's notice. Cash out ticking away. We've already burned through the first fourth. There is the drop from Nightmare. They're starting to get a little bit closer. They want to go for the engagement with KCP. Going up this stairwell. KCP has been spotted out, but they're trying to stay as hidden as possible. They don't want to expose themselves. They are hidden in this corner, but Spawns absolutely deleted. Continuing the engagement. They're pushing in, but the goo has slowed them down. Gremlin now going down in that fight. It's Llama and Brittany trying to stay alive with slivers of HP, but the repeater is hitting hard. Followed by the elbow, and there's KCP going down.
Lasagna with the triple. And that could spell it all with the respawn in 12 seconds. Yet another mad dash.
And I've said time and time again, Nightmare, the defensive team. This is not the situation you want to be in if you're KCP. They're going to have to go for a mad dash at the very end. Oh my God, that shot on Spawn.
Shot, man.
Clean as hell.
Incredible stuff from the side of Nightmare. They were aware of the drop. The dome shield used to allow them to get across, something we saw Llama do in previous matches. But it is utility used. They're not going to have it now. The goo not quite working out for them. They're going to go for the fight instead. But the jump pad, that ground was there. Lasagna, he's already taken out Spawns. A key member gone. Llama, soon to fall. It's all on Brendy. But 1 against 3. There's only so much you can do. He just takes one with him. But Nightmare taking game 2. We're going to the third.
I totally knew this would happen. Nightmare came back, showed us that that was a total fluke. And now Nightmare has the momentum going into map number 3. This is an incredible situation to be in. I'm sure that the crowd is going insane. If you're a Nightmare fan, they need your cheers. If you are a KCP fan, make it heard.
One more map.
One more map.
For one of these teams, it's over, Rio.
such a long journey for both of these teams. You and I have been in the scene for a long time, and we have grown to know every one of these players. It is going to break my heart that one of them is going home. I can't even fathom it.
Single round of cash out. You play so many of them every night as a way to wind down, but for one of these teams, those two cash outs mean everything in the world right now. Nothing could be more important than a chance to avoid elimination and a potential for the Final Four.
Yeah, and that's the thing to point out too. This is the elimination match. So even if Nightmare or KCP take it from here, they are still with their head against a barrel because they have one more elimination match to try and even get back in there. So it is truly impressive to see these two teams go at it. I love the battle between the lights and everything else. The positioning as well by both teams on their defensive side is incredibly impressive.
Oh, the first two
Going back
are
to
on
the
and
tried and true
also.
standard of Sis Horizon, the most competitive map in the entire
Oh.
scene. I couldn't think of a better playground to end this all.
Nightmare need to continue the momentum. Pioneers reclaim the energy from that first map. They have a chance here. Lasagna with 5 kills that last match, 9 kills that last match, showing that anybody on this team can show up if need be.
Oh, here it goes. It's all coming down to this. Which NA team will continue on? Which one will be packing their bags with sad head home? All right, now the engagement is already kicking off. These teams do not want to wait around. KCP with an amazing shot from Brendy, bringing down Lasagna, and this turns the entire tide of the battle. They no longer have their medium. They have nobody to bring them back to health, and they are scrambling to try and stay out of the crossfire of KCP.
Lasagna probably going to coin here. I feel like these fights on Sis Horizon, these middle areas, there's so many nooks and crannies to tuck yourself away, keep yourself hidden. And in these early fault fights that matter so much in the center of the map, you can go anywhere you please. There's really nowhere you can't go. And so they're going to want to wait for their team member to show back up. Lasagna now coined back in, all teams at full strength. The gateway is there for KCP. They're going to be win over to B. We are going to get our first plug of this final match.
Yeah, KCP is in control, but Nightmare trying to go around a little bit to the left and intercept this if possible, maybe even get to the site and set up a little bit before they're there. But I am looking now, and it seems like KCP became aware of this and are now making their way onto the other cash out at cash out A. They're going to have a little bit of time to set up, get this plug, and everything started. But on the approach, Uni already takes a massive repeater shot into the dome.
These repeaters have become so important in this matchup, with Lasagna and Brendy both putting up incredible numbers, doing so much damage. And a push from Gremlin, very aggressive, looking to take out Llama, but he falls. The heal will come in. Llama will get that health back very, very soon. Gremlin very far away from the rest of his team. They may be able to pick him off. Needs to hit a headshot right here. Lasagna, they're not going to be able to get to that point easily. Nice goo, going to go ahead and grab that totem, get out with a gateway, bring them to a position where they don't have to waste the defib.
Yeah, and the vault is finally being plugged now by KCP. They have a little bit of time to get set up because Nightmare is not right there. They're on the same level, and they're starting their approach. There's Uni, but immediately gets tagged out just a little bit, forcing KCP to stay very close to each other because they know how close each team is. Look at this. They're just a tiny wall, a tiny divider.
Right between them. Mere inches separating these two teams. But Nightmare on the defensive right now, trying to back away. Llama falls, and suddenly there's an opening. They may be able to go ahead and pick him off. Lasagna getting some distance, wants to get a bird's eye view of this fight. He sees where they're moving. He backs away. An RPG from Gremlin takes a small. The second from Gremlin. He looks to fix it up. 3 are down. Uni takes it, and the cash out goes to Nightmare.
What an incredible push by Nightmare. They destroyed KCP. Everything went in their way, and they didn't lose a single person on that fight. Gremlin just absolutely popping off with the RPG, following it with the SA shotgun combo. Look at that. That is clean targeting, and then his teammate Uni came in there and helped him out with the final little shot there.
1 minute left on the cash out. Enough time for KCP to take this slow. There's no need to rush. They're starting to spot Nightmare. They're starting to figure out where they are. Shots going into Llama. Uni. A little bit of a hit and run, but now they've circled. They see Gremlin. Again, just posturing from these teams with the cash out in the open. They have an easy way to go ahead and trap them. The steal begins. The glitch misses the dome shield. The winch has to hit now. The winch doesn't hit, but the RPG hits all. They're going to lose all their health spawns. He's gone away. Uni and Lasagna picking up two. It's all on Llama. The steal being stuck by Lasagna on the backside. They've wiped KCP, and the cash out returns to Nightmare's hands.
The RPGs are hitting so hard today. We saw one elimination from it, and that second one hit more than one teammate. It is just absolutely critical. Brought their health down incredibly low, and just made it where they got that cash out secured.
One more cash out left for Nightmare. KCP need to pull two out of a hat. As they approach this point, Uni taking a lot of damage. But spawns as well, both lights, knocking at death's door at this moment. They're going to be able to retreat, regen up. Lasagna taking ship shots as she drops. Llama goes in and gets picked off immediately, again separated from his team. Can they get to the defib, his totem, out in the open, unable to be accessed at this moment? They may back away.
That's so heartbreaking. Now you have to wait for the coin.
But Lasagna!
Spawns has been caught out as well. He got hit down to just one bar. He's able to dash away out of there, but that is critical. That stalls them just even longer, forcing them to absolutely wait for the coin on Llama.
Plug coming over on C. Llama's going to coin here. Come back into the fight. No more second chances for the Pioneers. If you fail here, you go home. All of this ends if you cannot take this cash out. But you first must cross this point with Lasagna looking at you from above. The gateway to the side. They make it across for now.
Yeah, that's a great gateway. Got them out of the sight line of Lasagna, and now they're inside this building, working their way towards this cash out. They don't have a ton of time on their hands. Cash out has about 3/4 left, but they need to get in there, get a little bit closer, find these picks. They've spotted them out. Here comes Spawns, trying to get his shots off with the 93R, but he's not connecting just enough. Instead, he returned a lot of fire and down to 7 HP. All of KCP has taken a good amount of damage so far.
A lot of health. Their Uni loses the 1v1 fight. Spawns actually winning against him. A lot of damage there. Gremlin finishing off what Uni started, but he's dropped to the ground. Will they follow him through? Looking for the totem. There's the defib. Both teams at full strength. Once again, in the 3v3, but Nightmare, they hold the cash out. Pioneers, remember what you came for. You came here for the cash. They run for it. They're on their way. Can Nightmare get there in time? The revive has cost them precious seconds, but the fall of the C4, he does fall off it, unable to ride it down.
And now Nightmare has the height advantage. They're looking directly down on KCP, but look at that gateway, bringing them up to height, but the winch pulls him out of there, and Spawns has to get out of dodge. Every team is scrambling here. We're running down to the last third of this cash out. We're trying to get some kills. Lasagna being the last person remaining. He needs to kite this for as long as possible.
He gets the long res, 2v2, Brendy at half health. The steal has to come soon. Into the air goes Spawns. He might be picked off, but he doesn't. But they're losing so much health. Gremlin rounding the corner. He takes out one. They have to start the steal now. It's looking like it's over. As the kill goes through, the frontier has been tamed. The Pioneers, they learn to fear the Nightmare.
Oh my God, Walt. Nightmare pulled it out at the very end. They built some momentum in map number 2, and it did not stop going into that third map. What a performance by both teams. But KCP just couldn't find their footing at the end. It's a little bit heartbreaking to send them home and say goodbye to some of my favorite people in the scene. But God, Nightmare put on a performance.
What a show from both of these teams. Coming out the gate so hard from KCP, but Nightmare finishing off strong at the end of the day with Gremlin putting up one of his stellar performances.
I gotta say, it really seemed at the very beginning there, the KCP had it all figured out. I've never seen Nightmare look so just unknowing of what to do. But by that second map, they knew what to do, and so much of that was Lasagna. Lasagna at the Fortune Stadium with 9 kills.
And he stepped the hell up in this series, especially after a bit of a stinker of a game 1 for him. He was on fire on Fortune, on fire on Cis Horizon, and genuinely, just determines about 75% of the team fights in this game.
Yeah, I saw some amazing headshots come out and swing the fights in their favor exactly at the right time that they needed. I mean, at this first game, Gremlin and Uni were looking decent, but KCP were able to just find those picks, snowball those fights in that first game on Citadel. But, I mean, Lasagna really stepped up. They took the time that they needed to lock in. And, I mean, Lasagna really just showing out.
I'm actually surprised looking at his stat line here and only having 3 kills in this game.
Yeah,
because
look at the damage.
Exactly, that damage with the repeater. So many incredible headshots that just shut down an entire fight.
Absolutely, but they're not out of the running just yet. While Team Secret and SSG have made their way into the Heat system, only 2 spots remain. In Alliance and KCP, they've been eliminated. We have 4 teams remaining before we get into the last set. We're almost there. Is your bracket update right there? Let's go get the update with Oscar on the stage.
Welcome stage side. I'm joined here, of course, by Nightmare. Just made it out of 3v3. Here's Lasagna! That's crazy, man. You were on here yesterday. You talked to me. We had a good crowd. What do you have to say about the crowd today?
They're absolutely awesome. I didn't expect this many people. There was like 800 plus.
It's absolutely crazy. There's people standing behind the seats because we're out of places to be. There's so many signs. The Nightmare crowd is loud as well. Do we have any Nightmare fans? Oh my days. Now, so you won the 3v3, and you get the really special prize of getting to play more cash out. How's the feeling?
Absolutely lovely. I love cash out with all my heart.
There it is, man. Anything you're going to change up, or are you just running it back?
We're just going to dominate. We're going to try our hardest. We're going to work on some stuff, and we're going to work on our macro.
Well, there it is. It's time to fear the Nightmare. Thank you, Lasagna! With that, everybody, there's more than finals to go. 2 teams are about to go home. 2 teams are about to keep going. You'll find out who they are after this break.
Transatlantic landfill, where yesterday's products drift into tomorrow's oceans. Mother Nature tapped out. So we stepped in and did it better. Introducing Tiger Fruit, a delicious treat grown in post-consumer sediment rinsed to perfection. Picked at peak ripeness by the gloves that made it possible, we give you a taste of the past, simulated for the present. Trentilla, real fruit, but better.
They mute our mics during the break, right?
I guess.
Good. I need to practice my beatbox.
Oh, please don't.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the Finals Grand Major 2025 at DreamHack Stockholm. I'm Artie. This is Jerry. This is Waltz. You guys have been doing a fantastic job casting today. Welcome to the desk.
Well, you know, we got some amazing games. They really made it easy for us because it has been, we truly got the cream of the crop today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, no matter what has been happening, it's always been just consistently unthinkable, consistently earth-shattering.
Absolute cinema is what's been delivered so far. And I'm expecting more of it because now we're down to 6 teams.
No, we're not.
In the major.
Well, 6 teams in the major.
In the major, yeah, exactly.
But 4 teams to qualify to the top 4. You're right. You have 16.
Yeah, let me finish my sentence.
Finish your sentence. Let's finish this bracket. Let's take a look at it. Where are we? What do we have? Your remaining 4 teams are Nightmare, TSM Fnatic, and Envy, and only 2 of them can go to the Heat system for the grand final with Team Secret and SSG. We're going to see a cash out. After that cash out, we're going to have a best of 3 for a qual spot. Then, not for a qual spot, for a chance at making it through. This is an insane thing, Waltz. Let's look at this. Let's talk about this. What happens after the teams win the cash out?
This cash out matters so much. If you win this cash out, that's 2 opportunities to qualify to the Final Four. You're going to have your top 2 teams play. Your bottom 2 teams are going to have to go through an elimination match and then another elimination match.
So qualification round, if you lose that, then you get a bye to the final best of 3 elimination 3v3.
And we're looking at the teams right now, and the surprise presence there is TSM. The fact that they've gotten to this top 6 in the world ahead of Alliance, ahead of Kansas City Pioneers, is incredible. This is the dark horse team, essentially, from the very beginning of this major. We were saying, will they, won't they, do they have it in them? They've absolutely stepped it up. And we're watching here as they eliminated Alliance from the competition. What a fantastic team this bunch of fraggers have turned out to be.
Oh, such a massive surprise, but a good one. It's been incredible to see their improvement. You mentioned earlier as well that we saw them at the qualifiers and they made it through, and a lot of people said, well, did they deserve it? Obviously, they deserved it. They're top 6.
Yeah. It was a very quick route they took as well. You know, they won in phase 1, and then they just won their best of 3 and got straight through. So not much tape on them because then they didn't qualify to PHL Season 2. So they're virtual unknowns as well, even going into this season or going into the major because of that. Like I said, a lack of tape on this team has maybe benefited them. Teams are starting to wise up to their antics, but they still need to step up to the pure fragging power that they offer in those brawly moments.
But of course, on the other side of the coin, we have Envy, who have been around around for so long, one of our oldest teams that we have, and their dominance has been legendary at this point. Envy, no matter what happens here, are going to go down as one of the best teams in the finals in this early stage.
Absolutely. But let's talk about these two teams. You have SSG and Fnatic, teams that have Envy and Fnatic.
Yeah.
Right, so Envy won their cash out, yet they find themselves here. Fnatic won their cash out, yet they find themselves here. The big question on everyone's mind, can they do it again?
That is a question, because Fnatic and Envy historically have been fantastic cash out teams. You know, if you find yourself in a lobby with either one of them, usually you're going to fear them. And we're looking at a team like Nightmare, a team like TSM, who are historically very good at, well, a mixture of both, but Nightmare particularly, you think of them as an incredible 3v3 team. It's going to be a really interesting lobby dynamic. We're getting down to this part of the game where every single lobby, every single matchup is just full of sauce. And this is the last time we're going to have a cash out before that Heat System grand final. And a lot is on the line.
Very true. I mean, I honestly think that TSM might have what it takes to come through, given the fact that TSM had a quite close call earlier, but they've done it. They were able to make sure they come back. They do what they can. And Waltz, you watched that entire series. Do you think that TSM has what it takes in this lobby specifically?
I think they do. I think that tenacity has been the word of the day for me. The team's ability to come back from devastation. TSM getting shut out completely and finding a way to come back from that shows mental resilience, and that is what matters in this game.
That's what matters in this game. And another thing that matters in this game is the maps. Let's look at the maps here. The map veto is in. TSM, they get rid of Skyway Stadium as Nightmare takes Seoul out of the rotation. Fnatic will block Monaco. Envy will stop Las Vegas from happening. I don't think we're seeing Vegas Stadium today. And we're on Fortune Stadium. This could not be a better map to have this on. We're going to be on Fortune Stadium for this cash out round. Then we're going to be going into those incredibly dynamic and impactful 3v3 final rounds.
Fortune Stadium cash outs are just always entertaining, right? There's so much control that can be exerted by any given party at any given time. You know, you lose a team fight, you get wiped, you can still have a say in exactly what goes on during the next kind of vault transition, whatever it might be. Traversal is so important on this map.
And we saw as well, knowledge of spawns matters so much.
Oh, yeah.
And in a cash out, that matters almost even more.
Absolutely. I mean, for TSM, they were able to upset the Fortune Stadium team earlier today. So for them, actually have a very, very high chance that maybe they will on Fortune Stadium. But for the person that I really highly favor on Fortune Stadium, that's our caster, Rio and Sonsoyo. They're going to be taking you through this here. It's going to be Fortune Stadium cash out.
And here we go. We're loading into the match right now. These contestants
Here,
are about to run through that
Nightmare and what?
into the arena to
And wait,
claim their chance
East.
to continue on. And we're going to be going
Go on.
into
Don't that.
Vault 2 here. This is going to be an amazing look rollout. Look at this rollout from Uni getting that gateway. Just want to jump and pounce right on top of Envy. They don't want to make waste in this situation. They get some early damage with that M11.
That is an incredibly aggressive play by Nightmare. They just want to dive directly in there. Nice shot from Busy as well, shooting that RPG off, bringing Lasagna to incredibly low. Now
Uni, hi.
eliminated.
They get taken out. Nightmare just went in so aggressive and just got taken out by Envy, and Envy gets to take their vault all the way to cash up. And on the other side of the map,
Baby.
the fight still breaks out.
Bro,
We see Fnatic down
you
the
can't
lane.
fight. Envy, head on.
Gonna clutch things out.
All right, those are two really strong team wipes. I am amazed that happened already. I mean, honestly, Nightmare just went in there so aggressively, could not make anything happen, and Envy just showed that they are really strong. Now they've had plenty of time to set up their defenses, and this other vault is making its way towards the next cash out.
Yeah, and they're engaging in another fight right here. This is going to be pretty interesting. It's going to be a big stagger, I think, coming up on this match.
Do
Maybe
it?
cutting our losses
No.
and going to third party over on B, while Nightmare gets the plug over on A. It looks like they're still going to be engaging on the fight on the other side of the map, but we have a pretty solid setup for Envy.
Come on, Nightmare. You can do it.
RPG gets some early damage, and Fnatic makes their way to that stairway. try and get the high ground away from Envy.
Yeah, and I'm really liking Envy's positioning right now. They are moving around as Fnatic is moving around as well. They're trying to stay just a little bit ahead of them, and now they're going directly toward that engagement, and look at that. Busy just deletes them. He's now trying to find the next one, and he continues the reign of the SA shotgun.
Yeah, and you do not want to be stuck in these stairwells. There's only two ways to go. It's either up or down. I mean, Busy made some clean work, but we see a big winch come out from Apollo, but it's going to be a little bit too late because Visions and Arco were already taken out. Nightmare looking for
nice.
coming off that fight in the last match.
Yeah, I think that they're wanting to just continue this aggressiveness, and it might work for them. Didn't work for them in the first Vault fight, but it is working for them right now, and now they're in control of one of the strongest cash outs in the entire game. I wouldn't be surprised if everybody just left them alone and we focused our attention on the other cash out.
And here we are, Envy sitting up on this high ground. They may have some trouble. That gateway will be coming in. Nagiri taking the first step out that portal, and now Stujay sitting up on that ultra height. Gonna try and knock them down. They only have a few moments left on this cash out, about 15 seconds, and this is gonna be the time to go in one by one. Try and get those stalls, denial, damage, everything. Look at where STN is sitting up here. He's watching that door. If they drop down in front of him and make that attempt, he's gonna have some great beams, but no time left on B, so Fnatic better cut their losses.
Yeah, and now is the question, do you turn your attention towards the other vault, or do you go for the other cash out that's being run down right now? And it seems multiple people want to go for this cash out that's running down. Gremlin getting shot down by Visions. Now they're looking for their next victim, keeping him nice.
No.
That is a great medium, switching back and forth from healing and shooting, keeping his stealer healed up nice as well. That is a perfect...
Come on, man. Like that.
There's no way TSM got that. I mean, Nightmare is known as a defensive, consistent team. I mean, TSM just found Gremlin, got that winch, got that pick, and was able to snowball it from there. I was surprised to see that Uni typically besting people in those light 1v1s as well.
It's just TSM has aim, and this is such a critical part of the game. There's a lot of meta on top of that, but they are aimers on the end of the day. But this cash out vault is... This vault fight is
Busy
going on right now. Lots of teams on top of each other. There's a bounce pad going down as well, and the shotguns are just raining.
Don't tell me, please. Don't tell me.
On Envy. Yeah, and that wipe is gonna cause some trouble for Envy in the long term, but I don't know if Fnatic knows that. TSM is right next to them. They sneak in that door, they find that pick, but we look for that counter winch, and it looks like Rainkey and the Ghost are on the back foot. It's going to be spilling trouble because Apollo gets taken out. Now it's in a 2v2 situation with Nightmare showing up right now.
This could be interesting as Nightmare has joined the party. They want to go for the steal. They're going directly for it right now, and somehow nobody is stopping them. As I say that, though, they dive onto the point, and Fnatic are trying to intercept this as well. They are going for the steal once again. Still two people remaining from Fnatic. They want to try and stall this if they can. Instead, they just let it flip.
Nightmare gets it. I mean, that pick was pretty pivotal, and you know TSM is lingering around. It kind of causes a little bit of a wrench in their plan, but it looks like maybe TSM did back up, ended up removing themselves from the situation, but that pick initially was just spilling trouble. This C4 is going to be breaking up all that goo, and any steal attempt is going to have to be remade some cover, but he's just going to be putting that pad down. He's out in the open, and we look for a reset on Nightmare currently. The heals come out, and Gremlin, look at him up on the high ground. He's ready to pounce, stop that steal if it goes out again.
Yes,
and TSM's back.
And TSM's here too. They are ready to third party this as well. They have the ultimate height advantage and are dealing a ton of hellfire from above. Look at this. They turn their attention to try and go for TSM, but it is not working out for them. But still, they have to dive on the point if they want to try and steal this out from the hands of Nightmare. Nightmare now taking a ton of damage on Gremlin's side, trying to stay alive in this battle.
Nice. Come on, Nighty, you can do it.
Onto the point, just get a little bit closer to it. Time is running out, and it seems like they might have done it. I don't think anybody can steal, but as I say that, somebody's trying to steal, but it looks like they pulled them off of it.
Yeah, Nightmare was 3 up. There was no opportunity for TSM. They got the reset. Look at that. Uni dropping 2 kills there. Gremlin going to be cleaning up for Nightmare, and now they're on to the next approach. It looks like they pinged C. I mean, they might be heading right over there for that try and get the lead, because if they know they aren't first, they could potentially be last. And I know if Envy gets up there, Nightmare might have a big target on their back.
Yeah, I mean, as the famous Ricky Bobby once said, if you ain't first, you're last. And in a game like this, it absolutely matters. But watching the clock tick down, Envy in control of this cash out. They want to add a little bit more total to their title, a little more cash to their total, but look at this. The STN went down in health, but he's getting healed right back up. Stujay also about half health. They are down Busy, but they get the res on him.
He finds the res and they get back up. Looks like Gremlin and Nightmare do find that pick on STN. Busy drops next, and it's just Stujay. Stujay has to hold for 20 seconds about. They need a third party that may be the ability to bail them out right here, but Gremlin's standing on it right here, just out in the open. But Lasagna, we've seen him hot with his aim right now, and here comes TSM. TSM coming in last minute, just Gremlin to clean up. A big C4 from Gremlin. Lasagna was like popping off in the camera. He thought he might have it because look at Arco. 1 bar, half a bar left to his name.
At the very last second, 1 more second, probably even half a second, and Arco would not have been able to do that, and Nightmare would have gotten that. That is an insane play on both sides of it with the C4 and then the clutch from Arco. These teams are crazy. This is one of the most intense matches of cash out I have ever seen, Sensoyo.
Yeah, and TSM now in the cash lead currently. Fnatic did get that plug, and it's going to be already halfway done. I mean, this stagger from early on has just compiled into this last vault, and it's going to be how are these teams going to play? It looks like TSM's posturing up to deny that, and maybe we're going to see a double, maybe we're going to see a third party, but this fight breaks out.
On Fnatic trying to hold control, the building is crumbling around them, but they just got wiped by Nightmare. This is intense. They're going to have plenty of time to go for the steal. No third party from what I can tell either, but as I say that...
Oh boy, come on, come on, man.
Damage on Gremlin, he is taken out. No, those heals could not do enough, but look at Uni. Uni's winning those light 1v1s. Stujay versus Uni, such a classic telltale fight in the NA scene, but STN sitting on that point. It's still in control of Fnatic.
Oh, and it just got doubled. Are you kidding me? This is Fnatic's box. They might be able to take this with all of the cash going through a gateway, trying to get into their own cash out, but everybody is just collapsing on this 1 point. Envy surviving with just Busy.
It's just, I mean, Fnatic's gonna get this. I just have a feeling. Look at TSM posturing up just on the box. They want to hold this. They're sitting close to that. And Apollo still taking Arco dips Gremlin and gets the kill. Busy trying to clutch up.
Come on, man. Both.
The final box. And it's gonna be Fnatic first place with TSM qualling as well.
Oh my god, what an incredible
What the
way
fuck?
to end that. Fnatic take it with 47k. I can't believe it. TSM came out in so many third parties, but it worked in their favor in the end. Oh my god, Sensoyo, what an incredible way to end that cash out.
Yeah, that was a crazy
Bro.
cash out. Look at the scoreboard. Envy kind of
What?
being at the bottom.
I don't. Whoa, man.
TSM and Nightmare
You
really
can't predict anything.
Artie, what do you think of that match?
I think that is one of the most explosive battles ever. I mean, look at Envy, look at Nightmare. This was crazy. The defeat in some of these players' eyes right now. I have to say, the craziest thing I've ever seen is Fnatic getting wiped, and then Envy and Nightmare fighting over the box. Fnatic doubles it, and it just stays in their control.
Crazy. It was a wild ride from start to finish that game, and the doubled cash box at the end, leaving what 20 seconds
Nah,
of time
mate.
with nothing to happen. I think that's a pro scene record. We've never seen that before.
No, there were so many different fights. Like Nightmare never stopped fighting. TSM,
Bro, this.
following Nightmare around the map.
Yes, the worst.
Flipped back and forth at least twice, if not 3 times. It was a constant fight for these cash outs, and Fnatic with the play, the double there at the very end. Envy and Nightmare, they look so strong to start.
We can't also not talk about the last second team wipe and then steal from TSM on cash out C. Genuinely a crazy moment, an absurd moment. But Fnatic, they only had 10k to their name with 2 minutes left on the clock. At 47k is how they finished.
It's crazy for TSM. Before this tournament, you put them bottom of this pile every single time. Like they do not. They've earned this.
Yes.
They've only lost 1 cash out this entire event, and they've won what now 3 or 4. It's crazy how good they are at this game mode now, and they're besting teams like Envy, like Nightmare. And now we get to speak to Envy.
Let's do it. Let's speak to Envy.
Bro.
Other than Envy's STN! Now, you guys have been on an absolute journey, taking a bit of a long way. You find yourself down, but not out once more. What's going through your head?
There's still a few more spots left. I think one. But, you know, we're going to keep pushing, keep fighting, keep doing our best, and, you know, proving that we can, you know, hang with the top. And we cement our spot here.
That final spot is calling your name. Does it have Envy written on it already? Do you think it's a given? Is it going to happen?
I think it's etched. I think it's like plastered. I think there's a big E and a big N, V, and then Y.
There it is. There's no doubt in his mind. Envy SCN, thank you so much. And let's hear it for Envy! Oh, well, don't go anywhere. Everyone watch him. We're going to go straight back to the studio, straight back to the next game. We're just getting started.
There's no brakes on the finals train. We're just continuing to roll through in this earth-shattering event as TSM, they've already done so much damage. They're trying to just shake it all up here, Waltz.
It just feels like it keeps getting better. These cash-out matches have been stellar today. It feels like these teams are so evenly matched, and it's not so every day you get 4 evenly matched teams in a cash out, and the sparks are flying.
It almost seems a shame that we're saying goodbye briefly to that game mode until the grand final now, as we have subsequent 3 versus 3s, this first one being a best of 1 to determine the next team in that grand final.
That's right. We're going to see Fnatic go up against TSM here. One final round 3v3 for that 3rd spot. There's a chance here that Fnatic takes it. We're guaranteed 2 EU teams. Otherwise, it is just going to be TSM up there, and that means Team Secret would be 1 team only for EU. But whoever loses this, they're not going home. They will have another chance. Nobody's been eliminated yet. We have a couple more games to do that. But elimination, that comes later. Qualification, that comes now. Let's jump into it.
Let's
got
go.
Final round 3v3 for qualification for spot 3.
And it's on Fortune Stadium. I couldn't have asked for a better way to welcome one of these teams into the Final Four. This is an incredible matchup. Both of these teams have shown us that they have so much skill, so much talent, so much heart, and I can't wait to see which way this goes.
Yeah, these teams have a lot of potential. I think they're kind of the underdogs in their respective regions, but we're going to see some early damage come out, and Fnatic is now on the high ground.
I don't know.
Over TSM.
Yeah, they're set up now. No real engagement going off just yet. And as I say that, Nagos takes a ton of damage. Has to be healed up by his light player. Now look at this Winch Claw pulling him in, eliminating Legends. He was not ready for that. Now they're going for the second.
What are you watching, man?
Continue this pain train. But it looks like things have slowed down for just a brief moment as they try and find their next target. But now, Apollo or Arco, the only remaining person.
Yeah, Arco's, he's known as the clutch. We've seen him clutch up before, but in this situation, he's just got to wait for those coins. With Fnatic, with all their health back up, it's just a matter of time before they get control of the start rotating into the point. They do have A and B, which they are going to have to fight through TSM, because that spawn's going to be pretty advantageous for them, but they already have that gateway to rotate far through Engimo all the way on this left side of the map. They're going to maybe try and take it to that Halto courtyard area and take this high ground as Nagiri takes that elevator up.
Yeah, no, this is a great traversal for them. They're going to be able to get this plug, and I don't even see the TSM too far behind them. So they should have enough time to get their setup, find the high ground, and that's what this site has. It has a ton of high ground for them to get to. But as I say that, here come Apollo and the rest of his teammates. They're charging directly in there. There's only one person from Fnatic there. Now there's only one person from remaining, and they're about to get the kill. But look at this. Nagos turns it all around, and it's a 2 versus 1.
How did that happen? That just came out of nowhere.
No.
Nagiri may be able to get some damage. He does get enough damage.
Come on, man. It's their look.
We see TSM, Apollo, and Arco finish things off, and they're going to earn themselves the cash out right now. Still 30 seconds left. We're going to be spawning in with about 1 minute left for Fnatic. That's still enough time to make up a plan and have a proper approach and a proper fight on this cash out. But look at this setup. I'm interested to see what they do.
Absolutely, and I think they're going to winch cloud up top, and that's exactly it. Nice manipulation there. It puts it in a very exposed area that lets them get to height advantage and stop them from any angle that they push into. You can see the Fnatic is down very low on the bottom there. They're trying to find a way up, and I think that they're going to try and gateway the rest of the teammates. That's exactly what they did.
They're going to be going in pretty aggressively, but they end up dropping down. We see TSM still on the control of this high ground, but Rainkey finds that winch, but takes an RPG himself. Arco does go down. Can they come back from this damage deficit? We do see Fnatic getting winched in himself, and he goes flying.
Come on.
As Nigiri cleans up, and it's just to the Arco.
There he goes
down,
and the flip will happen by Fnatic. They played that perfectly. They came in there, they found one person to bring down, and that was their entryway. Then they targeted the rest and just deleted them and got the flip. Now Fnatic sitting pretty with only one more cash out that they have to secure before they've gotten it.
Yeah, and I saw Nigiri, who was pretty happy about that. He was cheering in his face cam. I mean, he's pumping up the crowds, getting them excited. I mean, you have to have that momentum swing in your favor, not only in the game, but with the crowd. But as we spawn in, TSM over on the Engimo side, and Fnatic gets a pretty good spawn on this vault, and now they're in control.
It spawned basically on top of them. You couldn't ask for a better spawn. They've got control of this side of the map. They're staying in Sector 1. They want to try and control it. And look at this. Visions also took a good amount of damage. Right now, TSM is very split up. You can see that they're wanting to regroup, go back together, and then approach this, but they are just getting bullied by Fnatic at every turn and corner. Nago seems to have a lock on all of these teammates, and now the rest of his teammates are climbing in and ready to join the engagement.
Apollo, I mean, Nago's just a demon with that F-card. He does take out Apollo relatively early. We're going to be going in. The Rainkey just goes in that door with a little bit of support from his teammate. Not that much.
Nice.
Marco again. Look at that damage, though, but Nago's just, like I said, that F-card, tried and true. I think he's been using it for a long time now.
He has, and we just don't see it a ton, and I love that he has stuck with it through all of these seasons. He is an absolute demon with it. He knows the tracking. He can hit those headshots, and he is absolutely one of the most pivotal light or medium players on the entire team. So you got to work around them and really go for it.
Yeah, and the vault hasn't even been touched yet. Not even going to be opening, not going to get this. They're going to end up taking this high ground, maybe trying to stall things out, ruin the momentum, but TSM has to fight in yet again. I mean, Fnatic's not going to give anything up.
And, you know, we joke that one of these days we are going to sit here for 15 minutes as these teams just shoot at each other, but not today. As that RPG just deletes them. Now only one person remaining on TSM. Fnatic has all of their teammates back up. Vision gets one, but it's not enough. Fnatic seem on fire right now, Sonsoyo.
Are we going to see them have this vault or just set up yet again, just spawn trapping over and over again? Maybe this is their strategy. I mean, I talked about it previously about them knowing the spawns to a T. This could be exactly what they're doing, just waiting. But they're approaching this vault. It's going to kind of bring things down, and that's what they're doing. They're just going to spawn trap over and over again because they know how bad of a situation this could be. Fnatic taking advantage of the spawns.
Oh, this is something we've never seen. This is something we've never seen. If this goes the distance without them touching the vault, it will be a first in the entire arena.
Yeah, and I mean, I think they went out of a little bit of position. They were expecting the spawn to go the other way, but I think because the players got a little bit too close to that spawn, TSM was afforded a spawn on the other side of the map, and now this is going to be their opportunity potentially. I mean, they just got to tap this vault, but who knows? Maybe Fnatic has this down. Maybe they're going to take control of this again. They still have to approach.
But it's such a brutal vault. You can basically beam them from any angle. What is this, Nagos? That bounce pad up there with the tracking.
Nice.
Following and continuing the chase. He's going to get the second one and dealing a ton of
Bro, just tracing, bro. Nice.
Fnatic is crazy.
Let's see what happens here, what they're going to do, how they're going to set up. They may just take that box. Looks like they're going to be rotating somewhere.
They are depositing. Not bad.
And Fnatic is definitely aura farming. Rio, what do you think?
Yeah, this is unprecedented. This is amazing. I am a little bit scared, to be honest, that we're going to have to sit here and vamp for a very long time about nothing, but I'm loving it.
think they will get the plug in, but to say the least, even if they lose this, they will have the opportunity to play the same exact kind of playstyle. But we're going to be invising with TSM, trying to make their approach all the way over into this Engimo building. And let's see how they do this. Looks like they have C4 out, ready to drop it potentially.
Yeah, this is a bit of a studied approach. They don't want to go in just yet. TSM is starting to really feel what's on the line. They did make it into second, and they have every potential to go in there and get qualified, but it is just so slow right now.
Yeah, I mean, both teams just trying to make a calculated approach. This could mean a lot for TSM. They're known for their crouch walking. They love taking the time to set up their approach, make a good angle, but some early damage coming out, and maybe a big RPG that does connect, but not terribly that much damage, but that winch is going to be deadly.
Yeah, and the engagement still kicking off. Fnatic looking good. Apollo going down in that battle. Now it's Arco versus Nigiri, and there it goes. They get the wipe.
Not bad.
Just continuing to steamroll. They seem like an incredibly strong team. This is so unprecedented.
Yeah, I mean, they are cool, calm, and calculated. Nigiri just really wants to ramp up the crowd. Yeah, every single time he wins those duels, he's really just dropping a fist bump out to the crowd, cheering each other on. But, I mean, this is going to be TSM's opportunity. They have 30 seconds left. There's not much time to make a calculated approach, but they will have time to get on this box if they can cross this gap.
Time is ticking away. There is one last push. If TSM wants to get their spot in, they need to do something right now. Cash out is dropped. There's goo all around. They're attempting to steal it. They're holding it. They might have this flip. I think they got it. I can't tell what's happening in all the chaos. They got the flip.
They got stuck by the goo.
We're going to another cash out. This is amazing, Sansoyo.
Oh my God. I mean, Rainky got the winch. He made the connection with the box, but I'm pretty sure the goo stopped it or he got killed. Right
Damn, man.
To pull it in.
Wow, what a performance by both teams.
The
There was so
frick
much chaos
damn
going
good
down there. I couldn't
Fnatic
even
is
see
damn
all
good.
of the smoke, the explosions, and everything, yet they stuck it, they held it. That is what you can do. This is what makes the finals so unique, these last second steals. But now, TSM has tapped vault number 3. You know they want to bring it to cash out D. You know they want to control this. This is their opportunity to show them that Fnatic does not have a foothold here.
Yeah, this might be the first time TSM is on the front foot in this game. They will be getting this plug over on cash out D. They get some early damage on Nigiri, which can be pretty impactful if they're able to follow up, but just going to be bunkering down as Fnatic makes their approach. I mean, Fnatic did the work. They made their way over. That's probably the hardest part of their approach here. The pad is gooed off. They may have to take that zip line. Oh, but the pad just works anyway. Marco's in a great off angle, so keep an eye out for that, Rio.
Absolutely. They're about to start the engagement as they are getting on the same level. Arco already deleted in the first push. This might be really pivotal for Fnatic. RPG goes off at their feet, hitting both of them. Apollo and Visions scrambling back into the cash out area, going down one floor, but now they're separated. But the damage going off is insane from both teams, and now Visions going down. Apollo, the only remaining member. Fnatic has all of their teammates.
Come on, man. It was so bad.
And what is about to happen after this, Sansoyo?
Yeah. I mean, Apollo does not want to have to go for this stop. He needs to be over here because they will get spawn trapped if they do wipe. But he goes in and takes an engagement anyway. He finds that pick, making it a 2v2, but his Arco still has to make their way over here. He did make it really quick, though.
That is a good, really risky play, but it might have worked out in their favor. But now the cash out, more than halfway done. This is ticking away as TSM starts their approach. They need to find any entry that they can. This is all coming down to this. It's about to go off.
Yeah, and we have Rainkey sitting up in that corner. He's rotating around for that RPG, trying to find an opportunity to get something. As Arco goes ahead and tries to get the flank. Both teams are, I mean, Fnatic's is trying to kite away right now. They have a bunker surprise, but now they just want to run away, play this stall. TSM's vying to find a singular pick, trying to, and they may find it right here. Nigiri gets taken out, but it's Arco. Arco gets traded out. They find the red. They're on the point, but maybe they'll find it, but they'll get the kill. It's going to be Fnatic taking this game on Fortune Stadium.
Fnatic. Okay. No.
Performance by Fnatic. They had such a steam roll at the beginning. They lost a little bit of momentum, but it was just a small sidestep to victory for them. Congratulations. We'll see how the rest of them handle it. Artie, what did you think about that?
They almost had it, but this was unfounded. No matter how hard they try,
Look at him in the stands. Look at him talking to the fans.
I just don't think he's happy about that. Look at Nagiri, he's so happy. But this is landmark as 2 EU teams have booked their way to the grand final heat system. This is insane, given the fact that, Jerry, just moments ago, it was possible to not have any EU teams at all.
Of course, it's Fnatic that get into the fans and start having a lap of honor. Of course, they have a bit of rest time before that Grand Major. What a series. TSM were fantastic, even while at one point it seemed Fnatic were just farming them, you know, really slapping their schlong on the table and saying, we own you. But TSM fought back. They didn't make it easy for Fnatic, and TSM still have a chance to meet them in that grand final. But holy, did Fnatic put out all the stops at the very end to make sure that they qualified.
Oh my gosh, TSM looked like they were out for revenge for that second vault. And that last second steal, making Fnatic sweat a little bit on this one, but you're right, they pulled it out at the end of the day. Amazing to see TSM, one of the TSM players showing up, giving a high five, talking to the Fnatic players. There's clearly no bad blood there, and you're excited to see it because we might just see TSM in the Final Four.
Absolutely, and TSM's not out of it yet, and like Jerry said, they might pull it out. But they are going to still have to fight. There's one more set.
That's a that's a high fragging game across the board.
Yeah, I think that's the top.
Well, they did aura wipe them about like 5 times.
Yeah.
And I will say, Fnatic was aura farming on that second one, and I think that's why TSM at least wanted.
You see teams win with the stats that TSM had sometimes.
Yeah,
right? You know, that's how long that map was. Is that they managed to put in such a good fight, but it took so long. There's maybe a record number of team fights on that. I'd have to go back and find out, but yeah, that seems like a very high fragging game.
It was 100%, no doubt, due to Fnatic's a little bit unorthodox strategies, shenanigans, if you will. But TSM, they'll have one more chance. There is one more spot to qual for. TSM has at least gotten into that game, but we have to eliminate one of the other 2 teams now. So we have Envy, we have Nightmare. They will play a best
What I see, bro.
final round format. That's right. Listen to what I just said. We have Envy and we have Nightmare. Every single
Nice. This system, bro. This is the best.
Now, one of them will be eliminated.
Nobody would have expected it to be these 2 teams, but the story coming in
This one
is crazy.
fun. This will be fun.
Now, they have been facing each other. They've gone against each other 5 times.
I'm rooting for Nightmare, no matter what. But Envy busy. Man, it will be tough.
Nightmare as well, I feel, are the hotter team coming into this, right?
The fuck? It will be tough. Tough as hell.
Lasagna woke up and dominated.
Yes.
Absolutely dominated. He's typically, you know, in a team comp, you know, you've got heavy, medium, light. He's going to be the quieter one. He's going to be the one that's forced onto support, especially when you have Gremlin, Uni, the player, the light. Oh my
That
god.
M11 king,
He's
bro.
actually shown that he has another level. And
Bro.
in the game of his life earlier, now
This
it's
will be fun.
really matters against even tougher opposition in Envy. Can he double it up?
I have
This.
to say, this is going to be Envy, often considered not only in the finals, but in every game they compete in, just a solid organization. And STN2K, Stooge, and Busy, they rock that for the finals. But it seems like they are just the default really good guys. They were able to qualify so quickly, as we've said before, because we don't have a lot of tape on them, at least not until this weekend. And now we're finally seeing a ton of incredible matches coming out through this day 2. This could be their last, but Nightmare, such a storied history with this org, such a storied history with this roster. Gremlin, Lasagna, and Uni, they have done so much for themselves to try and stay afloat. During PHL, they lost only to the Fire Strays. Now they're not here. They want to see if they can make it to that heat system to show that they can do it. Will Envy block them? We'll find out, but we'll find out on these maps first. What have they chosen? What have they vetoed? Let's find out here. I'm going to look at my iPad. Okay, we have Fortune
Biggest
Stadium,
map.
obviously. We just started there. That's the start. Nightmare bans Seoul. Envy bans Monaco. We're going to remove Nozomi Citadel from Envy. We are going to remove Skyway Stadium with Nightmare. This Horizon is the pick for Nightmare and Vegas
Vegas.
Stadium for Envy. This
Huh?
has been consistently banned all day, yesterday as well. So to see this come out,
Nightmare with
absolutely believe we're getting map 3.
Okay.
These are the series where those hidden maps start to come out. Because, of course, when we get to the grand final, there are no map bans. We just cycle through every single map. And this is the moment to bring it out. When your neck is on the line, whether it's a difference between qualification or elimination, and you're up against a team that has historically bested you, Envy have a wild card up their sleeve.
You have to put this together now. We talk so often about light versus light battle. In this matchup, there are no slouches. Not a single player in this lobby is not capable of popping off right now.
Well, after Nightmare was able to survive their engagement against KCP, it's time to prove that they could do it now against Envy. Nobody expected this. It's unthinkable. It's earth-shattering. It's monumental.
Come on.
And look at this crowd. Look at this beautiful audience here at DreamHack Stockholm.
Bro, this is... Let's go.
Alrighty, but now, one of these teams will be saying goodbye. Nightmare and Envy.
What?
Rio and Sonsoyo bring us there.
Bro.
This is gonna be an intense one. I mean, both these teams, you thought were gonna make it, but as we run down the hallway,
The best fucking... Let's go.
Gonna be in play right now. Envy trying to take that control of that high ground right above Vault 1.
Yeah, these teams are ready for the engagement. You can see that Envy was honestly pre-firing that corner, just expecting them to come around it. But look at their grouping right now from Envy. They're staying close together on that high ground, and it seems like Nightmare might even be struggling just a little bit to find their footing. They might go for the vault tap. That is a good way to get things started, but now they're at a severe disadvantage because they're so far down there.
Yeah, and this vault fight is going to mean the world for both of these teams. You see that cash out down in Sector 6. Whoever wins this
they will struggle here the whole time.
Especially if there's a team wipe coming out.
Come on, 3, 2, 1, go.
A jump pad in Viz going to try and get them on
One
that
left.
You know these players love playing this head glitch, but Uni off on the off angle. We need
Nice.
to hit that to push back Stujay because, I mean, Uni just one bar.
Yeah, one bar on Uni. He does heal back up. Going on that bounce pad, wanting to flank a little bit, but he's not seeing Stujay just there. Instead, it goes right into his crosshairs, forcing him to go back for a little bit. All of Nightmare's taking a ton of damage, and there goes Lasagna as well. Envy, though, it's a 2 versus 2.
Oh, it's just still. Oh, they have these.
Lasagna back on the Nightmare side.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, you can do it.
A ton of damage. It's going down.
Still chance, still. Bro.
But STN deletes him. It's a 1 versus 1. Uni versus STN. Can they get it? Who will take the win? Who will get the kill? And it's Uni with the
Nice one. Nice fight. Nice fight.
Probably would have come down to the defib, but keeping him behind
Oh,
that.
fuck. I thought.
Denying that res. Uni doing a
Nice,
fantastic job
nice.
using those dashes to their advantage.
Bro.
Lasagna definitely taking some early shots. It looked pretty scary for Nightmare.
No, it will be tough for Envy. To enter the hospital. Fuck.
But going into this next vault, we're getting that plug going in Nightmare, prepping up for this spawn manipulation. Look at that. Spawning over in the NGMO building, we have Envy. Let's see how this plays out, Rio.
Well, and what's cool about this manipulation, too, is the fact that they are here and they're ready to intercept them before they can even make
Nice.
it. Oh, Lasagna! That is dirty! Can he continue it?
Come on, go.
Next shot, he sees them in his crosshairs, but they're not connecting.
Oh, they are.
Although Envy taking a
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
other side of things, that dome shield's gonna slow them down. Lasagna being the only remaining member.
Nice shot, bro.
Wonderful headshot on STN. Now he's bouncing out to try and stay alive, but he's gonna wait a little bit. First team is to coin back in.
Yeah, Lasagna know he's had
Bro,
has to back up.
no.
Ready for that spawn
How
manipulation.
entered
Lasagna
there,
may
bro?
be a little bit closer than expected, able to get that gateway in quickly. I mean, Lasagna hit some
Come
great
on,
shots
man.
early on, but a
Ah.
little bit disconnected from his team when he gooed off that one way. He kind of blocked off line of sight from Uni and Gremlin, which gave Envy a great opportunity to snowball the fight in their favor.
Come on.
Well, in Envy
Oh, it's a
now,
3, best of 3. Yeah, okay.
see that C4, these fire barrel as well.
That's
They're crouching
no
around.
worries.
They're playing one level
I want.
below it, which is a wonderful
It should
strategy.
be
Now, Nightmare started their approach in.
going to the last one, last map, man. That will be fun.
Base above them, come in there and
1-1, then the final decisive match.
They need to make a move right now, but Envy playing
Come
the
on.
kite game
Come on.
perfectly, not giving them any information. There is the drop. It's on the same level as Envy.
No. Heal. His
teammates right back up.
Nice.
Nightmare
Nice
still
shots.
doing
Nice
damage.
shots.
Uni not
Nice
able to find the
shots.
kill just yet and
Nice
goes
shots.
down. It's a 2 versus 2 as both teams start the engagement, chasing each other on the stairwell.
And Busy finally makes his escape, but it's 3v1. He's taking some big damage. He does have a drop. He drops in. He has one left, but he gets it off the mat. He gets it off the mat.
What a perfect play that pulled it off. It's going to respawn in, but
Oh.
give them no opportunity to grab that steal.
Nice one.
Perfectly.
Nice.
Gosh, Busy narrowly making away from Gremlin.
Bro,
Chase
the
down the
fuck?
heavy chase
I
down.
thought.
And that winch right there was pivotal to give Nightmare an advantage, taking out that defib. And look at this, Busy, 1 HP, 2 bars, gets that perfectly timed, and that thing just has to take its jolly good time.
Come on, man.
That is a clip if I've seen one today. Love plays like that. It's what makes the finals so freaking unique, Sansoyo. Love this game, but Vault 2 has been tapped by Nightmare. They're looking for any opportunity they can to get a little bit of momentum going. When Nightmare really gets started, it's hard to slow them down. So, this is their chance.
This is a time where a stalemate might happen. We see Envy posture up onto Haltos, but Nightmare has map control, and they didn't win that first cash out, so this is going to be a lull. They have to push in if they want to make their approach, but look at that shack. You don't think of it having a terribly amazing range, but just the damage that he's hitting.
The doom, man.
Take a big amount of damage, kind of pushing them back, looking for that reset.
Nice.
That vault is just sitting out there in the open. Nobody's going to have the opportunity to get that.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is going to be the slow down time. But honestly, that play by Gremlin throwing down that dome shield at the perfect moment, blocking that RPG, that is what makes an amazing heavy player. And look at this. All of Nightmare incredibly close to
Like the jump? Nah, they can't. Too much height.
And really, it's just a stalemate. Nobody knows what to do here on the Nightmare side. Any
Damn
move
it down.
they have to cross Envy. And now Envy diving down towards the vault, getting a little bit closer just to make this that much harder.
Yeah, Envy changing the position up, and Gremlin just yoinks that box, and he's on the move. I mean, we know he's a fast heavy. Those with movement move fast. It doesn't matter what class you are, but Uni gonna heal up. Gremlin gonna try and get this rotation over to There's no posturing up, but Lasagna gets taken out, and that's gonna put a wrench in their plans. Gremlin takes a big U-turn, and he dodges to the left, and he's gonna keep this.
There go. Hey.
The vault is continuing its journey across the map. Hopefully it's taking lots of fun pictures. Right now, Uni just trying to get a little few pop shots off as they make their way towards cash out A. Getting to the high ground now. They're starting to get a little bit closer, but now you can see that Envy coming in, and I missed it off the side. Lasagna died somehow.
Yeah, that's exactly why Gremlin made this long trek over to A, but we're going to be coming up on this approach. Envy wants to make a calculated fight here. They don't want to take anything risky or jump in. They still have plenty of time to catch someone off guard, and Uni is the isolated pick right now. They have their targets. They hear those footsteps, but Uni turns to fight, but that CB1 repeater, it just one shot pushes that light away.
Absolutely. If you have good aim, it is a punishing weapon. They're starting their approach. Envy want to find a little bit of an opening here. Not spotting anybody as this building is crumbling around them. Probably one of my favorite things about Fortress Stadium. But that aside, they're starting their approach, blowing up some more holes in the wall, and he went to grab the fire barrel, and it blows up on Gremlin. A little bit of chaos going on, and nobody really is engaging just yet.
A little bit of hot potato for Gremlin, but it looks like Envy's flexing up that winch and getting it ready to pull it and go for a steal. The dome's going to come out, and here comes the fight. No winch in sight for Busy, so he's going to have to just retreat and play this head.
Nice.
This is such a powerful position, but being in the staircase time and time again, we've seen it fail because you have no really escape. But look at this. Look at these off angles from Uni getting some good damage. They're just tacking on the damage. Every time they look on it, Gremlin gets a decent RPG, but also hits himself. It's going to cause some trouble, but Lasagna going to get taken down. Snooday gets winched in, and Gremlin finds that opening that he needs. And look at this head glitch that Busy and STN have. They're not able to stop this red.
They jump it.
We see some shots coming out. The revolver STN, but Busy taking so much damage. It is 3v2.
Okay, they have.
Yeah,
Nice.
this is such a long fight, and the steal is being attempted right now. Some goo fortress
Come on, come on.
going down, but they had to be pulled off of it. Envy now swarming around, trying to wrap back around, but it's not working because Gremlin just comes around with Lasagna and deletes the rest of them. Envy not not looking too good, but we are going to see vault number 3.
Yeah, I mean, Nightmare's killing it, bringing back the energy, and he was looking very strong, not only on that vault fight, but that first cash out, winning it out, clutching things up. Nightmare's going to have to do a little bit of work alongside this final cash out. I know both these teams have what it takes. It's really coming down to the wire. Who gets that entry damage? Who gets that first pick? And who can find those resets that are necessary? But this fight's already breaking out. And we see Gremlin going to be taken out by Stu J. And Stu and Lasagna maybe duking it out right now. But Busy dropping in on Lasagna. And Uni's down to 1 bar. And Lasagna gets taken out. And Uni fighting for his life, trying to find the escape. Maybe he's looking for a coin because that's going to be the quickest way to reset for his team, just hiding in the corner of that stairway underneath like Harry Potter.
Yep, Uni the Harry Potter. I'll have to message him that later. But yeah, I'm not sure that is the situation he wanted to be in. He almost got a kill, brought him down to 1 HP. They couldn't turn the tide of the battle, and that is just one of the things about Uni. His team really plays off of him. He has to be really hot, but it needs to happen really soon. Both teams moving the cash out over there, and we're going to get it started on cash out C.
Yeah, this is going to mean a lot for NV getting this plug. I mean, both these teams great and know exactly how to play their defenses. It's very hard to crack open the egg of these teams' defenses when you're at this situation right here. They not only have to close that gap, but also have to push this high ground. Great headshots coming out from STN that may trap Lasagna over on that side, but Lasagna's taking some big shots. He can't even make it over. Luckily, Uni drops that gateway for him and gets him a regroup with the team as they look to reassess.
And they have a great height advantage as well. They're staying up top. Nightmare is very close to this vault, or this cash out, and they have just pulled it in. They're ready to go for a steal, and this will force all of Envy to drop down on the point. This might be their opportunity. This is the final cash out. Both teams starting to go for it. A lot of damage, a lot of explosions about to happen.
Yeah, Busy up on this high ground, going to be using that shack to try and rain down terror. I love the uses of the sonar, going to be exposing this team because they're just now in a barrel. Shooting fish in a barrel. Stu J drops 3.
Okay, bro.
All of his teammates were really helping him out there, but he just came around, got 1, 2, and 3. 15 seconds on the respawn timer for Nightmare. They're going to have a last-second push to get on here, but they're bringing it out more into the open, and now they can get to an even better height advantage.
Yeah, look at where Stu J and STN are. They're spreading Thing because they know they want to manipulate that spawn over in that cafeteria. Only 30 seconds left. It's going to be a little bit of a difficult trek, but they're just going to be setting up that fire barrel as Lasagna and Gremlin push up to the high ground. Going to try and make their approach on this. They spot Busy out isolated. He's stuck by that goo. He runs into the wall, but a witch comes out, and that may look tricky. But the counter winch as well. Lasagna gets taken out, but Gremlin gets Busy, knocked down, and they have no more time, essentially.
Yeah, time has run out unless they stick it right now, but the goose stall will ensure that it's not happening. Gremlin forced to a side. He does get a kill, but it doesn't matter at the end. Envy staying strong, getting map number 1.
Yeah, Envy really showing up to the arena right there, taking it. That looks so dominant. Such clutch performance right off the start. It really swung the fight in their favor, especially on that vault fight. They were able to get that moving, but I mean, Nightmare snuck it out like a thief. And it looks like Nightmare is gonna be on the back foot here.
Yeah, Nightmare is on the back foot. They're going to have to find some momentum, but we have seen this before. We saw where Nightmare loses the first map, figures it out, and then continues to just steamroll from it. That's what we need. We need them to start building a little bit of momentum and start going at it.
Yeah, and we're going to be going into the next match, which is going to be Sis Horizon. And it's going to be an immaculate one. Honestly, my predictions kind of went by the wayside, but we're still going to see an amazing game coming in. And it's going to be awesome, honestly. Nightmare has to put in the efforts to make this run back.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to get started on Sis Horizon and see a very competitive map in the scene with 2 very competitive teams. I will be very surprised if this does not go all the way to 3 cash outs. These teams have been at each other's throats. I'm waiting for them to kind of slow down and really take the first vault fight as a just slow approach. But
what we've seen so far, these are just explosive first starts.
Yeah, and looks like we're going to be sticking with that SA-12 for Gremlin, the CB1 repeater. I mean, these have been the meta picks for a long time, very favored. The Shaq kind of coming into that meta for the heavy, but CB1 repeater really denying the light a lot of space in these games. And hopefully this 93R comes out in full force. I really want to see more light 1v1s, Stu-J versus Uni, because it's highly contested. There's 3 Goliaths in the scene right now for NA in terms of the light.
Yeah, no, the light versus light is absolutely the battle that we want to focus on. It is such an important battle, and they're such important players as well. If they can find that flank, if they can find that crossfire, they're just dealing so much damage down to anybody. But look at this, Gremlin goes for the tap, but takes a ton of damage on the push. Now they're both teams just dealing a ton of damage from each side. Doing a little bit of posturing, figuring each other out, setting up, but nobody going down just yet.
And both of these teams going to be posturing up on each side of the bridge. A gateway goes out, but nothing happens because that bridge just gets taken out. We saw Envy trying to sneak that out and rotate quickly, but Stu-J takes a big RPG. He needs to find an escape, but look at Gremlin's HP as well. He's taking a bit of damage, and that's going to mean a long reset for him. Uni going to be getting those heals up on Lasagna as Gremlin is over on the side of Envy as well. You see that?
Yeah, this is a bit interesting. The fight has just continued. Nobody really got wiped in that. No reses, no nothing. They just kind of fight a little bit and pull off, and now somehow they've gone in there, grabbed the vault, and are going to get the plug. This has been a very awkward first engagement. You normally have at least one team wipe by now, but somehow Nightmare able to grab the vault, get it plugged, and have plenty of time for the setup. Great angle from Busy trying to blow up any C4 that is on that cash out station. They do get it, and it finally drops down 1 level.
Yeah, getting that C4 out early is pivotal because they have to wait for that another C4 to respawn in there off the cooldown. But will they be going for the take? I mean, look at this. Nightmare just postured up on this high ground, crouch walking down these stairs. They're trying to find any sort of information. The winch comes out. The steel is on deck. And will they drop that dome to go for the full commit? They block the RPG. The winch is missed.
Wow.
And they get the flip.
They get the flip uncontested. Nobody wanted to go in there, but now the engagement kicking off. Envy already lost one of their members, second member. Now that's it. Stu-J just deleted by Lasagna. What a great shot with that repeater.
I mean, the steel doesn't matter for Envy if you're not going to be able to get out with your with your heads on your shoulders. I mean, it looks like Nightmare going to be coming out right here, setting up their defenses yet again, and it's not looking pretty for Envy. A little bit of a mishap with the destruction. Going to be resetting, dropping that C4 on the outside and winching this out because you want to play multiple line of sights. You want to get the stall, but look at this. Envy may be spawning back in, not in the best, or in a great spot. Busy has to wait for that winch and may be able to pounce on top of Uni. Look at Lasagna's position over on that bridge. I do want to note that he's on a great off angle.
That is a great off angle. They have every sightline possible to this cash out. It has been manipulated out into the open middle of this street. It is going to be incredibly difficult, but you can see what Busy's trying to do right now. He's blowing up everything that's blocking his path. He's getting ready to winch claw it in, pull it into this building. This is their only opportunity. They're going to have to goo it and try and stick it. The stick is happening right now, but STN goes down with an elbow to his face. Envy taking a ton of damage, and there they go.
Gremlin is just destructive with that SA-12. Lasagna just in there, right there in time, coming out from the streets, from that top bridge, dropping down from the high ground. He did immaculate damage on entry, and Gremlin was just able to clean up.
Yeah, what a great play, and just a great hold as well. They got the flip after the wipe and then just held on tight. Nightmare, great defensive team. I am seeing them build their momentum, and this is what I was talking about in the last map. As soon as they get it going, Nightmare is like a steamroll engine. They cannot be stopped by anybody. And Envy, I'm afraid, is learning this right now.
Yeah, Envy has a little bit of map control, but the rotation coming out, I mean, we've seen this time and time again. Uni just sneaks out of there with that vault, and Envy's stuck chasing with their tails behind them. Looks like Uni's going to have to turn back. He may find this light 1v1 that we were talking about, but Stu-J just going to reset with his team, try and make the approach. They're going to go across this far bridge while Gremlin and Lasagna regroup with Uni. A little bit of pot shots shooting across this map. as we gateway across, but Busy didn't see the gateway, and he may be taken out, but the heals come out just in time, Rio.
Literally just in time. He was down to 1 bar, got healed right back up, and unfortunately could not be brought down with that. They're going to get the plug started, but both teams are on top of each other, and I say that, and they grab the vault and take it out of there. They do not want to get this plug started just yet. They want to get a team wipe first. Both teams taking shots off at each other from across the hallway. The Winchclaw pulls Gremlin in. When he's getting the shots off, he gets Busy down in that fight. It is all on STN, the only remaining member of Envy, and an elbow to the face will not keep him around for very long.
Yeah, I mean, even in this situation where you do get that winch, the counter winch comes out, but it's just not going to be enough. Gremlin taking a little bit of gas damage. He's just going to thug it out and go straight for this plug. As we do, let's see how Nightmare wants to set up. Maybe just a C4. I mean, with that SA-12, it's a pretty good idea. Play the drop. You don't necessarily want to winch it out because Uni is also going to be able to support them with that 93R, trying to get those light duels up close. And look at this. Uni's kind of rotating right behind NV spawn, playing with his heavy. And it's very interesting to see Lasagna kind of playing a little bit off with that CB1 repeater.
Yeah, no, it's really not that common, but if it works for them, that's great. The engagement kicking off, Busy trying to get some shots off, unable to connect a ton just yet. They pull a little bit of food, buy themselves some space, throwing that red barrel to poke holes in the walls. Nobody going down just yet. STN switching to that healing beam, keeping his teammates nice and healthy. Both teams trying to deal any damage that they can. And then the healing infuser coming back to just heal them right back up. Cash out, halfway done. Winchclaw pulls it off. Great pull by Busy. Throwing down that dome shield. He's going to stick it. Both teams fully healed, full members up there, and they're going to let him get the flip.
Yeah, and that's exactly the thing we need to see. You shoot the C4, you pull it out of that hole, so that double drop doesn't come into play, but Gremlin's taking some big damage up on that high ground. He may be taken out down to 1 bar, but Lasagna is going to try and meet up with him, but it's not going to be enough. Uni, Lasagna going to be the last 2 on their team. Pretty weak, though, as Busy and STN full HP. Now just Uni going to try and clean things up and get some good damage, but the heal gun comes out in full force from STN, finding and regrouping with his team after the res, perfectly timed.
Yeah, I just think that Nightmare got a little bit scattered there, and they couldn't regroup in time to save their health. And you could see that chase around that block there as well, and it basically secured it for Envy.
Yeah, and when Nightmare, the things did not go as planned, it shakes things up. That's the chaos that Envy wanted, to find those picks, find the opening. And they really capitalized on the miscommunication because they had to change their plan just right at the last second.
Yeah, and you know, who can handle a pivot is one of the key fundamentals of the finals. And I love this play at the highest level. Vault 3 has been spawned. Both teams starting their approach towards it. Nightmare a little bit further away. It seems like Envy might get the tap on it, but they're getting close, and actually a lot of damage on that approach.
Yeah, and here we go yet again. Vault 3, we do have these teams making their approach, as Rio just stated. Lasagna and Gremlin. Gremlin just going to get that tap as STN now in the crossfires. Will he find the escape? He does. Looking for that reset. Lasagna just holding these line of sights as we look at this. Busy and Stujay just crouch walking, finally making their approach, using that sonar grenade to call out each one of the members of Nightmare.
Yeah, that sonar grenade is so helpful. Shows you a little bit of where they could be. But an RPG going off at STN's feet deals a ton of damage. Envy, on the other side of things, gets Gremlin. Now they're looking for their next kill. Unfortunately, they couldn't bring him down just yet. The Uni staying healthy, and there goes a wipe on Envy. Nightmare hitting back hard. They're ready to show that they aren't done just yet.
And we're going to be going in for this next plug. Look at this. Uni going to be dash padding, getting this early plug on to D?
Yeah.
He had a little bit of hesitation, just like me in the casting right there. I mean, couldn't figure it out, but they're going to be winching this out. I do like this play if they end up doing it, but we kind of mentioned it earlier on about the SA-12 favoring that drop, but Lasagna may be caught out. Look at this spawn. He's there. He's in the sights. They know they see him, and Busy going to be looking for that pick as Gremlin's now out in the streets.
Yeah, they're trying to find an opening, but it is so exposed to try and get in there. Busy dealing a ton of damage. Great Winchclaw pulling Gremlin in there. They're elbowing it as well, trying to follow it up with a little bit of goo, buying themselves some space. They know the Nightmare's ready to pounce on them. They get their teammate right back in there, healing him nice and healthy. They're ready to go for the next engagement.
Yeah, and looks to 2 versus 3 right now. The steal is going to have to come out for Envy, but I mean, even in this position, they have such great line of sight. They can't deny this. Look at that damage that he did, Lasagna did on to SDN. They may take out Busy, but look at Stu J on the off angle. He's going to be pressuring Lasagna off on that high ground. That could be the opening that they need. But I mean, Busy is already down.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Envy for such an exposed cash-out area in the chase by Lasagna, where the repeater is insane. That is a great shot.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about it. That weapon has such versatility. It can be used at long range to push that light away, get some big burst damage, but Lasagna using it basically like a shotgun there.
Yeah, I can't do that. I'm impressed every time I see it, and one day I will learn it, but not today. Cash out is starting to run down. It is looking like it's Nightmare's cash out. They've got to hold on for about 15 more seconds. It is counting down as Busy starts his approach, deals a ton of damage. It looks like they're stalled in their tracks. They need to go on it right now. We see smoke on the point. They're going for it. There's the dome shield. He can't get close enough just yet. He's just trying to buy space, and it doesn't seem like anything's going to happen because Envy has just been wiped. We're going to see a map number 3.
This is going to be going down to the wire.
Nice shots.
It's interesting to note, I think the last time we had such an intense 3v3 between these two teams was in the 8 Squad Worlds Grand Finals, Nightmare versus Envy, where Envy really showed up to town to take that victory. Will Nightmare kind of be able to shoot back against Envy in this final game on Vegas, Rio?
I think so. I'm excited that we're seeing Vegas. Just as a side note, we haven't seen it at all today, and it's a really fun map, especially for these two teams. But I stand behind what I've seen today. Nightmare, once they get going, it is hard to slow them down. And Envy need to find any crack in that armor that they can, or it's going to be game over for them.
Yeah, and Nightmare, honestly, winning that one and pushing my predictions. I mean, I thought Nightmare was going to be the one to win it on Fortune Stadium. Envy winning on Sis, but it's just reversed. Envy taking Fortune Stadium, Nightmare taking Sis Horizon. Las Vegas, Rio, any predictions, any thoughts as we go into this match?
Oh, I think Nightmare's going to take it. As long as they get the first vault fight, they win that first vault fight, it's over. I think that is whoever builds that momentum.
Yeah.
That might be it. But we will find out momentarily. We are about to send one of these titans of the arena home, and one of them to continue on their journey. I can't believe it comes down to this. 2 amazing teams, 2 amazing performances. Crowd, I hope you're ready for a show of a lifetime.
And here we go. This is going to be a sad moment, but this is the moment as we enter the arena. Envy versus Nightmare. We're going to be going into this match, and this is going to be make or break for these 2 titans in this game. This means the world for both of them.
Absolutely, Sonsoyo. The vaults have spawned. Both teams are starting their approach. Getting to the high ground on top of that mega dome will be the best spot for them. They can spot it out. Uni going a little bit ahead. He is ready to deal some damage with the rest of his team. They're set up now. They've got a good spread as well. They're playing this a lot slower than I had expected from the start.
Yeah, Gremlin's kind of making his approach up on that top right building as we get pushed off. Envy wants to just rotate in. They know where Nightmare is now, and Nightmare may try and take this high ground away from Envy. Just going to get this tap going as we start this match. Envy sitting on this low ground, maybe get caught off on the zip. Some early shack shots coming out, and STN is in the crosshairs of Gremlin. Gremlin going to be healed back up, and STN finally going to find that reset with the help of Stu J. Going to be looking for the approach.
Yeah, oh my God,
my gosh!
With the amazing shack kill, he's now continuing it. Great Winch Claw pulls it in there, gets Busy down. Only STN remains, and he's about to be deleted as well. Gremlin kicking off, Uni there to help up and clean up the rest of those kills.
And I mean, you kind of mentioned it before. This is going to be a momentum-based game. Winning this first vault fight, getting this plug, setting up the defenses is going to mean a lot for Nightmare. But look at this kill right here. That CB1 repeater in combination with that shack. I mean, just immaculate teamwork from Lasagna and Gremlin there. And Uni showing up here to follow things up off that winch, getting the damage that they need, buying the time on that reload. And here we go, Envy spawning back in, gonna make a quick approach up on that high ground, pushing Uni down. Uni, can he find the escape? He takes an RPG. This could be trouble for Nightmare now as they lose their pivotal light. No heat infuser and no flanks gonna be coming out from that light.
Absolutely, they're gonna go for a long res. No, for a defib. That makes more sense. Get him back into the battle. They need to keep those heals back up as well, but they've lost STN. This is interesting, and this might be a time for Envy to find their footing. They need to get back in this. They get the res back up on STN. All of them are here. They're down a level below, and Nightmare set up on top. Things have slowed down, but they have plenty of time to make their approach. They need to spot everybody out, deal a little bit of chip damage, and then come a little bit closer. Throwing goo on their approach. This is a great way to get over there, making it that much more difficult for anybody to deal some damage.
Yeah, that rooftop has become a maze, and Busy's gonna be dropping down, getting that winch, trying to posture things up. They still have about 45 seconds left on this cash out. Up on the top, we see a little bit of a 1v1 happening. A standoff between Stujay, but Stujay opts to drop down. Gremlin at 4 bar. That's gonna be 10 seconds to get that regen before he's fully up. Look at this, Lasagna's gonna be prepped to get another goo out there and stop this winch yet again. I don't know if Busy wasted that winch. That could be pivotal because now they may have no opportunity to set up this defense. Look at where Gremlin and Lasagna, Uni just standing out kind of out in the open.
Nightmare is controlling this cash out, but as I say that, a steal is being attempted, and not anymore, because they just deleted the two of them going for it. It is all on Stujay, who's going to have to wait for his teammates to coin back in. As I say that, though, he's deleted as well. Gremlin, just on a warpath, does not want to give anybody the time of day, and he also wants the res.
Yeah, and this looks like some ranked cash-out game, meleeing that body away from your teammate. He's trying to pad his stats just a little bit. He needs more support score, taking it away from that light. But Uni, he needs to go ahead and get this tab, get this set up, rotate his team out. And look at this, pad gateway all the way over to Vault 2 as we see Envy spawn in over by that big pad on the right side. That used to be a big cowboy sign over there.
Yes, it did, and Uni has got a great little gargoyle spot. He can spot them out, but they've come up to the same height as him. He's about to get into the engagement with him, takes a little bit of damage from himself. Dome shield's going down. Windclaw just missed from Busy, trying to connect his shots with the Shack, but they are not connecting. He falls down a level, and the engagement continues.
STN taking a big amount of damage to him, luckily narrowly making out there alive, but the engagement continues. The chase ensues as Uni finds Stujay, and we're going to be dropping in, trying to find any sort of remnants. Busy drops down from the CB1 repeater. I mean, Lasagna, that first game of the day, he has been missing, but after that, he's just doing dominance with that CB1 repeater. He's really found his stride since that first game he's played today.
Yeah, and there goes Uni, the Vault Man himself, gonna get this plugged on Cash Out C, get this started. What could be the last cash out for Envy. They need to get something going right now, but I've been saying it time and time again. Once the Nightmare machine gets started, it's hard to stop. Having nightmares and Envy, we'll probably have them for quite a while.
Yeah, Envy's dreams might be crushed going into this final cash out. Nightmare, I mean, they've been super tight on defense, finding those slight advantages. We're going to need to see Envy find a single pick to snowball things in their favor. I mean, it's been so dominant, the denials with those goose, stopping Envy from setting up a forced point situation. But look at this, we're getting a little bit of triangulation up on this high ground. This could be their opportunity to find a pick, but the damage goes out that they need. Will they find the reset though? Nightmare backing up, trying to regroup.
Yeah, this is some good posturing. They're just playing it slow. They want to kite this as long as possible to smoke it off, but there's also a gateway over there. I think that they're ready to take it, but look at this. They're pretty far away from the cash out spot.
No. Please don't.
They're going to grab it. They might have it. This is the dome shield on top of it. They got the flip totally uncontested.
And gateway back out. They finally learned from their mistakes. They had an opportunity to get out. That pad also being another option, but Stujay calling out the approach. They did not want to take that pad and get beamed. But now Envy in control this cash out. Nightmare going to try and find some entry damage to get this back up.
Come on.
As Stujay takes a little bit of damage but gets reset. And it looks like Lasagna going to be stuck on this low ground, going to be reset by Uni. Getting those off angles, look at that. Gremlin taking a lot of the pressure off from his team as Stujay finds those off angles. This is all about the off angles right now, but Uni gets taken out. Gremlin gonna be going down to 2 bars, but they find the pick on Busy. Busy gonna be dropped down, and it's gonna be Gremlin, Lasagna versus STN and Stujay. They go for the steal.
They're going for the steal right now. They've even got Goo blocking themselves, but here comes the jump in. They're trying to stop it. Right now, they were able to get the pull off, and now this time is running down. There's not much more chance for Nightmare to get in there. Envy seems to have secured it. We will see one more cash out. All of these maps have gone to 3, and this one is no different, as Envy is hitting back a little hard.
I mean, that whole rooftop engagement was fantastic. Envy was able to push Nightmare away. They saw the gateway and was able to approach on that box, get that steal in time. Stujay setting up a great gateway out there, getting them out and resetting up on that high ground yet again. I mean, this is going to be anyone's game here.
Yeah, and they've already tapped the vault. They are ready to move it. Nobody wants to give an inch here, but look at this. Stujay takes a ton of damage as he's seen just a little bit. Lasagna on a warpath. Nightmare wants to show that they have everything that they can to deal a ton of damage to anybody in their sights.
Yeah, and any sort of damage is going to be meaningful here. It's going to come down to the first, whoever gets this plug. But look at that, Nightmare's approach on the high ground, stopping them. This is going to put a plug in Envy's plan. But Uni gets taken out by Stujay, the light 1v1. Stujay may be proving something to himself, and now Busy making the approach. They're going to be trying to find that reset, but Lasagna, Gremlin just has the body. No way to get that body to Lasagna for that defib. We're going to be going in. Look at this flank. Doesn't know he's behind him. Does so much damage, but he makes the escape, but Lasagna gets taken out. Gremlin gets taken out, and it's going to be Envy earning their right to this plug.
I'm telling you, Envy seem like they're hitting back hard. They may have found their momentum, and this is terrifying for Nightmare. It seems everything has flipped from just a few minutes ago. We are coming down to it. This final vault is about to be plugged. It is going down to this cash out. One of these teams is about to go on, and one of these teams is about to go home. I can't believe this. They're setting up their defenses now. Nightmare got to find a way to crack them.
Yeah, Nightmare has time to make the approach, make the plan. Uni's going on for that off angle, but look at this stairway. There's multiple ways out. They can go through that door to go to that bar area, go up or down that stairway. But, I mean, the stairways can be good, like we've said time and time again, but they can kind of trap yourself in a corner. Lasagna going to be trying to do a little bit of scouting. Gremlin sitting up on that. But Uni goes through that. Sneaking. What is this, a stealth game?
They are just deleting Uni at any opportunity. He is the main man, and they are playing this perfectly. Look at that RPG going up. Nightmare again. This is getting tense. They have one more chance to do this.
Come on, man.
I mean, they had the plan right there, but Uni just went through that door and couldn't find that. They just shot him right in the back, taking him out. That, I mean, Envy's finding the proper opening, playing everything perfectly right now. Nightmare, 3 seconds to spawn, or 3 seconds to spawn back in. Where will they make this approach? It looks like Stujay wanted to offer a big spawn block. Nightmare has a little bit of a trick. They spawn so far away, but the gateway gets him in pretty quickly. 45 seconds left in this cash out.
Oh, he's... Come on, nice. No. No. Oh, fuck. Come on, come on, come on. No, 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 no.
There's so much healing. Envy's not looking good. Nightmare might have the opportunity. It's all on Busy. He has to stall for any chance that he can. The flip is going on. Lasagna holding it for dear life. They're getting Busy down as well. He goes for the win, but he didn't get it. He didn't get it. Nightmare gonna get the flip.
Nightmare beats Envy.
Nice one, man. Damn. Fuck.
No more going into the final four. Envy going home. Nightmare must be feeling good after that match. Oh my gosh, back and forth. Everybody's celebrating. Oh my gosh, they're feeling good. They're taking a sigh of relief. That could have been crazy. I mean,
look at that crowd. Look at how active those are. People are
just
feeling this energy. This was a match, and honestly, Artie, what do you have to say about all that?
That was historic. That has to be one of the craziest matches I have ever seen, without a doubt. In this matchup, not only did it go to map 3, not only did it go to the third cash out on every single map, it went down to the final team fight where it could have gone one direction.
Bro.
Oh, there were so many
Sad for DSM.
points in that match where each team was showing
Shit.
what they had. The amazing moment in that first match where there was Gremlin sticking that revive, trusting in his light to save them, keeping him alive in the
Bro, this fight is unnecessary actually. Fucking idiots.
last moment.
Why they pull them?
Waking that cash out, keeping that drop from actually doing anything.
You know, Morgan.
Yanking that cash out.
And they were cracking Envy's defenses as well, all the way through.
It was just perfect team play from both teams, but one had to win.
They must
It really was.
just
And
low
it's a shame
stall
we
it,
have
yeah.
to say goodbye to any of them, but Envy are devastated here.
Well, it seems like Nightmare is
Damn,
the
bro.
Grim Reaper of NA. They have taken out KCP earlier today.
Fuck. Oh, what, man? I don't have bad internet. Or do I have?
They've just taken
Fuck.
out Envy. The Envy. The team who has just been so stable through all of this. This is his.
Oh, what? What's happening, man? Mm. Ah, fuck. Bro, why? What the hell? What the fuck? Oh. No. It's my internet or what? Nice. It's my internet. भाई पैसे भेजे हैं पैसे भेजे हैं
Here's the thing. One more ticket remains
बुरा
before we're in the top four. And who gets that ticket? It's anyone's game, or technically two teams' game. But we'll find out soon. But we've come a long way, my friends. We are back at DreamHack.
और कुछ देख ले
That sentence was make sense.
Bro.
But here's the thing. Something that makes sense is that before we head into the finals, before we end this entire thing,
चेक तो करो हाँ देखा भाई देखा
we need to take a look and a moment to reflect on where we've gotten from,
धन्यवाद फॉर ₹1
where the finals is
धन्यवाद
right now, and where the finals is going in season 9. Does anyone want to hear something
धन्यवाद
about season 9 maybe? I'm gonna hit you with the Spanish pop. I can't hear you. There it is.
Damn, bro.
Who better to give
Who
you
said that
everything about season
finals is a dead game, bro? This is not fucking dead. They don't know how to. Bro. Damn, bro. शगुन का ₹1 धन्यवाद साफ मेरे को लगा नहीं था कोई वर्क करेगा ये पर सब वर्क कर रहा है
I mean, standing up here now, our very first Grand Major, surrounded by all of you, it's completely overwhelming. It's surreal to be here. It's amazing. I've said this before, but it bears repeating. When we started building the finals, we didn't want to make just another shooter. We wanted to create something new, something different, something that no one else was doing, based on the idea of enabling player agency, creativity, basically just allowing players to play the way they want to play through systemic design and what we call dynamism. And about 2 years ago, we went live with that idea. And today, looking at how far this game has come, I can honestly say you made it real, because the finals is much more than just a game. It's a community. It's a living organism made. Yeah.
Nice one.
It's made by
Best
the
game ever.
interactions, the
Better than
creativity,
Valorant.
and the choices that come from what
Actually,
you play. All the
that
emergent
fuck
moments that happen because of what you
piece
did
of
in that
trash
one
game.
match and in that one moment. Over the past 2 years, you've pushed this game in ways we couldn't have imagined. You've made metas and broken them. You've come up with playstyles we didn't think were possible. You've changed how we look at our own game. You've kept us honest, you've challenged us, you've supported us, and through all of it, you've believed in what we're trying to do. So on behalf of everybody at Embark, I want to say thank you for your passion, for your patience, your creativity, and to your dedication to this world that we've built together.
No doubt, man. Best game.
Thank you, guys.
Freaking best
What you're
game.
seeing here at DreamHack is the result of millions of plays, countless cash outs, and the dedication and determination that founded Embark to build games in a new way. Yeah, thanks. I'm getting a little emotional. Sorry, guys. Thank you. I'm sorry. This is too much. I'm sorry. Well, I can say this, that we've only just begun. The now is what's happening here tonight. This community, these players, and
मैं
this
सब्सक्राइब कर दिया
shared
हमने.
love for the game.
धन्यवाद सर.
Is what's
धन्यवाद.
happening in just a
Thank you
couple
so
of weeks
much.
with the launch of a brand new season.
Thank you
of
so
ideas
much.
that you helped shape. And the later, that's the future that we're going to build together. With new ideas, new
Okay.
experiments, new ways to play and compete in the finals. We're planning seasons ahead. We have so much we want to share with you, one step at a time. We have years of content planned, exploring different eras, time periods. Real-world locations are fantastical ones. The possibilities are endless because anything can happen in the finals. So wherever you're watching this from, here in the audience or at home, if you've been with us since season 1 or you're just discovering the finals now, thank you for being a part of this journey. You are the reason we're here. You're the reason we're not slowing down. We have so much ahead of us. I can't wait to show you what's next. So with that, let's take a look at season 9. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, nice. Now it will be fun. Servants? I'm 11. Nice outfit. No, this is M11. But outfit ching. Nice. Chinese thing.
Season 9 is called Dragon Rising, and it's one of our most ambitious themes to date. It's inspired by China's ancient past and its cutting-edge future.
एक और कौन सा गेम खेलते हो या सिर्फ देखते हो? देखते हो? मैं अभी तो सिर्फ यही खेल रहा हूँ because it kind of hit good. So yeah. अभी तो यही है. Roblox अगर दोस्तों अगर रहते तो नहीं तो ना. Wanna play Battlefield but can't play. Oh. Valo? Nah, never. Story modes, I'm not into story mode, so nah. Other than that, CS used to play, but now it's just it's too competitive for me. Nah, I can't game.
With strong visual transitions and solid structures guiding the flow of play. Dragon Rising is our way of celebrating the stories,
Oh,
scale, and
this map is beautiful.
and bringing that energy into the world of the finals.
Yeah, for now it's
Next up is
the finals,
incredibly excited about.
and I'll be stick to it till let's see.
And it brings an entirely different rhythm to the game. We call it Point Break. Point Break is an 8 versus 8 mode where 2 teams face off in an asymmetric challenge with one team attacking and the other defending, fighting in waves and pushing the front line of the battle forward by fulfilling objectives in phases. This is large-scale, objective-driven action in a casual mode. The front line gets pushed forward across the map when attackers
Bro,
objectives.
this will be fun.
Hold the line and and try to shut them down. It's fast, it's messy, it's strategic, and it feels like you're part of a huge battle unfolding around you. This is a mode where you always know where the fight is, where the action is headed, and what your team needs from you.
Oh, it's like a checkpoint wala thingy.
And it
Nice.
gives players room to experiment, navigate, and choose how they want to contribute. Expect explosions, momentum shifts, desperate last stands,
Bro,
full team
this will be fun.
all of it
आएंगे
happening across
देखने.
massive evolving
धन्यवाद.
This is Point Break, a new way to play
CS
finals,
अभी तो नहीं
one of
bro.
the biggest additions to
अभी तो
season
I'm sorry. I'm too much into right now finals. इसके अलावा अभी तो कोई गेम अच्छा लगता नहीं मेरे को.
Next, let's talk about the World Tour.
खेलेंगे. एक बार
Before
मेरा
jumping
PC
into
build हो
the
जाए तो
protocol,
I'll
we
invest
have
more
to
time
look
in
structure
this thing
and
also.
all of it together in one
But
place.
अभी के लिए
Instead of a distinctive game,
I'll stick
World
with
Tour
this
now
only
includes all modes
for
and
now.
represents your journey as a contestant in a season or the finals. In the new World Tour, every mode contributes to your journey. No matter what you choose to play, you're progressing your badge, earning rewards, and moving forward throughout the season. It's flexible, it's unified, and it adapts to whatever style of play you enjoy. We're also introducing a new map view that shows the full seasonal path. This includes events, LTMs, and everything happening throughout the season laid out clearly, so you always know what's coming next. And sponsors have been redesigned as well. You can now sign with any sponsor you like, whenever you like, and change them on the fly. No more being locked in. It's all about giving you freedom, choice, and a reason to mix things up. We'll also be adding new loyalty tracks for generous official sponsors of Season 9, Volpi and Ospius. These changes are coming to you at the start of Season 9, and we hope they will add depth and cohesion to your
December
gameplay
10th.
experience and your journey.
Bro,
as
only
a
10 days
contestant in the
left.
finals. Simple, flexible, and built around how players actually want to play. Now, let's talk about Ranked. Ranked still has its own progression path, but now it also feeds into World Tour and the overall journey as well. No matter which path you prefer, competitive or casual, your time in the game always moves you forward. We hope this creates a much smoother connection between these two experiences. We're also updating the RS system, where we've adjusted how RS is calculated in Ranked to make matches feel fairer, more stable, and more reflective of actual performance. The goal is simple, a ranking system that feels competitive but also trustworthy. And finally, rewards. Both Ranked and the World Tour now feed into a unified reward structure. As you rank up, you earn reward coins. And at the end of the season, you decide what to spend them on. Instead of the game choosing for you, you pick the rewards that matter the most to you.
Oh,
But don't worry,
nice.
they'll be visually distinct from past rewards, which will never be obtainable again. This is a more flexible, more transparent way to progress, and a better reflection of the work you put in all season. We hope you'll like these changes and the freedom of choice that comes with them. Season 9 also brings a wide set of system and balance updates across the game.
Yeah, this
A lot of these
is
changes come directly from player feedback, and they're aimed at making combat feel more reliable, more expressive, and more strategic. A few key updates.
This is
include
more
the
like
dome shield and
a
mesh shield now block the winch claw, providing clearer counterplay. We've improved the accuracy of the KS-23, giving it a more similar feel to the BFR Titan. And we've decreased the tactical reload animation of the model to improve its responsiveness, among many other things.
okay. That will be good.
Customization is also getting a boost. You can now randomize your favorite skins, and we've improved previews for stickers, sprays, borders, and player cards.
Okay.
We're also adding customization options to the in-game tablet, letting you make even more of the experience feel.
Oh.
For cash out, we're introducing a new system called Double Jeopardy, which adds a fresh layer of strategy to how teams approach objective play. Doubling a cash out is still possible, but now it's a high-stakes event where the team that starts the double risks losing some of their cash if you don't finish the job. It turns doubles into dramatic do-or-die moments with real consequences. We're expanding privacy options as well, giving players more control over how they appear and how they interact with others in the game. It's something many players have asked for, and we're happy to deliver it. You can now also invite party members directly from your clubs, making it easier to bring your community into matches without jumping through menus.
Okay.
And finally, we've made a series of performance optimizations across the game. Some of this work comes from supporting the new 8v8 mode, and some of it is focused on individual maps like Kyoto. Altogether, these improvements should mean smoother matches across the board. Season 9 isn't just new content, it's a stronger, more flexible version of the finals from top to bottom. Finally, we have USPs and gameplay systems, where we're continuing to expand our smooth destruction system across the game. For Season 9, Monaco now has full smooth destruction across almost all buildings, and Fangwai City will ship with it from day one. We're rolling this out map by map, so not every arena will have it at launch, but the experience will grow over time. With this system, collapsing buildings have real knock-on effects. As they break into each other, they change the layout as they fall and open up new play spaces as structures shift and collide. We've also made several visual improvements where smaller objects now stay attached to collapsing structures more reliably, which not only looks better, but also improves performance. And we're updating destruction effects so they better reflect the actual material and shape of what's being destroyed. Walls, floors, concrete, glass, it all feels more physical, more grounded, and more satisfying.
Bro, do something with Riot Shield, man. What the fuck?
An opt-out option that gives players more control over when replays appear and how they want to experience match highlights. The goal is flexibility and clarity for players who want more choice, and ties into our universal goal of respecting players' time. All of this and more is coming in Season 9. It's the start of Year 3 of the finals, and an epic first chapter in what will prove to be our biggest year yet. We can't wait to let you in on December 10th. Thank you for watching, thank you for being here. Come join us for Season 9 and Dragon Rising, and we'll see you in the arena.
Oh my days, what a season we're getting ourselves up for. Not only are we talking the start of Season 9, but we're talking the start of Year 3 of the finals. I didn't even know if I caught everything that happened, but it's looking to be really good. I heard a lot of shouting in this crowd on a certain winch claw change. We'll see what we feel about that in a couple of weeks. But beyond that, can I get it one more, some noise for Gustav Tilleby? I love this community, man. What an insane day we've had so far. And it's time for something quite energetic. We're about to find out what fourth team joins us in the finals. Back to the studio.
Oh my goodness. I knew about some of the changes that were coming. I am still blown away. Winch claw changes, doubling changes. Are you kidding me? The new map also is so beautiful and so much fun to play on. I'm so excited.
It's absolutely gorgeous, that new map. And there's just an incredible load of tiny details as well that we were just in awe at as it kept flowing. There's all these little bits and pieces, some things you could probably watch that whole video back. It will be uploaded to the YouTube channel, and just take in even more of those little details as they come. The one for me was there's a kill feed buff. It tells you when you've wiped a team. We saw the high notes wiping out the tough shells or whatever it was.
You can put stickers on
that.
your iPad.
The iPad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be an iPad kid in the finals finally. I'm also so grateful that my thousands of hours in Power Shift will actually go towards something now.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
Really nice.
I've got a load of friends who just want to play Power Shift. I'm like, come on, let's rank up, let's get the World Tour rewards. And now you can do both at the same time.
Also, let's talk about the 8v8 mode. 8v8 mode.
Russian in the
Bro,
finals.
It's insane. I cannot wait to try that out.
And that cash box be thick.
Ooh. Why he wide though?
Yeah,
like,
why one of them wide?
What are they feeding the cash out other than money? But the doubling changes. That is going to change the competitive ecosystem. If you double it and you don't steal it, you lose money.
Yeah.
That's
This still be.
And in that clip, it showed, the lowest place team doubling as a way to get back in. But it's really impactful if you have that first place scenario.
When the first place team's double.
Exactly.
Right?
The final cash out, we see it so often. The first place team will just aim to double or hide the cash box, whatever, and that gets them through. But they have to have gone so much further ahead now in order for that to be a safety net.
It's not safe anymore.
Exactly.
Sweeping changes. Season 9 is going to be absolutely insane. I can't even express how excited I am for Season 9.
The smooth destruction is unlike anything I've ever experienced in any game before. Literally a building toppling on its side, and then you can still run around it, running on the underside of a staircase. I'm just imagining what's going to happen when a pagoda goes flying across a map.
Only Embark could do this. No other dev studio has managed that kind of physics in a game with this much chaos, with this many moving parts. It's just such a beautiful thing to witness.
It really is. I mean, this is going to be an insane year 3 for the finals. Going to be an insane year 3, not only for the finals esports, but we'll just have to wait and see what's going to happen. because we have one more match on the way here to find out who has that 4th spot in the grand finals. We're looking at TSM versus Nightmare. Remember that Nightmare has had a crazy run to get here. They had to work hard to get to the Grand Major and get their spot. And in PHL,
Oh boy.
they only lost to the Fire Strays, who are not here
Damn.
today. Well, Slothy, he's in that crowd. Love you, Sloth. I need to say this, though. TSM, the darkest horse of all of the finals esports.
Yeah, and we did have our eyes on them at the very start, but it was a huge question mark. Will they step up to the plate? Have they made those improvements behind closed doors? They're guaranteed top 5 in the world right now. It's a completely new breakout roster in this game. Could be top 4. They just have to topple Nightmare to do it.
They just have to topple Nightmare to do it, and we're going to see the maps right now that they're going to do it on.
Ooh.
Then, of course, we're going to be playing here. Oh, wait, hold on. TSM bans Skyway. Okay. Nightmare takes Soul away. Nightmare takes Monaco away. TSM bans Horizon. That's a good ban for them. Starting on Nozomi Citadel. Then we're going to Fortune Stadium. Map number 3, should we get there? Randomized to Vegas Stadium. This will be
easy. Nightmare will win, bro.
So,
Definitely.
as we get these teams
Easy.
ready to go, what are we predicting, Waltz? What do you think?
Look, at the end of the day, I think Nightmare are running hot. I love my boys. I think they're going to be able to pull it out. When the going gets tough, I think the experience is going to matter.
If there's
Easy.
any wall that TSM hit today, it's going to be this one. If they can topple Nightmare, then they are possible favorites to win the whole thing.
And these two teams,
Easy.
mind you, TSM took out Alliance, the #1 team in EU. Nightmare took out Envy, the #1 team in NA. This has never happened before, and it might never happen again. So to take you through it, we're going to be seeing Rio and Sonsoyo to see who's going to get that last spot
Let's go.
in the grand finals.
Yeah, this is going to be an amazing one. Artie, Jerry, and Walt take the seat with Scotty and June. Rio and I got this covered. We're going to be running into the virtual arena, Rio. What do you expect to go in? We're going to be going in hot with that gateway that we've seen time and time again from Nightmare.
I am going to see Nightmare just continue the steamroll. They had such an amazing performance in the last 3v3 that I can't expect anything less from them. The Vaults have spawned. They are making their way over there. Nightmare just a little bit closer, but they start the engagement already on the other side of that. Doing a lot of damage.
Gremlin changed? What the fuck?
Off to the side, just to the left a little bit. Arco, you can see off to the right there, ready to just poke out, maybe go for a flank if needed. But both teams kind of posturing up, kind of tunneling up just for a little bit.
Yeah, and a big RPG comes out from Gremlin. They follow it up with a winch, and Lasagna gets some great shots onto Apollo. We're going to be going in. Last one alive. Arco, the light, going to be taken down with a
bro,
firing
easy,
squad
man.
shooting down on that staircase.
No, and that's a great way of describing it, a firing squad, because all 3 of them targeted that last person perfectly. That is some great gameplay, and honestly, TSM needs to figure this out real soon.
Yeah, TSM thought they were going to be sneaky, walking down that hallway, trying to find a flank, but I guess they were heard, and Nightmare was ready for it, pulling out that RPG. Here we go back to that winch. What an amazing play from Nightmare, countering TSM strategy.
Absolutely, and now Nightmare, the defensive team. What is going on? Uni gets one, can he get the second? He needs to reload. Go right off the bat, and he's chasing the third down. Gets that one as well. Uni's hot as hell right now.
Uni just hitting him with the bows, flexing on top of TSM. Nightmare gets the plug, and this is a very difficult cash out. They're going to be playing drop, and look at this elbow going back to this replay. He doesn't know what to do. He has to find the reload. You know, I'm just going to break that space, throw you the bow, and clean up visions on top of that.
I often call Uni the movement master, and with those dashes, he had the perfect distance, the perfect space to come in for a risky elbow play, and it worked for him. I love this. Nightmare has such a momentum right now. They're in control of this cash out. TSM starting their approach, looking for any crack in this armor. Arco taking some good shots off with the 93R. He might be able to get Gremlin down, but that dome shield stops him dead in his tracks. Now Nightmare pulling off to the side.
Look how fast we're transitioning into this. Nightmare's answering right back and gets vision down to 1 HP essentially. And look, we're going to have to make a reset, but we see some shots in the back from Uni. Uni finds a clean off angle, and they're going to be light 1v1ing over there. Arco versus Uni. They decide to back off both, taking their time, but a witch comes out for Lasagna, going to get taken out by Apollo. Now we're going to be following up, looking for Gremlin, chasing him down, but Uni gets a great gateway up onto the high ground. Look at those double C4s. He takes a big amount of damage, but Uni going to be passed away so low as they go for this steal. Going to be looking for that denial. They do get the pick that they need. It's going to be a 2v3. We do find the reset on the side of TSM.
Absolutely. Nightmare still in this battle. They are kiting their own cash out. They're doing it well. Lasagna down, but that doesn't mean anything because Gremlin and Uni are still in the battle. More C4 being thrown down on the point. TSM is all there, but there's Uni getting a pivotal kill. He's now going for the steal, but they're able to get it. Apollo deleted. Visions being the only person remaining in this battle. Nightmare have kited this. They have secured it as well.
And that's exactly what I was talking about.
Easy, man. Easy.
That pool area was fantastic. I mean, it's so hard. It just buys them so much time
Damn
to be able
easy.
to reset, find their opening, and TSM just struggled so heavily because of how open that is. Look at Uni finding that amazing tracking on Arco, dropping down, getting that pick, shooting him under that stairwell, and was able to trade out and get the damage that he needs to do to secure that cash.
I was having a conversation with somebody just a little bit ago about the top players. Who is the most recognizable? And we mentioned Uni right off the bat. And this is why the man has plays that change the entire balance of this game. It is amazing to see, and I hope that they can continue it.
Yeah, we do see this fight break down into a 2v2. Missed winches from both sides, and it's not looking good for Uni. He isn't going to be able to offer any support to Gremlin, but Gremlin finds the pick anyway. And now we're in a light 1v1. This is exactly
Come
what
on,
we're talking about.
come on, Uni.
The household name, but Arco coming
Come
out of
on.
the woodworks gets the damage advantage. On top of Uni, it's going to come down one bar, but he has to reload. He's shooting the ball.
The man is unstoppable right now. The dashes, the beating in
Fuck.
and out of the
Nice try, nice try.
bars that were blocking all of the damage. It is impressive to see. Now they're going to be able to get this vault, control it, but TSM, they have not gotten any momentum just yet. But look at this, the movement. This is what I'm talking about. These signposts blocked all of the damage. You have to have such a mindset to be able to understand that in the heat of the moment, that is how you survive. That is pro play. This is perfect examples of why they are so high up in the board.
And I think they may be making a little bit of a mistake here. They finally get the plug, but TSM finds a pretty clean rotation in. They aren't able to get some early damage opening as they cross out. So this is going to be a little bit of a kite game. We do see Uni playing these staircases. Going to be able to support Gremlin and Lasagna if the fight breaks out over by them. They want to take that pressure, but that jump may have been a little bit of a footstep. They're going to be breaking open this high ground as Visions gets spotted by Uni, but Uni taking a big amount of damage. And let's see what happened. Oh my, Apollo takes out Uni. Gremlin falls as well. Arco finding that opening that he needs, and it's just Lasagna 3v1. I don't think he's going to be able to do anything.
Okay.
He's going to have to back up. He just decides to jump off the map, reset, because he knows there's going to be time to take another fight.
Yeah, that is the smart play. They have all the time in the world. They have the advantage for the cash out. And look at this as well. You see TSM is going for the push. They want to make sure that they push all of their respawns off to the side, denying them the close spawn, and that will change this battle. It is going to basically secure them this cash out if they get a unlucky spawn, and that's not too bad, but they can make it here pretty close.
This is one of a pretty good spawn to hold that defense on. They do have two options to go over to that Via side, but Uni going to be gateway and padding all the way over. Doesn't take a lot of damage, does end up getting that gateway over here. 45 seconds left on this cash out, and Uni needs to be looking for a pick. Gremlin and Lasagna staying as a duo, playing around that winch. This is going to come down to this force point right here. We're going to be going in. Gremlin takes a big C4, and RPG comes down. Lasagna doesn't get too hurt from that, but this is where the fight breaks down and swings in their favor. The RPG equals things up as Apollo takes a big amount of damage, gets taken out by that winch, but Arco finds that pick on Lasagna. Gremlin shooting back, and it just comes down to a 1v1. Arco in control of the cash box, and it's going to be Gremlin going for that kill. He needs to find it, but he's not going to have enough time to steal.
Oh, it's heartbreaking, but he's going to attempt it, but yeah, not enough time. He hid in that little tiny cubby under the desk, and that bought him the precious seconds
Nice try,
that
nice
he
try,
needed
nice
to
try.
stay in this map. TSM gonna bring us to vault number 3. This is anybody's game. TSM might have found a way to crack through the tough armor of Nightmare.
TSM, such a tactical team. making some pretty amazing offenses that I've seen. They're going to be posturing up towards the center of the map, if I'm not mistaken. Just let Nightmare tap that, and we're going to hold center map. We do have the positional advantage here.
Yeah, TSM got the high ground, but look at how grouped up Nightmare is. They can return fire at anybody that peeks out from this little window there, and they are dealing a lot of damage. They decide to go through the gateway they set up for the vault. It will transfer it over there as well. The rest of the team is here. They're going to go for the plug at D. Gremlin, the one chasing the vault, interestingly enough, throws down the dome shield to buy himself a little bit of space, but TSM is hot on their heels, and they're trying to get some kills in there, but TSM is now
Nice shot.
They've turned it around on the approach. They were able to pivot on a dime and turn everything around.
Yeah, I was worried about Nightmare getting shot in the back, but TSM needs to look behind them, check those shoulders, because Lasagna is above you. Taking a big RPG. Lasagna now gets winched in. He may be taking out that goose, stalling for a little bit of time as Arco takes out Gremlin on that peel, and Lasagna drops alongside him. Uni going to be finding this high ground, maybe looking for a little bit of denial, but he gets shot in the back himself. He does take out Visions. Holy crap! That tracking immaculate, and he does get out using that invis bomb, and TSM has to look for the reset. Cash out in hand, going to be looking for that plug as well. Uni does not want that to happen. He needs to buy as much time for his team to spawn back in.
Yeah, and he's actually done it really well. Only about 5 seconds left before they can coin back in. They won't be too far away from this, but Uni is just a master of that movement, able to get out of there, go in viz, and go to a spot where nobody from TSM could find him. They bought himself the time to bring his teammates back into this. They're ready to go for it, and they're getting really close.
Yeah, TSM posturing up on this high ground. Got some early damage onto Uni, but healed right back up, just trying to slow them down, keep them at bay. I think they're ready to drop here. They're backing up, trying to play a very, very slow game. They don't want to make any mistakes. Look at this pad position. They may get caught off guard here. Look at Uni coming off on the off angle, getting some early damage, calling them out. They're going to have to ditch that pad and look to renegotiate the terms of this battle.
Yeah, they're trying to steal it right now, but this cash out area is so unique. Tons of ways to drop it, and the rubble makes it so difficult to really get anything going, but they're going for it. They're trying to write it down. It did not work for them. They're going to go for another attempt, or at least tap it just to bring them back into it.
The building is burning, the building is breaking. Now we're going in for that steal yet again. Gremlin on top of it. The dome goes down from TSM. A winch comes out. Who will win this fight? Apollo gets taken out. We back up and look for any opening, but Gremlin finds two, and it's a 1v1. Uni answering back.
It was light versus light, and Uni just hits a little bit harder. They get the flip, and now they have all the time in the world to set up their defenses. They have to stop TSM one more time, and this will be a panic push by TSM. Right now, it's looking like Nightmare has everything in their favor, but don't discount TSM just yet. They could pull something off at the very last second. That's what makes the finals the finals.
Yeah, and this is going to be one last Hail Mary, but they do have a lot of space to traverse. They're trying to get that gateway in. They need to make their approach quickly. Lasagna off on that off angle, and Gremlin ready to drop down. I don't think they have it in time. They are on it, but the goose doll comes out, and it blocks them. No time. Nightmare is going to take game one.
Map number 1 for Nightmare. They continue their steamroll. They are one map away from making it into the final 4 and sending TSM home. TSM, they need to figure something out right now, or they're staring down a barrel.
Yeah, Nightmare showing out, saw some cracks. TSM found the opening. They did a fantastic job, but look at this. 24 kills coming out from Nightmare, showing some dominance. I mean, TSM still looking pretty good. I mean, despite that scoreboard, TSM found some openings, found some cracks. Lasagna really negotiating those terms in that mid-fight on that last point, finding the opening and getting those picks that they needed, but TSM just losing that last cash out, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that cash out is just so unique, as I was pointing out, because it can just fall and it becomes incredibly difficult to get in there and also be spotted entirely as well. So it's just unique. It didn't work in their favor, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. I am blown away by the amount of kills, the amount of just tempo that these teams have. We have not had a single stall, no slowdown in the pacing. These teams are at each other's throat at every opportunity. I could not ask for 2 better teams to be fighting it out for their life.
Yeah, I do like that. They're They're going to the wall. They're fighting hand in hand, basically, together. The chemistry for both these teams are immaculate. But Fortune Stadium, Rio,
it could be very fortunate for Nightmare, and I'm sure that they would love to secure this in 2 instead of bringing it to 3. But let's see what happens, because TSM is an incredibly strong team. They have made it this far. They deserve to be here. Yes, they might be an unknown team, but now they are well known.
They have toppled giants like Alliance, and now Nightmare they're facing on the back foot. They're going to be taking this high ground. Nightmare going to be affording themselves a positional advantage. TSM going to be opting for that low ground, playing a little bit slow. This is going to be probably one of the slower parts of the match. This is going to be an important fight. We've talked about it time and time again. Sector 6 being such an important vault to plug. You have the ability to spawn manipulate. You have the ability to camp their bodies. I mean, this is going to be a fantastic. Lasagna just goes for the tap right away, wants to get this match going. No haste. And now TSM crouch walking up these stairs, trying to find an approach. Will we see a pad RPG, the invis, the C4, everything comes out? Can they find someone hiding behind Gremlin? 2 bars maybe dropping down, but Arco, Uni using that M11, the tried and true M11. Lasagna gets winched in and evens things up. It's a 2v2, and we're going to get that reset on TSM.
Yeah, TSM played that really well. The engagement is still going off. Gremlin with an RPG shoots right at the feet of Apollo. Not enough damage, though, as both of them forced into a corner. Smoke gone off as well. Dome shield down, fighting inside of the dome, but doesn't work out well for Apollo as Gremlin gets some good headshots. They're regrouping as a team, and they need to get Lasagna back in this. I think that they're going to go and let him coin in, but what happened?
What an
angle! Opened the door, and Arco just deletes him from up high.
Yeah, Arco found the perfect angle. Lasagna's body's still on that roof, but now Arco's under heavy fire. Uni finds that kill with that M11. He is so demonic with that weapon. But now we're going to be dropping down Lasagna, the medium 1v1 that you all wanted to see. The heavies, the lights come to support them. Who will come out on top? This is where everything matters. We see Uni on the back foot. He gets some great damage with that M11. That thing just shreds, but Uni can't find the escape, and TSM going to be able to take this vault all the way to Sector 6 if they want.
Yeah, and that is what you don't want to have happen if you are Nightmare. This might be the crack in their armor that we're starting to see. They're going to get this plugged over on Cash Out A, get things started, and this is what makes it so difficult. You see every approach from Nightmare onto this Cash Out, and you can control where they spawn like they just did. Nightmare, long spawn away. TSM can see them from every angle.
They messed up the spawn manipulation. Arco does spot them, though. They actually spawn in that Izzo building. They're ready for Engimo, but now Nightmare has the high ground. TSM, fortunately, do realize and back up. They're going to be playing the safe game. Look at Uni with those beams with that M11. Tried and true. I mean, he is a pure aimer.
He really is. He's taking shots at any corner that he thinks that they might be in. It's a really great way of securing them down, making sure that they can't move out of any angle, stuck in that corner. He knows that they're all grouped up. Gremlin with an RPG, gone in Viz from the help of Uni. They pushed in. They don't know where they're at just yet. They're still searching for them. They're ready to shoot off at a moment's notice.
Uni takes a big shot of damage from that CB1 repeater, and now we're going to be kiting down. Uni may be in trouble, but Arco's the one who falls in that light 1v1. We're watching Gremlin right now trying to peel for the team. Uni getting some great damage, and it's just going to be Apollo and Vision stuck on this catwalk.
Wow!
And they get shredded from behind by Uni with the M11. Yet again, Uni's going to get that flip. They're going to regroup, and I bet they're going for that spawn manipulation.
Yep, just that wraparound from Uni, able to get behind them, and you can't turn fast enough to stop that M11 from shooting you in the back. It's great gameplay. Uni, the aim machine. I'd love to see him on the M11. It's how I came to know him, and it really brings me back. Now they have almost secured this cash out. TSM has respawned, but you can see that Lasagna up there on that other building, ready to deal some fire.
They spawned like 120 meters away. They're just going to cut their losses, take center Halto, get map control. Hopefully, I mean, we've seen it before where the vault spawns right on the defending team. I do think TSM is just going to be posturing up, looking for the next fight, holding them at bay. But there we go. It spawns right on top of them, essentially. TSM now in control of this map. Oh, I'm actually mistaken. It spawns in Cafeteria, which gives Nightmare the advantage for that vault.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for TSM, but they are right underneath that vault. And look at this on any approach, any time that they're exposed, even for a second, Nightmare takes the opportunity to deal some fire. The gateway's gone off by TSM. The vault has been tapped by Nightmare. Both teams on top of each other. The engagement going off right now. Goo buying themselves a little bit of space. Gremlin pushed into a corner, but his teammate jumps down there. Lasagna dealing a ton of healing back on.
Yeah, they're going to just be posturing up for the high ground. Uni in a little bit of a pickle right there. Gets taken out by Arco. And we're going to be slowing things down as Arco looks for the heal. But in that moment, Vision's going to be taken out. A little bit of greed and miscommunication, I bet, from TSM there. There's no way they just flubbed that. Now, going in a 2v2, this is their opportunity to bring things back. TSM coming off on the off angle. Will they get the damage on Lasagna? Lasagna now going to take some massive amount of damage. 1 HP. He needs to find that final shot, but will he find it? We do see a reset coming out from TSM. And Lasagna still at 1 bar, hiding in that triangle as Gremlin peels perfectly, denying that kill.
Yeah, he hit perfectly, could not spot him out, and there he turns it on a dime, and Visions brings Lasagna down. Couldn't stay hidden for long enough. TSM starting to look a little good, building up some momentum. They have control of the vault as well. They're moving it over towards Cash Out B. Nightmare, though, does have a height advantage for 2 of them. They're starting to chase them down as well.
Yeah, this is exactly the moment TSM needs. They want to rotate this box out. Arco says, here, you take the box heavy and medium. I'm going to go play the high ground, go fight that light 1v1 that might happen, but Gremlin looming above on this high ground. Arco going to be stepping out of those doors on the left-hand side. Will Gremlin see him? He does get spotted, but Arco gets some good damage on top of Gremlin as Apollo and Visions just sit tight, hold that box close like a teddy bear.
Hugging it closely, knowing it's their only chance of not being eliminated right here. Visions goes for it. He's holding it, ready to go through that gateway, following with the rest of his teammates. They have gone through. Nightmare, still a little bit of distance between them. They throw the vault, bringing it even closer towards Cash Out C.
This is definitely a big cat and mouse situation. TSM's trying to find the space, the time, the rotations that they need to get this plug. They're going to ditch that box yet again, leave it at the wayside as they go take this approach. Gremlin now going to be fighting a 1v1 against Arco, but Arco drops down into the face of Lasagna and Uni. We're going to be finding this advantage and snowballing this fight. A winch may be coming out right here, but that Goo's going to deny that space for Gremlin as TSM resets in that room.
It's amazing how quickly things can come to a stop or a standstill here, but they go off to the left, and Lasagna gets some fun, some great shots off by that repeater. Gets immediately winched in, though. Pulled out, but he gets Apollo down. Gremlin with the kill. They're trying to stay in this battle, but there is TSM absolutely deleted. Now Nightmare in control of the vault, gonna get the plug for what could be their last cash out before making it into the Final Four.
Yeah, TSM has found the time before they've been able to steal from Nightmare. So with this amount of time, they have the time to make their plan, make the approach. Look at this RPG, great opener for TSM. They were even on the high ground. They could have just stuck up there, but instead, they thought that RPG was going to be enough. But look at this as well. Great shots from Gremlin here to clean things up, swing that fight in their tide.
Absolutely, and it all comes down to this. TSM starting their approach. Know that they have to make something happen soon. Nightmare, though, one of the best defensive teams in the entire game. This is going to be incredibly difficult for TSM.
This is how they made their approach on Alliance. This is their favorite rotation to get back in here. Usually people just take it straight up, trying to find the shortest path. But look at this setup, winched out right into the center of the room. That's going to offer a great line of sight. Maybe they're going to be able to winch pad it back up, get that stall, pull it so far away from TSM. TSM's going to try and break that Goo, winch it in. The Goo tries to deny it, but they do have a decent line of sight. But it's going to be, I think, Uni on the opposite side shooting down. The Goo comes out, and the Force is going to be amongst us very, very soon. The C4 breaking that Goo. The line of sights come out, glitches drop, and that dome is still protecting the team, but no steal in sight, no entry. Nightmare's just waiting.
Nightmare's waiting. The building's crumbling around them. The steal is being attempted by TSM. They drop in. Their Vision's deleted. They're trying to stay in this, but Lasagna taking a ton of damage.
The 1v1
Uni versus Arco, and Uni gets it. That might be it.
What a crazy!
That's it. That is it. There's no time.
There's
Are you
not
kidding?
gonna be any time to get this. They're gonna spawn in basically right as the game ends. Nightmare clutching things up, a 1v1 situation, proving Uni a top light in the scene.
He is a man, a machine, and a
Look at that
nightmare.
recoil!
a nightmare for anybody on the receiving end of it. TSM played their hearts out, but Nightmare is still on top.
Nightmare is feeling good about that. Hugs go around. GG's, everybody. TSM has such a long road to get here, a long flight as well. They made it the distance. I mean, they have to be proud after the stuff they've gone through.
I am blown away by that team. It is such a fun experience when somebody brand new comes to the scene and makes such a splash as TSM. But with all that said, I think that there's nobody better to break this down than our wonderful Destiny in our team.
I have to say, it is few and far between when you get games like this, where it really does come down to the individual mechanical skill of the light players. How many of these fights came down to Uni versus Arco? Uni versus Arco. So many times it was Uni finding that time to clutch up, especially on Fortune Stadium. But at the very end of it all, it just we've seen this before, but Nightmare, they've booked a spot.
They have finally made it to the end, and you're right. This was Uni's series for so long. From his earliest events, dogged by controversy, he is proving that he is the top light when it comes to NA.
Incredible scenes. I mean, we all had Nightmare in our top 4. For them to be the final team to book their spot is surprising, but you can see why. They have the skill to back up the hype. TSM, though, I mean, just another word about how incredible they've been throughout this whole tournament, and they've clearly made themselves a lot of new fans.
Oh, absolutely. TSM has done a great job. They made a generational run, but Nightmare are here to stay. They have a storied history in this scene, and history is still being made. Let's take a look at our bracket, our final bracket here for the top 4 teams. That's going to be, of course, Team Secret, Fnatic, SSG, and Nightmare. And I want you guys to take a very good look at Group A. 3 of those 4 teams coming out of Group A. We had Nightmare, KCP, Fnatic, and Team Secret playing in a cash out at the very top of the day. And now 3 of them plus SSG, we take it on in the grand final.
It's incredible. You've got to feel sorry for KCP, right? There's an argument to say they are top 5, right? Even though they got knocked out earlier in that group.
Yeah, but this is the Heat. The Heat system is going to continue soon, where all 4 of these teams are going to be playing cash out for the chance to play 2 final rounds where they will earn 1 point if they win the final round. The first team to get to 5 points is going to win it all. But, chat, we have to give these teams some time to prepare. They have to mentally set up for this, for Nightmare, and take a little bit of a celebration. Everyone else has. So, don't go anywhere, because we have the grand final of the Grand Major 2025 coming to you right after this break.
The life giver, the sun, always on, source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
Wow, what a match that was!
Indeed.
Well, time to recharge with an Ospuz.
Just don't spill it on the console again.
Not 2 days in a row.
Am I tripping?
Nah.
This really takes me back to 2081. Remember when Odelia and Ursa clashed in that final match?
What a sight it was. Two legends pushing each other past perfect. I still get goosebumps just thinking about it.
You and me both.
my days! We're back for the finals! Ooh, we have had a long day. We've had 2 long days. But somehow we're just getting started. Because it's actually the finals. I get to say the phrase. 4 teams have reached the finals! Now there's a lot on the line, of course.
Stream, huh? Was that?
There's $100,000 between the teams. That's a lot of money. Could buy a lot of loot, a lot of multi-bucks. That's what I'm gonna say. But there's of course
No.
also championship and trophy. There's glory waiting for them. And of solid gold, the finals logo for whoever wins this. But before we need to figure out.
Bro, the fuck is wrong with this?
Next in line, Team Secret! Joining them on stage, we have Fnatic! Last but certainly not least, it's Nightmare!
Sorry.
I am sharing this stage with legends. Players, you may sit down and get ready for your games, take your seats, get ready to play the finals. Now, we know who's playing, and we know they're playing the finals, but something left to figure out is what map they'll be playing on. And in true the finals fashion, we're not gonna do it the boring way. I'd like to welcome to the stage Mula and Fixie! Here you go, Mula. Here you go. Stand there. Yeah. Mula is legally blind in 14 states. Talk to me, Fixie. We have reached the finals.
It is insane. How are you feeling, Stockholm? Are you ready to watch the best series of 2025?
We are excited. The arena is electric, and it is time to... Sorry, there's an iPad of Fixie's face out in the audience. Now, it's time to figure out the order in which we're playing these maps. Without further ado, Fixie, do me the honors.
The first map of the match point format will be Las Vegas Stadium.
Las Vegas Stadium, map number 1.
The second map of the series will be Monaco.
Map number 2, Monaco.
The third map of the series will be Kyoto.
Nice.
Skyway Stadium.
Third map, Skyway Stadium.
The fourth map of the series will be Nozomi Citadel.
map, Nozomi Citadel.
The sixth map, fifth map, will be Fortune Stadium.
Big up the Fortune, map number 5.
3 maps left. The next map will be Bernal.
Map number 6, Bernal.
Map number 7 will be Sis Horizon.
Map number 7, Sis Horizon.
Which of course leaves, if we go all the way to 8 maps in this series, the final map will be Played on Soul.
Final map of the series will be Soul. Now we have our, I almost just fainted, I think. We'll have our final maps. We have the teams, we have the maps. Do we have any final words of wisdom?
Let's have a good game! Come on!
With that, back to the studio, it's time for the finals!
Amazing to finally see our entire map pool, how we will be playing them, and the order we will be playing them. This is going to be intense, and I am here with Sonsoyo to break it down. We're going to be hosting this part of the map, part of the segment of this today. I know, I'm flubbing it like crazy. I am too excited for this. This is an intense day, and it's going to heat up. And that's a great introduction because we're going to start the heat system. And maybe we can have the nice graphic behind us to kind of go over what the heat system is like. We will be starting each cash out game. Yep, it'll be coming in a second. But basically, we're going to be starting off in cash out, and that will determine what teams end up in first and second. And from there, we then go into a final round and a final round. And once we enter those final rounds, that is where you can start to earn points in the heat system. Only then can you start to add to your total. And once that heat is done, we start it all over again. Rinse and repeat. Start over with a cash out match, go into final round, into a final round until one team makes it to 5 points. Now, this can be over really quick in as short as 3 heats, or we can go the distance and be here for several hours as we go all the way to 9 heats. So, lock in. It could be an intense, long day. But Sonsoyo, why don't you talk us through the 4 teams that made it here and their journey to get here?
I mean, everyone saw them walk on. We've had the introductions. We got SSG, Team Secret, Fnatic, and Nightmare. I mean, all of them have had their trek through day 1 and day 2. However, SSG did make it there pretty quickly in day 2, being that first team to take that slot. Team Secret had a great match on Citadel against Fnatic. And even though they both fought, they ended up both making it towards the end. Yeah. And Fnatic was our next team to make it. I mean, they had an amazing match on Fortune Stadium. Amazing spawn manipulations, everything like that. They spawn camped against TSM and won it out over them. But Nightmare, being our last team, had the distance on day 2. They were just such a dominant thing, force to be seen, and they're able to keep that momentum on their side. We will see, Rio.
We will indeed, and we're going to pass it over to our wonderful casters on the desk. They're going to be doing a tri-cast, so I'm going to pass it off to Artie, Jerry, and Waltz.
Thank you so much, Rio. Yeah, that's right. We are going to try to cast. No, I'm kidding. We're on a tri-cast, of course. 3 of us, 4 players, 2 in the final round, 1 victor.
Oh my god, I am in hot anticipation of this game. It's going to be an absolute barn burner. There is absolutely no way that this doesn't deliver. We have tried out this format a number of times in both PHL and my own not very grand finals to do science, to work out how it changes things. But right now, the very first game of Cash Out is complete chaos. The Cash Out that we know and love.
It's going to be an incredible journey. We're going to spend so long with these teams, and we're going to watch them learn and adapt to each other as we get through this series.
100%. This is where it all starts. This is where it all will end. We're here on Vegas Stadium. This will be
off. Crowd, are you ready for this? Make some noise out there!
Wow, it's actually crazy to hear the crowd in real life, not just the crowd that's in the virtual arena.
I know, very rewarding, isn't it? All right, here we are. Everyone vying for control of Megadome, an important piece of ground or any sort of height that you can get on Vegas. You can dominate the dynamic of the lobby.
I gotta say, this is the first time that we've seen a FAMAS come out in a while. What used to be the standard meta in Season 8, honestly, we haven't seen that much over the last couple of days.
It is really exciting to see Vegas because you're right, we don't see a lot of it, but you get so close quarters. Brad already taking out one. Fnatic crumbling under the aggression of Space Station Gaming here.
Brad with 2 for his troubles, and he's going to close down Rainco's now in a bubble, but it's not much protection from the assault. Brad gets all 3 and is already top fragging the lobby by quite some distance, but we'll see what's happening on the other side.
It's oddly poetic that the only team that wasn't part of that Group A cash out starts this off by getting the first team wipe. We'll see SSG with Vault 1 take it all the way over to their side of the map there. Nightmare, though, with Vault 2 are encountering a little bit of aggression, but they do get the plug at the exact same time. SSG is going to be getting theirs. Over on Vault A, or Cash Out A, though, Nightmare looks like they're already encountering some difficulty as Team Secret, well, they're taking it away from them.
That's bizarre. How have they allowed them to do that? Team Secret is just going to get this for free. Oh, and there we go. Nightmare down by 2 players, Uni having to recover outside. Does get the long res on Lasagna. And we have a steal actually going off on the other side. Fnatic attacking this box, and Reiko looks like he's going to hold it. I don't think Space Station are ready for that.
Oh, he's crumbling under the pressure. Grad again, focusing Fnatic, for they are just falling apart, but in RPG, Raimke gets 2. Normalize and Raimke, they're going to get the defib. 2 members on Space Station Gaming trying to take this away from Fnatic. It's just Raimke. We've seen him pull this out before, though. Needs to come in clutch this moment.
Yeah, on the other side of it, we can see Nightmare taking out Secret, but for now, this is getting stolen here. Fnatic, a very long kite for their reset, but already see Raimke just diving in. The rest of the team trailing closely behind them, but the first damage goes out their way. Lamp going to be getting up the first one here. Nagos cannot find a place to res instead. It's going to be Grad finishing off that team wipe yet again. Fnatic in shambles. Team Secret as well. The NA teams start to dominate here in the first couple of minutes. SSG and Nightmare are well on their way to cashing out their first bit of points.
I count at least 5 kills so far for Brad. He is popping off.
Oh my goodness. I definitely hope we're going to see EU step up a little bit more. NA versus EU is definitely going to be a theme of this final series.
What's going to happen right now is Team Secret taking their way over the other box now. SSG, well, they're not doing much. OG on the barricades there. Oh, RPG not going to connect there, but Grad down to just 1 HP. He's going to go out first. That could be massive. Very pivotal moment. Secret going to be able to chunk through the rest of them. Lant goes down as well. Normalize does try to get over, but he's not going to be able to make any distance for the rest of his team. That means Team Secret will get SSG's box. Nightmare, though. They're going to be able to successfully defend it.
No way! Jeez Louise, how did we find that? Uni just in the midst of a 1 versus 3 there, and he comes out trumped. That's incredible. Nightmare and Secret putting themselves both ahead with team wipes and cash in pocket.
And SSG, they looked so dominant right at the start there. It seemed like we were seeing them control these fights, and then all of a sudden it's falling apart. They're in 3rd.
Good timing on those wipes. Whenever the wipe happens towards the end of the cash out, that means you basically have free reign to dive into the vault. But as these teams now come back from their respawns, these fights on these vaults are going to be more important than ever.
Bit of a lull in the arena right now. Teams just biding their time as the vaults are open, but we do see a fight on the top. Team Secret engaging with Fnatic across the Superdome. Jumping up onto the point, red barrel in hand. It's taken out by Roma from range as they nab the vault on their way to the cash out. But they're ambushed in the ground.
The ground is lava, and it's Space Station Gaming setting a fire under Fnatic's asses. That's an incredible wipe coming out. But now, Enix and the rest of Secret can make good on this situation. A great refrag coming out from Normalize, though, as we establish a 2 versus 2 between Secret and Space Station.
Nice shots. Nice shots. Nice shots.
Is he going to find the 3-piece with 357? OG gets away, but Noah, he's going for that plug right now, and does seem that OG will be able to reset the team, but nobody's chasing him down, but it will be a difficult reset if he does try to go for it. We do see Nightmare and Fnatic now with the Alpha active building, and that engagement happening a little bit slow. Nightmare still in control of their box. It's taken away. Fnatic not getting any closer anytime soon.
Nice little replay there to catch that crucial moment. Normalize landing the shot onto Elix mid-air. These both such fantastic mediums.
There's a reset. OG getting healed up there. Barricade as well. Nice angle pad. SSG gonna be diving in. Oh, we're now on the other side of the map there. Fnatic and Nightmare to be going hand in hand. Rampy last alive, 1v2 there. Gremlin Nooney go back to Space Age Gaming in secret. It's SSG, they're starting to lose health here, but trades go through. It's light versus light. Roma at half HP. One quick burst from Grad could be the end.
Oh, smack the booty! How does he always do this, Grad? One of the most clutch players of all time. Incredible. He saw the tush of Roma just sticking out behind that AC unit.
Secret and
Unfortunately,
Fnatic. Don't think they have any
both those team fights at the same time.
chances.
My brain hurts.
yeah, a little bit. Nightmare have held on to their cash box long enough that they should be rewarded with first place going into the final wave of cash outs, and we know how important that can be. It gives them complete control of the lobby. All they need to do is guard a vault, guard an objective, and they can secure themselves a top 2 finish. It becomes all about now whether SSG can hold on for the final 30 seconds against this assault from Fnatic.
Yeah, this is going to be third-party central for SSG. This is really, really good for Team Secret, though. You always want to be not the second team, but the last team. Although, unfortunately, it looks like Team Secret is going to be diving in second. They're about to get pinched here. Rampy makes the most of it. Fnatic finds the first. OG refrags it out there, but Fnatic is still shooting. PlayStation Gaming, they're not even involved at this point. From the top, there's Nightmare, fourth party.
They don't even need to do this. They maybe just want to have a say in who's ahead at the end of the day. In fact, this helped out Space Station Gaming incredibly well. A gift to their nation's compatriots. A fantastic job by Nightmare and Space Station Gaming, benefiting from that second place now. But of course, it is a dangerous position to be in because, of course, Nightmare can control the lobby. We see that Fnatic will also want to double this box to give them any chance of surpassing Space Station's current total and getting into second place.
SSG and Team Secret are going to be having another fight here very soon as Elix and OG coin back in. Team recovers. Question is, are they going to dive on 5, fight their way into 6?
If this splits, Nightmare could still be in trouble. They have to make sure that this either is one cash out or a double. It is imperative for them to handle this properly. You said 2 teams looking for a double, 2 teams looking for splits right now. It is all eyes on the vault.
Fnatic have given themselves a ride up to the 3rd floor of this building here. And they've got that tap on the vault. At the moment, Team Secret are surrounding it. They've built themselves a Goose Fortress to be able to teleport this away once the time is right, but they don't get out in time. OG with the kill, Rainker with the trade. 2 versus 2. Nagiri comes out huge with Rainker slapping them down. 2 melee kills, but they're heavy on the side of Fnatic. Team Secret wiped out at a pivotal moment in the game.
Oh, it's getting so close now. There is a vault loose in the map. There goes Fnatic, hoping to get this doubled. But right behind them, Nightmare, you're shooting your Mitries in the back. They also want a double. They just want the kills. They want the money. They're going to go ahead and get it. Fnatic Neary, the only one left. Nightmare getting away with this cash box. 30 seconds. If they can hold on to it for 30 seconds, they should be safe.
They're running to the other side of the map. They've got places to be. SSG, they also going to be running out, trying to find the best place to set up while the rest of the teams figure out their objectives, the only one left to push.
Team Secret may be able to actually surpass Nightmare here, but only if Nightmare for some reason get wiped. They will be able to, of course, take over Space Station if they wipe them as well, and they have to defend this box. So the real question is, will Secret be able to take out Space Station and get the steal?
Yeah, here we go. The steal's going to start off. OG, he's only baiting, but backs off it just a little bit more. Both those barricades going to go down. Elix actually holding on to this. There's OG body block. Lamp's going to be diving through, but he goes down in.
Fuck.
The steal now going towards Fnatic.
It's not going to matter. They don't have any skin in this game, surely. It's put them up in second place. They still need to wipe Space Station, and even then, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Normalize and Lamp just playing their lives right now. We're watching Nagiri, Rainker, everyone on the side of Fnatic fighting for their lives, but all Space Station need to do is to survive to keep themselves in second place. And look at that, Lamp is in Narnia. He's miles away. He's booked himself and Nightmare a spot in our first 2-game series.
What was Fnatic doing? All they did was made sure that Team Secret didn't go into the final round 3v3.
Perhaps some EU rivalry coming out there.
Yeah.
Both NA sides making it through here.
There's a G word I could use here, but Walt, I think that you could probably stifle me.
This first match is such an interesting match because the entire weekend, when we get into these cash-out matches, you want desperately not to be in those bottom two because there's elimination on the line. This time, elimination is on the line. You're not going to get points, but in this early cash-out matches, in these early heats, you can get a little bit behind and you can still catch up. We're not going to see some of the heavy macro coming out from these teams for another heat or so. It's going to take some time.
Will take a little bit of time, but as these teams start getting used to one another, a lot of differences going to be coming through in the form of the maps. Saw the FAMAS not really working out that well, the two teams that brought it in, but we're going to start off with some NA domination as NA continues to be the indomitable force of the finals. For the first time, it feels like there's not many esports where that's true.
No, it's a very unique game, and you know, when you have a 4-team grand final, it's going to throw up some very strange situations, as we will learn, as we will see throughout this grand final and the heat system. But look at these stats. Ranker coming out with 13 kills for his team, still not enough.
10.
And most importantly, you look at the death stat on Fnatic. They were losing a lot of those team fights despite a high kill rate from Ranker. Space Station staying alive at the end of it made the big difference.
I will put this out here as well. Ranky might have had 13 kills, but only 6,600 combat score. Grad's 10 elims with 7,000 combat score looks a lot crazier. But here's the thing. Remember, this is the heat system. Nobody's going to be winning here. But Nightmare and SSG, they will have the chance to add points to their tally. If they win these next final rounds, they will earn points. 5 points to win. Only 2 points available before we go to map 2.
Nightmare versus Space Station Gaming. What a match. This is the sort of match that if we had it in a grand finals, we would consider it an amazing, amazing grand finals. There's potential for this multiple times throughout the night. We're going to get to see these teams constantly go at each other in this this 2-game series. We are going to be looking at how these shape up against each other, and then does that influence how these teams treat each other the rest of the time?
Well, I'm sure that our weather station later on, after we finish these next 2 final round 3v3s, you're going to have a lot to say about that, especially given the fact that, well, like you said, if once teams start earning more and more points, target on their back will grow ever larger. And especially given the fact that this is the last season where doubling is possible in the way that it is now, this is going to be spicy. I feel like that extra context for the Season 9 reveal makes this all a little bit crazier.
Yeah, it changes the strategy surrounding Cash Out. So this is very much going to be the last time we see Cash Out have this sort of dynamic about it. And I'm quite excited about those changes. But of course, right now, these players are operating within this patch. You know, we didn't just hit them with an update in the middle of a tournament. That would be a little bit rude, a little bit unfair.
Yeah, no, doubling's not changed right now. That's coming in Season 9. It's a few weeks away.
Of course, of course. And now, Space Station Gaming, we're looking at Grad right now. The terrifying light. And moving on to Normalize in the middle, sitting between the two. He's really feeling it, isn't he?
The energy's there.
I gotta say, for me, this is such a special moment because I've known so many of these players for so many years, and seeing Normalize in this position, seeing even my own Team Secret, even on Fnatic, seeing Raimkey, all these players that have such a storied history here at the Grand Finals, it sends chills down my spine.
And I feel like I'm really glad we're giving SSG a bit of a focus here because it feels like we've been with Nightmare, Secret, Fnatic all day. But SSG, they qualified so long ago to the Final Four, and clearly they stayed hot.
They were in a different group.
They were in a different group. They were the first ones to make it to the Final Four.
They were also one of the first teams to make it to the Final 8 yesterday. They had a really quick run. There's a lack of tape on them at this particular tournament, but they've really just, you know, swept aside all the naysayers and come out winning cash outs and 3v3s with incredible efficiency.
Very true. And both of these teams also being grand finalists in THL Season 2, we've seen them both go through this before, but never once did we get SSG versus Nightmare.
No, because Nightmare was so adept at that format, they managed to keep SSG out of almost every single final round. SSG are not fans of this format based on their sole experience at the end of PHL Season 2. They had a really rough go of it, finishing dead last. But right now they find themselves up against Nightmare in that 3 versus 3, and that's an insane pick. On the reverse angle, normalized from below, taking Lasagna out straight away.
It's an insane place to stand if you're a medium with no movement utility. I mean, he was just kind of out there. Gremlin and Uni also going to be getting some shots traded towards him. Space Station Gaming also half HP. How'd that happen?
Yeah, I don't know.
Where's everyone getting shot from?
Maybe it's something to do with the guns and the bullets.
Is
that where that comes from?
I don't think that's true. Can we get a fact check, please?
Look, let's not jump to conclusions. But Nightmare and Space Station Gaming are definitely just jockeying for position right now. The vault finally gets tapped, and it looks like they're just starting to figure out where each other is.
Yeah, and Space Station Gaming, well, their position up on the top ropes, it's not untenable. Nightmare looks to try to scurry around the bottom, try to find those areas where they're going to be able to, well, make their way through. At the same time, though, Space Station Gaming, they're making their way out, but that vault is not with them.
And the tonal shift is quite staggering, isn't it? Off the back of a cash out, coming into one of the slowest 3v3 openers that we've seen. A minute and a half already elapsed.
I feel like we should, like, talk about something else while we wait. This is the first point. This is like the last dead chance we're going to get.
These players aren't going to be talking about anything else right now. They're calming, they're making sure that every movement is precise. Every single step that they take needs to be taken with precision.
Yeah, and there we go. As Cash Out A gets started, I'm reminded about something that June once told me.
And what would that be?
Oh, I don't know. I forgot. Either way, we're going to be seeing Cash Out A start out here in the garage. Slowly, Space Station Gaming makes their way in. And looks like they're trying to minimize noise. Trying to, well, surprise Nightmare from down below. That's a lot of noise, actually.
Yeah, that kind of ruins the element of stealth that they were maybe going for up until that point. But Grad getting onto these noisy metal stairs begins his slow climb. He actually spots Uni out in the distance, and Lab isn't too far underneath. The call is to actually converge on Uni instead. Try and find that 3 versus 1. And now they know that Nightmare right above them on the metal stairs. It's a game of intel, a game of gentle steps. There's an opportunity here for that pad. They take high ground, but suddenly, Nightmare are nowhere to be seen.
Half of this cash out has already elapsed, and not a single kill has been seen.
You'd think there were invis lights in the lobby, because this is a stealth game at this point.
Well, there is a lot of smoke. The dome is going to come through here. But it's not all smoke and mirrors. Lamp is actually sticking that steel. It's going to force Nightmare out of position. Down to the very bottom ropes. It will be Uni that goes down first. Lasagna trying to get trade shots on the Grad, but the positioning of SSG around these bottom floors is something to behold. Gremlin finds one with a shack. Grad normalized. They're quick to dive on, and wait a second. They tried to actually stagger him as long as possible, and then they realize only 30 seconds left, 25-second respawn timer. That's Cash Out A, SSG.
That was a very deadly game of Ring Around the Rosie that we just watched there. They just sort of circled for a while, each team trying to find the other and make sure that they could get the jump on. And finally, SSG, the one that is able to go ahead and unlock that fight, finding Uni and Lasagna, always the good open tour fight. Finding that medium is almost always going to give you that edge up in that fight. There's no jump pad, no healing, no defib.
So far, teams, both of these, setting a fairly gentle pace. It's a bit of a pedestrian one, but this is a marathon and not a sprint. Every point matters, but so do energy levels, so does fatigue, and both these teams know this well. Lasagna picking Grad out of midair with a tasty repeater shot.
Yeah, this is actually one of the first times we've had quite a distinct weapon disparity. We have Lamp on the SA-1216, we have Gremlin on the Shack 50, we have Normalize on the R357, and Lasagna on the CB01. This is actually kind of the first time that we've had more than one weapon difference between some teams
today. Yes, it's important to note that we saw a hell of a load of weapon variety and gadget variety yesterday, but as we've honed it down to the best teams in the world, they've been sticking to their guns. Quite literally.
Quite literally. And this is a great way to look at it as well, because with SSG and Nightmare, they both have different approaches to how they're going to be playing this map. Nightmare, they get this one started over the Enhemo, Casino, and Resort.
I think if you were ever going to swap up your strategy, now is the time when the fear of elimination is not there. This is when you can get out early, get out ahead. SSG in a good position to do so right now as they move towards this. They have to take this away from Nightmare, but they've been able to get close without being taken down. This is a good start for them as they approach with a minute and a half left on this cash out. Plenty of time for them to find an angle.
Normalize spilling some coins on the way in, but nothing he can't heal back through. And now a good winch taking it out of the line of sight of Nightmare sitting just above. But Lamp needs to follow up with a red bow to remove the C4. Slowly the layers of defense are being peeled back by Space Station Gaming. Nightmare, though, ready to collapse.
But SSG isn't all the way on the other side of the building. That wall is a very big separation. At Nightmare, they are still directly above, just slightly over the side. As that steal starts, the late dome and the winch is going to try to stall out Nightmare's approach, but SSG, they hop off the box and take the fight. Normalize going to be getting the first pick with Gremlin refrags. No mediums on either team as Lamp goes down. Just Grad, he's good for one. Removing the other light. Grad versus Gremlin. We've seen this before. Are we going to see it again? Grad, he Gremlin with 9 HP.
The shack working out for Gremlin there. Tracking the light, that's difficult. We know Grad dashes and darts around like a wasp sometimes. And that fight, it looks like it's enough to push us to a third cash out.
Didn't even need the winch to pick off that light. Nightmare failing on the defense the first time, but able to hold on to it. There's the replay of that. Lasagna going down very, very quickly, and Grad almost clutching. We've seen so many 1v3 clutches.
One of those bullets hit. One extra bullet from the burst.
Wow, very close. We had a bit of a scuffle there between Normalize and Lasagna. Well, rather between the two teams, the mediums got into scuffles that they lost. We saw a couple of missing shots from both of them, in fact, and they need to be landing those. We've got into a meta now where the mediums are running these skill shot weapons, these repeaters, these revolvers that just need to be landed. And if they're not, then you're finding no value across the fight. If you go down, then that defib is not going to be found at all. We have an engagement here as already Lamp manages to trap Gremlin in a wall of goo and follow it up with the kill. Lasagna low on HP and Uni backing away. Nightmare bruised, but not beaten yet.
Still playing around the vault. Oh, Grad using the vanish bump, getting his teammate out of dodge. A quick snipe from Lasagna, though, takes him out. A trade in turn. Uni, the last member of Nightmare, has to survive. Grad takes a couple pot shots, drops down. A 2v1 as he drops to the floor. Lamp looking for that long res. A break in the fight. Neither team gaining superiority over the other just yet.
Surprising there that Space Station sort of win the war of attrition as they end up with the cash box in hand at the very least. We can see Grad and the rest of the team maneuvering their way towards B. Uni's trying to keep a close eye on things. He does, of course, have that gateway to help speed up the respawned members of Nightmare and keep them tracked. Not much of a chance here for Space Station to set up on point. They opt to just dart away, leave a sensible amount of distance between themselves and the cash out. And now it's Nightmare's job to try and play this long game of hide and seek. Because look, they found a little cubby. There's a door that takes them right outside if they need to, a fire escape. But there's lots of routes back here. Grad will no doubt have had a gateway set up right near the point if they need to scramble.
I don't think we'll see quite the game of Ring-a-Rosy that we saw on the first cash out. I think we're going to see a little bit more of a close match.
Close match, close enough. Gremlin, close steal, close shave now as SSG goes around the side to stop it in its tracks. Lasagna diving around to the sidelines, though. Uni looking on this angle, but Grad has spotted him out. As Lasagna clambers over, break the C4 and clear the drop. Normalize holds his own angle. Both of these teams are skirting to various angles. This is actually going to be a war of attrition here. As cooldown starts to get burned from various gadgets, it's going to be who can survive the longest. For SSG, if they can wait to kite. But wow, Grad takes out Uni as Lasagna takes out Normalize. A trade between the light and the mediums. Now here's the heavies getting into a kerfuffle. Gremlin has more HP, but Lamp has the edge. Misses the winch, though. Both miss the winch. SA-1216 is help from Grad, but once again, Grad finds himself in the 1v2 situation.
Come on.
But this time around,
Easy.
no low HP victims on the other team. Normalize can coin back in about 5 seconds, but I feel as though Nightmare have the opening that they need, and the fight going on the rooftop.
Bro, this guy.
Get the shots they need. Oh, this is a fantastic angle. Doesn't need the glitch. He just needs to get the down. He's got Uni, the bodyguard, to enable that steal.
Bro, the movement, man. Damn, Uni.
And allow this to happen. That's our first point in the grand finals going to Nightmare. It's the first
different from the matches we were seeing earlier today where it felt like it was fight, constant wiping. This was a very measured, patient, slow match. Even during the points, it felt like the teams were one team trying the best to avoid each other, kiting them around the entire arena. Very minimal fights, and the kill score reflects that.
So far, Nightmare just showing us that they can win any straight-up cash-out. We saw it in PHL Season 2, in the Grand Finals there. They were the first team to reach 4 points, and they did it so quickly, within only 3 heats. They could be set to do it again, but it's early doors. They still have to win yet another 3 versus 3 here against Space Station to grab their second point, and then we're heading to Monaco. But it's a really good precedent to set that they can win a cash-out as dominantly as they did, and come out on top in the 3 versus 3 against their North American rivals.
Oh, absolutely. This is a great sign from Nightmare. They've been in this position before, back in PHL. The last PHL season in Champs, they got out to an early lead.
Exactly.
Getting themselves into the position, I have to imagine that it's playing in their minds right now.
Yeah, there's flashbacks to how that played out. Of course, in case you're wondering, they got to 4 points. They never made it to 5.
Never made it past.
They were targeted throughout the rest of the heat. It was devastating for them. Eventually, 5 straight who aren't here.
Oh, yeah.
Take the title at the end of the day. But
Well, Sloth is here and he's watching, and I'm sure he's cheering on his friends from NA.
shout out Sloth and shout out Grad's mum as we go into Space Station Gaming versus Nightmare yet again for another point on the board.
Space Station Gaming looking to clap back, get a point to their total as well. I do think that overall our teams are far more closely matched than we saw in the PHL NA Champs, but right now the close match is SSG versus Nightmare. And that last match, despite how I feel slow things were, it was definitely a close one. A matter of small decisions that clinched it at the end of the day. High ground taken by Nightmare, going to be holding this, keep them on top of things.
One thing I'm looking for here is any distinct changes in these teams' lineup. This is the same map after all. After one game of cash out, one game of final round, I'm assuming that these teams are either going to be sticking to their guns or changing it all. So far, I don't see any changes in these loadouts, but we might see changes in the team's motions. Before, we saw SSG trying to match height early on. This time around, though, Nightmare's the only one taking height. SSG, they're just holding the vault indoors, and they're going to be using very, very smart gateways to make their way out. But Nightmare, they're in chase. Remember, if you don't respect the vault fight, that could turn around for you very quickly.
And this vault fight going the way of Space Station Gaming so far as they have control of it. Uni overstepping the mark here, and Normalize just really needs to land one shot here to spell his demise. Uni getting away with it. And in fact, comes out with a kill on Lamp. The pincer maneuver. Nightmare have his back, and they've got the back of Space Station Gaming. Normalize and Lamp going down as they take a load of damage from Lasagna and Gremlin, just flanking that cafeteria.
What a turn from Uni. Barely evading elimination there and then turning around and getting a 2-piece.
Oh, well, Grad, he's going to have to find 2 pieces of his teammates. Both those trophies are at least close by, but Nightmare, they could go and try to block them. Either way, Grad's not taking any chances right now. Normalize and Lamp going to be coming back in via the coins. Nightmare sitting on top of the building. This is interesting. They could choose to do a lot of different things. They could winch the cash out off into the alleyway. They could hold it at the top. But it looks like they're playing for that drop, which is very important. Space Station Gaming, they are anticipating this. You can see Lamp getting ready to set up. Looks like he's going to be utilizing his C4 to do the exact same thing. Set up their drop, clear their utility. He's found a red barrel as well, so even if that C4 doesn't clear the C4 that's placed on the cash out, he has one way to finish it off anyway.
Space Station Gaming stuck in this elevator right now, almost being surrounded by the side of Nightmare. But they found Lasagna. They've actually melted him. He's the one been found out. RPG barely missing Uni, dashing, dodging, and weaving across this roof as Normalized. Getting very, very, very low. He does not drop yet, though still full strength on SSG.
Vanishing Bomb just to give him a bit of breathing room here.
This is the first time SSG has had an edge in a fight against Nightmare since last map. They're going to be starting with a little bit of a steal. Lamp baiting that steal out, but then once he realizes he has the space, well, going to commit to it. But Uni, he's going to commit that fight against Grad. Finds one. Normalize going to go down to Gremlin as well. Once again, SSG loses their edge in the middle of the fight. And Nightmare, they're really good at resetting quickly.
They found him.
Goes down in a hail of gunfire. It's Nightmare to take the first cash out.
The light fight won there by Uni over Grad, making a massive difference to the flow of it, but also normalizing it down to Gremlin. Gave Space Station Gaming absolutely no route back into that fight. No defibs, no quick revive available. And you could see Uni smelt that hand res coming a mile away.
A Uni that is on fire is absolutely a scary Uni, not something that you want to have to deal with. This match feels like this is so much more aggressive than our previous match. It's like a fencing where you tap swords for your first match, testing your opponent, and all of a sudden they've decided it's time to go full out. Make sure that this time they put their stamp on it. This isn't a bunch of kiting around. They are going straight at the enemy.
A little bit of a guru provided by that canister. You see Uni getting this flank again. I don't think they have any idea he's here, and he puts out a load of damage onto Normalize once again. Donated the dome here by Lamp. He has to keep his medium alive, his support. Grad just guarding that exit, maybe hoping that the rest of Nightmare chase them in, but Normalize once again caught out, and this time it's Gremlin finding the kill onto the medium yet again. Lasagna backing up his team as Gremlin picks up the two-piece. Lamp now once again in the 1 versus 3. These past few fights have gone the same way.
Well, when Graham finds a two-piece, he doesn't go hunting for that third. There's no ego chows anywhere in these fights, but SSG, they looked so strong at the beginning until Nightmare figured him out. One of the biggest pieces of that is Gremlin's shack. The shack at these ranges, it seems like they're playing very carefully to avoid Lamp's winch range and just get that damage dealt, especially when Normalize or Grad is out of position. I mean, look at where Normalize died the last time in the Angimo building. Nowhere to go, only one goo around them. Lamp now finding himself in the same situation.
That goo set up, by the way, just to prevent a winch into a closer quarters area. That is what Lamp will want to do. He has the jump pad. They're going for the jump pad winch, and it works perfectly to reposition that box.
Oh, not as perfect as you would hope. It hit the ceiling. Grad is going to have to utilize that Vanish Bomb to get away. Lamp and Normalize will look for the recontest here, but soon... Oh, in the meanwhile, though, you can see more goo has been placed they have to deal with. Another one could be coming down there, but Lamp can pull it. He's pulled it inside. The Grem just on the outside. Uni looking for the angle. He knows where he was engaging from. He finds the side to shoot from. Normalized down to just very low HP. Gateway as well to get away. Vanish Bomb. Movement is perfect.
Oh, the steal coming out from
Lasagna!
Lasagna with an incredible shot. He finds one. Can he get a second at range? He doesn't need to because the chase down is there from Uni. It's only Grad left. He gets it. And now it's a 1 versus 2. You machine! Taking out Uni and Lasagna. That's a 2-for-1 Italian takeout.
Are you kidding me? How many clutch clips can one man have?
The two-piece, the two-time. He keeps doing it. How many times can he get away with this? The last one standing in a 1v2. It's Grad. It's graduating. Incredible.
It's only good for one cash out, though. Let's put this into perspective. They still need to win the next one to even get a point off the back of this heat. And Nightmare put up so much resistance. It's taken a moment of brilliance from Grad to better Nightmare so far in this series. They can't rely on that in a marathon.
And again, the match takes a little bit of a patient moment. A little bit of a slowdown here as the teams wait and reassess. The vault spawning a little bit far away from where each team spawns, so now they just want to make sure they know where each opponent is. Nightmare on the low ground. They've been spotted by SSD, but a crucial miss on that.
Ooh, yeah, missing that shot hurts a little bit. Grem, if he goes out now, this could be huge. Remember how important these vault fights can be. Nightmare knows that. That's why they're backing away. We need Vanishing Bombs the entire team. They're going to be able to use that space to get away, and Lamp takes a couple of shots at the sideline, but Lasagna is hurt, and Lamp smells blood in the water. He's going to go forward to it. Gremlin getting healed up. Lasagna's down now. No more health. Gremlin and Lasagna are gone. It's just down to Uni. Grad. He finds two. Can he find the third? Uni's going to be able to get away. A very short gateway just outside, so he didn't have to peek. Hiding with a Vanish Bomb. He sees it. Whoa! Uni, what?
And he escapes with the gateway as well. He's just jumping between the two gateways to keep himself alive. Incredible. He gets a bit of damage. And I think at this point, he's done enough to hit that regen. No way does he get out of that alive.
If he flips this, that's going to be insane. But in that time, SSG, they've gotten away with the vault.
What an incredible heads-up play there from Uni, just dodging back and forth. But as you mentioned, Lamp, he took the opportunity to run across the map. Now, the team, they found Normalize, Nightmare. They've spotted the enemy team. There's a gateway there, but Normalize, he used the same trick. Not working for him. Uni, he knows that. He punishes it. Lamp, the only one left alive.
Wow. I mean, we keep seeing these situations. Just goes back and forth.
Yeah, that's the nature of the beast here. And still being completed here, we would assume, by Nightmare, with only Lamp left up. That early deposit, despite not having grouped up, really costing Space Station Gaming here, as realistically it gives them maybe 1 or 2 shots at this.
Oh, but it doesn't go as far as you would like. This is really, really good for SSG.
Yeah, there's some great debris around there. Lots of map geometry that they can use to tuck themselves in and get an easy steal if it stays there. Ideally, Gremlin would like to move it out another few inches
now. They're pushing over to the side. Will they go through the alley or go up top? There's a couple different ways this could go.
Uni, of course, has the gateway in hand. He has a way of getting his team out there.
There's a gateway up in the sky. They're ready to drop on top of them the second they hear the C4 go off. They're ready for this. Nightmare prepping.
Up top.
Ready to pounce. There's the jump pad. They heard this before go, but baited out by SSG. The jump pad gave nothing.
I don't know if Lamp is trying to winch this in, but of course, if they do, then they're going to have a winch deficit when it comes to the team fight, and that can be crucial.
There's so many moving parts to this. Oh, all right, Lamp's going to be starting the steal. They're in position, they have the goo, they brought it inside. What's going to happen now? Up top, Gremlin tries to winch, but he can't. He can't find it. There's a gateway to get him out. But this is now Nightmare's box to steal. Look at where Space Station went to, but they're here, they stop it. Grad goes down. Normalize gets a refrag. No, medium is better. Oh, but Lamp, he's down. Normalize half HP. Gremlin's going to go for the steal here, but Normalize and Lamp, they're both up. Oh, the goo! Now Lamp is up though. Is he going to be able to get back in time to stop it? I don't know if he can. There's debris in the way. Uni holds it. He missed the winch. Nightmare gets the flip. Nightmare, 2 points in the first heat.
So close for SSG, but history repeats itself. Nightmare collect 2 points in the grand final heat system and put themselves up. Now, this makes them a massive target for everyone else in the lobby. Cash out is about to get spicy.
We've seen this before. We've seen this before.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. Artie, this is going to get crazy. This is the first heat.
That's the first heat. The first cash out, the first 2 sets, 3v3 final rounds.
Wowie.
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 Wowie. Well, you know, as much as I like hearing the sound of my own voice, as much as I love hearing Walt and Jerry and, well, I still love hearing Scotty and June, but I do want to hear from our host and our analyst, Rio Sonsoyo. The first heat went to Nightmare.
And the first heat dialed it up to 11, and the race for 5 points is on, with one very clear leader right now being Nightmare. The exciting thing going into the next heat is that Nightmare now has a massive target on their back. This will make it really interesting to see if other teams try and deny Nightmare the opportunity for going into the next heat points. This will be really exciting, but boy, what a game we just watched, Sonsoyo. You want to break it down a little bit further than that?
Yeah, the first game in the Vegas series started off with a little bit of a slow start. As the casters mentioned, it was a very, very calculated match for Cash Out 1 and Cash Out 2, both boiling down to basically a last-second steal. And, I mean, it just really came down to the wire with Nightmare clutching it out with some great fights at the end. But overall, in the second game in the series, we saw Uni and a Grad show really popping off. It felt like the lights were the ones who were running the show. Grad clutched up that second box, allowing it to go to that third cash out. But we also have to talk about how we got there. In that Vegas cash out, Nightmare came out to an early lead, and all they had to do was deny the double or get a double plug as well to get that. But SSG had possession of that final cash out, which basically allowed them to have momentum swinging in their favor. I mean, this is going to be a crazy situation as we head out into the next heat, Rio.
Yeah, it's really anybody's game, and this is what makes the heat system so exciting. So what that Nightmare has 2 points? That doesn't mean anything yet. It's going to be even more interesting as more teams start to add more points to their tally, and we're going to see even more wider spread, hopefully. Or we could see a complete flip and Nightmare just continue to dominate their way up to 5. But usually
usually with 4 teams playing at it, it's not really going to be the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, this is probably the easiest part for Nightmare to get those 2 extra points. I think this is the point where you could see something like that happen. But if that does happen, the target on their back just increases magnitudes. It's really going to be a fight between SSG, Fnatic, and Team Secret right now. One of them needs to come out on top to make sure they can deny Nightmare's victory in that cash out round, because if they do, it could spell danger for the group, the top 4.
See, but that's what's so interesting about cash out, is that you can go in it with the best intentions of trying to deny a team, but little tiny mistakes, a wipe, a missed vault, anything like that, and it can completely turn everything. We're getting some amazing highlights. That was such a high energy battle between these 2 teams. I honestly am going to be surprised if they try and also deny SSG, because SSG put up a great fight against Nightmare. There was a whole time there that Grad basically turned the entire tide, saved his team, and then they built up some energy. So if I were the other 2 teams that have been watching, Fnatic and Team Secret, I would do everything in my power to ensure that the EU side get a chance.
Yeah, and we've seen Fnatic double boxes on that second cash out. This is going to be the time where we might see that come out to kind of control the map. Could be a little bit risky if you have teams like Nightmare earn that box. You need to make sure you are the team to get that early lead. Fnatic and Team Secret, SSG are looking to get that early lead to control the pace of the game. And as we've been saying, the finals is all about pacing, all about chemistry, all about teamwork.
Yeah, it really is. And talk about teamwork, pacing, mental energy as well. We were watching some of the cameras of the players, and you could see when a pivotal moment happened, either the happiness on their face or the frustration from being on the receiving end of it. And it is just so exciting because the energy from the teams, the arena, and even us here in the office, in the casting studio, it is uncontrollable. I can't wait to see us get into this next one. And our next map will be on Monaco. And to remind everybody, each heat will be played on these maps. So basically, we're going to start off in Cash Out, and we're going to play in Monaco there. And then we're going to continue on to the next 2 maps in Monaco. So it gives every team a really good opportunity to fully play this map. Gives them even a second chance if they messed up on their first time. So it's a really interesting system that really lends to it well.
Yeah, I really love the adaptability when it comes to that series. You get to adapt game in and game out. I mean, you have the same map, so it plays out very, very similarly. So seeing how these teams adapt, especially in this prior series with Vegas, we saw how the game became so slow in that first match, and then it became way more explosive as we moved on to game 2.
Absolutely. And do you think that that's a map thing, or do you think that's more of a team thing?
I definitely think that's a team thing. Once you get the momentum building, it can just snowball. And Nightmare has been building a lot of momentum through this entire day 2. They've had a long road to get here. A lot of hard-fought victories as well. They just need to continue that going into this next cash out round. Well, and SSG also has to be feeling good, at least making it in there.
Yeah, in the last cash out round, we had Fnatic that went with Rainkey, got 13 kills. He was the kill leader, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough for his team. They ended up in 3rd place because of it. So there is a lot of room to grow for all of these teams, and it is getting quite exciting as we start to look forward to it. The next map will be Monaco, and why don't you talk us through what to expect on a cash out Monaco?
Yeah, Monaco can be a very, very difficult map. We're going to be seeing a lot more long-range options coming out. I mean, we've definitely been seeing the CB1 repeater.
Oh, yeah.
People say it's that long-range sniper, but also a close-range pseudo-shotgun, to say, I believe.
In the right hands.
In the right hands, exactly. We saw Nightmare use it in good effect with Lasagna just chasing down Envy in that battle, getting those shots super close. You just have to hit him, and it has amazing burst damage. But Monaco, we may see a little bit of change-up. I know some people like playing healing emitter, so that might be something to look out for, but the meta is very solid right now. We're going to be looking at a lot of head glitches from heavy, mediums, and lights all around.
Well, and to add to this, we also have any variant. So there is one variant that basically everybody hates, and that's duck and cover, because it adds such a dynamic change to the entire map. The Cathedral, one of the biggest spots in the entire map, now empty, completely smashed by a duck that has fallen on it, and it leaves this big crater in the ground. But to take you through the action, we are going to hand it off to the amazing, talented, beautiful voices of Artie, Jerry, and Waltz.
Thank
Thank you for that, Rio. Thank you for that, Sonsoyo. I couldn't have said it better myself. About to dive back in. This time, Monaco, I hope we get duck and cover. I'm also hoping for suspended sponsor structures. That's what it is. Suspended sponsor structures. Starting off now, Jerry.
Oh boy. Suspended sponsor structures on Monaco. There are a lot of funky things you can do with this, particularly on the defense. Some crazy strategies. This is the most unexplored territory out of any map in the game.
Every single team has been practicing for this moment since Season 8 dropped. I can't tell you the amount of times we spent loading into this map just to practice tech. Team Secret going to be trying to use that tech this time around. Nightmare going to be engaging them on the rooftops to start things off.
A duel across the rooftops here is Nightmare just trying to get any edge. There's a jump pad. They're prepping for the jump on Secret. Moving forward, they know they're sitting in the attic as Gremlin running away. A dispersal from Nightmare, keeping Secret from getting the edge. And they find them behind. OG taking a lot of damage, has to reset. Nobody finding an edge quite yet in this match between Secret and Nightmare.
Oh, but there's the edge. Roma, one of the top fraggers in the scene, statistically coming into the major as the player with the highest KD overall across both regions. But Nigiri is matching him on the other side of the map. We still have this 3 versus 2 on the rooftops as Lasagna loses his life, obviously. Without that defib, it's very difficult to get yourself back into the mix. We tune in now with Fnatic, who are fighting over Vault 2 with Lamp. Now in a 2 versus 2, Lasagna has been, or rather, Nakos has been taken down on this side, meaning that Fnatic are pretty worse for wear. It's only Normalize, well, Normalize is going up to the roof. He looks like he's trying to get hold of one of these players, but he's dived in. Oh, what a fantastic shot there with the repeater. Can he make it a second? No, he's taken out by Nigiri. Lamp coming in though for the clutch. Maybe he can get that 2 versus 1 and punish this player who's going for the res. Yes, he can. That is a wipe onto Fnatic early on in this round.
On the other side of the map, though, Team Secret, they've started it off. B is on its way down here in Pocket Park. Now, we do see Nightmare on their way over. They've crossed. Team Secret, they crossed behind them. Flipping yet again. Notice Roma on the invis as well. Maybe trying to find a sneaky position here, especially in the bushes of the park. But quickly, up on the top of that building, he has to dive back out. Full team heals back up at Nightmare. They're diving the point from the other side. Out from the north. Let's see what Team Secret's plan is. Jump pad available? I don't think so. OG just has to get in there with the winch, but they've got a lot of goo blocking it off. Nightmare gets the flip. The Team Secret, they're ready to engage this fight. Quickly getting split around, though. Gremlin goes down first. Lasagna already has a trophy. The defib going out around the other side of the goo. Felix and OG. Oh, damage. Uni goes out. Roma fights a shot. Gremlin goes down as well. It's just up to Lasagna on Nightmare to hold this out. Team Secret, they started this box. They're going to finish it out. Lasagna gets taken away. Team Secret will cash out B.
Uni very ineffective there, it has to be said, guarding from range. And then when he did come in, eventually he was taken out immediately by Roma, proving the better of the 2 lights, at least on Monaco so far. A steal being attempted with some nice goof coverage here for Fnatic. And they've got a gateway for a quick exit should things go awry. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen. They're actually going to get out of there scot-free.
SSG uncharacteristically letting that cash out go with nary a fight had. Just trying to pick from range, but instead they're actually getting the worst of this advantage. Nigiri losing a lot of health there. They have to go for the slip right now. Grad very low, but there's already one down on Fnatic. Looking for the step. They already have flipped it. SSG in control.
Wait, I just noticed Grad's on Invis too? Wow. This is what I was talking about. A lot of these teams are waiting for this moment. There's nothing left to hide. We do see Team Secret, somehow OG is dying to fire. Elix finds Uni, but we're looking at Fnatic versus SSG, and these teams can't even fight each other.
No, it's a bit of a game of hide and seek right now, but Nigiri is just scuppering around these buildings. Lamp has reassumed high ground on one of these towers, but at the moment, Fnatic, they need to get this steal back. They let it happen. Massive returning fire there. It really looked as though Rainker had done the dirty business, but unfortunately for them, the whole of Fnatic lose their 1 versus 1s, and Space Station Gaming should be solid to hold this first catch box.
The first set of cash outs is complete. Team Secret and Space Station Gaming earn an early lead, but as we all know, in cash out, first set is only worth so much. Team Secret, they open up Vault 3, and as Vault 4 spawns, it's really, really close. That's a unfounded position.
What's important though is that you say not too much
Shot.
ground can be gained in these early fights,
Ooh,
but
yeah.
Secret and Space Station also won all of their
Ooh,
fights, and they are
yeah.
so much further ahead than the rest of the pack. It's almost as though they've gotten a second plug or an amount of money sort of similar to the second cash out.
Very true. Second cash out is only worth so much, and there's a big gap between 3rd and 4th place and where Secret and SSG are now. But when you wipe and lose that 15%, that gap could get closed. So both Secret and SSG, they're going to be really relying on those coins.
Fnatic has this vault. They need to find some way to get something going. Every time they feel like they get some momentum, it feels like SSG is there. SSG, Fnatic's kryptonite in this Final Four series. It feels like every single team but this time they finally found Nightmare.
And Nightmare being forced back into the depths of construction here. Fnatic, they do have an opportunity. Uni is separated from his team. They do have to worry about Team Secret lurking above, but Lasagna finds some advantage in this fight, taking out one. Uni not needed, it seems, as Raimka goes down. Some great shots coming out from Nagos, but he gets turned on by Gremlin.
But here's Team Secret with a third party immediately diving through. Nightmare also going to be just coming in from the backside. These teams are flipping around one another. Everybody's shooting each other in the back, it seems. But Uni and Gremlin, they are still up and alive.
Oh, the defib advantage.
Defib on an OG. The dome here for Uni, though, provides him just a little bit of...
Roma going in with a little bit brazenly there, and the shots have to be landed by Alex. This is a skill check right now. Can he hit the demonic Uni who can just dart around him? No, Uni once again diffs an entire team. Team Secret this time, feeling his wrath.
Secret, they thought they were coming into third party and steal a vault. They did not account for a Uni that is on fire right now. But on the other side of the map, SSG have had an uncontested cash out that is halfway through. Not only are they getting a free cash out, the tempo is in their favor. When this finishes, they get their free choice of what is happening.
That's true. That stagger is intense. And for SSG, that is everything. Fnatic, they don't care about it.
It does mean, though, that they are so far ahead of this tempo that there is a danger of a third party over here. Fnatic are the first team to try and take them on, and they sense that it's actually an opening because no one else is coming over here with them. It might be a fair 3 versus 3. They make the difficult cross into the suspended structure. Now the job is to find Space Station, but they've separated. Look at this crossfire that SSG have established.
Oh, they set up there, but Raim, he starts for the steal. There's no defenses, though. He just melts, completely disappeared from the map. Only 2 members left, but Nigiri, he's going down. A revive on Raimk, 2 members back, but SSG, they've taken no damage. They get their cash out. A revive on Nagos, but it feels like Fnatic, they're in a fight for nothing at this point.
Well, they need to wipe them as soon as possible, but I don't think that's going to happen. Normalizing Grad, they're just going to find those final shots. Raimk, he's going to turn into a bundle of coins. Team Secret on the other side of the map, they wipe too.
North America on top, it seems, at the moment.
What the fuck?
Was Nagos busy or something? Where was the goo for that steal?
No goo! No dome? No nothing?
Bizarre.
No goo, no dome, no coins, no cash outs, no team members left available. But Nightmare, cash out C right up on top of the beautiful
बोला तो था मैच चल रहा है.
Thank you. Very astute observation analysis. We'll
रोज
check
नहीं
back to
देखेंगे.
confirm that later.
2 दिन का ही तो है, कल शुरू हुआ है. लास्ट है यार.
कितने बजे खत्म हुई?
पता नहीं, कल तो मैं चलेगा था, पूरा देख के जाऊंगा. पता नहीं कब तक चलेगा.
2 versus 2 now between Team Secret and Fnatic. They take bites out of each other, but it's Nagos that comes out on top in the repeater battle.
But Roma, he could do it. He takes out Nagos, but from the side, it's Nigiri. Nigiri's gonna grab this shot for sure, but with the invis, it runs out.
Losing that medium
चलूंगा.
so telling. They just didn't have the defib to stay on pace. But here comes Nightmare, griefing Fnatic perhaps. They don't even need to be here. They have the money ahead. They have the money in their pockets. Space Station Gaming are in first. We have a crane vault spawn, cash out spawn, by the way, at the top of the crane right now.
खाने जरूरत है, मारने जरूरत को नहीं. हाँ? नहीं जरूरत है.
Some shots from range. That's the longest ranging heal I think we've seen in this major so far. But there's only 5 seconds left, and this is going to be it. Gremlin is just keeping the box, and he's not going to allow it to get blocked. Once again, Space Station and Envy, they top the board.
It's NA supremacy here in the arena, and that is, of course, SSG and Nightmare.
We're going to have to see EU start to put something together. Fnatic struggling against SSG and Secret struggling against Nightmare. Neither one able to find a foothold.
Those must have been some long vault fights in that game because we didn't even get a third wave of cash outs.
And I'm really upset about that because we got the crane
Crane
spawn.
cash out. You know, if Hathaway was in the game, it would have been close.
Oh, you're right. Crane operator supreme. I mean,
ठंड है पग में चप्पल ही कौन पहने ले खींच उधर खींच
servers were ready for that.
खींच उधर
I don't know why this is a consistent trend.
They just know.
आगे थोड़ी कुर्सी के इधर की सरकस आगे अरे कर लूंगा भाई देखना दो ना मेरे को
And is capable of smooth destruction 2.0. And the rest of Monaco is going to be capable of smooth destruction 2.0 in season 9.
There's been a smooth destruction of EU so far in this grand final.
You're right. Home field advantage. Where is it? Where is it?
क्या भाई हाँ ठीक है
Commentators' expectations, even my own. I think that the fact that they're here is great, but they've got to start showing up now.
And I keep coming back to Fnatic. I need them to change something up, like you're talking about, Artie. Figure what can you change?
Well, for Fnatic, that is going to have to come from within. But for Team Secret, Roma with 8 kills tops the leaderboard. But again, 3rd place. Team Secret with 3rd place in both of these cash outs. But for Fnatic, also 4th place in both of these. SSG and Nightmare trading spots. But for what it's worth, this one kind of mattered a little bit more for who was in 1st place, given the fact that we didn't get any doubles. We didn't get to that 2nd set of cash outs. Yeah, I think that SSG kind of showed that they've learned how to play cash out a little bit better.
I think as we look forward to these next 2 maps, the way this format works, we're going to go see both the standard variant of Monaco, but we also are guaranteed to see duck and cover as we're going to cycle through all 3 variants. We get to see every single map, and that could be a nightmare map.
Before it's in the rearview mirror, I just want to say Fnatic are really having a bit of a struggle bus. They have come dead last in both of these cash-out games so far.
Yeah.
Going into these heats, I thought to myself, Fnatic, they could be the dark horses here. They are typically a very good cash-out game.
Well, if Nightmare continues with their domination, I might go into heat, Jerry. We're going to be going into the 2nd set of final round 3v3s. This is going to be insane. Look at that trophy.
Oh, such a goof, Artie. I love you. Don't ever change. Don't ever change. Here we are on Monaco yet again. This is where our 2nd heat will be decided. Another 2 matches between Nightmare and Space Station Gaming. We could see history not even repeat itself because it took 3 heats for Nightmare to get to 4 points last time around. This time they could do it in just 2 heats.
I'm wondering what SSG are pulling out. It was a decently close match last time, but Monaco, one of those maps that Nightmare traditionally been very, very good at. Grad on that invis is, I think, going to be an X factor here because Uni never done anything but dash. His dash, he will do that till the end of time. SSG, clearly willing to shake it up a little bit, do something a little bit different. And at this point, they're just going to sit far away until they figure out where Nightmare want to take this. They do not seem interested in contesting just yet.
I want to say, I do think that it is interesting that SSG is swapping to the invis on this map and this map alone. And there's also a difference. A lot of teams are only opting to go for that invis in the 3v3 final round format. Some teams are going to be doing it in cash out, but Nightmare, they don't respect the vault fight. They just take it all the way to cash out B. But look at Normalize with the CBO1. Look at these shots.
Look at Uni as well, taking height at the top of the crane, trying to make the most of that invis. That being said, it's probably the most obvious place to be, you know?
Oh, they're taking a lot of shots from the long range. This Nightmare love to be in this position. But with Grad, he's just waiting for the opportune moment to drop in and take out them with these shots. They're not going to be able to pick him off.
I mean, this is what we've seen from SSG before. They are pacing these cash-out fights to where they only will need that 1-team fight. Going this long way to make sure that when the team resets, they're not going to have another chance. They are making sure that this is one and done.
This is one of those situations where you're almost surprised not to see the LH1. You think about some lights on this map that run, even when they're not running invis, they like having that long-range option, the semi-automatic rifle and the damage that LH1 can do. And it's decent up close as well, but You spotted that with Grad. The 93R in his hands, it was difficult for him to actually capitalize on any of those positions. Already 60 seconds gone on this cash out, and then Space Station Gaming have made it difficult to
Why
start
are you
that
there?
steal. But what is Normalize doing?
What was Gremlin doing as well? Gremlin was just in the perfect spot to cancel that. The Grad Lamp, they were working on the cash out, and Normalize, he's just been picked away. Lamp is going to be able to find a goo barrel. Very nice. Keeps him alive, but only for so long. There is the dome, gets glitched out, but Grad gets headshotted out, and Gremlin finishes off Lamp. It's the end of that fight, and SSG, they took their time with it. They're not going to be able to have a second chance.
They took their time with it, but not only did they do that, they just sort of dispersed. Nobody was near each other. Gremlin went for a walk in the park. Normalize went to Grandma's house for some cookies. Like, what are they doing? This is not the SSG we know.
No, they were very passive in that fight. And like we said, they were setting themselves up to try and get picks from range, but they just separated themselves so much that it was easy for Nightmare to locate them and pick them off one by one.
That is a good point. Again, going back to the lights and their different picks, with Grad, by dropping the dash and going in for the invis, he's keeping the glitch grenades alongside the H+ infuser in the gate. For Uni, going on that dash, he dropped glitch and went for the vanishing bomb. We've seen this a lot, over and over and over again. This is huge because it means that technically, Space Station Gaming has an advantage when it comes to glitches and domes. But we haven't seen Space Station Gaming put themselves in a situation to actually have a dome advantage.
No. The best defense is a good offense, and Nightmare are teaching Space Station Gaming that the hard way. Space Station Gaming have managed to grab hold of this vault, though. They have a little bit more control of this second turn.
Oh,
and Grad taking out Gremlin. That's a heavy, an entire 350 HP lost to the 93R, and that's the power of the invis.
That's 24 bullets.
Yet somehow not enough HP to handle Grad. These shots have been so good. This 93R, often we see these lights pick up a longer range weapon, whether that be the ARN or even, say, you know, the LH1, if you're Taikyu Joe, Sniper, if you want to go spicy. But no, sticks with the 93R. Stick with what you're good at.
And Lasagna is going to be sticking with diving through the air and taking pot shots at the enemy team. SSG, they have the vault, but once again, Nightmares position themselves very advantageously above. But Lamp is just going to be going for this plug. I mean, hey, if Nightmare didn't respect the vault time last time, why should SSG? But Lamp has clearly fallen from grace. He falls out of the window, but here's Gremlin climbing up the top of the Trentilla building. Lamp's health bar dropping down to the lower quarter. He gets healed up via Grad's H+ infuser, but again, they need to put themselves in a situation to have proper dome fights. This is a long-range bout with the CBO1. Lamp, he's getting ganged up on right now. SSG, they're too split to find any use from their util. And a Nightmare plug!
How? That's crazy. The whole time, it feels like Space Station Gaming had control of that vault, and then at the crucial moment, Nightmare just grab it and plug. And they can allow this timer to run down. Everyone wants to take such time over these team fights that it might only be the one here. Grad looks like he's closing down on Uni. There might be a light v light fight. Lasagna takes a lot of damage. Uni losing that duel, but he does manage to get out, it seems. Everyone a little bit hurt except for Gremlin. Lamp managing to re-establish control with his team. They are directly above this cash out right now, but Nightmare ready to pounce at a moment's notice.
SSG using Grad like a sentinel, sitting on the roof. With that invis, he can stand still and not be seen for a while. As C4 goes down, Lamp winching it, keeping it from going anywhere. Gets the goo, blocked off. Nightmare, you get to this point, but they're losing so much health. Lamp, Normalize, they got locked in. Grad, he's able to go ahead and take out Gremlin, but Normalize is down. It's down to Grad once again. The single member, he might get Uni here. Picks Uni off, but the res on to Gremlin is going to mean there's two left. But Lasagna is getting so low. Without the dash, he's unable to get in and punish that positioning yet, though. Has a moment just for a single point in time.
No chance for Space Station Gaming to get back in either. Their coins are so delayed. Grad has to back off and hope that the rest of his team could get in for a final push here. Nightmare, they've made the most of a terrifying mistake there. Normalize separating himself from Lamp at a key moment. Now with only 30 seconds left, they have spawned back in. It's a 3 versus 3. Last chance saloon for Space Station Gaming.
It could come down to this. Space Station Gaming, they need to push now. Last team fight is available. Normalize going to be taking the first shot. Uni, he dives away. Thankfully with that dash and jump pad, he's going to be able to climb up to height. The vanishing bomb going to disappear him, but Grad and Lamp, they're still alive. Gremlin goes down with the RPG. The goose doll is available. There's no time left unless they start now. Lamp, he gets one. Uni's still up. Lamp holds it. Did he get it? He point now.
Already, if Nightmare, even if they do not win this next match, even if SSG is able to take it, if they win their next cash out with 2 points available, they may be able to clinch it and become your grand champions. Already, Nightmare are proving that they have just been leveling up throughout this tournament, wiping out team after team. They came prepared.
In this heat system, the maximum number of heats it can go to is 9. The minimum is 3. We are on track for that minimum, a sprint instead of a marathon.
I don't want to go home. I love Stockholm.
I know. Well, tell that to all the players here. Tell that to everyone besides Nightmare, who in the next cash out will have to make sure they do everything to stop Nightmare getting through. However, we do have one more 3 versus 3 here. Nightmare could take their 3 points and push it up to 4, unless Space Station do something on Monaco.
I will say this, there's only 2 futures here. One is that Space Station Gaming gets the point, Nightmare have 3. Nightmare's on heat point. Big target on their back already no matter what. Yeah, but the second option is that if Nightmare wins this next 3v3 final round, they'll have 4 points. We all remember the last time Nightmare had 4 points in that 3v3 final round. I know that Rio and Sansoy are going to talk a lot about that when we get there. So for now, we will leave you with that inkling of a thought chat as we get ready to go in. We have one more 3v3 final round format on Monaco. Let's send it, Waltz.
Send it over. Thank you so much, Artie, for bringing that back. We're going to be looking at one more map. Nightmare already on heat point. But if they can win this one as well, it means that not only do they have to take 2, all they have to do is take 1.
Here we are, another one on Monaco. Space Station Gaming needs to step it up.
Grad swap to Dash.
He's back to Dash.
He's back to Dash and Vanishing Bomb. He knows that he needed that gap to close.
The experiment just did not work for them. It's something they have been toying with recently in scrims, as a lot of teams have, but going back to the comfort of the Dash, being able to brawl more effectively, being prized. Grad still takes up this high position on the crane. He could just use the cover. Again, having an invis up here isn't that much of an advantage. People are going to know about you regardless. Chipping away at Gremlin. A couple of headshots there, but of course the Heavy can take a few of those.
Well, it's not only the gadgets that have changed. It seems like Grad's entire outlook on these fights has changed.
Oh, absolutely. Nightmare in pretty solid control of this map right now, though. So SSG have kind of let them get away with this a little bit. There's definitely a gateway here. They're going to be moving this vault over in just a moment. There's the vault. Uni actually getting pushed pretty aggressively as Gremlin sitting off to the side at this point in time. Actually did leave the vault. Not sure, there must have been a glitch cash out or a glitch gateway or something of that nature. Nightmare losing control of this vault now.
Oh, but here we go. Lamp misses the winch. He sees Gremlin. Oh, Gremlin sees him. That winch hits. Lamp, 33 HP. Oh, Gremlin with that RPG. That one connects. Nightmare. They're still going to be up in this building. Grad, Normalize getting chunked away. Normalize has to run away. Nightmare, though. Do they opt to chase or do they focus on setting up?
That's a possibility.
Finally, the plug.
Oh, Uni up on the top. Yeah, they're plugging. They're trading up.
The lights have traded places. Completely traded places.
Hey, they like the crane too.
Yeah, everyone loves the crane. I think this is probably everyone's favorite part of the map, to be honest.
Oh, it's certainly my favorite part of the map.
It's my favorite part of the map. It does. Hey, there's the duck.
Well, you know, we haven't seen that part of the map basically touched whatsoever. The entirety of this game so far has been on this side of the map. The entire middle of the map is missing, and the teams haven't cared.
There is a possibility, of course, that we get the next cash out spawning there, but let's focus on this one right now. Really difficult position right in the middle of that alleyway. There's completely solid rules surrounding it. Taking out that crane, so now Space Station getting forced to take to the streets on their approach.
Lasagna almost takes out Grad, and SSG, their approach is going to be stunted. I think this is turning out to be the same way the other one was. It's going to be about one team fight unless SSG pushes now. If they push now, they can guarantee that on respawn, they can go back again. Normalize and Lamp, they need to be getting ready for this pad RPG engage, but there's no RPG available for Lamp. He already burned it. C4 in hand. There's the dome, there's the pad. He's up on the rooftop, but Nightmare, they dive inside. They're in the attic. Gremlin, he's just waiting and baiting, and Lamp is dead!
Lamp, why did you drop? Why did you go in there? He missed the winch, he missed everything.
He's shot in the back. Oh, but he escapes with the goo there. The res comes to fruition, but Normalize and Grab, they've been turned into coins. Cash out does not come to fruition for SSG. And yet again, the first cash out, one team fight, and SSG blows it.
crumbling right now. SSG unable to do anything at this point. Cannot put anything together.
All right. They're all in this together right now.
Well, hopefully
All
they
of
can put
Nightmare.
together the cathedral. The duck got rid of it.
I don't think
Those are
there's
small
some
pieces.
You could do a decent job with a goo gun, perhaps, but it starts crumbling after a while.
Well, we're in Scandinavia. Our Lego from Scandinavia, we can put them together.
Yeah, there was a Danish.
I do know a guy who's very good with a goo gun to put that back together.
Yeah, you can use goo to build it.
Yeah.
We'll build a cathedral of goo.
There you go. That's something for maybe the 8v8 mode. Go into customs and see if you can rebuild Monaco. That'd be quite fun.
Well, Vault 2 all the way over in the most obscure position on this map, all the way in the northern park. Inside of this shack here. Grad, he's going to make the hike all the way out there. Luckily, he doesn't have to hike back Gateway up to the rooftop, but Nightmare, they're privy to this. They know exactly what SSG is up to.
Not allowing them to get any movements. They have the gateway set up, and Nightmare being very, very close on these angles, just wanting to keep an eye on Space Station Gaming right now. They have eyes on them through the windows. Again, not willing to engage these vault fights. Normally, they're so important on Monaco. We've seen them completely avoid these. Just not wanting to do anything with these vault fights, but they're jumping in now.
That is an option to avoid, but now they are going, as you say.
Those health bars, they're dropping yet again. Gremlin Lasagna, though, this time taking back shots. Grad normalizing Lamp. They are doing what they can to try and make this fight as even as possible. This time around, as Gremlin goes out first, will SSG be able to hold on? Lamp will survive, but Grad doesn't. Uni gets traded away. It's just Lasagna. And SSG, they've won their first team fight here. This is critical.
Lasagna tunnel visioning there while his team died around him. Always managed to find Lamp, but as we could see, he had a bigger problem on his tail he didn't know about. Now, Space Station Gaming, again, getting this vault fight, deciding to take it to C. Now, here is an interesting point. With this objective spawn, they have the option to winch out into the open of duck and cover, where the cathedral once stood. A little bit more destruction on this wall, a well-placed winch, maybe a pad to help it on its way. And you have some incredible sight lines to work with on the defense, but Nightmare are already here.
Oh, they're dropping on the point. Dome Shields goes down in the glitch as well. Nightmare. Lamb, he blows himself up. He used the RPG. A defib from Normalize. Also got a kill. One member left. It's all on Uni. 1v3. He needs to get the steal. He's going to reset. Get out of here. Let his team coin back in.
This is the first time SSG has been in control. I don't know what shifted for them, but their energy is so much more chaotic now. They know how to push these fights.
My question is whether SSG are deciding to take this moment to move the box. They have control over the totem, but they're worried that Uni is going to come from them. The coin back in is instantaneous. Now they know they have a chance to move that into the open. Are they going to do it? It depends on their decision-making right now. They may be a bit too worried that Nightmare could catch them in the act, so they leave it intact. And we're going to have another brawl around this point as Nightmare dives straight back in for the action.
There's the jump. They're falling on top of it right now. Normalize the Space Station Gaming. They definitely have to know that this is on the way at this point. They hear them on the rooftop. Nightmare desperately trying to flush them out.
Lamp has that dome in hand. They're ready for this engagement, but I don't know if they are really going to be able to do much if Nightmare gets the angle set up that they are. Uni over the side, look at this rubble, perfectly in place for Lasagna. I don't know where that C4 was. Gremlin just set off, but his dome is right there. Lamp and Norma, they're driving in, but they do stop with the goose stall, and that dome gives them the edge they need to take out Lasagna. Gremlin and Uni, they're on the side. RPG doesn't do much, but the winch does. Lamp taken away. Uni down, just up to Gremlin, and he goes away. Space Station Gaming, they're good for one cash out.
Fantastic work by SSG, keeping themselves alive in this. The potential of denying Nightmare their fourth point and grabbing themselves one to add to their tally.
Well, we all know that SSG is sponsored by Holto. It seems like that insurance is coming in. They're at least safe for now. But for Nightmare, once they respawn here, they will have the chance to cut off SSG before this vault goes anywhere past Grandma's house.
There's a replay on the fight. Gremlin getting an initial kill, but it didn't work out at the end of the day. Lasagna was already gone, going in for that steal and getting bought by the entirety of Space Station Gaming.
Lasagna taking a bit of flack from range there, has to back off. And these rooftop fights, so symbolic, so typical of Monaco. At some point, maybe your light, maybe your medium is going to find an early pick, and then you can flow forward. It's worth rolling the dice every single time.
Rarely do we see it determine a fight because these teams are so careful with their movements, but you have to try.
Now, a plug early on, and again, SSG, they're not respecting these vault fights.
No, they're not. Uni taking a lot of damage is that from Lasagna off to the side. Normalize also having to duck and cover.
I see what you did there.
Cash Out being in the middle of this park is going to be very,
very... Gremlin's diving on the Lamp right now. He burns the dome super early in Lamp. He's going to go down. Gremlin.
Grad could get this.
Oh, he could. He glitches the dome. He didn't need to, unfortunately. That was the worst timing as he dives into a 1v3 situation. Normalized, though, luckily going to be in a spot here to try and stay alive. SSG will reset, but they have to go for a strong team fight.
Yeah, Uni will get this still for free, and he's just going to do it on low ground behind the cover of the Cash Out itself to make certain. Normalize, of course, still in the action, and they will know that, so they don't want to expose themselves to the repeater. Space Station Gaming coining back in one by one. Grad should be up in a second. Now, Nightmare with a vantage point. Look to hold. The Vanish Bomb allows them to advance, and maybe they want to aggress on Space Station sooner than Space Station expects.
No, they find themselves once again in the position of having to push forward. Nightmare solidly camped out over at Grandma's house, and the timer continuing to tick down. 40 seconds left in this match.
They have been so slow before, and that's not happening now. They died with the Vanish Bomb. Oh! He's down! Grad, though, he's traded away. Both lights removed. Both mediums still available for the res, but Normalized, he's not going to be anymore. He goes down. It's just up to Lamp. Lamp has the res, but he's rolling away. No! This is the most annoying thing that can happen to a team, but as that timer ticks down, luckily, Lamp finds the full res on a Grad, but Nightmare, they didn't find the same. Uni is still out of commission, but Lamp, he has to have the point now. This is all he has, but as Gremlin goes through, Lasagna down to half HP, Grad can't stop it, and that's going to be Nightmare's point here. The team fight is over. Nightmare, 4 points. Are you kidding me?
That is incredible.
Nightmare again. Again, how are they doing this, Jerry?
They are delivering a flawless grand final performance, and they could be done so soon.
But this has happened before.
One more Cash Out and one more 3 versus 3 win. But this is where it gets impossible, because every single team in the lobby is there to deny Nightmare that possibility.
Team Secret, Fnatic, and SSG need to stop Nightmare from getting through.
Their sole mission in life right now is to make sure that they cannot get that point. And this is where things get crazy, because the other teams are not at that level yet. They don't have those points. Nightmare, complete and utter dominance in these matches.
Collusion is not allowed, but when your sole goal is to prevent one team, that's Cash Out, baby.
Oh, these alliances are definitely being drawn up right now. Everyone knows that everyone is here to stop Nightmare. The next few Cash Outs are going to have a very different flavor to them. Every Cash Out from here on out is going to have a different flavor to it.
Nightmare, they are sponsored by Volpe, but that virtual reality technology isn't going to shield them from the reality that is every single team about to go straight for them. But to break it down even further, we've got the desk, we've got Rio and Sonsoyo. This is chaotic.
Yes, this is insanely chaotic. Nobody expected that we would be on match point here after just 2 heats. Now, it has to be said that this has happened before in PHL. We've had a team go immediately to 4 points, and then the rest of the teams turned on them. They ensured that they could not get that last point. We ended up going to 7 heats. So all of you out there that are wanting more and more finals, I think that we might just have that coming for you. But another thing that I want to point out as well is the fact that SSG now has lost 4 maps in a row. So it's not only a target on Nightmare, it's also a target on SSG to bring them along into the next map. So just so many tiny meta crazy strategies are unfolding, and we're really going to see a lot in the next map. But Sonsoyo, please help everybody at home understand what just happened.
Well, honestly, that was a pretty insane game on Monaco. SSG tried to take out Invis in that first game. It found Grad a few solo picks, got them some advantage, but I mean, Nightmare was just looking so strong, able to snowball, get back with their strong defense like we see. But over on the cash out side. It was a very, very slow start, only 4 boxes in total on this first Monaco game. And, I mean, that kind of put a wrench in everybody's plan. Nightmare had the ability to play up on that suspended structures and get that last cash out denial. But moving into back to this 3v3, we had Nightmare. Their defense is just so strong. They had amazing positioning moving into this. I mean, it was extremely tough for SSG to break through Nightmare's defense. These stalls coming in at the last second. Everybody working together to get that stall. Last second steal almost coming out from a lamp, but it's narrowly not going to be enough there. But on game 2, Nightmare had an early start over here in the middle of the garden. They were still looking very, very strong in that first game. But after that, SSG kind of regrouped, pulled together, and started taking control and winning more fights. They were able to kind of bounce back, tie things up. But ultimately, it was Nightmare who took the victory. A few clutch moments from a Lasagna, finding the right positions, trading out perfectly. I mean, SSG was opening. This was the kind of the narrative. SSG was opening these fights, finding these early picks, but Lasagna, Gremlin, Uni were able to kind of fire back, get the pick, and even things up. Right here, exactly a critical moment.
Yeah, that is a great wrap-up of those matches, and that is going to wrap up Monaco. We won't see it again, and our next map is actually going to be Skyway Stadium. You and I were talking a little bit beforehand that some of the more unbalanced maps are up front, and then some of the more well-known ones in the scene are at the latter half. So it really adds to the overall chaos. But why don't you talk about Skyway Stadium
my
for a minute? Just give our
profile,
viewers
bro.
something, a little bit of an overview of what they might see.
All the links are in my about section.
So you have those 2 major blacktop areas, those high rises, which are such good defensive setups.
All the
Spawn traps that happen nearby that mansion, in between that mansion
in my
and
about
that
section, you
high
can
rise.
check.
It's a
You
very
can
difficult
text
point
me
to
or add me.
hold, a very difficult point to push up to. There's a few strategies that I've heard and a few very, very interesting strategies to get there easily. But I do want to kind of touch on the match point situation that we're looming on right here.
Yeah.
Nightmare being ahead 4-0. I mean, obviously puts a big target on their back, Rio.
Oh, it's the biggest target, and you have to start wondering what the teams are thinking. They can't talk to each other, but they can kind of think about it. Everybody has this one plan, but this is where it starts to get really exciting because they have to somewhat work together to ensure that Nightmare is not brought back into this. So you have this kind of weird thing developing, and they have to do it right. We've seen that completely fumble.
Yeah, exactly. But there's still 3 teams vying for those 2 spots. So it's obviously going to be a target on Nightmare's back, but you don't want to be the team that's left behind in that series coming up, Rio.
Absolutely, and it is all going to be starting on Skyway Stadium as I pass it over to our wonderful, talented casters, Waltz, Jerry, and Artie.
I gotta say, that is a beautiful bald head. Not as beautiful as yours, though, Jerry, and not as beautiful as that trophy. That trophy, every single player has eyes on it.
All equally shiny, though.
All equally shiny, that is confirmed. Hey, there's Oscar and Dixie. And 4 points on Nightmare.
4-0-0-0 is terrifying.
It's been business as usual for the last couple cash outs, and everything is about to come loose right now.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the craziest games of cash out in the finals history. Do you think any team will let Nightmare do anything? Because it looks like Fnatic already is telling them to just sit this
Bro, yeah.
Oh my god. The AK! And the AK coming out from Narcos. Interesting little side switch there, as he's very much a... usually an F-car gamer, but wow, we've just seen it. Well, not twice in the kill feed, because one was credited by Gas, but that is an insane opener for Fnatic against Nightmare.
What did Fnatic eat between those last rounds? I didn't see them do that once.
They must have had drank a couple Ospoos.
Oh my god, Team Secret as well. They've just cleared out 2/3 of SSG. There's only a grad left. Let's go EU! Oh, wait, not a grad. That was
never
grad.
mind. Oh, never. Okay.
Shadow Grad's mom.
Sorry, EU. We cheered 9-18.
Well, importantly, EU are still ahead in these fights. That is a 3 versus 1 now for Team Secret. They should be able to get control of the box.
No. Oh.
Chaos Rachel mentioned.
Yes, Fnatic, this is what we want.
This is what we want. Also, check this out. Nightmare on their way up. That KS-23, though, from the very top, looks like Ramkey's going to be able to open up a hole in the top and pull it through the winch. Not if Nightmare can drop it out to the bottom floors first.
Looking to find a way into this point. Fnatic changing everything up. The entire play is gone. Gremlin missing the winch. Is he going to push anyways? He's getting pushed on himself. Dropping down. Fnatic on the chase. But Nagos, he's paying for the aggression. He's going to get taken out. He turns around looking for Nagiri. Uni looking for this 1v1 battle. Can he win it? He loses to Nagiri with 2. Taking it out. But they failed the last
Gremlin.
What? Gremlin. That's crazy. That means Nightmare, they are going to be coming in control of a cash out. That's danger for everybody in the arena. Possibly good news for Secret.
Come on.
And importantly,
Okay.
that is the cash out over on flat top. As Sansoyo was mentioning, a very easy place to defend. However, this is the high-rise variant where it's somewhat easier to cross and attack. But for now, we're looking at cash out A. On the defense, our Team Secret holding the high ground right now under pressure from Space Station Gaming.
Does it look like SSG is about to leave? I can't tell. I do think SSG is committing to this Team Secret fight. There's not enough time anymore to go to Nightmare, so this is theirs. They are going to take the jump pad. They are going to be Invis dashing on top of Team Secret for this fight. They're on the other side of the map. Fnatic,
oh my god,
they're trying to figure out if it's even possible to push up back to that position.
Someone needs to take the fight on Nightmare, but no one is. Everyone's fighting over cash out A instead, which is bizarre given the set of circumstances that they know they're in. Either way, Secret taking a lot of heat right now. Already down, no defib, OG down, no witch, only Roma left. Facing off against 6 other players. First attempt is from Space Station Gaming.
Here's Fnatic, but they're going to lose one player immediately. Roma does what he can to stop it. He did prevent the steal. Normalize, he's going to go down a hail of gunfire, but Grad and Lamp, they're still up and available. Fnatic.
Nice.
Nagiri, this is still in Secret's box, but Nightmare, they've collected some cash on the other side of the map. I don't know which way this is going to go.
Brad taking a couple shots as he goes in. There's precious seconds left to get this steal as all teams begin to converge. Even Nightmare showing up for a moment. The steal about to be held by Normalize, but he's dropping. Eaten up by an RPG. The cash out drops to the floor in Secret. They get this cash out. That's going to be putting them in a grand position.
Fantastic position for Secret, benefiting in effect from that third party. It looked like Space Station Gaming were in a really great spot to assault that box solo, but then Fnatic coming in, deciding not to fight against Nightmare on the other side of the map, meant that only Secret benefited there. They were down 1 versus 6, but neither Fnatic nor Space Station could close that net.
I wonder if we're going to see a double on this second box, knowing how strong Nightmare is. Wonder if somebody is going to want to try and make sure they're not in first place. That is all that matters. Fnatic dropping to Secret. The EU teams going at each other in the middle of the map.
At each other's throats, but this is important. Team Secret, they wiped early last time, and it took their cash down into a position where they weren't able to hold on. Team Secret also the only team right now running Invis on their light.
What a Nightmare up to as well. Of course, already with some cash in pocket, and looks like they're targeting Vault 4, but we can see in the distance that Space Station Gaming have beaten them to the punch. Will that affect Nightmare's decision-making? Looks like they're in fact trying to target the middle of the map now, just try and catch any team off guard.
It is actually easier for Nightmare if they have a target on their back to be the ones to go and attack cash out. Grad gets pulled through the window. Oh, but he has a gateway ready. He escapes. How do you escape that? Normalize tries to get out as well. He's going to be able to, but Nightmare, they're chasing. They're chasing all the way through. Grad and Gremlin going to be trading out. Normalize, he gets the refrag. Grad gets a double. He's going to be able to find 30. Does.
And the wipe onto Nightmare, crucial for the survival hopes of everyone else in the lobby. Fantastic. Space Station Gaming stepping up there. And now they can continue their quest towards the double. They were hoping to move that vault into the existing objective. Is that still the plan?
That would be good if they could prevent Nightmare from holding on to it. No matter who gets it, it's better for the entire lobby. Normalize is going to deposit. He's going to die for it. But that just goes to show the mentality in this lobby.
Nightmare about to have to go 3v9 to get this cash out away. With 4 points, the target on their back, the mile wide. But still, 3 members left for them.
Secret on the defense here with that 40 seconds remaining. Roma goes down already. In fact, that's a quick wipe.
All of Secret is down.
Secret light just die instantly, and the cash bounce is winched out. They need to hope that everyone else.
Wait, it's Nightmare stealing? No way they let this happen. SSG, they stop it. The goo at the right time. Fnatic and Nightmare, they're going at it here. Space Station Gaming shooting anything that moves. Nightmare down to Gremlin. They wipe again, and it's still Team Secret's box. As Space Station Gaming and Fnatic, they are duking it out in the middle of this building. There's no time to steal. Secret might still get this.
It's entirely possible. Secret has ball back in, but in the wrong side of the map. And this should be a clutch.
There's time.
There we go. Normalize can see it, but they do. Team Secret spawn back in at just the right moment and close the distance to protect their 24K way out in front. They are guaranteed a spot in the best of two.
Oh, now we get into a very, very strange situation here with how close 2 through 4 are. If there's only one vault happening and Secret takes it, there's a kill race between the others.
There is a slim mathematical possibility that Team Secret lose here. The only way it could happen is 2 split objectives right now, and then they wipe. Maybe even a couple of times.
They would have to wipe twice.
So the aim of the game for Team Secret right now is keep Nightmare out. Usually, they would simply sit in a corner and allow anyone else to come through with them. But they need to make sure Nightmare do not get through.
But this is just as promised. Every single team is making sure that Nightmare cannot go through.
It's a horrific situation if you are a Nightmare. This is the nightmare that they are reliving from PHL Finals.
Oh, and yet they find themselves in second place. There's still a path forward for them. Lasagna holding onto that box. They have a gateway down, trying to get to the point. They might actually be able to get this plug. Running across the map, Lasagna, they successfully pull a vault out. In the midst of 4 teams, they somehow escape.
Oh, but they have to transit all the way across to the map. This is not going to be easy.
At the moment, they are in the lead in terms of cash. There does need to be some objective play from Fnatic or Space Station Gaming here.
2 kills from Fnatic, or even just the amount of cash from a steal. But if Nightmare plugs this, that would be a significant lead. Grad takes out one player on Fnatic.
They're going to sit on this. They're going to just sit in the corner.
Wait, they know it's a kill race.
They know it's a kill race. Secret on the other side of the map aren't tapping the vault. Secret
are guardians of Vault 5. Everybody knows it's just a kill race.
But they should open this. They should open this because
they
if
don't
it's not
know.
plugged.
Nightmare's playing off the fact that they know that Secret's holding the other vault and that every other team would have to come their way. And they know that given the cash advantage that they have now, it's better if they take the fight to them in a defensive position. 5D chest.
How is everyone doing maths this fast? I cannot believe it. These players are on another level.
Team Secret needs to let somebody else tap the vault just for the 1K you get for opening.
But even just a couple kills would still put them in the way. Fnatic, they're actually in second by kills. The points that they're getting, they're ahead of Nightmare. Nightmare might need to deposit here.
Wait, SSG, they're catching up. Only 1 kill would put SSG ahead of Nightmare. Can they do it, though?
At this point, there's an option for any one of these teams to feed each other kills.
They do.
Grad gets a pick on Gremlin, and that's going to extend that gap that SSG have over Fnatic right now with only 10 seconds left. We see Nightmare. They've won! Win Nightmare!
It's safe! It is safe! The jury is still out, though, on whether or not Fnatic or SSG will pass through. Only 1 kill separates them. It's Fnatic! We get an EU set!
Where did the wipe come from? Nightmare! I know they came close to make sure they didn't lose the kill race, but why all 3?
They had to try and take fights, a number of fights, to make sure that happened. What a bizarre game of cash out.
The 5D chess. I have no idea.
That was an insane ending to a game.
Almost never will you see a cash out match quite like this again.
When Nightmare knew Team Secret was guarding the other vault. And wow. But they didn't do it. They got wiped. It was 1 kill before they got wiped that would have separated them. Look at these plays.
You truly stepped up in this game. Not only were they winning the cash outs, winning the objectives, but we could see from the off, they were winning the fights. Fnatic coming out with some adaptation, pulling out the AKM, pulling out the KS-23.
The KS-23 just got Fnatic into the final round. That's unheard of.
And I am so Nightmare against an entire lobby. We're a kill away.
This moment here, it could have been another story.
Yes.
If Normalize managed to secure this, then they would have had the lead going into that final wave. A brilliant 2K, but of course, Secret just beat him to the punch.
And the only reason things went the way they did is because the difference of cash between the teams, no vaults needed to be deposited.
Look at how close that scoreline was, but honestly, Grad, a consistent amount of kills here. Another 10 to the tally.
Almost making up for the lack of any objective-based play there with the kills on Space Station Gaming. They couldn't quite catch up to Fnatic, though.
But it's not just that Nightmare was getting targeted by other teams. Look at the kills. 4 kills on Gremlin, 0 on Uni, 1 only to Lasagna's name. It was actually a very wide set of things that led to this. But for Nightmare, they knew that that target on their back was large. They had to change the way that they played. It doesn't surprise me, but adaptability and being dynamic is the name of the game in a dynamism shooter.
You have to wonder if exhaustion is starting to play a factor here. Think about Nightmare. Think about how many matches that they have played in a row, how many teams they have had to take out and have gone to 3 maps in.
I have a hunch that it is going to be a long while before we see Nightmare in a final round again. That is the curse of the 4th point. That is the curse of sitting on championship point in this format. It's going to now be a long road ahead where every other team aims to catch up.
Somehow they need to figure this out. But for now, Fnatic and Secret have a chance to put their points on the board. One of them is going to come away with this. EU getting a matchup, and this is a matchup that we know well.
We've been waiting for this. Fnatic and Team Secret, the hometown saviors of EU. Let's see what's going to happen. All on the line for that trophy. Only 2 points available, though, until they've got to play cash out again.
Is that Rainky loading in with the double deagles?
That is very common on Skyway Stadium, especially in the final round.
3 versus 3 on Skyway. You want to have that long-range option, and at the moment, for the deagles being the best option available to heavies at this tournament, we're going to see it coming out from Rainky. Let's see what OG's on. Eventually, we'll find out, but it seems like Fnatic taking position on the suspended structure.
Not only the double deagles, but Roma is still staying on that invis. Again, we're seeing a lot of off-meta picks coming through here, even on day 2 of the Grand Major.
Taking a lot of damage from range as well. Secret did not go for the high ground. Fnatic taking that instead, and we do have the up-down, left-right variation. We're going to be moving through all 3 this match, and that's going to be what we're looking at. We're going to be seeing high rise next. This changes things completely.
Absolutely. Here we go, closing the distance right now. Team Secret throwing out that red barrel. Good catch. Yeah, fantastic catch. Just avoiding a brilliant way of denying that damage coming in. Some good shots landed onto OG, and now they're going to dive off the back of that. The dome has to be aggressive. The RPG almost taking out the heavy, and he doesn't land the witch. They have to melt through the dome. The shots in midair not working out. Elix bailing his heavy out, but Nigiri winning the light fight in the middle of the air, and OG getting his kills. Raimka with 2 deagle kills. Twin pistols for the twin kills.
Now we see why he picked up those deagles. The headshots, immediately melting about half the HP of OG there.
Oh yeah, and for this map as well, the range, it just makes sense, doesn't it?
Well, they're 3 bodies deep, and they still haven't made a move. They got to figure out where they're going over to cash out B. And with that suspended structures, well, they need to do a lot of setup. Whether or not they winch it off the platform, but look at these fights.
Oh. Nice play from Fnatic there. We see the power of these elevated structures, being able to take not just height, but the ultimate height. And this is something that people who have been watching competitive for a while, you will probably have never seen a moving platform, cash
Yes.
out. This is a very, very new thing.
This is the only variant across our entire map pool where moving platforms can emerge, and they have done. So yeah, this is something that teams are obviously prepared for, and we'll have to deal with the Great Winch, and that tree actually saving Raimka from certain death. The Return Winch, and he actually puts out a ton of damage. How does he get the kill before dying? Insane! But Roma and OG pick up the scraps. Nigiri left on the 1 HP, and Roma will close it. Incredible work by Raimka. The rest of his team just couldn't save him. He was the only one to get a kill in that? That's insane.
Wild to say the least. But for now, on this moving platform, question is, does Team Secret choose to pull it away or keep it on board? There's a lot of different strategies available here, and especially given the fact that Elix is running the glitch trap, it does make sense they decide to pull it off.
Does make defense of it a lot easier. The cash out is not going to go far away from you.
They haven't positioned themselves for any sort of spawn manipulation, though. Just riding their luck, and thankfully for them, it is a large open forest that Fnatic will have to cross to get anywhere near. They hit the mega pad. Raimka in midair is getting beamed by Elix down to the very low HP. No picks just yet, but they're about to come thick and fast. OG finds one, Elix finds another. It's Secret's fight right here. Nigiri dashing away. I don't think he has a totem in hand. He just needs to try and survive for as long as possible. Wins the light fight against Roma, and now can grab this and get out of there, but Elix brings Roma right back up. Nigiri sticking the hand res, but surely Secret around the corner and see him. He fights Elix, but Elix had the whole of that fight in the palm of his hand, and he takes the cash out for good measure.
One cash out for Team Secret. One cash out closer. That almost was a return. They almost tried to return that cash where they found it.
You get extra points for that.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Don't fact check that.
It's like that clip. I saw there was a clip where somebody winched the cash out, ended up on top of one of the UFOs.
That was either Sam or Cody.
Yeah, I've seen that
One of the
before as
final
well.
Centrals boys.
I want to say, I saw a chat. Somebody said that this does look like normal everyday finals gameplay, and that's what we love about the finals, that this level of play is achievable to the everyman.
Now, teams repositioning, finding their way towards this next vault. We could end up in for yet another moving platform eventually.
It's entirely possible. That vault fight is going to be determinative. Nako's on the 8 once again, just sticking with it after that successful first round on Skyway, the first cash out game. And Team Secret have the box in hand. They have the gateway available to them once it comes off cooldown. It's going to be quite a time, in fact, before that does happen. So they have to hold tight for the moment. Fnatic controlling the center of the map. We'll see whether OG, whether any of these mediums in particular can get a long-range pick early on. In fact, it's virtually a full auto lobby besides Rainkey on the Deagle, so maybe he's the most deadly range threat.
He definitely was proving that earlier. When he's hitting with those Deagles, it is going to put Fnatic in a much, much better position. But you were talking about this earlier. When you have these weapons that are not automatic, it puts you in a... the execution required is a lot higher. You start missing a few shots, and all of your effectiveness goes out the window.
Of course, more reliable at the close range, where you can just spray and pray instead of having to hit these skill shots on very rapid moving targets up in your face. That's the trade-off that they've opted for here, Team Secret. None of that. They want all of the full auto they can manage. Raimka and the rest of Fnatic have boxed themselves up in the smallest suspended structure on the map, right in the middle here. They decide to abandon it.
This feels like,
okay.
Planning something that was about to go very wrong.
That fight could have been an email. Why did we have a meeting?
And thanks to Volpe's reality shield, Gimo's reality shield, you can prevent that from coming into your Volpe CR headset.
Dear Fnatic, you have to respawn.
Exactly.
It is.
Regards, Team Secret. Not even warm regards.
No, there was no warmness in that fight.
That felt like penitence for what Fnatic did earlier in the day.
Exactly. Yeah, Fnatic have been not averse to getting in their opponent's heads, to put it gently.
Yes.
Fnatic do have to find a way to push to this point, though. They don't want to go down in 2 cash outs to Team Secret. Already, one getting solo. Fnatic, Nigiri and Nagos both melting. Raimke picks off 1 in return,
Roma.
2 in return. Roma is left, just Roma and Raimke facing off against each other.
No defibs.
Oh, they're both going to be going for the slow res here. The question is, do they get the mediums? That's the most important. Nigiri gets rezzed up on the light on the side of Fnatic, but...
Elix is up, and he has the defib, so now it's a 3 versus 2. Fnatic waiting for that coin, so they won't want to engage just yet. And that's important. They will hide for the time being. Gaining height, though, importantly. Oh, no. Nigiri caught out. Taken out by OG. And the Deagles do not land for Raimke. Fnatic staggering, possibly fatally here.
Oh, they are just crumbling right now. The coin comes in, almost falling off the mat. He's trying to mantle up. Can't quite get there. He needs to get it. Nice mantle from him. Getting onto this height. What a route from Raimke right now. Getting up into that high ground. Nobody has even gotten onto the platforms. If he goes for this right now, Secret might not actually have time.
The building
He may
like
be
a
able to go
ladder.
for it.
Secret has no idea.
Max mobility heavy right here. That's impressive. And he goes sit
Oh,
on the
but no, they're right on his tail.
Oh, no. He's got the RPG out. He's going to bring everyone up, hoping that Nakos and Nigiri can bail him out of a tricky situation. He's going to land as much damage as he can. Nakos comes in with 1. Elix trades out. The defib's going to come out for both teams. No. In fact, Fnatic don't manage it. They do. It's a trade. 2 versus 3 here, as now the shots come out from Roma.
It's all Roma. He needs to hold this for Secret. Precious seconds left. It's dwindling away from them.
Fnatic isn't making any progress towards it. Team Secret, they're holding on, but OG, is he going to be in a spot to stall? He has the witch available, but that steal still isn't happening. Nigiri and Raimke, they're just slowly falling away. The stall has happened. That's Secret's point here, even though Nigiri got that kill. I don't know if there's enough time on that. There isn't. Team Secret gets a point. That's 1 point for EU.
What a round from Team Secret. Close at the end, but winning all the important fights, keeping ahead of the pace pretty much constantly against a adaptable Fnatic side, as we're learning.
Oh, absolutely. Fnatic willing to do anything, it appears, to kind of shake their story up, make sure that they're approaching these fights in a creative way, but Secret were just so consistent.
That is a sign. That is a grand major sign. These are both true. I love that. I love that I can see a physical manifestation of chat.
Right.
Like how in the finals, you could see all of the, around the stadium, you see all of the viewers in the virtual arena.
Does that make signs the physical version of copy pastas?
Yo,
Oh my god.
hang on. Did Sign actually make the major? They didn't get knocked out.
Oh my god. No, that hurts. That hurts.
No,
Guys,
don't do my voice like that.
It's not too soon. That was 2 months ago. Come on, get over it.
It still hurts. It still hurts.
It's all right. We've got 2 EU teams in the Grand Major final.
You're right.
Interestingly enough, the team that Fnatic actually beat to make it to the Grand Major.
You know, I think it's
Very
fine if you say that. I mean, I know someone's going to get upset about it, but hey, we'll find out.
Who?
I don't know. It's a good question. But hey, it does seem that with Ivana at their side, Team Secret was able to use that performance material, put that up to the test. But for Fnatic, see if they got to uninstall and reinstall those VIA chips in their heads as they get ready to go in to Skyway Stadium for the 3rd time for the 2nd final round. See if they can get their first point.
This time, we're on high rise. I'm sorry, we were on high rise. Now we're on the standard issue. We've just played high rise. This is Skyway at its most basic. The black top up there where A is, that is going to be a crucial point. It is impossible to push if you can get control.
Very rarely see teams succeed. Depends on the nature of the plug, of course. You want to make sure you win this first vault fight. This is a massively important vault fight, given the state of the objective spawns. Out goes the glitch grenade. We engage off it. They do get the hit marker, a bit of knowledge as well off the back of that. See, it's a budget sonar grenade as well. Down they go to try and grab this vault, and they have the gateway ready, but it's not that distant, so they're just going to keep the box on a leash for now, ready to take it over when they win the
on a
fight.
leash as well, a healing leash, but they are going to get glitched out now that the gear is running these glitch nades. But Ramkey and Nagiri are all going to drop out. Now Ghost out as well, and
all right,
Team Secret win that first fight.
Another email, perhaps.
No.
Brilliant. But a far more important one this time round. Team Secret winning the first vault fight, and they've already made progress by bringing that box towards Flat Top. And now they can get it started on Objective A and begin trapping Fnatic.
Yes.
So difficult to approach if Secret set it up right.
This is that point that becomes nearly impossible to push. You see them forcing the spawn Fnatic down there in that corner by Mansion. The question is, how do they make that cross? They're so fast with it, incredibly quick. They move to the other point, but now they're in the air, getting shot. They're getting caught as they go through. Already Nagos down. Soon, the next to follow, Ramkey Nagiri join him in the grave.
And that's what happens when you have to attack it. It is so difficult to avoid being shot out of mid-air like that. Fnatic banked on speed that time. At the very least, that quick death means that they get another attempt. This one might be more considered. Will we see some gateway placement, allowing them to jump between the various jump pads across the bottom of the map, which could enable them to sort of force Secret to play a game of whack-a-mole? No. They're sending the Nagiri across right now. Perhaps this is the strategy. They have a gateway now between the first jump pad and the second, and then the furthest one away on the far north of the side.
This is a common strategy, especially pushing open office. It's so difficult unless you have Vanishing Bomb. But Fnatic opted not to pull Vanishing Bomb on this map, and they will need to use the entire cash-out timer to rotate through this building.
Another option in that is just sending Rainker across with the heals. Of course, it spends so much utility. Roma wins the 1v1 against Nagos, who took a different route. And once again, Fnatic are made out of just coins, it seems. They're made of coins. It's very obvious now that they are just coins in a virtual arena because they're dead.
This is exactly why teams are running Invis and running Vanishing Bomb. It is for crossing gaps like this one.
Secret having a huge issue with people who may have called Fnatic the stronger EU team. In this matchup, it is working for them. I understand the theory. Confuse people by sending over Ramkey and Nagiri on one side, but Nagos was just so visible. It didn't end up doing anything.
I feel
they
like
seem confused that Secret sent bullets back.
At this level, I've got to call out Fnatic for not having a better approach to that. That is a common issue that you may have to face on this map, and they just didn't have a technical solution for it.
Oh, and Roma, he's got glitches available as well. Again, when you're running Invis, you don't need that Vanish Bomb. It's Gonna give you the ability to run both glitch nades and the H+ infusion. Fnatic costing themselves perhaps a bit of cash in this game with a lack of prep. Team Secret very well prepared to hold that cash out and made it pedestrian. Narcos, interestingly earlier, was running the FCAR with the hollow sights, and when it came to the later games in the day, he's moved over to the iron sights, which is interesting. I love the fact that iron sights are felt to be viable on a number of guns in this game. But also importantly, switching off the AKM to the FCAR right now.
I wonder what that is. Is that maybe a comfort issue? Maybe just visibleness? I'm curious about that.
Here we go. We've got now a lot of positing here with the second box being moved.
Secret is positioned right in the middle of both cash outs. It's going to be difficult for Fnatic to bring this somewhere that matters. Easiest place, of course, is the construction, but, well, there's a crane. We all know that light players and observers alike, they love cranes.
Another vault that we see here is just taking a long time to get plugged. These teams are being so cautious. They finally make it through. They get to the point already. 2 from Secret dead. They're pushing in. Fnatic were able to go ahead and steal that vault, get it placed. It's only Alex left alive.
And this is a team fight virtually won here by Fnatic as Alex is deciding to wait it out and allow his team to coin in. He's in plenty of cover. Fnatic are not going to go hunting for him. He could be in any one of these locations around the map. So this is just going to be a free 20 seconds or so on the timer of Fnatic. Construction. An interesting site to have to defend. Of course, Team Secret could approach from any direction here, and of course the routes of approach are far more easy
and it's easy because Roma has that invis as well. Can get a gateway delivered same day.
Crane taken down on one side by Team Secret. They don't want to allow Fnatic that perch.
And that noise covers this approach on the left-hand side.
Very insightful. It's almost as though they're your coach, or you're their coach.
Not right now, I'm not. Right now, I'm a fun spectator.
Unbiased observer. They are dropping it down. Team Secret looking for this steal, winching it into place. Where's the goo? Where's the... Oh, it almost rolls off the edge, but it doesn't do it. But that's precious seconds wasted holding for this steal, but they have to back off just for a moment. Fnatic continuing to defend, but they finished off one. Roma, he falls, isolated for the rest of his team. Just the heavy and medium at this point.
And Fnatic, they're going to be guarding that trophy with their lives. They know that as long as they can hold that, that means it's going to be a guaranteed 2v3. Nobody on Fnatic is about to lose that pressure. Rainkido, he's about to dive in, though. Unfortunately, there are glitch traps available, but it squares off. He does manage to just, wait.
Oh, wow.
Take them all out.
Everyone won their 1 versus 1, though. That was
That
incredible.
was impressive.
Yeah, obviously Fnatic had the advantage in going into that because we saw Alex dive in for the defib. OG coming back in at only half HP does make a big difference.
Both of them had to reload, and they just kind of stared at each other while they did it.
Yeah, well, that's what happens sometimes.
There's a lot of tension there, I feel like.
Well, Fanatics finding a way to strike back, finally putting their name up on the scoreboard. First cash out they've gotten in this series. And it looked pretty good, honestly. They managed to take Secret out as they pushed in. Secret never got their feet underneath them in that fight.
The question is now, Team Secret already gathering 1 point from that first map. Will they take 2, or will Fnatic and Team Secret split the spoils? It all comes down to this final cash out. Now, Team Secret are in the center of the map controlling it. We see OG trying to apply some pressure with that shack from range. It's not going to work. Where is Roma going to position himself? On this invis light to try and get an early pick.
Oh, wherever he's going to do it, it has to be close. He's about to run out of gas on that invis there, but he does find the ability to get some shots out on Nagos. But Nagiri positioning himself to try to chow early. Wait, he doesn't see Roma.
Why was the call not made there? Narcos knew that Roma was on this side. Elix winning his fight against Rainki as well. This fight is all secrets because Fnatic have just not communicated to each other there, not effectively enough. Narcos getting separated from his team as well, it seems, and now he's lurking down below. No chance of getting that res anytime soon. He needs to wait for those footsteps to disappear, wait for the threat to evaporate. Team Secret moving towards Cash Out D in the mansion.
Well, Team Secret is going to be bringing this vault over to Cash Out D at the estate, sponsored by Volpe. It's almost like they're taking this box over here in Nightmare's honor.
Nightmare, of course, sponsored by Volpe themselves. A little tidbit of information there. I love that we're getting Volpe back into the fray as well.
Season 9.
Haven't had too much action from them. Now we can see what they've been working on in the shadows.
defense of the estate commences now from Team Secret. They're trying to follow in Nightmare's footsteps and get to that 4 points. They have to start off with just getting 2. And Fnatic, again, find themselves pushing a cash out that feels really difficult to get to. This one, a little bit simpler, especially if you approach from the open office, gives you some tree cover. But they see the jump pad set up by Secret, preparing for a forward push if they are pushed on. Here comes Fnatic, moving in. How do they handle it?
They have a jump pad prepared, angled towards Fnatic. They can expect dive bomb any second now. Nako spots it, decides to eliminate it. Team Secret no longer have that option. Jump pad's way off cooldown. Out goes a glitch to try and remove that Sky gateway, but again it goes down. All of Secret's defensive options slowly dwindling as they remain passive.
Getting padded on. There's Fnatic up from the top, but Ramkey goes down before he even hits the ground. Roma, though, in a similar situation. Luckily, because that Invis is able to back off there. Just Nago's available. 75 HP.
Oh, OG.
Secret. Are they going to finish him, or are they just going to let him stay alive here? Looks like they're just playing with their food.
Oh, Shades of Alliance.
No, he's going to have to use that gas barrel. OG goes down here, but...
Oh. Wow. Shades of Alliance there coming out from Team Secret, knowing that the stall could win them the game by itself. Look at the timer here. 18 seconds left for Fnatic.
No chance.
About 20 seconds left on the timer. That is as good as done. Team Secret will take 2 points from heat number 2 and close that gap on Nightmare. Fnatic come away with nothing.
It's like Young is still in the room with us here with that play. EU team stalling out the other EU team. Who could have thought?
I'm sure he's out there somewhere. Shout out Young.
Shout out Young. Shout out Alliance. Shout out Kelly. Team Secret. Here it is. Fnatic gave a solid effort all of these team fights through and through, but Team Secret, they're on the board. The only other team with points so far. 2 points to Nightmares 4. That's the end of Heat 3. Waltz, we're going to be seeing some targets painted on some new teams.
And I do have to wonder if this is going to actually pin a target on Secret's back. Nightmare is still the team that is only a point away from winning. If Secret get to 3, that becomes something that Nightmare could play off of. 2 teams that are in a position where they can win.
We have a sign in the audience that says, revive the KS23, please. Well,
there it is.
Raimka's trying his hardest, but unfortunately for him, no points off the back of it. They have to return to cash out with the big dogs from NA barking and biting at their heels.
Well, I do have to say, no matter what happens in the next heat, that target is still on Nightmare's back. But to explain it a little bit further, we've got the desk, we've got the weather station, we've got Rio and Sonsoyo. Let's walk through this heat just a little bit.
Yeah, and now things are really getting interesting. Nightmare was unable to secure that cash out win, so they're thrown back into the blender for the next cash out. And somehow, Team Secret came on top in every one of those matches. So now we have another team with some points on the board. This is so exciting because it's going to change the entire dynamic of the way the next cash out is going to go. Sonsoyo, why don't you just talk us through a quick overview of what we just saw with Team Secret and Fnatic?
Well, honestly, the biggest overview and through line between not only the cash out, but also the series is that Team Secret won the biggest fights that mattered. That, to me, is the standout thing. They won the double in that cash out. I was a little bit trepidatious, though, because Nightmare was left alone on that first box, and they were able to find that 3v3 on the second vault against SSG, but it just did not work out for them. It ended up in a 3-way kill race in that cash out game. Team Secret locking out, as well as Fnatic winning in that. But overall, Fnatic had a decent start on that first final round game in the series. However, I mean, like I just said, they just could not find the wins on the important fights. It's going to really, really put a hindrance. But overall, I mean, I was surprised to see Team Secret pull out the Invis on Skyway Stadium. Fnatic kind of found some momentum into that second game as well, but it just wasn't enough, Rio.
It wasn't enough, and I mean, we even saw a KS23 being pulled out from Fnatic.
Oh, yeah,
like
I mean,
that makes my day. Seeing a KS23 in the Grand Major is just unheard of. It's really just one of those weapons that I would say is completely slept on, might be a little under-tuned as well. So it's really cool to see Raimkey pull that out, and then they get secured the cash out win. So really helps them.
Yeah, and this match. This is the match that the KS came out from Rainkey, and this is going to be some amazing highlights. We're going to probably see the double. We see Normalize going to be taken out from Team Secret, and this is where they can potentially take that lead. This is where they get that first cash out, but on this situation, the double, this is where it's about to happen. We see Gremlin and SSG fighting back and forth. They do end up taking that gateway and eventually wipe to SSG, and SSG gets that plug into cash out D. One final last second steal. You see this from Normalize, but it gets stopped by the Team Secret coming back in from the resurrection. And then overall, I mean, this final moments reel were just amazing, coming down to the wire. Maybe 1 or 2 kills difference. I mean, that wipe on Lasagna and Nightmare just putting a rain on the parade. This brings us into the 3v3 matchup.
Yeah, in the 3v3 matchup, it was a really kind of a slow fight and getting away, a slow start for the fights, but then the tempo really kicked up and the team started hitting hard. Team Secret came out swinging. They were able to secure the first win, or the first cash out, and then quickly the second one. They got a 2-0 in that first map, and it was honestly just Team Secret's map. They, as you said earlier, they won all of the important team fights. They won every victory that meant everything important to them. So it really helped them propel them in that first map.
Yeah, and on the second map, I mean, we see Team Secret take an early lead. This blacktop point in particular is such a defensive point. It offers you tons and tons of value, spawn manipulation, everything that you want on a defense. So it really forced Fnatic to take the long way around right here, and you can see them dropping right on top of them, and I mean, Fnatic basically had no chance there. They did make the run back over in construction, however, getting an amazing defense. I saw those Deagles put in some work, and he gets those headshots right here on OG Secret and does an amazing job cleaning up, but it just wasn't enough for this team on Fnatic side because Team Secret was able to clean up, Rio.
Yeah, they were able to clean up, but, you know, we still have kind of the elephant in the room, and that would be Nightmare. And the fact that they are still on match point. Not just heat point, but match point. They are one single point away from being the victors of the first Grand Major. That is massive. They had an amazing run leading up to it and got themselves 4 points basically uncontested. So it was a great run, and I think that we might have a little bit of a clip package showing those first 4 points and how they got there.
Yeah, Nightmare really taking things away in those first 4 games of the series. But we're going to be going on to a next heat. But that being said, we're going to talk about a little bit about how these point distributions may change the game in this next cash out. With Team Secret having 2 and Nightmare being on match point.
Yeah.
Still maintaining a target on their back.
It's still maintaining the target on their back, but you also have another team that you have to start looking out for, and that's Team Secret. The fact that they have 2 points means that if they go into this next cash out and win it, they have the opportunity to also go towards heat and match point as well. So you might end up in a situation where you have 2 teams at 4 points. And when that happens, it just completely changes the game. Cash out gets insane because nobody wants these 2 teams to get in. And the focus just gets smaller and smaller. But as we said earlier, what an amazing package, what an amazing run Nightmare had. And let's take a look at this.
Yeah, Nightmare versus Envy. They've had a long trek to get here as well. And I mean, they just did so well on day 2. They made it here pretty fast from day 1, but day 2 was a little bit of a trek for them, Rio.
Yeah, it's definitely been a trek, and you know what? They're just earning points left and right. The man himself has basically been uni. It's really amazing to see how they play around this one light player. He is the sole heart of their team. They get the kills, they set up the crossfires, he comes around, he gets the back shots on anybody and just destroys them.
Yeah, that being said, Lasagna, also a standout player, really hitting his shots with that CB1 repeater. He's kind of also been a standout player for me on this game itself. I mean, them 2 working together, Uni getting those crossfires, getting those angles, and getting the H1 infusers right at the right time has just been immaculate to see. But Lasagna, even when they trade out, they lose that first kill in the fight. Lasagna's always there seemingly.
Yeah, Lasagna is a wonderful player, and he really works well with this team. So it's fun to see, and honestly, even going against SSG, they both played well. SSG currently has 0 points after going 4 maps, but we can't count them out. They have made the entire long trek here as well, and it's really, at this point, I still feel like it's anybody's game. The strategies that are starting to unfold as these teams add up the points is just going to improve from here.
Yeah, and when talking about Nightmare, you cannot forget their heavy Gremlin. He's been super consistent on that regard, and he's been the rock of the team, holding them together, making those openings, making those jump pad RPG plays, finding those winches, and opening up the fights.
Yeah, so for those of you that are watching in the stadium or at home, the storyline to follow here are Nightmare and Team Secret. You're going to want to find out what happens to them in this next cash out match, because we could have Nightmare going on. If they make it in this cash out round, this could be it. They will have 2 opportunities to secure 1 more point. It is a massive opportunity for them.
Yeah, and they played it immaculately in the last cash out. The ability to find and isolate those 3v3s on the vault fights, their pacing was amazing to see. However, in those 3v3s, things just didn't work out in their favor, and that's sometimes just how the cookie crumbles.
That is how the cookie crumbles, but you know what? I can't wait to see how this entire cookie crumbles and who walks away with the crumbs or a whole new cookie. That's what I'm excited to find out, and to take us through this next map, which will be on Nozomi Citadel, I have your wonderful, talented, beautiful casters, Jerry, Waltz, and Artie.
I thought I was supposed to be the unhinged one. What are these comms?
I think we have to fight for that title, Artie, and it will be an actual fight, I can guarantee you.
Oh, absolutely.
Actually, you know what, you're a bit stronger than me, I think.
I mean, you're bald, so you got that buff going for you.
It's true, I'm more aerodynamic.
It's like a light with dash. You're definitely not invis.
I'm definitely a light, though. You can pick me up.
I can, and I have, and I will, and you'll be looking forward to it later. But for now, I'm looking forward to seeing map number 4, Heat number 4, Nightmare. They are on point number 4, so see what the other teams are going to be able to pull out.
Now, we have been here before, almost an exact replica of the Group A game at the start of phase 2, or at the start of this phase on day 2. Kansas City Pioneers instead of Space Station in that engagement, in that game of cash out. But in that game, we saw both EU teams, Fnatic and Secret, going through. And at the moment, it looks as though that is not set to repeat itself as Nightmare opened up with a pair of kills. In fact, 3 kills onto Fnatic, the clean wipe at the start.
That was fast. I mean, that team fight was over before it even started.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see EU put up a little bit more of a fight in this one. You're talking about it being on Nozomi, a map that they should be feeling good with. Nightmare continuing to fight right now with SSG.
Whoa, Uni!
Every team showing up over here. Uni, he wants to go ahead and grab this. All 3 kills, wiping Space Station Gaming by himself. Secret plugging on one side of the map, and Nightmare on the other. We've seen this happen before. Nightmare, they have a great chance. This is one of their favorite maps.
That it is. They absolutely love Nozomi Citadel. They'll be glad to be here.
I mean, they were on this map earlier.
Exactly. Every one of these teams, like I said, besides Space Station, were here earlier. But Nightmare came out in 3rd place.
Now is the time where we're going to be seeing if teams are still targeting Nightmare. Team Secret's box underway. Nightmare all the way around the CNS side of the map. Let's see where the approach will come from. For Fnatic, they're underneath this cash out here on the operations center.
Looking to drop it a couple of levels before going for that steal. Team Secret's defense on the very top floor, in fact, the roof of the building. They could dive down and look it through a window if they want. It looks like that's what they're going to do. There is a huge fortress built around it. The glitch comes out and the shots, but they do not connect. Importantly, though, that's enough to force Fnatic off the point. Oji goes in deep and he gets a load of damage out, finds the first kill. The second kill goes to Roma, and this should be an easy cleanup here. Nigiri, the last alive. Roma finds it. That's Team Secret getting their kills.
In that fight. Oh, but there's another fight. I can't even talk about that. Grad still alive, but oh, there we go. That fight is over here on Nightmares. They are able to defend on the CNS side of the map. But I was going to say on the Via side of the map, Team Secret, their fight, they had used a bunch of crazy tactics there. Roma with the glitch grenades in hand, pre-glitching the drop with the heavy to guarantee the dome difference.
2 very synchronized fights there. Space Station Gaming getting wiped by Nightmare. On the other side, it's each region squaring up against their own at the moment, but Fnatic looking to spoil that trend as they come in to the North American side of Nightmare, defending over here on B. Only about 30 seconds left for Fnatic to try and make something happen.
This fight is so important for Fnatic. They have to pull Nightmare down. Gremlin, he's surrounded by all three. He can't take anyone with him but Lasagna. Finishing off Nagiri. The light down. Nagos and Rainpy, only a sliver of health between them. They need to pull something out, but Lasagna, the light, the medium still alive. But the totem, it flies away from him finally. There comes the defib. Uni, by himself, he's being tracked down by the entirety of Fnatic, back at full strength. Once again, Uni being harried left, right, and center. He goes down. Nagiri picking that one off. Nightmare losing people left and right. They're going to be able to hold on to this Fnatic. Might win this fight, but Gremlin, he's still alive. They hold on. They secure the cash out.
Importantly there, the wipe happened after the cash out came through. That meant that even though Fnatic didn't steal that cash out, 15% of cash out 1 was removed.
And even more importantly, Gremlin was able to get the kill on the Stealer, leaving them with no chance to steal back. As we take a quick pause just to address whatever issue it might be. It always seems to be Nozomi Citadel, doesn't it? We have this whole thing about... Thank you, Ardi. We have this whole thing about CNS interrupting, and this seems to be their playground.
Yes, I mean, you know, we did just fight on the CNS side of the map. Maybe they're a little upset, you know? Their building kind of got a little crumbled.
You think they're rooting for EU?
Well, I mean, we're on the VIA side of the map, and now Fnatic is sponsored by VIA, and, well, I'm not quite sure why they didn't do anything to stop it. Maybe VIA was the one that pulled the plug. But regardless, lore, exactly. But while we we'll get in touch with Multico to figure out exactly what happened. But for now, it looks like these players have a lot to talk about, Waltz.
And they so much to talk about because this is a crucial moment in the game. As you mentioned, the wipe came out afterwards, which puts Secret in a very, very close position to Nightmare right now. They are barely ahead. The last time we saw this happen, there was a double. Back on Skyway, Fnatic doubling it, allowing Secret to get far ahead so that Nightmare wouldn't be able to make it through. Nightmare are doing very well for themselves so far, being able to fend off 2 teams that tried to knock them out, but these teams have to be asking themselves, what is our next step from here? What is the macro? Expect when we get back in some very interesting strategies because it's rare that you get this much opportunity to discuss.
You saw the sign, Ardi.
I sure did. I also kind of agree. Okay, this guy who's saying buff the winch.
Buff the winch?
You're very, very sad with Season 9.
It literally just got nerfed.
Literally is protect, yes. Protect the dirt.
Protect
yes.
Destroy.
Wait, destroy Orf.
Oh,
Wait.
wow. That's terrifying.
Oh, that's very spooky.
Oh, look at the Panda Head. Let's get some love for the Panda Head, everybody. That's one of the
yes.
best cosplays out there.
Wait, is that the one that's signed by all the Embark people? Wait, show the back, show the back, show the back. Oh, it's too late. Oh,
There it
yes,
is.
everyone's my signature's on there.
All right.
I love the finals. I also love the finals. Oh, the Fnatic with French colors. Fan 4 Fnatic. Love that one there. Holto server insurance.
Yeah,
no pauses, no interruptions. Our promise. Yeah, well, here's the thing, right? Is that, well, Holto is digital insurance. You need to be on a server for digital insurance to work. So if the servers aren't working, I don't know how well that's going to work out.
I'm a particular fan of the person behind that sign who had about 5 different teams crossed out that they'd clearly been supporting.
I love that.
Finally ended up on Fnatic supporting them for this grand final. They're not doing so well.
I love seeing the people with very bold signs. Asking for a Riot Shield buff is definitely a bold choice.
That's a look. That's a hell of a... I love these masks, by the way. The whole head helmets. Some of the oldest cosmetics in the game as well.
Brad ate my burger.
Brad!
Oh, it's Sean again. Hi, Sean.
I do like Sean, but I am still harboring a bit of ill intent towards him and Rue for creating both Hairy Jerry and Bold Ardy.
Yeah.
Just
wait, was that
a bit of a crime.
Roach?
I think it might have been backwards. I have no idea.
It
was Glorp. It was Glorp.
Glorp. It was Glorp. Backwards Glorp.
Wait, we gotta try to talk to the aliens in their native language out of respect.
Oh, wow. Every sign has just been thrown up.
Oh, wow. Hey, Austin, I know that guy.
Honor the Pure. Young Guns
Yo,
mentioned.
shout out Honor the Pure. Shout out Tiger.
Shout out Ruby.
Hey, KS23's been revived. You gotta cross out that sign. Pick something else to revive now. It's back. We did it.
It's back. We know it.
When is MGL rework coming?
So you see this guy's got a picture of Oscar on his tablet coming up. I really hope that that's the level of customization we reach eventually with the tablet in game.
All right, I'm hoping that what I can do is that with a tablet in game, I can pull up like short form videos, like clips of the finals.
Oh,
so that
maybe
while I'm
like
waiting
the winning
for my team to respawn, I can just pull it out.
The winning play from the major would be a good one.
That'd be a good one. That'd be a really cool
Do you have any games on your tablet? Can I play?
You can play the finals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The season 9 coming soon. There's so many new features.
That's a pretty powerful tablet during the finals.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're the future.
We're getting our tech issue resolved shortly. Just to keep you updated, it is a network issue that we are dealing with on stage. So it's taking a little bit longer than expected. There's a possibility of a full reset at the end of this, as there always is with lengthy tech issues, but hopefully we can resolve it without resorting to that. We will see.
Yeah, there is a contingency in place in case the lobby has to be restarted from the middle. Again, this isn't actually an issue with Embark. This is an issue out here.
Oh, hey,
separately. My grad. Hi, OG.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
We're really enjoying watching the crowd. It's a shame we're so far away right now. We really want to be in there with you. Make the most of coming around from different parts of the world to all be part of the finals. It really is just an incredible experience. It's the first thing that we've done on this scale in the scene, and it's just been such a lovely time meeting everyone on Thursday before it all started, and of course there'll be plenty of time tomorrow to catch up and celebrate with whoever wins here.
Absolutely. And even though Stockholm might be cold, the people are so warm, full of life.
Yeah.
Unlike June and Scotty, I think.
No, lifeless husks.
I don't know. Maybe that's not true. We don't really know the lore there just yet.
Maybe we're a little biased. We are gunning for their jobs.
Throw us more shirts, we're cold. That's very true. We need more shirts out here.
It's cold out here.
We need more finals merch out here in the meat space.
Buff Serb sign in the background. Getting back to a Season 5 meta.
Oh, this guy's got a very detailed shirt that I can't quite make out. Proud Riot Shield Enjoyer.
This
Same,
is
bro.
the final. Oh, Great Major Pause count. Okay, that's going to be 5, 10, 15, 18.
You know what? To be fair, I think 16 of those were yesterday, so we're doing pretty well for the day so
Can we
far.
reset the count?
I actually only screamed twice, so...
True.
Yeah. Every time a cable gets unplugged or the match gets paused, I actually am inflicted with thousands of volts of electricity.
That is true, actually. We did put jumper cables onto you.
Oh, that's what that was.
Yeah, that's why I keep coming back. I keep getting defibbed.
I thought we were just playing pin the tail on the Ardy.
Well, you know, after he killed you this morning, we had to find some way to punish him.
Yeah.
True. I did make a very swift recovery from death, though.
It was impressive.
Well, yeah, you coined back in. That's what the coins are for.
It's true. I am made of coins, and then the coins, there are different type of coins that you use to respawn. But tests are being done is the word in our ear about how this is being resolved, and it should be done soon. Soon TM.
Amazing. Well, if it's anything like my school, those tests are probably going to fail. So hopefully it's not like my school, and these tests go a lot better. Look at that trophy. Wow.
Now, it is going to be important for these teams to make sure they can keep that energy up. It's always tough coming back after a long break, making sure crowd, when we get back into the game, I want you to
hanging off a cliff, catch me at my girl's funeral cheering on SSG.
I don't know if this is coming across fully on camera, but that trophy is hench. We got to see it up close and personal, and it's got some heft to it. Really nice reward for the victors. They will, of course, get their winner's medals.
Yes.
Tasty. You'll get to see those at the end.
I hope I get to see Normalize at the end. He's very nice.
I do love what they did with the trophy. I think the trophy was especially fantastic. It's not just your standard trophy, it's a very finals trophy.
I've also been told that the base is going to have a very nice piano lacquer finish.
Ooh.
Yeah, alongside the names of all the contestants who have actually reached it.
You know all about piano lacquer, don't you, Jared?
I actually know very little about piano lacquer because I don't make pianos, but I've encountered it. It's a nice material. It feels good. that's the depth of my knowledge there.
There it is. Shout out Aztract. Shout out Dreadalicious as well. Shout out everybody who's here. I hear game noises in my ears.
Oh, you hear game noises. It's a good idea. That's a good sign.
That's a good sign. Those are also good signs.
Oh, I like the I Heart You Fanatic with the kind of the shape of the left half of a Fnatic logo.
Oh, yeah. Hello!
I know why I'm here in game.
Hello, random citizen. I see you. Who else sees you? It's Oscar. He's down there on the stage with you. Be careful. He will get you. Oscar, go get him.
We just saw the lemons or limes sign again.
It's always surprising here they are to go, hey, Oscar, you're on stage when you're absolutely not on stage. But we're on stage in front of the electric crowd. Oh, my days. They just keep going, don't they? It keeps growing. There's more people every time I look out. I can't even see the back anymore. Well, okay. heading into a slight little pause for the moment, and I figured, let's do a little bit of a vibe check, all right? Is anyone excited for the finals? Is anyone excited for the finals? Is anyone excited for the finals? I believe you. That's fine. I believe it. You know, I had to ask 3 times to be sure, you know, but I believe it at this point in time. Earlier today, we did a little bit of a vibe check. We did this side versus that side. And it's really simple, okay? The audience, you're going to get this really quickly, okay? So if I raise this hand and you're rooting for a team on this side, you get really loud. And the same on this side, all right? So, if you're rooting for a team on my side over here, give it up for teams! Not bad, not bad. What about the other side? I feel like we need to do a rebuttal. Once more, this side! It is about as even as our cash out games. That is crazy. I have no idea how we got to this point. 4 incredibly talented teams, 4 incredibly well-backed teams by the fans. Ooh, it's gonna get spicy. All right, I'm gonna give it back to Artie in a second, but once more I just wanna ask, players in the stage, our friends in the crowds, are you ready for Merta finals? With that, studio, back to you guys.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Oscar. I am happy to be here, and more importantly, I'm happy to be here with all my friends, Jerry, Waltz, Rio, and Sonsoyo. We have some good news.
Yeah. Yeah, we do have some good news. We will be back in the match momentarily, but before we get into it, we wanted to kind of go over the heat system for anybody that might be tuning in a little bit late to it. Basically, what we're in right now is a heat system to figure out who can reach 5 points first. The way that this works is they start off in a cash-out match. The cash-out match then decides who determines who makes it in first and second. Those first and second teams then go on to a final round format in a best of 2. They start off, and the team that ends up winning is the team that gets a point. This goes on until one team reaches 5 points. If you can see at the bottom now, we have one team sitting at 4 points.
I would like to say that the map played in cash out, is going to be the map played in the series as well. So it's going to give teams the opportunity to adapt to the enemy's playstyle. And Artie, you want to talk us through that?
Yeah, I mean, the heat system has been a very good way to make sure that we're measuring performance across both cash out and final round. And for these teams, there is a lot of extra weight that goes onto those cash out matches, but at the very least, it's not just one and done, Waltz.
No, it definitely builds over time, and that is what Nightmare are banking on, right? Like, we saw them struggle, and we saw a lot of teams focus on them. But the longer that this goes on, the more chances Nightmare are going to have because other teams have to be focused. It's getting a lot better over time. It's getting a lot easier to handle, and you see Nightmare doing well. There's only so much that you can focus one team in, excess of all the others.
That being said, though, it is a heat system. It is possible for it to get too hot to handle, much like Jerry here. And I gotta say, one of the craziest parts about this is the fact that each cash out carrying different amounts of cash carry different weight to people. So we've seen Nightmare be allowed to just, take control of that first box. That second one's probably going to get doubled. Hey, that third one, probably not going to allow you to have it.
Yeah, we saw a crazy game in that third heat on Skyway Stadium, and I can sense that Nozomi Citadel will have a similar kind of vibe to it. Sonsoyo, I want you to sort of maybe talk about the fact that it will play out differently because Skyway and Nozomi Citadel are just completely different maps, right? And we started to see how some of it might have differed. Nightmare able to get that first box. It was similar to the start of Skyway Stadium, but how might the rest of it kind of pan out on Nozomi Citadel with the way that that map works?
Well, honestly, Rio and I kind of touched on it earlier about having the more obscure maps up front, being Monaco, Skyway Stadium, just like you said. These maps are not the more balanced map, definitely very, very fun, make some interesting gameplay, especially for cash out. But as we get to this back half, we become more and more steady. Citadel becoming one of their more close range maps. They offer a lot of long a lot of mid-range line of sights, but as soon as those mid-range line of sights disappear, the fight goes indoors.
Yeah, and that's so interesting too. And I love the fact that we are moving through these almost in a way that we're going towards the better and more competitive maps in the scene. So we've kind of hit that pivot point where now we're almost halfway through this list, and we're going to start going into maps that these teams really favor. I have had so many chats with all these teams over the past few weeks, and one of their favorite maps is Fortune Stadium. I'm not alone in this, and it will be our next map. So if for some reason this doesn't wrap up now, or in this next heat, this heat we're in right now, there is a chance that things get even more intense as we load into Fortune Stadium.
I will say it's a lot harder to target 2 teams at once. So as soon as 2 teams make it to 3 or even 4 points, that's when it can get dangerous. There is something unique about the heat system, given the fact that once you're on that 3 points and you are on heat point, it does mean that there is a target painted on you, although kind of in lighter paint than the regular 4-point one. But that is still danger. Having someone with 3 points progress to the final round means that they could win it there.
Yeah, they'd have to win both of the subsequent 3 versus 3s. And of course, we haven't actually seen that yet. Every single time that we've had a heat progress, the same team has won those 3 versus 3s.
Importantly, though, if you have a team with 3 points and a team with 4 points make it in, that is the end. Because should the team with 3 points win both, that's 5 points, that's a win. Should the team with 1 point win 1, that's it, that's the end. So when you have a team with 3 points and a team with 4 points, that's danger territory, Walt.
It's a lot of numbers.
Yeah, it's a lot of numbers. There's a lot of numbers in the finals. You should know this by now.
I don't do math. I'm an American.
It's in some ways less complex than the math that we see people doing in-game to manage the cash tallies.
Yeah.
Right? And in this case, we've actually seen an example of that. That final map of the first catch-up game on Skyway Stadium had such a crazy dynamic at the end, where every single team besides Team Secret, who were just through without a care in the world, were doing crazy maths in their head to try and manage, are we going for a kill race? Are we trying to stop here? Are we going to go for a plug? Are we going to make sure there's a steal on the last objective? All these things go on, and we just have to sort of deal with it in the moment, Bolts.
And the bigger the map, the easier it is for the teams to have space to do that.
Yeah, well,
is that?
Oh no!
Is that in-universe confirmation of what's happening?
Can we get an explanation of what's going on here?
I'm afraid this should not be behind me. What are they doing in here?
You're next, Rio.
Apparently.
Yo, can I get the VIA CEO on the phone? Well, I guess on the
we need Crash.
Do you think it's going to leak over here?
It better not.
Yeah, I don't want it coming anywhere near me. Guys, you can hold down the fort over there.
I was told that they don't have the technology to break through this.
There's a guy now.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, I think they're coming for us.
Oh god. Oh right, no, it is spreading over here.
It is spreading.
All right, hold up a sec.
How do they? Wait.
Yeah, that's not so good.
This is
I'm worried, Artie.
I mean, if you really want to, we
Wait,
can
is
all
this
huddle
why
in this
I
corner.
keep getting shocked with thousands of volts of electricity?
No,
is that from that?
Oh god, all right.
All right.
Apparently the game is ready. Oh goodness! Oh my god!
There we are. We fixed it via chip reinstalled.
Virtual reality has been restored.
Exactly. And you know what else has been restored? The state of the game as when we left it. What happened while we were in this break is once we were able to reconnect, the teams collaborated together to make sure that we had the teams who won the previous cash outs get the cash that they deserve. Now, it is slightly off, but this is as close as we can get given the fact that the entire lobby would have had to have been canceled and replayed before. Yeah. So, now we're here, another team fight about to engage.
Play ball.
Now, fight going off between Team Secret and Fnatic, and it is certainly Fnatic coming out on top of that. Alex managing to get out of dodge. Roma seems like he'll be able to regen as we tune in with the medium on the side of Team Secret. Alex running that glitch trap. He's stuck with it for pretty much the whole tournament here. And now we're looking at Space Station Gaming and Nightmare. The North American sides on the other side of the map, duking it out.
Nightmare need to hit these shots right now. He's escaping Space Station Gaming, keeping themselves alive. Grad does get caught. Lamp being chased by the entirety of Nightmare. He's down. It's all on Normalized. Brings Grad back up. The Light only at half health. He's going to have that defib sickness. They're all going to melt a counter a second. Nightmare not missing a beat. Pushing themselves closer and closer to that potential final match.
Space Station Gaming suffering another wipe, even though they replicated the one from earlier. Very sporting of everyone to make sure that timing was on point. Now we have catch out seats started by Nightmare.
By none other than Nightmare. 4 points on Nightmare. If they come through here, one final round win would spell the end for the Grand Major and declare Nightmare the champions. But they have to get through this first. It seems like there's going to be a lot of teams headed their way.
The objective positioning is fantastic here for Nightmare because it means that they can abandon one of their points and head to the other one and get a steal if they need to. C&D so close to each other. They just need to play this smartly and go to whichever one is least contested. At the moment, they're hiding beneath C, and everyone else is trying to work out what it is they're doing.
Oh, everybody is here. Everybody is showing up because they know that if Nightmare gets into that final round, they're gonna win it. We have Team Secret now. They're actually approaching Fnatic's box. Fnatic, well, they are not sure what to do.
This is almost a soft double, so close that somebody might be able to get both cash outs, even with the slight time difference. Bring it in the corner. Team Secret looking for a steal. Where's Fnatic to stop this? Are they going to be able to? They do some damage. The Witch is there. Gonna go melt OG. Alex looks for the defib. He's back up, but Fnatic still with high ground, still in control. They're looking to melt that dome shield. They've dropped on top of him. OG down once again. Fnatic looking to do that. They take down the second one. Alex is there. Roma is down. They're all wiped.
Panic in the hands of Edix, not landing his shots in the heat of the moment, but everyone from Fnatic doing fantastic things.
SSG stealing from Nightmare, but Nightmare drop it immediately. Lasagna's dealing tons of damage. Space Station Gaming, they lose Lamp, they lose Normalize. It's just up to Grad, but Nightmare, they are close to getting this cash out. Fnatic, though, could they safely leave? Space Station's wiped out, $0.
That is so important. A quick victory for Nightmare to avoid a quick third party. Fnatic are coming in hot. They need to do something about this hold from Nightmare. Otherwise, everyone's
the
hopes
third
are
party is good, but Gremlin's still alive. No, he goes down. Up to Lasagna now. He has Goo to stall it. Now Ghost is holding on. He's down. Now it's just a 1v2, but the cash out, that timer sticks down.
Lasagna has the angle, he can get it. Is there any way of delaying it? He gets the second kill. Lasagna, Penny 1 versus 3.
Major.
He needs to get this. No! There's no time. No, Uni!
Oh my God, Nightmare, hold on to it. That's so much money, $33,500. That could guarantee them first place.
Nightmare are in control of match point right here.
The future, the win, it is in their grasp right now. All they have to do is make sure that they are not continually getting wiped. They cannot allow a split box right now.
Unbelievable scenes right now. We have Team Secret getting their plug on B.
This has to split. The only way that Nightmare doesn't make it through is if Fnatic and Secret make it through to the end with both cash boxes.
What are Nightmare doing right now? How are they denying that? They are playing on top of A, trying to prevent a plug there. Team Secret, they could defend this safely. We have to have a look and see
but
what
Fnatic,
Nightmare are
they're winning their fight right now.
Oh, huge!
It's just up to Uni.
Oh,
Fnatic has 3 up.
Uni's the last one alive here on Nightmare.
Wait, SSG has the box. They have, wait, SSG.
No,
you can't double it.
Double. What are you doing?
No! SSG is guaranteed that Nightmare goes into the next final round.
What's wrong with you?
SSG could have just set us up for this being the final heat.
SSG, they had their macro out of whack. They thought they had to double to give themselves a chance to go through, but now they have guaranteed Nightmare a spot in that final round. Now it is all about who goes through with Nightmare.
Disastrous macro decision, and now somebody wants to go through.
SSG just got wiped by Fnatic. There's no way. SSG, are they throwing?
They are all guaranteed, almost but guaranteed at this point, to not be going through. Secret desperately want to hold on to make sure they can prevent Nightmare from winning, get to their point, get further in this bracket.
About 50 seconds left in the lobby. There is a chance the Space Station Gaming coming in and steal this back, but they have lost 2 series against Nightmare. We want an EU side to go through, give us a chance to beat Nightmare. Here is Fnatic attempting a steal on Secret's box. In comes the damage.
They get the steal. Fnatic gets the steal. If they hold on to this the entire time, that would mean that they would need to beat Nightmare in the next one. But Fnatic, they get wiped by Nightmare right now. They've just been wiped. But Team Secret, they're still up. They haven't lost the box just yet.
The return
Nightmare
of SSG.
and SSG, they're all here. SSG, if they can steal this, they could go. Now is the time to decide. Do they let Fnatic fight Nightmare, or do they let SSG?
Of course, SSG just want to get into that final round. Only about 12 seconds left though. Who's going to have the box at the end? Normalize, he's given up, he doesn't matter. Here's an attempted steal from Edix. Can Secret make themselves the players to go through here?
Wait,
the dome is going to
Nightmare allows it. Nightmare allows the steal. That means that they're confident.
Secret comes through with Nightmare. This would be it.
Gremlin has just guaranteed that they are fighting Team Secret. It was Gremlin in control of that box. He could have prevented Team Secret to let Fnatic go through. That means that Nightmare is confident that they can beat Team Secret here. And if they don't, Team Secret's on 4 points.
But it all comes back to SSG. We were in a position, Fnatic even taking Nightmare and almost wiping them. They had opened the box and they were ready to deposit it over an A, but SSG decided to double.
SSG are playing to win. They back themselves to not only have maybe had the chance to win 1, but also 2 best of 3s against Nightmare. But the stats are so against them, they've lost every single time. In that instance, they had to play for Secret or for Fnatic.
SSG thought they were playing to win, but their calculations were way off. They've just guaranteed that the team that is 1 point away from victory is going into a final round with a team that's not very well odds to beat them.
Can we talk about Lasagna? And his defense of the second cash out.
This was the defense right here that could have just won the major if Team Secret cannot beat them in the next set of final rounds.
Uni with a clutch kill at the very end there, but the hard work done by Lasagna to ensure that that box stayed on their side and keep his team alive, coining back in at the vital moment.
And that's such an important point, right? Because it's not just that SSG doubled that, but Nightmare put themselves in a position where things had to go perfectly to keep them out. All the denial in the world, all the focus from the other teams was not enough to keep them out of the top 2.
And this means that if this does end right here, it would mean that Nightmare's first place, of course, Team Secret second place, and that would leave Fnatic and SSG, I believe, tied for third. This, it has never been in the cards, but that's the finals.
It could happen. It absolutely could happen. We could see Team Secret push themselves up to match point here, but Nightmare are 1 map away from becoming the first grand champions of the finals.
But yet, Secret have a chance. It is not guaranteed to be over. With only 2 points, if they win these matches, they can prevent the win and continue.
Team Secret has been preparing for this moment for so long. For EU, the world rests on their shoulders.
But it's Nightmare. It's Nightmare. And coming into this major, they were the hottest prospects in the world. They have that claim.
Oh, Lasagna, he knows. He knows they're on the verge of glory. He's ready for the win.
Elix and OG, they look so calm and collected. Roma, right there next to them. They seem like they know what to do, but Lasagna had the most calm attitude I've seen. Uni, let it ride. See that sign in the crowd.
Let's just think back to the PHL Season 2 finals very recently for North America. Nightmare found themselves in the position of sitting on 4 points for so long. It was 5 cash outs in a row. They could not best anyone. They could not beat the grief. They could not push through the pressure. But right here, they have stepped up another level, 3v9ing to give themselves a chance at glory.
This is going to be OG versus Gremlin. This is going to be Elix versus Lasagna. This is going to be Uni versus Roma.
It's tantalizing. Utterly incredible. On the grand stage, we have an EU versus NA match that could be the final game of the major. Let's hear some noise in the crowd. Give it up if you're a Nightmare fan.
Give it up if you're a Team Secret fan.
And give it up if you are a fan of the finals. Let's make some noise.
Yeah! Absolutely beautiful, absolutely glorious. Let's see what they can do. It can all end here, folks.
Of course, if you are a fan of either Fnatic or Space Station, you are right now a Secret fan. You need them to deny Nightmare, to push it to another cash out, to another heat. But here we are on the Zomi Citadel once again.
The hopes of so many rest on the shoulders of Team Secret at this point.
Yeah, let's see what they're going to be able to pull off right now. Elix with the FAMAS. This is terrifying.
A calm on the arena at this point as both teams posturing, just waiting. So much riding on this match. It is going to be a patient one.
So much riding on this fight. Look at cash out A. Across that chasm. Very easy point to defend should they choose to do it. We see, of course, Team Secret positing to block that approach, and instead Team Nightmare are approaching B. They cross the divide, though, Team Secret, knowing that this might be the move.
Nightmare went right back.
A hard left turn from Gremlin.
Gonna have to cross that gap, though.
It's going to be difficult. Of course, Team Secret will have their gateway set up to be able to close that distance, and there is a fight emerging.
Oh, Lasagna and Uni, they're both dropping out, but it's Uni who gets the first frag. 1 HP, though. Can Elix get the finish? He misses the shot. Uni regens.
Somehow he escapes.
Incredible.
Flip through the cracks and slip past Team Secret, but Gremlin goes down, and Zuni follows. It's just going to be up to Roma.
1v1.
1v1 versus Lasagna. He gets the res on the Gremlin. Roma needs to reset the HP and see if he can find a way to reset the team. Uni's coming back up. Nightmare's got 3.
Oh, he grabbed the vault, though. He grabbed the vault. Roma's running away with it.
Oh, no, he's not running away with it. He actually just sends it to the other side of the map while he resets. That's going to give the team enough time to spawn back in, possibly before it gets plugged.
Very smart move there. Possibly the most clutch thing you could do in the 1 versus 3. So incredible macro play there by Roma to keep an eye on the overall situation, give themselves another chance before this box gets plugged. Uni, the middle of the road. Really nice positioning here. The relay race being dealt here by Nightmare to get this plugged as soon as possible, and maybe they can even get in position to deny some of the spawns here from Secret. Let's have a look.
Secret did not beat them there, but at the very least, they did respawn. Oh, they're close. That is a good spawn, Jerry.
Oh. This is going to be a hard push coming in from Secret. Getting
red
it's
barrel.
already gone wrong. Roma's down. An instant defib is there, but they're caught in the open. OG about to melt. The rest of Secret is dead. They're wiped. It's a disastrous start. Disastrous.
Worst case scenario with the best case spawn.
That is something else. Nightmare stepping up to the plate there, despite the odds being in Secret's favor. But there's plenty of time left here for Team Secret to try and attack this box. They need to be more successful than that last go, but this time Nightmare have the benefit of time on their side to set up their defense. They force a spawn. Again, a decent one, but this is what Nightmare wants.
Oh, but there's Team Secret. They're crossing out the open. Roma, he's out of the invis there. A gas barrel as well. So unlucky, but they get the cross. They made it. That means the Team Secret, they're going to be able to set up here. They're underneath. This is the best chance they've had yet. One swift team fight, this could go their way.
Lasagna has the defibs at the ready. That's signaling perhaps Nightmare want to dive on it, but we will see. The glitch mine goes out. They're very close to the cash out here on the offense.
Any strategies that you have, now is the time to pull them out. Gremlin, chaining jump. There's a don't steal down. Secret, have a chance to pull this away, but Uni, he's ready for the backstab. Lasagna looking for a shot. He has to hit something now. Uni already taking some damage. He's been spotted out. Secret, they're making it happen. So much damage. Nightmare, losing Maroma. He goes down. They have to use this health advantage, but no! The second one, OG, he falls. Alex to follow. Nightmare, they're doing it.
That's first cash out for Nightmare, and the entire Grand Major could end in just one more cash out.
Nightmare. Lasagna, Uni, Gremlin, do you have the nerve to hold it and carry yourselves through and make history? First cash out going their way, of course. Team Secret need to step it up. Will Space Station regret doubling that box at the end of the last cash out? So many moments where people may hang their heads and wonder what was different, what could have been different. But it doesn't matter right now. The present is what matters.
Nightmare's execution is what matters here. Needing to convince this. The last time in PHL champs, they faltered at this point. They're unable to get here. Now, all they have to do, 3 versus 3, just one team each.
But Secret's setting up for a pad engage. Wait, no, they're canceling it. Wait, it's already been placed, the gateway. They're already across, they're underneath. Nightmare, they're gonna tap the vault there in the moment, but Uni, he dashes away. Team Secret's gained space, but Nightmare, they've granted it instead. Team Secret, they just lost Roma. They're gonna invest in defense to get it back up, but the dome fight is gonna go the way of Nightmare. All those health bars are gonna go the way of the floor. Elix and Roma still up and fighting, but Gremlin, he's gonna be able to escape. Uni, Lasagna, and Gremlin, they're taking this fight right now, but Secret, they're still standing, not out yet. Gremlin goes down, it's 2-on-2. As Elix falls, becomes a 1v1. Can Roma clutch it up? Can he do it? There's a he does! Team Secret, they're good for one team fight.
And that is so pivotal. They needed momentum, confidence more than anything after all that. Now, they're back in the fight. They have control of the vault, taking it to C, just the nearest possible point of entry here. Defending this massive via structure, lots of points of ingress. But Team Secret can control it right on the edge of the map. They can force Nightmare down a particular lane. Lots of long roads to be able to watch. The question is, Elix, with the ranged option, is he going to be able to pick Axe to Nightmare before they make their approach? No, Nightmare are already on top of them.
$100,000 lies in the balance. Everything these teams have worked for years could end now, either in defeat or in glorious victory. Now is the time for execution. Nightmare desperately need to take this away, and the steal begins now.
All the way here in the research facility on the Via side of the map, we're gonna see Nightmare and Team Secret battle it out. There could be one more team fight, there could be two. It just depends on how these teams engage. Uni from the top, he does get shot out, but Team Secret at a gateway to spot everything out. They're gonna be able to get all that info, but oh, OG, 1 HP, he falls out with Helix. Nightmare, they are about to take this team fight.
Roma managing to retreat though, keeping his team intact. They can coin back in 20 seconds. That gives Team Secret one last shot at this cash box. One last shot to prevent Nightmare from taking it all. The winch comes out from Gremlin. Bring it outside. This is one of the hardest positions to attack. You cannot just dive in and hope for the best. You need to win a team fight, Team Secret.
Here comes the push from Team Secret, the final potential one of the entire match. They've coined in, they're ready. How prepared is Nightmare for this fight? They need to find a way in. This is such a hard point.
They've been prepared for so long for this moment. Nightmare, who fought so hard, only to be downed by the Fire Strays, are no longer here in this tournament. But Team Secret, they've got one last dive on them, and dive on them is what Nightmare's about to do. Helix is going to be sticking the steal there. OG has the dominance timed perfectly. The steal doesn't get done. No, my goodness, Team Secret, they've gotten the flip. But they lose Helix. OG
it's going
isn't
back.
close
it's
enough.
Going back.
Nightmare can take this back. Nightmare take it back. They've done it. Fear the Nightmare. They've done it in full heat.
Nightmare, your champions. Holy, an incredible showing. The moment they were waiting for. It took ages to get here. They planned for it forever, and finally they've achieved the moment of glory.
And DreamHack Stockholm, join me in welcoming your grand major champions, Nightmare! They have reached the finals!
Absolutely incredible performance from Nightmare. I can't believe that they've done it. This is a historic moment in the finals history. The fact that they were able to do it so confoundedly simply in just 4 heats. The first heat, winning those 2 points, seemed easy, but this journey was so difficult. They made it through day 1 in a very convincing fashion. But day 2 fell away from them.
Gremlin, Lasagna, Uni, have your moment.
It's been DreamHack Stockholm! Join me in celebrating your grand major champions, Nightmare! They have reached the finals!
We are here at DreamHack Stockholm. Winner, winners, give it up for Nightmare! What an absolute performance by this beautiful team. I have to ask a couple questions, guys. All right, we've spoken for 2 days now, non-stop. I'm gonna ask a dumb question. How are you feeling right now?
I'm losing my voice, but so happy. Like, we were yelling, like, in the mic. How do you guys feel?
It's been a long day, Uni. It's been a really long day. How are you doing at this point in time?
Just, I'm nervous. It's like, I'm nervous. I'm jittering, bro. I'm nervous.
All right, let's hear it up. Anything that goes through your head right now? Anyone to thank? Anything?
I mean, I just thank my family for like supporting me throughout the entire thing. I love Flack. Flack was there like so early. And then he was just supporting us the whole way. It's insane. It's insane. I love you all. I love you all.
I'm gonna give it. Just give me 1 second. All right. Thank you for everybody. Oh, okay, right here. First of all, none of this would have been possible without the 800 people right in front of me that are countless. The amount of people that are watching on Twitch is fucking insane. Like the Embark, the devs, Oscar, like they set this up. Rob, like thank you so much. Seriously, Fixie did an amazing job. Like you guys are, yo, Rob, come up here, Rob. Let's fucking go, Rob. Let's fucking go. All of our supporters, everybody was awesome. Caroline, like everyone with Embark was absolutely awesome. And I can't wait for the next tournament. I can't wait. I can't wait. Let's fucking go.
It is just the beginning, but at this point in time, we have crowned your Grand Major Champion, and it's Nightmare! There are millions words we could say, but at this point in time, I think it's time for us here at Stockholm to say thank you all for watching. You've been amazing. Thank you in the crowd. You've been amazing. And thank you one more to all the contestants playing. And once more for our champions! Oh, and one more thing. We'll see you in 2026.
Thank you.